In a temporal rewind of the system, Wang Hao, betrayed by his brothers, finds himself transported back to half an hour before the disaster struck, and to his astonishment, discovers that the roulette he encounters is of a higher level than others. While others will not be able to spin a one-star roulette for weeks, he is able to do so on the very first day. As others hide, hoping for rescue, he is already capable of recklessly slaying zombies. In this life, Wang Hao relies on his prescience and resolves to vanquish his enemies and rectify his regrets. Chapter 1. Time Rewind. The host has died, fulfilling the system's activation criteria. The host is now rewound to half an hour before the disaster. Time Rewind successful. The system has been activated. For every roulette the host encounters in the future, its level will increase by 1, and the crystal core drop rate will double. Wang Hao, hearing the mechanical female voice in a daze, suddenly opens his eyes to find himself standing behind the cash register of a cafe. Observing the surroundings, both familiar and unfamiliar, he murmurs in confusion. Isn't this the place where I worked part-time during university? Wasn't I killed by Fan? Why am I here? The office workers, chatting friends, and the gaming couples in the shop, along with everyone else in the world, had no inkling that in half an hour, some among them would undergo a transformation into flesh-craving zombies. In just a few hours, perception shattered, society crumbled. The world devolved into a paradise for the undead. Humanity plummeted from the pinnacle of the food chain to its very bottom. Utilizing the roulette that appeared simultaneously with the zombies, Wang Hao struggled for 3 years in the apocalypse, evolving from a frail and handsome university student to a 9-star warrior, while also forging bonds with reliable companions and witnessing the depths of darkness in the world. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. Over the span of 3 years, many well-known, strong individuals and factions arose, showcasing humanity's indomitable spirit against the monsters. However, just as he believed humanity was beginning to fight back, a meteor shower during the spring festival of the 4th year claimed the lives of numerous survivors. Following this, countless powerful aerial beasts emerged from the meteorite craters, slaughtering many renowned warriors. This plunged humanity, which had begun to recover, back into darkness. Have I been reborn? Fragments of memories gradually pieced together in Wang Hao's mind, and recalling the system's prompts ignited a fierce blaze of anger within his chest. Clenching his fists until they creaked, his knuckles turning white, he shouted, "Yi Fan! Yi Fan! Yi Fan!" After the meteor shower, Wang Hao's close friend, the Demon King, inadvertently obtained intelligence, claiming it could transcend the existing level system and grant even greater power. Subsequently, the two of them, along with several other friends, ventured to the ruins to confront the aerial beasts. They endured countless hardships and finally arrived at the supreme roulette indicated by the intel. However, the party had dwindled from 7 at the outset to only Wang Hao, the Demon King, and Yi Fan remaining. But to the surprise of the three, unexpected events were about to unfold. The roulette offers but a single reward. This signifies that only one individual can attain strength. At this moment, Yi Fan, who usually presents himself as amiable and friendly, suddenly reveals his true nature, backstabbing Wang Hao while ruthlessly slaughtering the Demon King, claiming the reward for himself. In a fit of rage, Wang Hao ironically chuckled. Yi Fan truly is a master of performance. Despite his disdain for the Demon King and me, he managed to maintain a facade of friendship for over a year. While exploiting us, he managed to conceal any hint of his true intentions. Impressive indeed. However, you surely never anticipated that I have been reborn. The humiliation you inflicted upon me, I will repay you tenfold, no, 100-fold. The work-study student alongside Wang Hao, witnessing his terrifying demeanor and ramblings, timidly inquired, "Wang Hao, what's wrong? Do you need me to help you ask the supervisor for a leave?" Time is of the essence for Wang Hao. He must reach the roulette he knows to be closest to him before disaster strikes. But first, he needs to procure a weapon. For the roulette to spin, a crystal core is required, which has a certain probability of being found within the heads of zombies. Wang Hao removed his apron, stepped outside to retrieve a shared bicycle, and after 3 minutes of riding along the street, he arrived at a hardware store where he purchased a grinding machine and a steel bar, requesting the owner to help sharpen one end of the bar to a point. Upon leaving, he also bought a pair of work gloves to prevent injuring his hands while grinding the steel bar. Next comes the procurement of supplies. In the initial days following the outbreak, zombies are rampant and armed soldiers barely survive outside. Thus, many people find themselves trapped indoors. Without prior preparation of supplies, they can expect to face starvation. Wang Hao had suffered greatly from hunger in his previous life. During that time, he had even mistaken others' thighs for chicken legs. Wang Hao dashed into the nearest convenience store, filled his backpack, which he had conveniently brought along, with instant noodles, ham sausages, chicken legs, duck legs, self-heating rice, and self-heating hot pot, to the extent that the backpack zipper was nearly unable to close. 15 minutes later, he emerged on the second floor of a dilapidated building. Several homeless individuals had made this their home. At that moment, some were sleeping, others were picking their toes or scratching their backs. Upon Wang Hao's arrival, they merely cast him a few glances, likely mistaking him for a homeless child or an unwitting passerby. Wang Hao chose a position visible to all, donned his work gloves, and grasped the steel bar, testing a few swings. He understood better than anyone that chaos would soon ensue, and among these homeless individuals, some might transform into zombies. Simultaneously, a standard roulette capable of spinning a normal crystal core would materialize on this floor. The reason Wang Hao knew of the roulette's existence here was due to a ruffian named Wang, who had established his own power through this roulette, seizing the resources in this vicinity. Later, due to a chance encounter, Wang Hao had joined Wang's ranks. It was then that he first learned of the wondrous existence of such a roulette in the world. 5-4. Wang Hao gazed at his smartwatch as the time struck 4 p.m. The world trembled violently, and the sky was suffused with a crimson hue. Two vagrants suddenly collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Their skin rapidly lost its color. The blue veins turned black, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and their fingernails sharpened like the claws of a beast. What the hell? What's wrong with them? The others were startled and jumped up, fleeing in panic. Turning back to glance at the grotesque appearance of the two, they mistakenly believed it to be a sudden illness and hurriedly took out their phones to call for help. Meanwhile, similar incidents were occurring worldwide, while those unaffected continued with their daily activities. Only Wang Hao understood. They were simply unfortunate souls. Others at least had the chance to struggle in the apocalypse, but they were directly chosen to be among the first to mutate into zombies, stripped of all opportunity. I truly can't adapt. Suddenly turned into weaklings. Wang Hao gripped the steel bar tightly, his gaze fierce and unwavering. The disaster had just erupted. With his physical condition, he could at most bully a weak woman weighing around 100 pounds, which left little room for error. It was best to kill the zombie in one strike, or the risk of failure would significantly increase. Not to mention, the two were still in the midst of their transformation, making it the optimal time to act. According to Wang Hao's experience, if they had not fully transformed into zombies, the likelihood of them possessing a crystal core in their brains was 0. Just as Wang Hao was contemplating, the two had completed their mutation, rising stiffly and suddenly spitting saliva as they charged toward the onlookers. Now is the moment. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold, taking a swift step forward, thrusting the steel bar with precision into the zombie's eye. Chapter 2. Initial Roulette. There is but one way to kill a zombie: destroy the brain. At this stage, lacking sufficient strength and sharp weapons, targeting the zombie's eyes is the most effective method. The zombie's eyeball was pierced and exploded by the steel bar, dark blood oozing out. Yet, rather than collapsing, it became more ferocious. The force was diminished. In his previous life, Wang Hao was a 9-star warrior, skilled enough to rank among the top 100. When one strike failed, he swept his leg to topple the zombie. Utilizing the momentum of the falling zombie, Wang Hao swiftly withdrew the steel bar. He then raised it once more, plunging it back into the wound of the fallen zombie. 1 thrust. 2 thrusts. It was not until the third that this resilient zombie finally ceased its struggle. Meanwhile, the other zombie had pounced on a vagrant, sinking its teeth into his neck and tearing away large chunks of flesh, sending sprays of fine blood arrows into the air. The anguished screams jolted the other dazed individuals, who scrambled to escape downstairs in a panic. Wang Hao remained utterly composed, delivering a kick to the zombie. It roared, attempting to rise from the ground, but a steel bar abruptly pierced its eye, forcing it back down. Perhaps this time, it was a matter of angle. Wang Hao thrust forcefully twice, ultimately dispatching the zombie. At the sound, Wang Hao turned around, panting heavily as he gazed at the transforming vagrant. Damn, his physical condition was still lacking. After slaying just 2 zombies, he was already out of breath. The vagrant's neck bled profusely, the crimson fluid swiftly turning black, as his joints emitted cracking sounds before he lunged at Wang Hao. He was well prepared. Utilizing the advantage of the steel rebar, he first pierced the zombie's eye, and after dispatching it, Wang Hao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Outside, chaos reigned, filled with cries for help, screams, roars of the undead, explosions, and the sounds of collisions, a cacophony that was deafening. Once a harmonious and beautiful world, it had instantaneously devolved into a hellish nightmare. Catching his breath, Wang Hao began to strike the zombie's head with the rebar, but after a full rotation, he found nothing but bone. Zombies did not guarantee the presence of crystal cores. In his previous life, it was noted that the probability of a zombie yielding a crystal core was around 10, implying that only 1 in 10 zombies might produce one. This statistic was quite dire in the early days of the apocalypse, as everyone was merely a novice at slaying zombies. Killing 1 or 2 required considerable effort. If one were particularly unlucky, it was possible to slay 10 zombies without a single crystal core emerging. In his previous life, Wang Hao averaged 5 to 6 zombies per crystal core, thus the lack of a core from a single zombie did not affect him. He promptly went to strike the next zombie's head. Wang Hao felt something hard, quickly using the rebar to pry it out, and a blood-stained gray crystal core rolled onto the ground. His luck was rather favorable. Just 2 zombies had yielded a crystal core. With renewed vigor, he struck the final zombie's head and, astonishingly, encountered another crystal core, wondering if his hands were truly this red. In total, there were only 3 zombies, yet 2 crystal cores had emerged. Wait. Wang Hao suddenly recalled the system triggered upon his rebirth, which mentioned the double crystal core drop rate. The reason his hands were so red was evidently due to the system's influence. This was incredibly exhilarating. While others might be fortunate enough to obtain a crystal core after slaying 3 or 4 zombies, Wang Hao only needed to kill 1 or 2. Not only did this save effort, but the efficiency of acquiring crystal cores was also exceptional. If the doubling of the crystal core drop rate is indeed real, does that mean that every roulette I encounter will also be at 1 level higher? With this thought, even after 3 years of struggling through the apocalypse, the usually composed Wang Hao could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The ordinary roulette transforms into a 1-star roulette, and the 1-star becomes a 2-star, while the 2-star evolves into a 3-star. This may seem trivial, yet as the levels of the roulette ascend, they become increasingly rare, with those above 6 stars possessing formidable bodyguards. If the system functions as intended, Wang Hao could establish a significant advantage in the early stages. I wonder if the conditions for spinning will change once the roulette's level increases. If they do, this function would be useless in the early game. It would only prove beneficial months later when higher-grade crystal nuclei become available. Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings and noticed the gray, ordinary roulette situated behind him to the right. He had been so preoccupied with slaying zombies that he had failed to notice when the roulette had appeared. The roulette consists of 4 distinct zones. These are categorized as weapon, ordinary, equipment, ordinary, supplies, ordinary, and ordinary enhancement potions. The quality of items within each zone inversely correlates with the probability of the needle stopping there. For instance, the best enhancement potions have a mere 3 chance. Conversely, the most inferior supplies boast an astonishing 81 probability. Based on Wang Hao's experience from spinning the roulette hundreds of times, the probabilities resemble those of a penguin. While they appear to be 3, the reality is likely far lower. Just imagine how much lifespan one must sacrifice to obtain the potions. Moreover, the conditions for spinning the roulette increase with each attempt. For the first spin, 1 crystal nucleus is required, for the second 2, for the third 3, and so forth. Wang Hao approached the roulette and reached out to press the activation button marked Gray Crystal Nucleus X1. In an instant, the roulette transformed into a vibrant green, signifying a 1-star level. The zones expanded from 4 to 8, retaining the 4 rewards of the ordinary roulette while adding 4 additional rewards. 1-star weapons, 1-star equipment, 1-star supplies, and 1-star enhancement potions. The probabilities also underwent a transformation. The best reward on the ordinary roulette, the enhancement potion, saw its probability rise from 3 to 16. Most surprising of all, the spinning conditions remained unchanged. What does this imply? It means Wang Hao can use a gray crystal nucleus to spin the 1-star roulette. This is outstanding. At this point, 1-star monsters have yet to appear, and I can already spin the 1-star roulette. Wang Hao thought, exhilarated, as the system's voice echoed in his ears. Host, aside from you, Others cannot see or spin the upgraded roulette. Furthermore, once the host moves more than 1 meter away from the roulette, it will revert to its normal level. The host will receive additional rewards upon advancing to the 3-star level. Please continue to strive. Others cannot see the upgraded roulette. This is splendid. Every roulette's original level 1 ability is exceedingly formidable. Should it be revealed, it would undoubtedly bring about a calamity. Currently, Wang Hao is quietly amassing wealth on his own, which is quite satisfactory. Let's see how my luck fares. Wang Hao placed a gray crystal core into the hole above the roulette's activation button, and the previously dim button instantly illuminated. 1-star roulette. In truth, any outcome would suffice. However, for Wang Hao at this moment, the most beneficial would certainly be a 1-star weapon, followed by an ordinary enhancement potion. A 1-star weapon would enable him to dispatch zombies as easily as chopping vegetables, while the potion could facilitate a complete transformation. Let's obtain a 1-star axe. Wang Hao pressed the activation button. The roulette's needle began to spin, gradually accelerating until it reached its peak speed, then it slowed down, gently coming to rest in a designated area. A test tube containing a red liquid suddenly dropped from the bottom of the roulette. Chapter 3. The transformation of the weakling on the first day of his rebirth. Fortune favored him as he inadvertently spun the wheel and landed on a common enhancement potion. Wang Hao couldn't contain his joy, eagerly retrieving the potion, uncapping it, and downing it in one gulp. The liquid transformed into a warm flow upon entering his body, coursing through his limbs and organs. His height increased from 178 meters to 183 meters, and his previously flabby physique tightened into well-defined muscles, showcasing an athletic build. The sense of weakness and fatigue that had plagued him vanished, leaving him invigorated, almost eager to plow the fields like an ox. Wang Hao marveled at the 1-star wheel, noting the high probability of landing on a common enhancement potion. If he had spun the ordinary wheel, the chances would have been a mere 3%. And even with a stroke of luck, he would need a dozen gray crystals to achieve such a result. With the chaos outside just beginning, he thought it wise to venture out and collect a few crystal cores. As he approached the exit, he suddenly remembered something and glanced back at the wheel, only to find it had reverted to the ordinary wheel. However, the common enhancement potion he had spun was still in his possession. Astonished and elated, Wang Hao realized he had underestimated the system's function. He had believed that the rewards corresponding to the upgraded wheel would vanish, yet the original wheel's rewards remained intact. This meant he could enjoy the benefits of both wheels simultaneously. The system was remarkably strange, and he found himself quite fond of it. Upon descending the stairs, he was met with a horrifying scene. A homeless man, now transformed into a zombie, had pounced on a woman, heedless of her screams, sinking his teeth into her shoulder. Wang Hao struck the nearby scaffolding with a steel bar, drawing the attention of a zombie that happened to rush by. The creature charged at him, its mouth dripping with a gruesome mixture of blood and saliva. With calm precision, he thrust the steel bar into the zombie's eye. The creature's roar abruptly ceased, its arms falling helplessly to its sides. This was the correct way to dispatch the undead. A smile crept onto Wang Hao's lips as he realized he had finally bid farewell to his former weak self. After consuming the common enhancement potion, the transformation from an ordinary human to an enhanced individual was indeed remarkable. Where he once needed several strikes to fell a zombie, he now dispatched them with ease. He poked at the zombie's skull with a steel bar, but found no crystal core, kicking the body down the stairs in frustration. A zombie wearing a backpack and another in flip-flops heard the commotion and rushed into the building. Wang Hao raised the steel bar and deftly thrust it into the eye of the fastest zombie, swiftly withdrawing it to strike down the second one as it fell. He dispatched 3 zombies without so much as breaking a sweat. It was unimaginable that just moments ago, he had felt nearly lifeless after taking down 3 undead. In the narrow hallway, he resembled a war god, relentlessly slaying the zombies that charged him like heroes from a tale. In mere minutes, the bodies piled up to half a meter high on the platform below, with no more zombies approaching to meet their demise. Wang Hao crouched down to search the corpses for crystal cores. The drop rate was rather disheartening, averaging 1 core for every 2 zombies. After searching all the bodies, he had collected a total of 10 crystal cores. Had he relied on his luck from his past life, acquiring 10 gray crystal cores would have required him to slay 40 to 50 zombies. Wang Hao did not believe his luck would allow him to land on the desired rewards in just 2 or 3 spins. seizing the opportunity while others drew the zombie's attention. He struck the nearby iron with the steel bar. With the makeshift barrier of corpses shielding him, he found it even easier to take down the undead. An odd scene unfolded, as while others were busy fleeing and crying for help, Wang Hao was immersed in a frenzy of slaughter. He became so engrossed that he even chased zombies outside. The zombies were baffled, wondering why he was not adhering to the script of their performance. When Wang Hao returned to the wheel, he found himself with a bag of gray crystal cores, his clothes drenched in the blood of the fallen. Taking a deep breath, he placed 2 cores into the wheel. At his touch, the 1-star wheel spun rapidly, and after 2 seconds, it landed on the supplies category, common. The area instantly darkened, and a line of small text appeared. Survival pack, contains compressed biscuits X5, pack, drinking water X2 bottle. Wang Hao glanced at the meager supplies that fell from the wheel and scoffed, then inserted 3 more cores as indicated by the prompt. He prepared a backpack filled with food and water, dismissing the meager pack from the wheel. The wheel spun once more, landing this time on the equipment category common, and a pair of canvas shoes tumbled out. Common shoes, waterproof and wear-resistant. The shoes produced by the wheel were certainly of better quality than those available on the market. In his past life, Wang Hao had worn ordinary shoes for nearly 3 months, enduring various frictions and runs, and when it came time to replace them with 1-star shoes, the ordinary pair was still nearly as good as new. Perfect timing, as Wang Hao's shoes were dirty. He changed into the canvas shoes and continued to follow the prompt, inserting 4 cores. 3 seconds later, a pair of khaki casual pants dropped from the wheel. Common pants, waterproof and wear-resistant. Wang Hao changed into the pants, then followed the prompt again, inserting 5 cores. 2 seconds later, the wheel's pointer slowly stopped at the equipment category, 1-star. Finally, he had received a 1-star item. The odds were abysmally low. Wang Hao donned the black vest that had fallen from the wheel, expressing his relief that he had used gray crystal cores rather than 1-star ones, or he would have been utterly disheartened. 1-star monsters only dropped 1-star crystal cores, and the odds of winning against a 1-star monster were as high as 80% for them. Even with the combat skills of a 9-star warrior, Wang Hao felt no confidence in fully escaping from a 1-star monster. It was easy to imagine how disheartening it would be to require 15 1-star crystal cores to obtain just 1 piece of 1-star equipment. He hoped for a 1-star weapon to complete the set. A hand axe would be ideal. Wang Hao inserted 6 cores into the wheel, muttering that a knife would suffice as well. Rewards from the weapon, equipment, and supplies categories were randomly generated. For instance, if Wang Hao desired pants, he might end up with a helmet instead. Having used a hand axe in his past life, he found it light and efficient, and naturally wished to wield something familiar in this new life. However, landing on a desired reward in 1 spin seemed unlikely. He desettled for a dagger or a dao, something to serve as a temporary weapon. Just then, Wang Hao cursed as the wheel's pointer appeared to be stopping at the supplies category, common. To his surprise, it slowly bypassed that area, moving past 1-star enhancement potions and common enhancement potions, finally landing on the weapon category, 1-star. What a thrilling turn of events. Wang Hao's expression shifted in an instant, especially when he saw a silver-bladed black-handled hand axe tumble out of the wheel. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 4. The Former Leader. 1-star guillotine, hand axe capable of cleaving through stone and iron. The sharpness of the axe blade allows it to effortlessly sever the heads of ordinary monsters, perfectly shattering the defenses of 1-star creatures. After consecutively cleaving the heads of 3 beings, one can accumulate a line of axe energy. Note, the axe energy manifests as a straight line up to 15 meters in distance, with its specific power determined by the level of the cleaved creatures. There is no restriction on the duration of the axe energy's use. Simply pressing a point close to the axe blade will release it. Such fortune! Remarkable! Wang Hao spun the wheel 6 times, not only acquiring a 1-star piece of equipment and 2 ordinary items, but also obtaining a weapon that suited him perfectly. One could say his luck was exceedingly favorable. In his previous life, there were individuals who spun the wheel dozens of times in pursuit of their desired weapon, but to no avail. Such instances were numerous. Wang Hao picked up the hand axe and swung it a few times, feeling a familiar and comforting sensation wash over him as if reuniting with a long-lost comrade. He recalled that in his past life, he only managed to wield a 1-star weapon 2 months later, and even then, It was a second-hand item left behind by someone else. Unexpectedly, in this life on the very first day of the calamity, he was equipped with a brand-new one-star weapon. Wang Hao sighed, reflecting that even the emperors and 4 monarchs who stood at the pinnacle of humanity in his previous life likely did not have such an extraordinary start. Wang Hao glanced into his bag. Approximately 11 crystal cores remained. Having acquired all that he desired, he contemplated spinning the one-star wheel one more time, but deemed it not cost-effective. Instead, he decided to take advantage of his current good fortune and spin the ordinary wheel, even if he did not obtain potions. Garnering some supplies would still be beneficial, such as a high-capacity power bank or mobile Wi-Fi, which would prove quite practical. Of course, if luck favored him, acquiring a bottle of Enhancement Potion would be a windfall. It is known that enhancers are based on the fundamental quality of the potion. The better the foundation, the more exceptional one's physical qualities become within the same level, and with subsequent skill and experience, one can even fight beyond their level. The limit for each level is 10 bottles of potions. In his previous life, Wang Hao was unaware of this concept and lacked the ability to accumulate a solid foundation. At that time, he would have been elated to have even a single bottle of potion. Now, with the unique advantages of his second chance at life, he naturally aimed to maximize the foundation at each level. He recalled encountering survivors of the same level who possessed 3 bottles of potion-based foundation under comparable skills and equipment. He was nearly defeated. That was an unbearable experience. He too desired to relish the feeling of dominating opponents of the same level. Wang Hao stepped back, allowing the one-star wheel to revert to the ordinary wheel. He tossed the crystal cores from a distance and utilized steel rods to activate the wheel, thus avoiding direct contact with it and reaping the rewards from both wheels. One could wonder if this could be considered exploiting a glitch. Army Pot, savory and aromatic, with an average flavor. Camping starter pack. Include a single-person tent, mattress, quilt, and Paichi brand floral mosquito repellent. Ordinary panties. Women's brand new. Non-flavored, comfortable, and breathable. Ordinary Enhancement Potion. A transformative elixir, essential for strengthening the body and slaying foes. Wang Hao spun the ordinary wheel 4 times in total. During the first 3 spins, he admitted to feeling a bit anxious. Fortunately, the final spin yielded an Enhancement Potion, concluding this round of spinning on a perfect note. Upon consuming the potion, he distinctly felt a surge of strength. The camping starter pack arrived just in time, sparing him the discomfort of sleeping on the concrete floor that night. Wang Hao discarded the corpses from this layer down the stairs and, drawing upon his experience of setting up tents, swiftly erected his own. Inside the tent, he felt like an outsider. No matter how chaotic it was outside, it bore no relevance to him. Wang Hao retrieved some bread from his backpack and paired it with fermented black bean fish, contemplating his upcoming plans. His primary objective was undoubtedly to eliminate Yi Fan. Yi Fan had betrayed Wang Hao, monopolizing the wheel, and while Wang Hao had no retort for being outmatched, he could not overlook the fact that Yi Fan had brutally slaughtered the Demon King and his brothers. Wang Hao had known the Demon King for a long time. Both being orphans from impoverished backgrounds, they shared a profound bond. They had fought side by side and grown together, with the Demon King having saved Wang Hao's life on 2 occasions. It could be said that without the Demon King, Wang Hao would have perished long ago. Now, as he recalled Yi Fan dissecting the Demon King, listening to the latter's agonizing cries while wearing an expression of triumph and arrogance, rage surged within him. He loathed his own impotence, his incompetence, and the helplessness that tormented him mentally was 100-fold more painful than physical suffering. However, Yi Fan hailed from a well-off family, being the heir of the wealthiest individual in City C and one of the top 100 billionaires in the world, with his family even maintaining a private militia. The primary reason for his rapid rise in his previous life was largely due to his family background. Even if Wang Hao were to confront him now, Yi Fan had already established himself firmly, and the gap between them would not be negligible. Therefore, he must expand his advantages and distance himself from Yi Fan, ensuring at least a solid 2-star foundation before seeking revenge. After all, the wheel could yield firearms, and Yi Fan's subordinates would each wield a firearm, leaving Wang Hao with insufficient strength to confront them. Would he simply be courting death? Wang Hao knew the locations of many high-level wheels, but without the corresponding levels of crystal cores, he would merely be a bystander. Suddenly, he recalled a rumor from his previous life. Pondering that someone claiming to be a friend of the lucky empress among the four monarchs had once drunkenly revealed that the reason the empress consistently obtained good items from the wheel was due to a lucky ring she possessed. She mentioned where the ring was located. Wang Hao racked his brain, reflecting for nearly 10 minutes before finally recalling that the individual had mentioned the lucky empress obtained the ring from a high-end community called Shinkong Meiyuan in City Z. Based on his own experience, Wang Hao speculated that the empress must have encountered a very rare and randomly awarded item from the wheel, fortuitously acquiring the lucky ring. Given the rarity of such a ring, it would be nearly impossible to obtain through normal means in the early to mid-game. Additionally, the empress had already gained fame when humanity averaged 3 stars. If Wang Hao could acquire the lucky ring, combined with a double drop rate for crystal cores, every wheel he encountered would yield rewards of 1 level higher. This was truly fortuitous. He opened his phone map and discovered that Shinkong Meiyuan was en route to City C, where Yi Fan resided. By the time he finished at Shinkong Meiyuan, he would likely have achieved the anticipated strength, and then proceed to City C to eliminate Yi Fan. As Wang Hao was deep in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps and heavy breathing coming from downstairs, followed by 3 men scrambling up the stairs in a disheveled manner. It was him. Wang Hao squinted. Of the 3 men, 2 were familiar to him. The young man in a floral shirt and beach shorts, adorned with silver hoop earrings, was a Wang. The first leader he had followed who established his own power through the wheel, a ruffian who monopolized the resources in this area. The fierce-looking man beside him was his cousin, known as the Zhuang. Wang Hao held a negative impression of both, as a Wang was fond of making grand promises while only offering minimal rewards in return. And Zhuang enjoyed flaunting his authority by sending others ahead while he remained safely in the center. Chapter 5. Human Greed. Wang Hao distinctly remembered finding an ordinary wheel and desperately slaying over 20 zombies, expecting a Wang to at least reward him with a piece of equipment. Instead, a Wang merely handed him a bag of biscuits and dismissively praised him with a well done, sending Wang Hao on his way. Wang Hao contemplated inwardly, realizing why a Wang could establish himself so swiftly. It was evident that he had encountered the roulette on the very first day of the catastrophe. Go! De Zhuang anxiously scanned the surroundings below, whispering that the zombies had not pursued them. Damn it, I just finished watching The Walking Dead yesterday, and today the zombie apocalypse has erupted. A Wang lifted his shirt, revealing his abdomen as he gasped for breath, still shaken, exclaiming that those zombies could run faster than Su Shan, nearly making him lose his composure. Suddenly, a Wang spotted Wang Hao, stunned. A tent? What chaos lies outside? With zombies chasing people in the streets, and he remains so calm, sitting there eating? He must be a lunatic. A Wang had no time to engage with Wang Hao, turning to Huang Mao and instructing him to keep watch. Huang Mao, recalling the gruesome images of zombies biting, was in a state of panic. A Wang kicked Huang Mao away, stating that with a pile of corpses below, what was there to fear if the zombies couldn't climb up? Huang Mao reluctantly moved aside. A Wang called over to Zhuang, pointing at the roulette, and asked him to investigate its contents. De Zhuang approached the roulette, scrutinizing it before returning to report that it seemed to offer a lottery, featuring various enhancement potions, weapons, and equipment, with a gray square in the center marked X5. Could it yield something formidable? A Wang pondered, questioning the significance of square, but decided to set it aside for now, urging De Zhuang to call the emergency lines to seek rescue. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had finished his meal and lay comfortably on the mattress inside the tent, casually crossing his legs. He held no animosity towards a Wang, and as long as a Wang did not provoke him, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. A Wang's journey to solidify his footing was already challenging, having indirectly usurped a Wang's opportunity. Each spin of the roulette required 5 gray crystals, a dire situation for a novice in this apocalyptic world. The following day, Wang Hao awoke refreshed, stretching as he emerged from the tent, only to find a Wang and his companions looking weary, their eyes bloodshot from a night of fear and sleeplessness. Upon seeing Wang Hao, they thought that if he were not insane, what could he possibly be? The frenzied, bloodthirsty zombies could strike at any moment. And who but a heartless lunatic would dare to sleep at such a time? Wang Hao approached the edge of the building, surveying the surroundings. After a night of turmoil, the zombies on the street were less frenzied than the previous day, yet their numbers had multiplied significantly. To venture outside now could attract dozens of zombies, if even one were encountered. Given his current strength, there was no need to adhere to the original plan of waiting a week. He could venture out tomorrow to locate the next roulette. Wang Hao, having accompanied Wang, was aware of several roulette locations in the vicinity, intending to capitalize on them all. Gulping at the sight of intestines and meat on the ground below, Wang Hao felt hunger pangs and turned to sit back in the tent, retrieving 2 bags of sandwiches from his backpack, complementing them with endless chicken legs. How splendidly extravagant. Huang Mao was no longer as fearful and anxious as the day before, witnessing Wang Hao devour a sandwich and chicken leg. His own stomach protested after nearly a day without food. He approached Wang, saying that they were unable to get through on the hotline and questioned whether they could just wait idly. Wang scrutinized Wang Hao, contemplating whether to approach him for food, reminding Huang Mao not to provoke him. Huang Mao, although afraid of zombies, was not intimidated by the younger Wang Hao. Previously, when Huang Mao needed money, he would extort from students like Wang Hao. He sauntered over to Wang Hao and said, "Little brother, we are hungry, and you have plenty to spare. How about lending us some? I'll pay you back double later." Without lifting his gaze, Wang Hao replied, "Get lost." Huang Mao seethed, wishing to kick Wang Hao in the face as he would with any insolent student, but remembering Wang's instructions, he suppressed his fury and returned to Wang, whispering that Wang Hao is ungrateful. "I browsed some forums yesterday, and the world is in chaos. Few can connect to rescue services, and even if they do, they claim they have no solutions. They're waiting for higher orders. If we wish to survive, we must rely on ourselves." Wang nodded in agreement, stating that their immediate concern was food. Since Wang Hao was uncooperative, they could not hold back their ruthlessness. "When night falls and he is asleep, we will sneak over. De Zhuang will restrain him while Huang Mao kills him without giving him a chance to cry out. Otherwise, we will all perish." Truly, Wang was a future leader, displaying his cold resolve. The thought of taking a life so soon after the disaster had only just begun to unfold was shocking. Huang Mao looked conflicted, yet Wang coldly reassured him that if he hesitated, he would gain nothing in the aftermath. Huang Mao quickly agreed, insisting he would do it swiftly. Wang handed him a folding knife, and Huang Mao tucked it away, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Wang Hao was the one who brought this upon himself. He had only himself to blame. Wang was primarily concerned with the roulette, sensing it could alter the trajectory of his life. Once they resolved the food issue, they would delve into the intricacies of the roulette. However, the trio failed to realize that their hushed conversation was entirely overheard by Wang Hao. As a strengthened individual, his sensory perception was several times sharper than that of an ordinary person. Their plan was commendable, yet they had provoked the wrong individual. Wang Hao had no intention of striking first. Rather, he found a certain pleasure in allowing Wang and his companions to endure the anxiety of waiting before their inevitable demise. The prey was before him, and the anticipation of the hunt was undeniably torturous. As night descended, Wang Hao reflected on his past experiences, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. He feigned sleep, and the moment to act was upon them. Huang Mao unsheathed the folding knife, coldly stating that he was nearly driven mad with hunger. "Patience," Wang cautioned. "We will move once he is deep in slumber. While the 3 of us should have no trouble subduing this young man, I prefer to avoid any complications." Chapter 6. The Might of the Hatchet. Huang Mao nodded, thinking it would be best to let the little brat survive a few more hours. Da Shuang, eager for action, grinned menacingly at Wang Hao, thinking that with his slight frame, a single punch would easily knock him out. Half an hour later, at Wang's signal, De Zhuang crept toward the tent, with Huang Mao trailing closely behind. Already envisioning the moment he would plunge the knife into Wang Hao's heart once De Zhuang had him restrained. Da Shuang aimed for Wang Hao, suddenly lunging at him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. But at that moment, he was startled to see Wang Hao's eyes snap open, revealing he was far from asleep. The smirk on Wang Hao's face sent chills down to Zhuang's spine. "This is bad. It's a trap." As the thought sparked in Da Zhuang's mind, Wang Hao suddenly swung his axe, slicing horizontally across the heads of Da Zhuang and Huang Mao, instantly leaving deep gashes on their faces. Wang Hao passed by the two, casting a glance at Wang. His deep-set eyes shone like stars. The axe moved with astonishing speed. Mere seconds later, blood erupted from their heads, leaving them no chance to scream, their faces still wearing expressions of confidence in subduing Wang Hao. Wang's expression froze. What had just transpired? How could Da Zhuang and Huang Mao have lost half their heads? Wang's gaze fell upon the hand axe in Wang Hao's grasp, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Could this be a deception? Wang had previously dispatched others with brutal efficiency, but a single blow with an iron rod merely rendered them unconscious, leaving their skulls unscathed. Even with a knife, it was impossible to cleave through so effortlessly. Yet, Wang Hao had sliced through them as if they were mere tofu. This felt right. Wang Hao smiled, noting how effortlessly he wielded the hand axe. A demon. He was a veritable demon. Wang was petrified, trembling as he felt warmth trickling down his legs. He had assumed Wang Hao was a mere novice, easily bullied and manipulated. He never expected him to be a remorseless killer. Wang Hao advanced, axe raised in a wang. A small leader who once dominated this territory with dozens of subordinates fell before him. Primarily, he had once been a mere lackey in Wang's eyes. Wang Hao returned to the tent, where 3 corpses still bled out, yet he lay down to sleep as if he were an outsider. Such peaceful slumber would be rare in the days to come. One day of sleep was a gift. Once the monster's levels rose, no place would be safe, and it would be a luxury to sleep at all. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Wang Hao slung his supplies over his back and descended, navigating through the pile of corpses. Today, the number of zombies on the streets had decreased by almost half compared to yesterday, totaling around 20 or 30. On the 3rd floor of Anggongyu, there was a roulette. The specific room escaped his memory. Wang Hao moved silently along the wall, following his phone's navigation to the destination. Most monsters were incredibly sensitive to sound. If one did not learn to be silent while moving, even 10 lives would not suffice. Thus, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, everyone had become akin to assassins, moving with utmost stealth, more intangible than ghosts. There were even exceptional individuals who could hear the sounds produced by the beating of organs. As Wang Hao approached an intersection, he paused to observe a zombie, clutching a computer bag, growling as it emerged from the corridor. He raised his axe and cleaved through the creature's skull. In that instant, he caught sight of a gray crystal wrapped in nerve fibers. With a swift motion of his hand axe, he deftly extracted the crystal from the zombie's head, sending it soaring through the air before it landed in his grasp. Having a suitable weapon made all the difference. With the same physical prowess, he had taken 1 second to kill a zombie with rebar yesterday. Today, with the hand axe, he dispatched the creature and collected the crystal in a mere half-second. Wang Hao removed the zombie's backpack, emptied its contents, and opened it wide to store the crystals. He continued forward, targeting solitary zombies. Upon reaching his destination on the ground floor, he had amassed a total of 24 gray crystals. Entering Anggongyu, he suddenly heard a chorus of low growls emanating from the fire escape, prompting him to push open the door. There, the hallway, wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side, was jammed with zombies, primarily stuck at the landing between the 1st and 2nd floors. The substantial amount of blood had stained the light gray tiles and pristine white walls a deep black. The stench of blood was overwhelming. A typical person would have fled in terror at such a scene, but Wang Hao smiled as if he had stumbled upon treasure. A horde of zombies, just as he liked. Having already felled a Wang and his companions, Wang Hao had accumulated a surge of axe energy, perfectly suited for the narrow confines of the hallway. How to use it? It was all area of effect damage. He casually shut the door and pressed down on a protrusion on the axe blade. It instantly gleamed with a cold light, appearing exceedingly sharp. As he swung down, an invisible wave of axe energy sliced through the air in a straight line, cleaving every zombie it encountered, whether body or head, in 2. Blood sprayed onto the surrounding zombies. One could not deny that such power, appearing in the early days of the catastrophe, was nothing short of outrageous. With this strike, Wang Hao killed at least 8 or 9 zombies, creating gaps in the horde that allowed a few severely injured zombies to escape, their mouths gaping with blood as they lunged at him. He met them head-on, wielding the axe with the ease of slicing through vegetables, dispatching one zombie after another with minimal effort. The motions were almost as effortless as a simple wave of his hand. Such efficiency conserved his energy, allowing him to slay hundreds of zombies without fatigue. This was precisely why he cherished the hand axe. It was clean, efficient, and yielded maximum results with minimal cost. 3 minutes later, the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. once teeming with zombies, was now a pile of corpses, and Wang Hao's bag contained an additional 16 gray crystals. He stepped over the bodies to ascend the stairs, moving seamlessly from the first to the third floor. Wang Hao prioritized rooms with open doors, and luck was on his side as he found the roulette in room 409 at the end of the corridor, just as he remembered. This was an ordinary roulette, and his objective was clear: to acquire ordinary enhancement potions to max out his basics, followed by 1-star enhancement potions. The last time, he had used 10 gray crystals to obtain 1 bottle of potion. Now, with 47 gray crystals in hand, securing 3 bottles of potions was not unreasonable. Wang Hao touched the roulette, and the layout and rewards shifted immediately. Following the prompts, he inserted the crystals. 30,000 milliamp hours power bank, ordinary enhancement potion, ordinary shoes, raincoat, 1-star enhancement potion, 1-star black rhino pants, men's high defense, excellent toughness, resistant to grabs, waterproof, and bulletproof. Essential gear for outdoor adventures. Ordinary enhancement potion, super antibiotics, medicine. Oh my, today luck is on my side. Most of the rewards I spun are useful to me. Chapter 7. Kneel before him. Wang Hao donned the 1-star black rhino pants, paired with a 1-star shirt. As long as he protected his head, it mattered not how close the zombies approached. He still had 11 gray crystals remaining. Continuing to gamble on the 1-star roulette seemed futile. After all, the area for 1-star rewards was larger, making it unlikely to land on what he desired. It would be more prudent to spin the ordinary roulette, even if it was a lost cause. At the very least, he could spin 4 times. Wang Hao stepped back, allowing the 1-star roulette to revert to the ordinary roulette. He then placed the crystals into the machine. Ordinary triangle underwear, 10M phone charging cable, portable electric fan, ordinary enhancement potion. 47 gray crystals yielded 3 bottles of ordinary potions, 1 1-star enhancement potion, 1 1-star piece of equipment, and several smaller rewards. This was indeed a profitable venture. Wang Hao's fundamental luck is not considered poor. If he were to truly acquire the lucky ring, the frequency of his lavish feasts would be astonishing. The sensation of becoming stronger is undeniably exhilarating. Wang Hao consumed 3 ordinary enhancement potions in succession, exhaling with satisfaction as he felt a surge of energy coursing through his entire being. He attempted to throw a few punches, each strike cleaving through the air with remarkable swiftness, akin to a fierce gale. It is no wonder that, in the past, he was easily overpowered by survivors of the same level who had only 3 basic potions. Now, with 5 potions, he is exceedingly close to the level of a 1-star survivor, exhibiting improvements in every aspect compared to when he possessed just 1 basic potion. His next destination was noted in his phone's memo: Yunfan Tennis Club. Although he could engage in a roulette to acquire more potions, the efficiency of seeking a new roulette far surpasses that of grinding, especially given the low drop rate of crystal cores. The old roulette requires 8 crystal cores for a single spin. Even with good fortune, he would need to slay a dozen zombies. Yet the same number of crystal cores would allow him to spin the new roulette 3.5 times. As he stepped outside, he surveyed the area below. There were not many zombies nearby, allowing him to act more freely. Wang Hao tossed an empty can from his room, the clattering sound echoing hauntingly in the quiet corridor. In an instant, dozens of zombie howls resonated from above and below, their frantic footsteps causing the window frames to vibrate. Subsequently, the grotesque figures of the zombies surged into the corridor, lunging towards the rolling can with reckless abandon. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed as he advanced with his axe, methodically decapitating each zombie. The gray crystals erupted alongside the gushing dark blood, tracing parabolic arcs in the air before landing in his open backpack. Zombies are indeed formidable. They are fearless and possess passive abilities that can infect and harm humans. The mere presence of such abilities instills fear, causing most humans to hesitate and only manage to exert 70% of their full potential in confrontation. However, they now appear weak solely because Wang Hao has grown exceedingly powerful. He can send a zombie flying several meters with a single kick, his focus solely on their heads. Often, the zombies hardly have the chance to strike before their heads are already half severed. On the 4th floor of the building across the apartment, a chubby boy witnessed Wang Hao's massacre and urgently waved his hands, stammering, "Sister, sister, come quickly, you must see this." "No way," replied the long-faced girl slumped on the sofa, her voice weary. "I haven't eaten in nearly 2 days. If I watch those bloody and disgusting scenes, I might vomit bile." "But someone is killing zombies," the boy insisted anxiously. "Don't be ridiculous," the girl dismissed, waving her hand. "I've seen how powerful zombies can be. Even their sharp teeth are enough to scare someone to death. If anyone dares to venture outside now, I would consider them remarkable, fearless, and full of courage, let alone killing zombies. If such a person exists, I would kneel before them." The remaining survivors are engulfed in fear, paralyzed by the dominance of the zombies, and would readily seek refuge if there were a crevice nearby. They dare not even glance outside, fearing that a zombie might suddenly leap into their homes. Someone is killing zombies? Only a fool would believe that. The chubby boy, eager to share his astonishment, pulled the girl toward the balcony. She lethargically followed his gaze. Her eyes widened in shock upon witnessing Wang Hao dispatching zombies with unrelenting efficiency. The exceptionally sharp axe easily severed heads, and the thick, dark blood splattered on him without causing him to flinch. The long-faced girl fell to her knees in disbelief. There really is someone killing zombies, and in such a frenzied manner, she exclaimed. How can this possibly be human? Not just the two siblings, but others who witnessed Wang Hao's carnage were equally astounded. Unable to comprehend such extraordinary bravery, his axe sliced through the zombies' heads as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Could it be that the zombies are simply deficient in calcium? He does not appear to be human. Let me take another look. Ugh, he is so impressive, it's disgusting. We are all hiding. Yet he is out there slaughtering them. I am convinced. Ugh, I feel like I could do it too. On the 5th floor of the building, diagonally across, a robust, bespectacled man stood behind his door with a stick topped by a small knife, taking deep breaths. He observed Wang Hao's slaughter of zombies, his confidence soaring. If Wang Hao could do it, so could he. After all, years of fitness training were not in vain. When he goes out, he must remain calm. Stabbing at their eyes should suffice to defeat them. With this mental preparation, the bespectacled man cautiously opened the door, but before he could peek out, a zombie crashed through, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Its fierce growl seemed to convey, "You think deep breaths at the door will save you?" Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, he was being watched. At that moment, he charged from the corridor to the staircase, encountering a throng of zombies surging upwards. He pressed down on the protruding point of his axe, unleashing a cold and fierce arc of axe energy. The zombies in the direct line were all cleaved in half, their blood pooling on the ground. Wang Hao treaded upon the blood and remnants as he descended the stairs, quickly veering into the passageway between the buildings upon exiting the apartment. In this apocalyptic world, one cannot linger in battle. The zombies' roars would attract more of their kind, and if he delayed too long, he would soon find himself surrounded. "Hey, young man!" As Wang Hao passed a 3-story building, a plump woman on the 2nd-floor balcony, her face sagging, exclaimed brightly, "You're quite brave to be out here in such danger. Come rescue me. We can leave together." Wang Hao did not even glance her way and continued on his path. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you," the woman shouted, hands on her hips, displeased. "If you really can help me, just toss me some food. I'm over 60 and can hardly withstand hunger." She laughed as she began her demands, not once employing words of courtesy or request, as if Wang Hao's obligation to aid her were an undeniable truth. The key point was food. She opened with a demand for all the food he possessed. Why is her face so large? You lack basic manners. The woman scolded when Wang Hao did not respond promptly. Don't your parents care for you? Or are you one of those children raised without a mother? Forget it. Let us just get on with it. Wang Hao's gaze turned icy as he turned to break the lock on the iron gate of the small building, then swung his axe to shatter the door lock. What are you doing? Hey, who let you in here? Do you want me to call the authorities? The woman shrieked as she witnessed a horde of zombies pouring into the passage, rushing into her yard, causing her to scream, "Ah!" Close the door. Respecting elders and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue. However, some elderly individuals become spoiled, perceiving others' kindness as their due, and the moment they feel slighted, they immediately turn hostile. At that moment, the zombies that had invaded the small building split into 2 groups. One pursued Wang Hao as he dashed to the rooftop, while the other surged into the 2nd floor. The woman, unable to outrun them, was quickly overwhelmed by several zombies, her piercing screams momentarily drowning out the growls of the undead. Blood gushed forth as Wang Hao reached the edge of the rooftop and leaped down. This small building was several meters tall, Ordinary individuals would surely meet a tragic fate if they were to leap directly downwards. They would either perish or become severely disabled. Should anyone witness Wang Hao's audacious act, they might mistakenly believe he was merely panicking and acting without thought. However, one must not forget that Wang Hao is a reinforcer. Upon landing, he paused for but a moment before deftly scaling the wall and continuing his escape, his feet hardly feeling the impact. The relentless zombies pursuing him from the rooftop plunged down, crashing onto the concrete below with a cacophony of sounds. The unfortunate first jumper meeting a disastrous end, as those following crushed them into a grotesque pulp. Wang Hao utilized the leap to evade the horde, traversing along the wall and arriving at the Yunfan Tennis Club, situated approximately 400 to 500 meters away by 5:30 in the afternoon. As he approached, he discovered the entrance was locked. Nearby sat a portly man who, upon noticing Wang Hao, quickly grabbed a tennis racket and stood up, nervously scrutinizing him. Was he human or monster? Although he bore the marks of blood and exuded an intimidating aura, he was peculiarly silent, unlike the zombies that shrieked and flailed about. The portly man trembled, casting furtive glances towards the inside of the club, seemingly wishing to call for help, yet fearful of alarming Wang Hao. He lamented his misfortune, having encountered such a formidable character on his very first day of duty, and pondered what he ought to do next. "Open the door," Wang Hao commanded, inadvertently providing the portly man with a sense of relief. The ability to speak indicated humanity, and humans were far more amicable than monsters. "I'm not sure if I can let you in. It's up to Director Li," the portly man replied in a hushed tone, "but I can go ask him." Wang Hao initially intended to avoid damaging the lock, fearing that the commotion might attract zombies, yet he did not wish to complicate matters. He raised his hand axe, and an unspoken dread radiated from him, chilling the portly man to the bone. I want to open the door. I'll die. I'll do it. I'll do it." The portly man, his face paling, hurriedly turned the lock and pulled the door open, glancing apprehensively at Wang Hao's axe as he stammered, "Please, don't kill me." Wang Hao strode past the portly man into the club, where he beheld a spacious arena housing 14 individuals along with a standard roulette situated against the wall. The venue was remarkably clean, devoid of blood or corpses, indicating that these individuals were fortunate enough to have escaped the calamity that befell many on that fateful day. His gaze swept across the group of 14, pausing when it landed on a strikingly beautiful girl with long black hair. She possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin smooth and pale, resembling a delicate flower encased in frost. If one were to assign a score, she would undoubtedly earn a remarkable 97 out of 100. In his years of survival through the apocalypse, Wang Hao had encountered countless women, and those who received a score above 8 in his eyes were considered goddesses. Those scoring 9 or more could be deemed as embodiments of exquisite beauty. Thus, the 97-point Zhang Mengyao was truly a sight to behold. However, Wang Hao was not one to be easily captivated by mere appearances. After a few glances, he redirected his attention toward the roulette. At that moment, someone took note of his presence and exclaimed in surprise, "Him? How'd he get in here?" Others turned to Wang Hao, startled by his cold and bloody demeanor, with some timid souls even retreating in fear. Is he human or a ghost? How terrifying! Fatty, a tall and handsome youth standing beside Zhang Mengyao, glared at the portly man by the door, reprimanding him for allowing strangers to enter. The portly man, avoiding eye contact, remained silent, thinking to himself that Li Zhenxin could afford to speak boldly. He felt uneasy facing Wang Hao directly. The moment Wang Hao had raised his axe, he had felt as though he were confronting a titan, a sensation that was utterly daunting. "Wow, isn't that Wang Hao?" a petite and demure girl exclaimed in astonishment. "He looks completely different. I barely recognized him at first." "Do you know him?" inquired the serious-faced Director Li. "Yes, in my class," the petite girl responded, glancing at the elegant and fair-skinned Xiang Ru beside her. "Didn't you recognize him, Xiang Ru?" Xiang Ru, chewing gum and intrigued by Wang Hao's transformation, asked, "Is he truly from our class?" Indeed, they attended the same university and had gathered at the tennis club on the day the disaster struck, preparing for training. Trapped within the confines of the club, they had survived thus far by rationing the limited food they had brought with them. Like Zhang Mengyao, Xiang Ru hailed from a well-off family and bore a score of 91 in attractiveness. Often pursued by suitors, she had relatively high standards. and she could hardly recall more than a handful of individuals from her school, even among her classmates. At this moment, she found it perplexing. Logically, someone as striking and fashionable as Wang Hao should have left a lasting impression. Yet she felt as if she were looking at a stranger. Yes, the petite girl nodded. He is an orphan, working hard to support his studies. Playing the fool to catch the wise. Xiang Ru smirked. She did not believe that such a dramatic transformation could occur in just a few days. Hence, Wang Hao's previous ordinariness must have been a facade. Curiosity piqued. She began to wonder if he might be a killer, perhaps taking on odd jobs during vacations as a mercenary. The others, upon learning that Wang Hao was their fellow student, were astonished, for despite his youthful features, he exuded an air of cold composure that was far from typical of a student. What a stark contrast! He appeared reliable, and in comparison, they felt quite inadequate. The girls reminisced about the day of the disaster, recalling how the boys had been pale and trembling, nearly crying out for their mothers, reluctant to take turns standing guard at the door. In stark contrast, Wang Hao moved freely outside, and the blood on him suggested he was not afraid to confront zombies. It could only be said that without comparison, there could be no injury. Chapter 9. Battle Power 7. Turns out he is a student from our school, Director Li mused, observing the backpack slung over Wang Hao's shoulder, surmising it likely contained food. He seems to be quite resourceful. Perhaps he can assist us. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was transforming the roulette into a one-star roulette, beginning to insert crystal cores. Ordinary Reinforcement Potion. Ordinary Reinforcement Potion. Goodness! Does this roulette have such a high payout rate? After 2 spins, he received 2 potions. Vitality Biscuit. 1 star restores peak stamina upon consumption, effective for those below 2 stars. Powerful Spinach Dried. 1 star enhances strength by 50 for 15 minutes. Ordinary Vest. 1 star Reinforcement Potion. Ordinary Reinforcement Potion. Ordinary Footwear. Ordinary Stockings Black. Wang Hao spun the wheel a total of 9 times, expending 45 gray crystals and retaining 16. His luck was exceptional this time, as he acquired 3 bottles of ordinary potions, 1 one-star potion, and biscuits that were immensely practical in combat. Gazing at the gray crystals in his hand, he opted to spin once more. Ordinary Dagger. Well then, I had hoped to acquire another vial of potion. Wang Hao stepped back, allowing the one-star roulette to revert to his standard wheel. He cast the crystal core into the air. A camping gift pack, a standard enhancement potion, and an ordinary green hat appeared. To live well, one must sport a touch of green upon their head. It was quite satisfying. After merely 3 spins, he had obtained a common potion, as well as a camping gift pack, which resolved his accommodation for the night. However, that green hat was somewhat glaring. His inventory was overflowing. The ordinary backpack could hardly accommodate his needs. How he wished for a 1-star backpack. Wang Hao opened his bag to organize his rewards. Director Li and the others observed his every move, gradually coming to a realization. So, this is how the wheel functions. They had studied the wheel, but only understood that it could yield rewards. They were oblivious to how to activate it or where to obtain the crystal cores. Let us approach. Director Li led his group toward Wang Hao. However, Zhang Mingyao did not follow. Instead, she walked toward the plastic chairs outside. As soon as she sat down, she noticed Li Zhenxin taking a seat beside her. Mingyao, what troubles you? He inquired. Nothing, Zhang Mingyao replied coolly, sensing he was not someone easy to converse with. She had never sought help from anyone throughout her life. There was no need to engage. Li Zhenxin chocolat soufflé. It's likely that within a few days, we will receive a response from your family and mine regarding whether they can rescue us. Although it is highly probable. If they cannot, I shall venture outside to hunt zombies and procure food. With me around, it is impossible for you to suffer any grievance. Li Zhenxin was quite taken with Zhang Mengyao's aloof demeanor, feeling that no woman he had encountered before could compare to even a fraction of her allure. In truth, what man would not wish to conquer her? She hailed from a prestigious family, possessing both high intelligence and beauty, with an exceptional figure. On her second day of school, she was already lauded as the campus belle, while ordinary individuals only dared to fantasize about her at night. Those pursuing her were invariably affluent heirs or science. Even Li Zhenxin, the top young master of H City, appeared almost obsequious in her presence. Zhang Mingyao regarded Li Zhenxin with indifference. Their only connection stemmed from their families being long-standing acquaintances. Yet, in this perilous environment, Hearing Li Zhenxin's forthright words stirred a flicker of warmth within her. Meanwhile, Director Li approached Wang Hao and exchanged a knowing glance with the petite girl, who initially did not grasp the meaning until prompted by others. Wang Hao, the petite girl began, did you not see me with Xiangru? And you are? Wang Hao turned to face her, struggling to recall her identity. Though the name Xiangru triggered a memory, the Mad King, ranked 7th on the power leaderboard, was a terrifying figure that sent countless survivors into a panic. Later, some delved into her background and uncovered her true name, Xiangru. However, details were scarce, for the Mad King had ruthlessly eliminated anyone attempting to unearth her information. We are classmates. The petite girl pointed to Xiangru, awkwardly adding, you may not remember me, but you surely recall Xiangru. She's our class beauty. Wang Hao assessed Xiangru. The Mad King had been disfigured by someone, making it difficult to judge whether Xiangru resembled her notorious counterpart. Yet, she appeared to be a vibrant young girl, lacking the frenzied ferocity characteristic of the Mad King. Could it be merely a coincidence of names? Oh, Wang Hao responded indifferently. And then what? His memories of school were hazy, likely due to the majority of his time being devoted to part-time work. Following that, he had endured countless experiences, which rendered him unable to recognize his classmates. This was entirely understandable. The petite girl glanced at Director Li, feeling awkward about how to respond to Wang Hao's statement. Although they were classmates, they had never interacted, and now, at this moment, she was at a loss as to how to establish a connection. Afem, director li interjecta. Wang Hao, I am the principal. During these extraordinary times, we must unite. You possess an abundance of food. Might you share some with us? As he spoke, Director Li glanced at the others and remarked, we have been hungry for nearly a day, and you can see their spirits are waning. Chen has even fainted from hunger twice. Turn right out the door, walk a few dozen meters, and there is a shop, Wang Hao replied coolly. If we can get out, do we need to come to you for help? Director Li chuckled. The outside is rife with monsters. We lack your capabilities and wouldn't dare venture out. Please do not harbor too many thoughts of hardship regarding your efforts in procuring food. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If you help me, I shall help you in return. That is how the older generation has always done things. One audacious proposition. Wang Hao would speak a few more words, but only out of a faint sense of camaraderie. However, the notion of Director Li attempting to exploit him was entirely unacceptable. I have said all that needs to be said. Wang Hao's tone grew colder. Do not trouble me, or you shall bear the consequences. Director Li regarded Wang Hao with an inexplicable sense of trepidation, unable to comprehend how a student could possess such a chilling gaze. Even the murderers featured in legal news were not as intimidating. We have come to seek your assistance. Is your heart made of iron? How can you refuse so brazenly? A boy with dandruff covering his scalp complained. Do not be selfish. What if you were the last person left in this world? You would be left to fend for yourself. Wang Hao approached the boy, an overwhelming aura compelling those in his path to instinctively part ways. The boy felt a surge of anxiety, but, with a dozen eyes upon him, he could not show weakness and mustered his courage to confront Wang Hao. What? Do you intend to kill me? Kill you? Wang Hao raised his profound gaze and asked, what is it? The boy suddenly felt as though he were being targeted by a predator, his nerves causing perspiration to bead on his forehead. He swallowed nervously and stammered. Killing leads to imprisonment. I advise you to reconsider. It's not a significant matter. Rectification is all that is needed. Oh, Wang Hao swiftly delivered a slap to the boy's face, not exerting his full strength. The boy's neck contorted grotesquely, his body remaining motionless while his head pivoted in a horrifying manner, his eyes rolling upward. Director Li and the others were stunned. But Xiangru's eyes sparkled with excitement. This man is incredibly handsome. The boy's companions gasped in shock and fell to the ground, while the others, startled, recoiled in fear. Whoever screams shall meet their end. Wang Hao spoke coldly, the final syllable of his warning barely fading before the screams were abruptly silenced by terror. The onlookers regarded Wang Hao with trepidation, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Who said he is a student? Which student can kill without blinking? Is he a student from the assassination classroom? Wang Hao noted that Xiangru appeared unafraid, her expression instead filled with enthusiasm. You are not afraid I might enter a blood frenzy? He inquired, astonished. Why should I be afraid? Xiangru replied with a smile. A single slap that twists a person's head by 180 degrees? How cool is that? Wang Hao furrowed his brow. Xiang Ru's words echoed the Mad King's sentiments. At this stage, even with a high psychological resilience, no one could witness a still warm corpse and excitedly declare that Wang Hao's actions were super cool. This was utterly illogical. It is more akin to madness. However, encountering Xiang Ru, known as the Mad King, fills Wang Hao with a sense of reverence and distance. The title of Mad King is born from a series of his frenzied actions, and upon meeting her, he fears she might strike at first glance. Indeed, what are you looking at? What do you want? And then the two would engage in combat. The crux of the matter lies in the Mad King's extraordinary combat prowess. Wang Hao, as a 9-star warrior, ranks only 24th on the power leaderboard, which speaks volumes. They have crossed paths before, during which Wang Hao was overwhelmed with panic at the sight of the Mad King, his mind racing with thoughts of escape, only to be met with her disdainful remark, "You are too weak," which struck a blow to his spirit. It is safe to say that the Mad King is a figure whom Wang Hao must look up to. Ignoring Xiang Ru, he proceeded to set up his tent in a nearby open space, leaving her feeling cold and awkward in place. This man is truly ruthless. Xiang Ru's interest in Wang Hao deepened, as she pondered that following him would surely lead to thrilling adventures. The men I encounter, regardless of age, eagerly reveal their sordid thoughts to me. Even those who are inclined to be less conventional cast lingering glances my way, yet he treated me as if I were invisible, completely bypassing my presence. Not only me, but even Zhang Mingyao, who is more attractive than I, received no more than a fleeting glance from him. Xiang Ru has always had a penchant for adventure and challenges, which compelled her to learn various skills such as combat, rock climbing, skydiving, diving, and parkour. Wang Hao's uniqueness and merciless nature, reminiscent of the alluring bad boy archetype, deeply captivated Xiang Ru. A wild idea began to brew within her mind. Having set up the tent, Wang Hao ventured out to fetch 2 barrels of water, using the tent as a screen to wash away the remnants of blood and grime from his body. The cleaning capability of a 1-star equipment is still commendable. Filth does not adhere to the gear. A simple rinse restores it to its pristine condition, and a quick shake eliminates the need for drying. He settled into the tent, took a few sips of the 4 bottles of ordinary strengthening potions he had just acquired, and felt a surge of power coursing through him. While his muscles did not significantly change in size, they felt noticeably more solid and resilient, and both his mind and senses were enhanced. Many previously vague memories became clearer. He glanced at the group several dozen meters away, able to discern the distinct hair on one male's hand, and could hear their hushed whispers, so faint that one would struggle to catch them unless they were within half a meter's proximity. Had they been possessed? How could a mere human possess such strength to turn someone's head with a single punch? Is he going to kill us? The heart of the portly guard at the entrance raced with anxiety as he reflected. I knew he was extraordinary. That single glance from him emanated an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Only those who have experienced it can understand. And yet, he questions why I allowed him entry. As if I had a choice. How fortunate I am to have acted wisely. Otherwise, my fate would have been sealed. Wang Hao had consumed a total of 9 bottles of ordinary strengthening potions, and by the following day, if he could gather some crystal cores and spin out another ordinary potion from the roulette, he would reach the full foundation of an ordinary enhancer. The concept of a full foundation was introduced by one of the emperors among the 1 emperor and 4 kings. At that time, he had already achieved 7 stars. Based on the average power level of individuals at that time, it was implied that only those starting from 3 stars could possibly have a full foundation. Yet, Wang Hao, still an ordinary warrior, was on the brink of achieving a full foundation before even reaching 1 star, allowing him to match any unclassed 1 star in a test of strength. This is quite terrifying. It is important to note that the barriers between levels are stark and significant, with few capable of battling above their rank based solely on personal merit. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, I shall complete the full foundation of an ordinary enhancer and make my way to City Z, eager to tuck the lucky ring into my pocket. Wang Hao gazed at his phone's memo, finalizing his route for the next day, before retrieving the portable gas stove from his backpack. This device can be likened to a compact gas burner. After a day of running about, his stomach was uncomfortable with hunger. He poured water into a small pot, waiting for it to boil before adding the sauce packet, vegetable pack, meat pack, cheese, and a substantial piece of dough. Ah, how delightful the aroma! Just then, as the group emerged from their panic, They caught a whiff of the enticing scent wafting from the small pot, instinctively turning their heads in its direction, their mouths watering in an instant. Unable to resist swallowing, they yearned for a taste. My goodness, does Wang Hao's life need to be this splendid? At this moment, he could still cook a meal. They had been starving for a day or two, their stomachs churning, and now to even have a morsel to eat would be a blessing. To hope for a steaming dish seemed utterly extravagant. Wang Hao's lifestyle was a dream for them. With a swift motion, Wang Hao broke apart a pair of disposable chopsticks, rubbing them together before plunging them into the boiling noodles, taking a generous mouthful. How satisfying. Enhancers generally possess an appetite 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, and even after finishing the military pot, Wang Hao was still unsated. He casually found a spot, discarded the broth from the small pot, and then took out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, tearing open the packaging and tossing everything into the pot. Several boys gazed at the steaming soup on the ground, their mouths involuntarily pursing. What is this feeling of wanting to lick it? They were on the verge of tears, thinking, I am so hungry. If only Wang Hao would let me have a bite, I would gladly call him father. Chapter 11. The Mad Xiang Ru, he is merely flaunting his abundance while we starve. Li Zhenxin's stomach growled as he glared at Wang Hao, expressing his displeasure. A classic case of the small-minded reveling in their success. Zhang Mingyao's brow furrowed deeply. The sight of Wang Hao murdering that man had left a significant impact on her, leaving her unable to comprehend why he had to harbor such malice despite gaining power. Even if he did not wish to assist others, was it necessary to resort to murder? Suddenly, Zhang Mingyao's phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out and opened the message, her eyes brightening as she read. There is news that someone will come to rescue us tomorrow morning. We should prepare and refrain from shouting. At last, a message has arrived. Li Zhenxin glanced at Wang Hao and laughed, relieved that he would no longer have to remain in the presence of this murderer. Zhang Mingyao nodded slightly. She wished to distance herself from Wang Hao, this ticking time bomb. As night fell, the gym was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wang Hao, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, seizing a hand axe as he observed Xiang Ru tiptoeing toward him. Realizing she had been detected, she exhaled. What kind of poor student possesses such keen alertness? I held my breath to approach you, and yet you discovered me before I could get close. Wang Hao sat up. What is it you wish to convey? You are either a killer hiding under the guise of a student or a master descending the mountain, correct? Xiang Ru chuckled softly. I once encountered a martial arts expert skilled in lightness when I ventured into the remote mountains. Xiang Ru is truly one of a kind, while others avoid Wang Hao. She is the only one excitedly wishing to approach him. I'm not particularly interested in your ramblings, Wang Hao replied coldly. You may leave. Xiang Ru bent down and entered the tent. Wang Hao raised the hand axe, positioning it against her fair neck, squinting as he said, You don't truly believe that I would spare a woman, do you? Xiang Ru, undeterred, laughed. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. She clearly relished the thrill of dancing on the precipice of danger. Madman, Wang Hao had already concluded that Xiang Ru was indeed the Mad King. This unconventional and audacious sensation closely resembles the first encounter between Wang Hao and the Mad King, where even before the conflict erupted, Wang Hao sensed that associating with the Mad King would be profoundly repugnant. Indeed, repugnant. The reason many fear rabid dogs more than fierce ones lies in the unpredictability of the former. Their attacks lack any discernible pattern. Would you slay someone who willingly offers themselves? Xiang Ru encircled Wang Hao's neck with her delicate arms, her enchanting eyes sparkling with clarity as she provocatively inquired. Or perhaps you wish to be known as a coward who pushes me away. Wang Hao gazed at Xiang Ru's exquisitely youthful visage, faced with her taunting challenge. He could hardly muster the energy for words and simply pushed her down. A coward? Xiang Ru is destined to become the Mad King. Ranked 7th on the combat power list, a figure Wang Hao had once looked up to in his previous life. By consuming Xiang Ru, he incurred only the cost of protein without any significant sacrifice, a clear profit. The individuals within the gymnasium were abruptly awakened by the violent commotion. Bewildered, they stared at the tent. The petite girl, glancing about, hesitantly asked, Where is Xiang Ru? The crowd's pupils dilated in shock. Among those present, the absence of Xiang Ru implied that the woman accompanying Wang Hao within the tent was indeed Xiang Ru. No, my goddess, how could Xiang Ru, who has only just met Wang Hao, surrender herself so quickly? This scene was utterly shocking. If heartbreak could produce sound, the cacophony of shattered hearts among the males in the gymnasium would likely attract zombies from several hundred meters away. Indeed, do women prefer bad boys? A boy with darker skin felt a pang of frustration. Previously, a wealthy heir worth over 100 million, handsome and tall, had pursued Xiang Ru, but she had paid him no mind. Why was it Wang Hao instead? Xiang Ru had previously feigned innocence, never granting any male a favorable glance. A girl with thick lips and small eyes derisively remarked, "So she is just a worthless person." Li Jinxin, watching the tent, felt a bitter pang in his heart, secretly thinking, Xiang Ru comes from a good family. How could she choose a murderer? Wouldn't it be better to select me? Despite Wang Hao's prowess, he still had to take action himself. I can command others. Isn't that superior and more prestigious? If Xiang Ru were to choose a tall and wealthy man, no one would question it. But her choice of Wang Hao resembled a campus belle associating with a delinquent. She was willingly descending into depravity. On Wang Hao's end, he gradually found himself overwhelmed. Although Xiang Ru appeared as a brand new car, she seemed intent on conquering Wang Hao, displaying an extreme frenzy. Fortunately, Wang Hao was an enhancer with high caliber. Otherwise, he would likely have to surrender quickly. The following day, Wang Hao awoke with a hint of fatigue. Xiang Ru, who had been sound asleep just moments ago, stirred as if fearing his departure. "Father," she lazily stretched and smiled. "You are truly remarkable. You can simply call me by my name." Wang Hao retrieved some food and drink from his backpack, along with the ordinary equipment and weapons he had casually collected earlier, assembling a complete set for Xiang Ru. "Though you have not stipulated any conditions, I shall not treat you unfairly. This should suffice for your sustenance over the next 2 to 3 months. Xiang Ru tilted her head and asked, "Do you think I am a burden? You do not wish to take me along?" Wang Hao nodded. Although Xiang Ru is destined to become the Mad King and is worth investing in, her numerous uncontrollable factors made Wang Hao reluctant to keep her. "I wish to follow you," Xiang Ru candidly stated. "I enjoy adventure, and my initiative stems from the belief that I can win your acceptance with just a few words. That is unrealistic. You need not view me as a burden. I can manage myself on the journey, and should danger arise, I will not call for help, nor shall you need to concern yourself with me." Wang Hao took a sip of water and inquired, "What if I refuse you?" "You shall not leave this tent today." As Xiang Ru began to undress, Wang Hao hastily called for a halt. Should Xiang Ru resort to other threats against him, he remained unfazed, but if she were to play dangerously, it would cause him discomfort. "I am heading to the Huimin convenience store shortly," Wang Hao pondered. "If you can keep up with me, joining my team is not an issue. However, if you fall behind, we can still part as friends." Xiang Ru smiled confidently and replied, "Very well. Let's eat." Wang Hao opened the tent, washed up briefly, and returned with a bag of bread, eating while observing his backpack, which was now significantly depleted. The supplies were running low. This time, seeking the next roulette should provide an opportunity to replenish resources. "Do you not fancy Zhang Mingyao?" Xiang Ru lifted her chin. Wang Hao glanced at Zhang Mingyao, who was fiddling with her phone as if waiting for something, and remarked, "Who would refuse Zhang Mingyao if they were straight? Yet I do not like to force things. That is akin to being a corpse. If you stay a few more days," Xiang Ru chuckled lightly, "I can make her approach you. Behold, this is the perfect template for a subordinate, self-sufficient, promising, and not jealous, helping the leader attract beautiful women." Chapter 12. The mutated cockroach. Just as Wang Hao was about to speak, he noticed Zhang Mingyao rising and hastily walking toward the gymnasium entrance, followed by a group of 4 individuals emerging outside, all robust and bloodied. Judging by their expressions, they appeared to be seasoned fighters. Zhang Mingyao, the leader among the 4. A pockmarked man, gasped, "This area is unsafe. We have lost several brothers here. Is Li Jinxin present? We must leave." Li Jinxin quickly responded, "I am here." As the director and others approached, hearing the pockmarked man's words, they hurriedly surrounded him, pleading for him to take them along as well. After all, they had already brought people. "What is your price? Is 200,000 sufficient?" The pockmarked man brandished a dagger and hissed, "Anyone who speaks will bear the consequences." Everyone gazed at the blood on the dagger, fearful and silenced. "Ah Chong and Xiao Ho, you two are responsible for protecting the target." As the pockmarked man spoke, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the right, causing his expression to change as he quickly fled to the left. While his companions hurriedly pulled Zhang Mingyao and Li Jinxin to escape, leaving the director and others confused. What is happening? Hadn't the zombies at the gym entrance been dealt with? Why flee? The next moment, their questions were answered as a fist-sized, flat creature with a black-orange hue crawled out from around the corner, its long, slender antennae waving like antennas at high frequency. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The director and a few others reacted swiftly, racing back into the gym, while the remaining individuals were just beginning to comprehend when the flat creature swiftly approached, raising its spiny forelimbs to impale a male student's chest. Before he could scream, the creature swiped to the right, tearing open his chest and splattering blood across 3 nearby individuals, the crimson arcs shooting into the air. Ah! Those unharmed screamed as they rushed back into the gym, while the afflicted writhed in agony, extending their hands for help, their eyes filled with terror. Close the door. Quickly. Shut the door. The individuals in the gym hurriedly secured the entrance, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden crash of glass echoed from the upper left, followed closely by another flat creature plummeting from above, crashing onto a plastic chair and sending shards of glass cascading to the ground. The mutated cockroach. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. The term cockroach refers to a pest that thrives in swarms. Encountering one often signifies the presence of many nearby. However, the most terrifying aspect is the multitude of pathogens they carry. If one is injured by them, or if a wound comes into contact with them without medicinal treatment, the suffering can be excruciatingly fatal. It is worth noting that mutated animals are inherently stronger than zombies, akin to tigers, leopards, and bears, and may even engage in battles beyond their level. The arrival of the person who saved Zhang Mengyao coincided with the emergence of these monsters, leading to a suspicion that they had lured the creatures here. Xiang Ru frowned as she spoke. Her intuition proved correct. Those who had come into contact with the creatures would carry their scent, allowing the monsters to track them. Many factions had perished in the past due to this flaw. It seemed they needed to depart ahead of schedule. Wang Hao slung 2 backpacks over his shoulders and adjusted his hand axe. At that moment, a monstrous creature burst into the gymnasium, swiftly climbing and piercing a female student's heart with its forelimb. The others, in a panic, fled blindly, only to collide with the weapon of another creature that had just finished its gruesome work. Don't chase me. Director Li stumbled toward Wang Hao, panic in his eyes as he pointed at him and exclaimed, "Chase him. He's younger. His flesh is far more delectable than mine. Hurry, pursue him." It was rather amusing. Just moments ago, the director had been advocating for the students, and now he was diverting the monsters towards Wang Hao. On this sweltering day, what was the point of running? Wang Hao approached and firmly grasped Director Li's face, hurling him away with considerable force. The creature and Wang Hao executed a perfect synergy, raising its forelimb and penetrating Director Li's heart. "You!" Li spat blood, his eyes filled with rage and hatred, fixated on Wang Hao. The creature flung Li aside, noticing that Wang Hao did not flee like the others, but instead advanced with even greater ferocity. It aimed to strike him with its forelimbs, intending to pierce both him and Xiang Ru. Wang Hao stepped forward, calmly sidestepping the creature's attack, and with a swift motion, he cleaved its head in 2 with his axe. As he noticed a glimmering point within the creature's head, he flipped his wrist while retracting the axe, extracting a gray crystal from the congealed blood. This was what one might call seamless. The entire process, from the kill to the collection of the crystal, took less than a second. Furthermore, data indicated that the drop rate of mutated animal cores was 710 times higher than that of zombies, a boon for Wang Hao. He proceeded toward the gymnasium exit, where a creature gnawing on a human head sensed the pressure and charged toward him. Wang Hao stepped back, allowing the creature's forelimb to miss him while the gust of wind from its movement rustled his clothing. With a firm stomp, he closed in on the creature and struck its head cleanly. My goodness! Xiang Ru gazed at Wang Hao's graceful silhouette, feeling as if every one of his movements was a performance, captivating and remarkably precise. The onlookers in the gymnasium, still in shock from the sight of the creature's corpse on the ground, turned to Wang Hao, finally understanding why Xiang Ru had chosen to offer herself. While others were chased by the creatures, nearly begging for their lives, Wang Hao pursued the monsters with lethal intent. Xiang Ru's actions were deemed reckless, shameless, and foolish by many, yet those who once derided her had met their demise. While she had secured her survival alongside Wang Hao, ensuring her future was safeguarded. The commotion in the gymnasium attracted a horde of zombies. As Wang Hao engaged in combat against them, he caught a glimpse of Xiang Ru fleeing in the corner of his eye and thought, "What is that madwoman up to?" Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyao and her companions had not escaped unscathed. They encountered two creatures just 20 meters away, resulting in the immediate death of two individuals. Zhang Mingyao, pressed against the wall, saw several grotesque zombies rushing towards her, her face paling as she exclaimed, "Zombies! Zombies are coming!" The young lady could only pray for her own survival. Mozi Nan and Xiao Ho were entangled in a fierce battle with the creatures, unable to break free. Zhang Mingyao dashed towards the gymnasium, but a female zombie, missing half of its scalp, seemed intent on her demise. While the other zombies distracted Mozi Nan, this one relentlessly pursued her, and there was no escaping its grasp. The zombie lunged forward and knocked Zhang Mingyao to the ground. In terror, she braced her foot against the zombie, her eyes darting to the approaching Li Jinxin, urgently calling out, "Li Jinxin, help me push it away." Li Jinxin, however, ran on without looking back. In that life-and-death moment, who could concern themselves with Zhang Mingyao? Survival was paramount. Overwhelmed by helplessness and despair, Zhang Mingyao faced the crazed zombie. Its grotesque face only 2 centimeters from her own, tears of anguish streaming down her cheeks. Just as all hope seemed lost, a figure suddenly appeared behind the zombie. Xiang Ru. Zhang Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiang Ru grasped the zombie's waist and forcefully threw it backward, causing it to arc through the air before crashing its head onto the ground. She then quickly pulled Zhang Mingyao up and raced after Wang Hao. "Zhang Mingyao," Xiang Ru urged, pointing towards Wang Hao, "open your eyes and see what a real man is." Zhang Mingyao looked on in confusion, her heart racing. Wang Hao was indeed slaughtering zombies. His seemingly simple actions of striking and slicing were executed with precision, cleaving through the creatures' heads. Despite facing a horde of zombies far greater than what her group encountered, he moved as if traversing solid ground, unaffected by the chaos around him. Why was it that the zombies, feared by so many, fell so easily before him, as if he were chopping vegetables? Get away! Zhang Mingyao suddenly heard a scream and turned to see Mozi Nan and Xiao Ho overwhelmed and torn apart by a swarm of zombies, blood spraying everywhere. This horrifying scene felt like a bucket of cold water splashed across Zhang Mingyao's face. Nothing had changed. The zombies and the creatures remained as terrifying and grotesque as ever. The only reason they posed no threat to Wang Hao was simply because he was far too powerful. Did the Mad King save Zhang Mingyao because of my words? Wang Hao noticed the two women and was taken aback by Xiang Ru's actions, but did not dwell on it, nor would he slow his pace for them. Forging ahead and creating a path through the bloodshed, he dashed in the nearest office building. The number of zombies nearby grew as the screams of Mozi Nan echoed, and he considered employing the same tactic, planning to leap from the building to evade the horde. Should they ensnare him, it would spell considerable trouble. Class beauty. If you want to survive, give it your all. Xiang Ru firmly patted Zhang Mengyao's shoulder before turning to follow Wang Hao. I don't want to die. I don't want to die in an ugly manner. Zhang Mingyao gritted her teeth and followed Xiang Ru into the fire escape, climbing the stairs. Every time exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her, the sight of the approaching zombies would reignite her strength. The three of them eventually reached the rooftop on the 6th floor. Wang Hao saw that the distance to the adjacent building's rooftop was only a little over 2 meters and prepared to leap across. "No way," was Xiang Ru's immediate thought as she approached, but upon seeing the gap, she abruptly halted, gazing in astonishment at Wang Hao on the opposite rooftop. What kind of jumping ability is that? To leap so far with wind resistance and while carrying a load? Absurd. With urgency pressing upon them, Xiang Ru disregarded her astonishment and retreated to the rooftop entrance, glancing back at Zhang Mingyao, whose face had turned pale, and the horde of zombies in pursuit. "Run with your head down and give it your all. Hesitate for even a moment, and you're as good as dead." Zhang Mingyao, unable to utter a word, followed Xiang Ru in a frantic dash, and upon seeing her jump, she leaped as well. A sudden gust of wind swept through, startling Zhang Mingyao as she found herself airborne, with the ground several stories below her. If she were to fall, what a calamity it would be, Zhang Mingyao screamed. Yet thanks to her momentum and the relatively short distance, she landed safely on the opposite rooftop. Xiangru executed a graceful roll upon landing, exclaiming with triumph. Ordinary zombies lack the concept of jumping. They pursued Zhang Mingyao and fell off the rooftop like dumplings into the abyss below. Zhang Mingyao was utterly bewildered. How did I leap across? Who am I? Where am I? Xiangru glanced at Wang Hao and smiled. I told you I can handle myself. Have you practiced? Wang Hao replied with a gentle smile. Although their ability to keep up was largely due to Wang Hao clearing the path ahead, allowing them to simply run, many others were lurking in fear, unwilling to show themselves. Yet Xiangru dared to encourage the burden while racing against the horde, even boldly jumping off buildings without hesitation. The most impressive part was her nonchalance as she turned to Wang Hao and asked, "What do you think?" One could only say, "You truly are remarkable, King of Madness." "I am a parkour master," Xiangru asserted confidently. In the parkour community, no one is unfamiliar with Xiangru. However, the trials were far from over. Wang Hao nodded. "There is no need for you to boast yet." He sat down on the ground, retrieving a small can of soda from his backpack. The zombies below were too numerous. He would wait for them to disperse before seeking the next roulette. "I will conquer you," Xiangru declared, approaching Zhang Mingyao, producing a piece of gum from her pocket. "Here, class beauty, wasn't he that thrilling? This is all I have for now. Replenish your strength." "Thank you." Zhang Mingyao, pale from hunger and dizzy, did not hesitate to accept the gum. "Such madness is not suited for me. I hope there won't be next time." Pausing, she looked at Xiangru and asked, "Why would you risk everything to save me, when we aren't even friends?" To impress Wang Hao, Xiangru replied candidly, "I don't necessarily need to succeed, but I want him to see that I tried. It is natural that you find it hard to accept and comprehend. Yet you have witnessed the cruelty of this world. Human relationships are not as amicable as the news portrays. If you do not choose to align with the strong, how will you survive when even fetching a bucket of water becomes a struggle?" Wang Hao, listening to Xiangru, scratched his head, unsure whether to commend her thoughtfulness or pity her lack of security. In truth, she need not seek validation. Once they passed the trials, Wang Hao would naturally nurture her talents. Zhang Mingyao remained silent. Had Xiangru's words been uttered yesterday, she would have rebuked her, calling her shameless. However, after experiencing the life-and-death urgency earlier, Zhang Mingyao understood the truth in her words. In this world, strength reigns supreme. If one cannot fight, one must perish. It is a harsh reality. No need to rush your decision. Xiangru smiled. We must pass his trials. Otherwise, all is in vain. Zhang Mingyao nodded, seizing the opportunity to rest. 2 hours later, a sound, seemingly from nowhere, distracted some of the zombies below. Wang Hao observed the situation and decided it was time to descend. He did not wait for the two, moving at his own pace. Stealthily making his way to the Hui Min convenience store, located about 600 or 700 meters away. From a distance, he spotted the roulette inside. His speed was remarkable. Ordinary individuals could not keep up, especially in such a perilous environment, leaving the two far behind, uncertain of their fates. Upon entering the convenience store, Wang Hao noticed 3 individuals scavenging. They eyed him warily as he approached, particularly a portly man in denim shorts, who glanced at Wang Hao's axe with a glint of greed in his eyes. "That axe looks impressive. It seems swifter than my fire axe." The man, emboldened by this moment, figured Wang Hao was just like him, willing to kill zombies, but he thought it better to be cunning. "I'll get close to him, then find an opportunity to take him down." "Little brother," the portly man greeted with a friendly smile, "there's plenty of food here. Even 10 people could share. Take whatever you want." Wang Hao walked past the trio and approached the ordinary roulette. The portly man, noticing his intent, leaned in. "Do you know what this is for?" Wang Hao, uninterested in conversation, retrieved a gray crystal from his backpack and tossed it into the slot above the now 1-star Roulette's activation key. The needle spun rapidly before gradually settling on a segment. Micro-generator, 1-star powered by crystal cores. It generates electricity when plugged in, providing stable power for up to 300 square meters, with a maximum consumption of 1 gray crystal per night. Safe, efficient, and energy-saving. This device is immensely practical. In a few days, power outages will occur worldwide. Having a generator means I won't have to endure the heat while resting. It would be essential to have someone who can cook nearby. The portly man, feeling overlooked, grew frustrated. "I dare to go out and kill zombies. How dare anyone treat me with such disdain?" Then, he noticed Wang Hao picking up a small, square black box that had fallen from the bottom of the roulette, along with the crystal cores in Wang Hao's open backpack. It dawned on him that the crystal cores could activate the roulette to gain rewards. This roulette must be something extraordinary. I could probably become wealthy if I could seize those little squares from his bag. The more he pondered, the more tempted he became, signaling to his companions. They were no strangers to robbery, pretending to continue scavenging while edging closer to Wang Hao. After all, the outside world was chaotic. No one would be imprisoned for their crimes. The future belonged to those brave enough to kill zombies. When Wang Hao crossed paths with them, he considered himself unlucky. In this environment, we must assist one another. The portly man discreetly raised his fire axe, envisioning Wang Hao meeting his end at his hands. A cruel glint in his eyes, as he remarked, "I assent that, right?" He swung the axe down toward Wang Hao. He was still young, failing to regard the three with caution, allowing the portly man to approach, akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den, leaving his fate in the hands of chance. Just then, Wang Hao raised his hand and caught the fire axe effortlessly. The portly man's smug grin froze, as the two accomplices were momentarily stunned. Empty-handed? Catching a blade with bare hands? Was this a dream? The fire axe could cleave through a zombie-esque skull. Yet it was effortlessly seized by Wang Hao with one hand. Your speed is so slow, even a grandmother in a wheelchair could evade you. Wang Hao forcefully reclaimed the fire axe and hurled it at one of the assailants. The man, terrified, attempted to flee, only to be struck in the back by the spinning axe, collapsing to the ground with wide eyes. The other accomplice barely had time to react before Wang Hao closed in, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling out of the store. Thud! The man hit the ground, coughing up blood, his face turning crimson as he tried to raise his head, only to spew another mouthful of blood before crumpling back to the earth, lifeless. The portly man was paralyzed with fear. This young man had, in the blink of an eye, slain two individuals using methods that defied logic. A single kick had sent someone flying several meters away. This was no joke. I was wrong, and I shall never dare again. The man with the beer belly looked at Wang Hao, frightened, and stammered, "Brother, grant me one more chance. I have an elderly mother over 70 waiting for me to bring food home." Wang Hao procured a rope to bind the beer belly man's hands and feet, stating, "Make a sound, and you shall perish." The man nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pestle. As long as he was not killed, he would comply. Wang Hao had encountered many individuals like the beer belly man who, overconfident in their ability to slay a few zombies, often met with tragic fates. In the face of the apocalypse, one must always maintain a heart of reverence. Wang Hao continued spinning the wheel, revealing various items: cool white water X5, fresh fruit basket, common strengthening potion, 1-star strengthening potion, ordinary shirt, 1-star adventure backpack, appearing as an ordinary backpack. It contains a space of 10 cubic units, allowing for additional items without increasing weight. Common spike knuckles, common strengthening potion. The arrival of the backpack was timely. Wang Hao had previously contemplated the limited space of an ordinary backpack and had planned to discard some items upon spinning again. Now, with a 1-star backpack, he had temporarily resolved his space issues. He uncorked a bottle of common strengthening potion and gulped it down. An invigorating surge of energy coursed through his body, enveloping him in a warm and pleasant sensation. Is this the essence of a solid foundation? Wang Hao clenched his fist in delight, exclaiming, "How utterly exhilarating!" Having consumed 10 bottles of common strengthening potion, he had seemingly reached the foundational limit of a common enhancer. Feeling that his physical abilities and senses had vastly surpassed those of an ordinary enhancer. With his understanding of 1-star enhancers, he realized he could easily overpower any basic 1-star enhancer. This was indeed terrifying. The prospect of fighting beyond one's level was already daunting, let alone dominating them. Upon reaching 1-star, one could eventually transition to a new profession, gaining even greater strength, yet professional scrolls were particularly rare. The chances of encountering them on the same level wheel were minimal. Despite spinning numerous 1-star wheels, he had yet to find a single scroll. The likelihood of obtaining higher-level scrolls was considerably greater. Wang Hao pondered, "I truly lack information regarding 1-star professional scrolls. In my past life, I exchanged scrolls with others. I do possess some knowledge about 2-star scrolls, which is quite vexing. My rate of growth has accelerated beyond the pace of the apocalypse's development, and even with 1-star monsters, Their numbers are exceedingly few, preventing me from freely spinning the one-star wheel. Thus, pursuing the one-star wheel holds little significance. Should I encounter a wheel containing a professional scroll, I will be left merely gazing in despair. Wang Hao mused that encountering the rumored crystal core refiner would be fortuitous, as it would allow for the exchange of lower-grade cores for higher-grade ones. However, crystal core refiners were 10 times rarer than professional scrolls, with only a handful of factions possessing them in my past life. Wang Hao sought them, yet was at a loss as to where to begin. Suddenly, he heard the sound of heavy breathing from outside and turned to see Xiang Ru, disheveled and filthy, struggling to carry Zhang Mengyao. The two appeared as if they had emerged from a garbage bin or a sewer, reeking of foul odors. Huimin convenience store, Xiang Ru announced, setting Zhang Mengyao down. I have arrived. Xiang Ru was indeed formidable, managing to complete Wang Hao's test while carrying a burden. He had realized that he could not make things difficult for Xiang Ru when she leaped decisively from the building. It was destined that he would recruit the Mad King. Nodding, he said, "You may accompany me from now on, but that does not mean you can rest easy. You must rely on yourself. I shall now impart a lesson." At this, Wang Hao nodded towards the beer belly man and said, "You shall go and kill him." Chapter 15. Xiang Ru's Transformation. Unexpected wheel information. Xiang Ru paused, bewildered. Kill a person? Wang Hao, as a reborn individual, possessed the decisiveness to take lives. Yet Xiang Ru and her companions remained bound by the constraints of order, their understanding still rooted in a peaceful era where even a slap could lead to imprisonment. To erase a life with one's own hands was no trivial matter. Wang Hao recalled his first kill, the weight of guilt tormenting him relentlessly. However, this was a compulsory lesson for every survivor. Hesitation and mercy could not only jeopardize oneself, but also endanger one as companions. If you spare him, Wang Hao looked at the beer belly man, you may live. Please, I beg you, spare my life, the beer belly man pleaded, bowing to Xiang Ru, his voice trembling. I have an elderly mother waiting for me to bring food home. If I die, she will starve. I will become a good person from now on. If I harm others, I shall not have a good end. Zhang Mingyao's expression revealed her reluctance. What heinous deeds had this man committed? Could she not spare him? Xiang Ru merely hesitated for a moment before walking over, gripping the fire axe embedded in the beer belly man's companion, a glint of excitement evident in her eyes. With considerable effort, she withdrew the axe and approached the beer belly man. Do not kill me. The confidence and disdain he had displayed upon meeting Wang Hao vanished as he repeatedly bowed and pleaded, Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Xiang Ru, trembling, raised the fire axe and decisively brought it down. The beer belly man's voice abruptly ceased, his head spilling forth a viscous yellow-green liquid, stunning Zhang Mengyao into covering her mouth in shock. Xiang Ru silently laughed, repeatedly striking the already lifeless beer belly man with the axe. Zhang Mengyao felt nauseated at the gruesome scene, retching violently, expelling bitter bile. What kind of family background could produce such a madwoman? Wang Hao recognized that the challenge of killing would not deter the future Mad King. He was merely surprised at how easily Xiang Ru had passed this trial. Curiosity filled him regarding what Xiang Ru had experienced. Her actions no longer seemed merely adventurous, but rather psychopathic. After a while, Xiang Ru cast aside the bloodied axe, glancing at the disfigured corpse on the ground, her eyelids trembling and brows furrowing slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, she remarked, This axe is not very effective. It lacks fluidity. Let's try this. Wang Hao tossed her the recently acquired knuckles, which were adorned with metallic spikes, capable of inflicting wounds while striking an opponent. However, they required a certain level of skill to wield effectively. For those lacking in agility, using these knuckles with a shorter reach than a hand axe would be quite disadvantageous. Wang Hao possessed other weapons, but he had chosen the knuckles because, in his previous life, the Mad King favored similar armaments. Xiang Ru donned the knuckles, striking a fighting stance and swinging them with vigor. After delivering several blows to the beer belly man, she noticed the gaping wounds with a gleam in her eyes, exclaiming, This weapon suits me well. It feels fantastic. I understand you, Wang Hao smiled. Xiang Ru smiled back. This man felt oddly familiar, as if he knew her. If you feel like vomiting, do so. There is no shame in it, Wang Hao remarked, having noted Xiang Ru's fleeting expression earlier. He tossed her a bottle of common strengthening potion, saying, "You smell terrible. Take a shower, eat something, and drink this potion." "I do not wish to vomit." Xiang Ru's throat rolled, revealing her stubbornness, but it was understandable. After the thrill of her actions, recalling them would undoubtedly induce nausea. After all, not everyone possessed the experience of someone like Wang Hao, a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse. After Zhang Mengyao finished retching and was drenched in cold sweat, she noticed that Wang Hao had not even mentioned her, leading her to speculate that he was unlike other men, who would fawn over her appearance like a love-struck fool. Unable to contain herself, she ventured, "I also wish to accompany you." Xiang Ru had already demonstrated her value. Wang Hao replied coolly, "And you?" Zhang Mengyao evidently came prepared, stating directly, "It seems you are searching for a roulette. I know the location of one." "How so?" Wang Hao responded with surprise. "Whether you are at the stadium or here, your intentions are quite clear, which is why I deduced you were looking for a roulette." Zhang Mengyao had observed the roulette behind Wang Hao and continued, "The roulette I know is different from these." "Different? Do tell." Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. He had initially assumed that Zhang Mengyao would adhere to the script provided by Xiang Ru, using herself as leverage. But he was taken aback to find that the campus belle was a strategic thinker, assessing Wang Hao's needs and addressing them directly. Xiang Ru was equally surprised that Zhang Mengyao had deviated from the script given to her. "This was something I saw in my family group chat," Zhang Mengyao said, pulling out her phone to show Wang Hao a photograph. "The roulette is located at the Xiangyu Huayuan, my family villa, approximately 2 kilometers from here." Wang Hao's eyes widened. The frame of the roulette was gray, indicating it was a standard roulette, yet what set it apart was the inclusion of a question mark among the rewards. "Random rewards." "Indeed," she confirmed. The question mark represented the random reward of the Lucky Queen's ring, a prize so rare that Wang Hao had never encountered it in his previous life. "Now that the Mad King is under my command, her increasing strength translates to greater support for me. Even if I don't obtain anything significant at Zhang Mingyao's house, I can still acquire a few potions to lay the groundwork." After all, 2 kilometers was not far. With this in mind, Wang Hao remarked, "Since the roulette is at your home, why not head back there instead of following me?" "The situation is rather complicated," Zhang Mengyao replied helplessly. "From what I gathered in the family group chat, strangers may have taken over my home. I provide you with the location of the roulette not to barter, but simply to inform you. Once you see the roulette, whether you choose to leave me behind or take me along, I will accept whatever decision you make. The power has always rested with you." A tactical retreat to gain ground. A clever woman indeed. As for her mention of strangers, Wang Hao did not take it to heart, for, given his strength, he could confidently proclaim, invincible, even in the face of armed adversaries without breaking a sweat. Wang Hao nodded. "You only have 20 minutes of break time. I reiterate, if you wish to survive, rely on yourselves." Zhang Mengyao and Xiang Ru were both ravenous, disregarding their goddess-like appearances as they eagerly devoured the food from the shelves. Wang Hao counted the crystal cores in his possession. There are still 17 gray crystals left. He had initially intended to spin the ordinary roulette in the store, but upon discovering the random rewards, he realized he could not do so and needed to save his crystals. Given the roulette's nature, the rarer the reward, the lower the odds. A mere handful of crystals might not suffice to obtain a random reward. Wang Hao contemplated, "I should collect more crystals on my way to the Xiangyu Huayuan to prepare for this high-stakes gamble." He retrieved the fruit basket he had just spun and peeled an orange. Ah, so sweet. At that moment, being able to enjoy fresh fruit felt like a true blessing. Chapter 16. The Strategic Thinker, Non-Lucky Xiang Ru. After Zhang Mengyao and Xiang Ru had their fill, they sought out mineral water and used the basic bag shampoo and shower gel available at the store to wash up. However, Zhang Mengyao avoided washing in front of Wang Hao, while Xiang Ru, the audacious woman, not only bathed openly before him, but also beckoned him with a playful finger. What audacity, provoking Wang Hao. He feigned indifference, continuing to eat his orange. He was not cowardly. Rather, Xiang Ru was simply too fierce. Once she got started, he knew he wouldn't be leaving today. Suddenly, 3 zombies, attracted by the sound of water, burst in. The 2 promptly halted. Wang Hao seized the opportunity to instruct. The zombies' weakness is their brains. As long as you ensure your safety, just aim for their heads. With that, he stepped to the doorway, swiftly dispatching the 3 zombies with his axe. The drop rate was decent, 2 crystals emerged from the 3 corpses. Turning back, Wang Hao inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Mingyao. As if struck by a flash of light, her complexion was stunningly pale. Realizing Wang Hao was watching her, she quickly crossed her arms, her face flushing crimson. Wang Hao averted his gaze, opened his new backpack, and transferred the supplies from his original computer bag into it. Upon his arrival, the stockpiled supplies of the portly man and others had filled a 10-cubic space. Even if the 3 indulged, there was enough to last half a month. Is your strength so immense because of that potion? Xiang Ru, having finished washing, downed a potion and, clenching her fist, exclaimed with astonishment. I feel like I could knock out a cow with 1 punch. A misconception, Wang Hao chuckled lightly. Right now, you are equivalent to 2 muscular men. You are not yet at the point of knocking out a cow with 1 punch. Still, that is quite strong, Xiang Ru said eagerly. I'm brimming with energy and ready to set off at any moment. No rush. It's important to balance work and rest. Wang Hao took a bite of an apple, explaining, you also saw me collecting the small square blocks from a zombie's brains, which are called crystal cores. Not every zombie has them. It depends on luck. Keep an eye out while you kill zombies. Xiang Ru gave an okay sign and donned her boxing gloves, practicing her punches to acclimate to her newfound strength. 13 minutes later, the 3 left the store, having caught their breath, only to encounter a male zombie with a mangled jaw approaching them. Xiang Ru didn't wait for Wang Hao to instruct her. With a swift step, she delivered a punch to the zombie's left eye, the spikes on her gloves instantly piercing its eyeball, sending it flying half a meter with a roar. Zhang Mingyao was taken aback. A single potion grants such power? Xiang Ru's physical prowess, enhanced by years of training, was only slightly superior to that of an average man. Ordinarily, she would have merely repelled or knocked down the zombie. But after consuming the potion, she could actually send it flying with a single punch. If only I had a potion too, Zhang Mingyao thought wistfully. At the very least, it would ensure her safety. Unfortunately, only Wang Hao had the means to distribute potions. His character was not one to easily grant them to others. Ha ha ha, Xiang Ru, who had been avoiding zombies, felt quite frustrated until now. With newfound strength, she was particularly exhilarated, rushing to pummel the zombies' heads, delivering blow after blow until their skulls were shattered, then rummaging through the blood with her bare hands. TSK, no crystal cores, Xiang Ru pouted. She actively sought out zombies to kill. She was skilled in combat, and combined with the typical enhanced abilities of ordinary fighters, she proved to be exceptionally fierce, either executing a suplex to slam the zombie to the ground or skillfully dodging its claw swipes. With punch after punch, she struck the zombies' heads. Brother Hao, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? I've killed 7 zombies, and yet I haven't seen a single crystal core? It's all about luck. Wang Hao replied with a laugh. At times, you can kill dozens without finding a single crystal core. At other times, the drop rate is 100%. With that, he stepped forward, cleaving through a zombie that had rushed in at the sound. Then, upon encountering a hard object, he pried it out. Oh, I seem to be experiencing a bit of luck. Wang Hao withdrew his axe and used 2 fingers to catch the gray crystal that had arced through the air, spinning it before Xiang Ru, deftly maneuvering it between his fingers, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, just killed 1 zombie and already a crystal core. I would prefer to believe that I have become your mat. I truly cannot accept that I am so unfortunate. Xiang Ru resolutely entered a residential building, ascending the stairs while unleashing a massacre, as decapitated zombies tumbled down one after another. Gradually, she became convinced. After slaying 30 or 40 zombies, she had only acquired 3 gray crystals, while Wang Hao, on average, obtained 1 for every 3 he killed. A hint of frustration began to cloud her thoughts. Is it truly possible for luck to vary so drastically among individuals? Indeed, Xiang Ru was unfortunate, averaging 10 kills for a single crystal. Yet, a more significant factor was Wang Hao's buff that doubled his crystal drop rate. Comparing their yields was merely a recipe for disappointment. The 2 continued their grim task as they walked and fought. By the afternoon of 1721, upon reaching Shanyu Huayuan, Wang Hao's backpack was already filled, with a collection of gray crystals likely exceeding 100. Shanyu Huayuan is one of the most prestigious villa areas in the city, characterized by its grand layout and beautiful landscaping, exuding an air of luxury. Surrounding facilities are of the highest caliber, making it unlikely for the impoverished to even pass through. Remarkably, even during the outbreak, there were few zombies in the garden and its vicinity, providing a relatively smooth start for the wealthy in this apocalypse. Lead the way, Wang Hao instructed. Zhang Mingyao stepped forward, guiding the two toward her home. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombie corpses with gaping wounds in their heads. Clearly, someone had discovered the correct method to operate the roulette. 7 minutes later, the trio halted before a magnificent independent villa with a courtyard spanning over 100 square meters. As Wang Hao noticed a shadow flit past a second-floor window, he recalled Zhang Mingyao's earlier mention of a stranger. His intuition sharpened. Ding! Zhang Mingyao pressed the doorbell beside the iron gate, waiting a moment before it connected. She leaned closer and whispered, "It's Mingyao." The person answering the doorbell seemed hesitant. After Zhang Mingyao repeated herself, a gentle female voice, as if awakening from a daze, responded, "Mingyao, you're alive. That's wonderful. Come in quickly, but remember to close the door and be cautious of those monsters." With that, the iron gate opened with a soft click. "That was my second aunt's voice," Zhang Mingyao remarked, furrowing her brow. "However, my second aunt is an executive. She usually remains calm in a crisis. Yet, why does she sound a bit anxious?" Wang Hao, with a knowing expression, inquired, "What do you think we should do?" Zhang Mingyao, taken aback that he sought her counsel, pondered for a few seconds before responding. "Didn't we see many zombie corpses on the way? Perhaps a stranger entered my home and dealt with them. I believe it's wise to be cautious. I will scout ahead. If things go awry, you two will have room to escape." Chapter 17. Axe and Bullets. Shocking all this is the power of genetics. Zhang Mingyao's family is engaged in business, surrounded by high-ranking individuals, which has shaped her mindset differently from the average person. Indeed, she is both prudent and possesses a broad perspective, a promising leader in the making. Yet, Wang Hao, combining Zhang Mingyao's analysis with his own observations, could roughly deduce the situation inside the villa. Given his strength, there is no need for caution. Recklessness would suffice. He said little more, striding directly into the courtyard. As he approached the villa, he suddenly heard a faint sound. He raised his hand, signaling Xiang Ru and Zhang Mingyao to halt. Meanwhile, behind the villa's door stood two men armed with handguns and automatic rifles, their weapons aimed at the entrance alongside three others wielding machetes, and a robust man standing behind them. Chun Daji, previously a security guard in the garden, he had quickly established a foothold after the outbreak, daring to kill zombies the very next day. Once familiar with the situation, he made a beeline for the Zhang family, driven by his long-standing infatuation with Zhang Mingyao. She was stunning, with an impressive background and exceptional demeanor. Every time she returned home, Chun Daji would linger, dreaming of her. He had even refrained from harming her family in hopes of winning her affection. "I earn 6,000 a month. What makes me deserving of someone like Zhang Mingyao?" Chun Daji mused, his thoughts drifting to the fantasy of winning her over, excitement bubbling within him. The apocalypse suited him perfectly, now empowered. He believed he could attain anything he desired. Chun Daji was no fool. Upon learning from a colleague stationed on the second floor about the two seemingly formidable strangers Zhang Mingyao had brought back, he promptly arranged for all his companions to extend a grand welcome to the trio. Chun Daji understood that anyone daring to venture outside at this time possessed considerable capabilities. He was not naive enough to allow Wang Hao entry. Instead, he intended to use Wang Hao's life as leverage to intimidate Zhang Mingyao, making it clear that obedience to Chun Daji was essential for survival. Zhang Mingyao's family stood nervously in the corner of the living room, particularly her second aunt, who felt a deep sense of unease. She desperately hoped Mingyao would sense the impending danger and refrain from returning. Otherwise, what awaited her would be hell. These individuals lacked humanity, not only slaughtering zombies, but also many members of her family. Suddenly, Chun Daji felt a twinge of unease. Why was Zhang Mingyao taking so long to enter the villa? "Ah Zhang, go take a look out the window," he commanded, but before he could finish, the living room window shattered explosively. Xiang Ru, braving the storm of flying glass, advanced toward Chun Daji's subordinates, her eyes gleaming with madness as she laughed, surprise. Following this, she swung her fist, clad in a knuckle duster, striking one of the armed men in the eye. Blood gushed forth, transforming his eye into a gory cavity. As the man screamed in agony, Xiang Ru brutally snapped his arm, causing him to drop his weapon. She then delivered a fierce blow, sending him sprawling. The companion wielding the rifle, witnessing his fallen comrade at his feet, felt a jolt of fear, and in that instant, he raised his weapon to fire at Xiang Ru. They were separated by just over a meter. At this distance, a shot would be swift and precise. Even with her enhancements, Xiang Ru could not outpace a bullet. She was doomed. In a critical moment, the villa's front door was suddenly kicked open, and Wang Hao, like an arrow released from a bow, surged across the threshold, closing in on the gunman. With a swift motion, he brought his axe down. The armed man barely had time to react as the blade cleaved through his skull, blood spraying into the air. Xiang Ru, undeterred, lunged at the three men with machetes. They were no enhanced fighters and quickly fell at her feet. This all unfolded in a mere 2 or 3 seconds, from Xiang Ru breaking the window to Chun Daji's companions meeting their demise. Chun Daji's eyelids fluttered, his mind struggling to comprehend how Wang Hao and Xiang Ru had gained the upper hand so swiftly. They had not revealed their capabilities. Zhang Mingyao's second aunt and the others were stricken with terror, feeling nauseated. They had initially thought Chun Daji's group was ruthless, but 2 even more formidable individuals had arrived. In the time it took to sip tea, they had reduced Chun Daji to a solitary survivor. The speed of the events left them grasping to comprehend what had transpired. "I am also an enhanced fighter," Chun Daji shouted, drawing a handgun from behind his back as he aimed it directly at Wang Hao. "My reactions are far quicker than theirs." This shot was executed with both speed and decisiveness, leaving no room for a counter-response. Given the proximity between the 2 individuals, there was no need for any prior training or marksmanship. Merely understanding how to fire a weapon sufficed to strike Wang Hao. Despite Xiang Ru's keen eyesight, which surpassed that of ordinary individuals, she was unable to perceive the bullets, let alone react in time. She realized that if she were in Wang Hao's position, she would undoubtedly be hit by the bullet in the moment of reaction. What does this imply? It indicates that, in the face of firearms, enhancers and ordinary people stand on equal footing. Wang Hao, with bright eyes, felt not a trace of concern for himself. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Could he evade this bullet? Firearms are indeed lethal to ordinary enhancers, but Wang Hao was no ordinary enhancer. He possessed a solid foundation, and his combat prowess surpassed that of a 1-star enhancer. To him, the bullet appeared as though it were moving at a quarter of its speed. As the bullet was about to strike him, Wang Hao's gaze sharpened, and with a swift swing of his axe, he cleaved the bullet in 2, causing the fragments to fall to the ground with a piercing clatter. Wang Hao then stepped closer to Chun Daji, stating flatly, "So what?" Chun Daji felt his scalp tingle with fear. As an enhancer himself, he had no idea one could perform such a miraculous feat as splitting a bullet in mid-air. Wang Hao is a monster, a true monster. Why would Wang Hao need to dodge? When the bullet was fired, he could simply cleave it away. Xiang Ru could hardly contain her excitement. This man was extraordinarily handsome. Wang Hao swung his axe to sever Chun Daji's head and retreated a few steps to avoid the blood splattering onto his clothes. "Yi!" Zhang Mingyao rushed through the door to embrace Qin Lian, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, "I'm so glad you're all alive." She then hugged familiar friends and relatives, while the younger ones could no longer hold back their tears. "Where are my parents?" Zhang Mingyao anxiously inquired. "And my grandfather?" When the chaos erupted, your father, mother, grandfather, and your third uncle were all in one room discussing matters. Suddenly, your grandfather transformed into a monster and bit your father. By the time the bodyguards rescued us from the neighboring villa, everyone had turned into monsters. They are gone. Qin Lian, having seen the corpses of Chun Daji and the others, spoke bitterly. Later, they broke in, and all the household guards and nannies perished at their hands. As Chapter 18 progressed, titled Chun Daji's Wedding Dress, Crystal Core Refining Device, Zhang Mingyao was already in tears by the time Qin Lian had spoken halfway. The Zhang family, once thriving, had been reduced to just a few women in a matter of days. It was a burden too heavy for anyone to bear. Wang Hao ascended the stairs and discovered the roulette in a guest room on the 3rd floor. However, the question mark he had seen in Zhang Mingyao's phone was nowhere to be found, causing him to furrow his brow. He had searched systematically. If there was another roulette, he would have encountered it by now. Where had the question mark gone? Had it vanished? Legends from his past life spoke of random rewards, claiming that question marks were one-time rewards that disappeared from the roulette upon being spun. They never mentioned that question marks could also vanish after a period. Wait a moment. One-time rewards? Wang Hao exclaimed, "What the hell? That fool I killed had such good luck, managing to spin a random reward with just a few dozen crystal cores?" Not everyone was like Wang Hao, who could recklessly slay zombies with a high drop rate of crystal cores. Given the scale of Chun Daji's team, acquiring a few dozen crystal cores during this time would be considered remarkable, and it was likely even fewer. He managed to obtain the best rewards at minimal cost. So, what random reward did Chun Daji receive? Wang Hao turned and descended the stairs, anxiously patting down Chun Daji's lifeless body. Wang Hao is undoubtedly anxious. Encountering his first random reward in both this life and the previous one, he would surely be devastated if it resulted in common firearms or cold weapons. Xiangru looked at him with a strange expression. "You have such peculiar tastes?" "Enough of that," Wang Hao retorted. "Help me search the other corpses for anything unusual." Xiangru examined Chun Daji's companions meticulously, spreading her hands in disappointment. "There's a person with only 2 centimeters. That's the only peculiar thing." Wang Hao also found nothing, his expression darkening. He felt deflated. His first encounter with a question mark had been squandered by Chun Daji. Wang Hao's eyes flickered with uncertainty as a thought suddenly occurred to him. He looked to Qin Lian and the others and inquired, "Did they have backpacks?" "Yes." Qin Lian replied without hesitation. "I saw that each of them carried a bag." Wang Hao recalled the large bags he had encountered while searching for the roulette upstairs and quickly ascended to the second floor's secondary bedroom to open the backpacks. Soon, he had them all unzipped. Besides one bag containing an object resembling a seated panda, the others were filled with food and drink. He extracted the object and noticed that the panda was holding a piece of bamboo inscribed with several lines of small text. "Crystal core refining device. When in use, please adhere to the refining ratio," placing the crystal core before the panda and waiting a few seconds to obtain the corresponding result. PS1. This device can refine lower-grade crystal cores to obtain higher-grade crystal cores. The reverse is not possible. PS2. Refining crystal core ratios. 30 gray crystal, ordinary, yields 1 green crystal, 1 star. 10 green crystals, 1 star, yield 1 blue crystal, 2 star. 20 blue crystals, 2 star, yield 1 purple crystal, 3 star. 25 purple crystals, 3 star, yield 1 orange crystal, 4 star. 30 orange crystals, 4 star, yield 1 gold crystal, 5 star. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Wang Hao exclaimed in excitement, nearly leaping with joy. Chun Daji had provided him with an astonishing gift, the crystal core refining device. He had previously worried that his growth was outpacing the rate of development in the apocalypse, making it difficult for his crystal core levels to keep up, thus rendering him unable to spin the 1-star or higher roulette. Wasting the intelligence he had about several roulettes in this area. Little did he expect to acquire the fabled crystal core refining device. Its rarity was comparable to the honor badge attainable only by an emperor. In his previous life, the 17th ranked faction among the world's top 30 powers, the Survivor's Paradise, leveraged it to profit from the price differences and establish a significantly influential force. However, the greatest benefit the refining device bestowed upon Wang Hao was not its rarity, at least not at this moment. With the refining device, he could now attempt to spin the roulettes he could not access at his current stage, obtaining powers that would only emerge in the future. The refining device was exceedingly rare. Relying on random rewards to achieve instant success was simply implausible. If it were up to him to spin, based on his previous luck with potions, he would surely not succeed. That fool must have used up all his luck in his lifetime. Wang Hao's smile split his face. I am eternally grateful to his ancestors. His current mood had shifted from hell to heaven. He had initially believed that Chun Daji had squandered the question mark, only to realize that this question mark was indeed meant for Chun Daji to spin. Haha. If Chun Daji knew the value of the refining device, he would surely be heartbroken. The refining device, which he had risked his life for, ultimately became a wedding dress for Wang Hao. It was strange. Even if he did not recognize the value of the refining device, given his strength, he would not die in the short term. Eventually, he would naturally realize the immense treasure he had obtained. Yet, why had he never heard of him before? Establishing a faction using the refining device was indeed quite feasible. Wang Hao pondered Could it be that he encountered some unforeseen circumstance along the way? This question remains unanswered by anyone at present. He opened his starry backpack, extracted some food, and placed it into the refining device. He then stepped outside, standing at the railing while gazing down at Xiang Ru, instructing her to dig a pit in the courtyard to bury the bodies. A look of surprise crossed Xiang Ru's face. When had Wang Hao become so compassionate? Not only did he take care of the killing, but he also attended to the burial, performing yet another act of kindness. Indeed, virtuous deeds reap their rewards. Wang Hao returned to the ordinary roulette, observing the gray crystal X6 indicator on the activation button, and reached out to upgrade the roulette. He had amassed a backpack full of gray crystals. Initially intending to spin for ? He found it unnecessary at this moment. He fed the roulette with the crystals, resulting in the following rewards. Ordinary steel knife. 1-star Windwalker I. Men's sneakers enhancement based on ordinary shoes, effectively increasing speed and jumping ability. 1-star rice balls X2. For enhancers below 3 stars, consuming 1 rice ball sustains 1 for 3 days. Ordinary jeans. Ordinary enhancement potion. 1-star enhancement potion. Ordinary enhancement potion. Antidote. Consuming this clears any poison below 2 stars and effectively alleviates poisons between 2 and 5 stars. Ordinary steel gun. Ordinary handgun. A total of 55 gray crystals were consumed. His luck was decent, as most of the rewards were applicable to him. Wang Hao discarded his ordinary shoes and donned the 1-star shoes, which immediately adjusted to fit him perfectly. Equipment produced by the roulette possesses this functionality. Otherwise, rewards tailored to specific sizes would be exceedingly unkind to survivors. He remarked, I only changed into 1-star shoes 3 months into my prior life, yet now, in less than half a month, I find myself with them. Wang Hao rummaged through his bag for the 1-star enhancement potion. With the newly acquired potion, he now possessed a total of 4 bottles and promptly uncapped one, downing it in a single gulp. The liquid transformed into a warm current, coursing through his limbs. Compared to his previous experiences with potions, this one was particularly agonizing, akin to a massive wooden mallet relentlessly striking each of his cells, causing him to clench his fists in pain. This was an ordeal he had endured before, and he was mentally prepared. Had it been someone else, they might have cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground in despair. To put into perspective, this suffering was equivalent to having one's bones shattered inch by inch. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, weathering the successive onslaughts of the potion, and after 3 minutes, a sensation akin to the relief following a sauna enveloped him. Unable to suppress a sound of satisfaction, he marveled at his transformation. With a full foundational upgrade to 1-star, his strength was now several times greater than it had been when he achieved the same in his previous life. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he was at 2-star level. Each star upgrade represented a breakthrough of human limits, and pain was an inevitable part of the process. The path to ascendance was straightforward. Consume the corresponding level of potion. For instance, to ascend from ordinary to 1-star, one must drink a 1-star enhancement potion, and similarly for higher levels. However, this was the most basic route. The food chain of enhancers is divided into 4 tiers. The first tier comprises high, foundational powerful professions. The second tier consists of high foundational ordinary professions. The third tier includes average foundational professions, and the fourth tier encompasses those with no foundational profession. The hierarchy of this food chain determines the victor. Factors such as skills and equipment play a minimal role unless they significantly surpass those of the opponent. There exists, however, a more formidable path, the one walked by the strongest human, the emperor among the 4 sovereigns, the high foundational powerful profession of the glory medal. The emphasis lies on the glory medal, which the emperor used to dominate the 4 sovereigns. Unfortunately, Wang Hao lacked information regarding the glory medal, or rather, in his previous life, such crucial details were scarcely disseminated. After all, no powerful individual would frivolously divulge their affairs, as it would serve no benefit and appear quite foolish. The scant explosive information available often came from companions or classmates of the individual, inadvertently revealed. Wang Hao turned his gaze to the wall, clawing at the cement and crumbling it like a ball of paper, with grains of sand falling through his fingers. The power he possessed after ascending was astonishing. Anyone witnessing him would undoubtedly perceive him as a monster, keeping their distance. He continued to consume the remaining 3 bottles of 1-star Enhancement Potion, resulting in a further surge in his abilities. Now, with 4 bottles of foundational 1-star power, he could easily vanquish not only 1-star monsters but also 2-star ones. Initially, he had planned to fully prepare his ordinary foundational strength before heading to Z City. However, with the refining device now at his disposal, he needed to first capitalize on the 1-star roulette in the area he was familiar with. Otherwise, upon leaving H City, his knowledge would diminish. Wang Hao had spent a considerable amount of time in H City, accumulating extensive knowledge that could be easily transformed into resources, and it would be best to exploit it to the fullest. Suddenly, he recalled his close friends and a few cherished acquaintances. They seldom spoke of their past, making it difficult for Wang Hao to locate them now. He decided to let it be, believing that if they had not crossed paths, it simply was not meant to be. Wang Hao descended the stairs, finding Zhang Mengyao and the others having just finished crying, their eyes red and swollen. Upon spotting Wang Hao, everyone except Zhang Mengyao displayed expressions of fear and tension, retreating behind her. One could not deny the strength of the Zhang family's genes. They were a family of beauties. The older ones exuded maturity and charm, while the younger ones radiated purity and allure, with even the least attractive among them scoring above 8 out of 10. Brother Hao, Zhang Mengyao addressed him, turning to Qin Lian and saying, "This is my second aunt." She then gestured to the quiet girl beside her, wearing round glasses. "This is my cousin, Zhang Yushu." After introducing the 5 present, she finally introduced Wang Hao. "This is Wang Hao, my classmate." The 5 were momentarily taken aback. A classmate? Did Wang Hao's ferocity in annihilating Chen Daji and the others resemble that of a student? If one were to claim he was a notorious criminal, they would be more inclined to believe it. Wang Hao did not notice Yang Ru's absence, and, taking a seat on the sofa, inquired, "Has Yang Ru not returned yet?" "She just told me she was going to have some fun killing zombies," Zhang Mengyao replied. "That crazy woman seems to have developed a taste for slaughter." Wang Hao noticed Zhang Mengyao hesitating to speak and understood, "You, or you all, can follow me, but I do not support idleness. You must contribute to earn what you desire. You should consider this carefully." Wang Hao needed manpower. Otherwise, with a conversion ratio of 30 gray crystals to 1 green crystal, relying solely on himself would only yield a few spins of the roulette, consuming considerable time. Although ordinary individuals might not have the same crystal drop rate as Wang Hao, spreading the workload would certainly yield better returns. Moreover, the cost of nurturing was minimal. Killing zombies required overcoming fear, not necessarily exceptional physical strength or skill. If he could offer a bottle of the soon-to-be common ordinary enhancement potion as a reward, it would further motivate them to perform actively. In fact, there existed an even better method for harvesting crystals at this stage, which involved spinning the roulette for an AoE damage zombie-slaying artifact. In his previous life, many factions had utilized this to sweep through large areas, feasting on crystals. However, the probability of obtaining such a zombie-slaying artifact was quite low. One cannot solely rely on this singular path. Currently, Wang Hao wishes to first cultivate a cadre of subordinates, for there will inevitably come a time when they will be of use. Zhang Mengyao exchanged a joyful glance with Qin Lian. In truth, they had conspired to follow Wang Hao even before he descended the stairs, harboring concerns that he might refuse their allegiance. As a few pampered young women, they were at a loss regarding their next steps. Thus, in their eyes, learning to slay zombies was not daunting. What terrified them was the possibility that Wang Hao would not grant them the opportunity at all. "We have made our decision," Zhang Mengyao declared earnestly. "You shall lead them in the future." Wang Hao uncapped a bottle of mineral water, taking a few sips before stating, "Let me be clear. You must unconditionally obey my commands without harboring any ulterior motives, including compassion or pity. Otherwise, you will learn that being merciful to others is tantamount to being cruel to oneself." A chill ran down their spines as Wang Hao's deep and icy gaze, coupled with his ruthless reputation, compelled them to remember his words. "My aunt is the general manager of the corporation. She is more suited to lead us," Zhang Mengyao began, but was swiftly interrupted by Wang Hao, who looked at her with an arched brow. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" He preferred to nurture a blank slate rather than an old hand. Zhang Mengyao's complexion paled as she stammered, "And no, that is not what I meant. Tomorrow, I will have Xiang Ru bring you along," Wang Hao stated, retrieving an assortment of ordinary weapons he had previously gathered: steel knives, daggers, and steel rods. Choose your weapons wisely. Tonight, it would be prudent to practice swinging, striking, and stabbing with these basic movements. Chapter 20. The Disparity of Status. The shock of the women nodded in a daze. Zhang Mingyao had laid the groundwork, but accepting such a reality was one matter, while the act of actually engaging in it was quite another. Transitioning from a life of luxury, where they had never lifted a finger, to wielding weapons against terrifying, bloodthirsty zombies was a jarring contrast. This stark reality was especially hard for Qin Lian, who, as the general manager of the corporation, oversaw tens of thousands of employees and possessed a net worth in the 9 figures. With her striking beauty and figure, she epitomized the archetype of a female CEO in urban novels. Now, however, she found herself subordinate to a student. Had this been mentioned in the past, no one would have believed it. Wang Hao placed the remaining fruits and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot on the table and inquired, "Who among you can cook?" The women shook their heads in unison. Having lived in affluent households, they had hardly ever set foot in a kitchen. "You cannot even boil noodles?" Wang Hao asked, seeing them shake their heads once more. Leaning back against the sofa, he washed the fruits with mineral water and prepared the hot pot according to the instructions. Understand? He had initially intended to make a hot pot base and add noodles, but now had to settle for a more straightforward approach to save himself the effort. The women quickly divided tasks. Some washed the fruits, others studied the instructions, while a few sought scissors to prepare the hot pot ingredients. Soon, Zhang Yeshu handed him a snake fruit. Taking a large bite, he observed the daughters of wealth bustling about for him, feeling both pleasure and a sense of indulgence. After enduring hardship in his past life, he relished this rare moment of respite. "Brother Hao," Zhang Yeshu adjusted her glasses nervously. "My mother suffers from shoulder periarthritis, and I have learned a massage technique. Would you like me to help relieve your shoulders?" Wang Hao nodded. "You're still in school?" "I study at Qingda and recently participated in a national competition before returning home," she replied, beginning to massage his shoulders. Qingda is a prestigious institution that countless parents dream of having their children attend. The fact that she was not only beautiful, but also an academic achiever surprised him. "My own academic performance is merely average, and attending Qingda is beyond my reach, but I can aspire to be a student there." Wang Hao gradually closed his eyes, savoring her skilled touch. Meanwhile, a group of over a dozen individuals, armed with various melee weapons, stealthily entered the dimly lit Shangyu garden, inadvertently encountering a stunning woman with fair skin and a graceful figure who leapt into action, delivering a powerful punch that sent a zombie crashing to the ground. As the zombie attempted to rise, it was met with a flurry of blows from the woman, its skull pulverized and fluids splattering everywhere. "Goodness, this woman is fierce." One among them marveled. "How is it that I harbor no thoughts about such an exquisite creature?" This group was adept at dispatching zombies, with several being enhancers. Yet witnessing such ferocity from a woman was a novel experience. When Xiang Ru approached, they felt as though they were being stalked by a predator, instinctively becoming vigilant. "I am Sun Yin," he introduced himself, standing tall with a buzz cut and clad in camouflage pants. He approached Xiang Ru, saying, "We are from the Survivor Paradise. Each of us is an elite. Would you be interested in joining us?" "I am not interested. You all seem pitifully weak compared to my man," Xiang Ru replied dismissively as she walked past Sun Yin. Her words struck harshly upon their ears. "Pitifully weak? I wish she could experience my strength." Sun Yin thought. She has likely not encountered many formidable opponents. After consuming several potions, who could possibly contend with me? Sun Yin paid little heed to Xiang Ru's dismissal, stating, "All right, let's find a place to rest for the night. Tomorrow we must gather crystal cores. While not many are aware of the roulette's potential, we should take advantage of it." The group nodded in agreement and began to move away from Wang Hao's location. On Xiang Ru's side, as they encountered no zombies in the garden, they ventured out to hunt, remaining busy until the midnight hour before leisurely returning to their dwelling. While others, constrained by limited visibility, often sought shelter from nocturnal creatures, Xiang Ru had no such qualms and pursued zombies relentlessly. Ascending to the main bedroom on the 2nd floor, Xiang Ru gently pushed the door open, gazing at Wang Hao sprawled on the new bedsheets. Her eyes grew warm, and she hastily retreated to the bathroom to wash away the blood before donning a silk, dark green nightgown she had found along the way. Emerging, She slipped into Wang Hao's bed like a mermaid. He had awakened upon her arrival, inhaling the fragrant scent of her shower gel. Tomorrow, you will teach Zhang Mengyao and the others how to slay zombies. Do not let them perish, for I still require their assistance in acquiring crystal cores, he instructed. I have brought back a dozen crystal cores for you, Xiang Ru teased, tracing circles on Wang Hao's chest with her finger. Come on, behave yourself. Do not disturb my sleep. Wang Hao replied sternly, I will chop your hand off. Forgive me. I have erred. Please, do punish me harshly, Xiang Ru said, the imagery of her words veering towards violence. The following day, Wang Hao appeared somewhat fatigued as he departed with Zhang Mengyao and the others, preparing to venture a few kilometers to a KTV in search of a roulette. Their faces bore traces of anxiety, and even the well-versed Qin Lian felt the tension. After all, the frenzy of the zombies was a well-known peril, their combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary men. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. As Wang Hao exited the garden, he encountered a few zombies roaming the street, and with swift precision, he approached and cleaved their skulls open one by one. His movements were quick and decisive. The undead remained silent, oblivious to the presence of anyone approaching until their demise. He extracted the crystal core from the zombie's head and made his way towards the 10 o'clock direction, effortlessly dispatching 3 more zombies along the way. He soon vanished from the sight of Xiang Ru and the others. Zhang Mengyao, accustomed to witnessing Wang Hao's indiscriminate slaughter of zombies, felt no particular shock. Yet for Qin Lian and Zhang Yashu, this was their first experience, leaving them profoundly astonished. The blood-soaked corpses strewn across the ground were indeed the same ferocious and terrifying zombies that relentlessly hunted humans. Why were they so feeble? In the presence of Wang Hao, they had no chance to retaliate. It would not be an exaggeration to claim they did not even know how they perished. Is he really your classmate? Qin Lian gasped. Although the truth was quite unbelievable, it was nonetheless the truth. Zhang Mengyao glanced at Xiang Ru and remarked that she was indeed Hao Ji's classmate. When they first encountered each other, they were like strangers, not recognizing one another. The lack of familiarity indicated Wang Hao's utter mediocrity. Qin Lian was eager to comprehend Wang Hao's persona, to understand the circumstances that could transform an unseasoned student into a decisive and formidable being, akin to a god of war, within just a few days of the apocalypse. Chapter 21. The 2-star Roulette. Unexpectedly acquiring a zombie-slaying artifact. The weakness of zombies lies in their brains. Xiang Ru's voice pulled the group from their astonishment back to reality. Zombies attack in a singular manner. Overcoming their fear will reveal that killing them is not particularly difficult. I will demonstrate how to eliminate them using your weapons. From here on, it will be up to you. The group nodded earnestly. A night of psychological preparation had culminated in this day. Wang Hao navigated through the buildings and successfully arrived at Xing Zui KTV, which was adjacent to the road, with a mere dozen zombies lingering at the entrance. He swiftly dealt with a few obstructing zombies before entering the KTV, where he was immediately assaulted by a pungent mix of blood and decay. Every few meters, a corpse with a decayed face lay sprawled on the ground. According to his recollection, the KTV had once been seized by a small faction. The Awang faction, which included over 20 individuals, had eradicated them. Their leader had mentioned that they had only recently arrived, and subsequent notifications regarding the roulette's activation confirmed this, indicating that, according to the timeline, this KTV was now ownerless. Wang Hao meticulously examined the wounds on the corpses, noting that they were claw-shaped with smooth edges. And the absence of signs of struggle suggested that the attackers possessed sharp claws, were adept at ambush, and moved swiftly. The only creatures that matched such criteria during the early days of the apocalypse were. Wang Hao continued forward, ascending to the second floor via the staircase. Encountering another 10 corpses in various states of decay along the way, some human, some undead. It was evident that the adversaries regarded this place as their territory. Whoever intruded would face death. Wang Hao entered the third private room on the right, where his gaze fell upon a roulette with a green frame, tilted precariously between the sofa and the floor. It resembled the standard roulette he had previously upgraded, with a total of 8 segments. Come on, let me a 1-star occupational scroll. Wang Hao reached out to press the roulette's activation button, causing the frame to change to blue. The number of segments remained the same, but the rewards transformed. Retaining the 4 rewards of the 1-star roulette while discarding the ordinary rewards, 4 new rewards emerged. Weapon type, 2-star. Equipment type, 2-star. Resource type, 2-star. And 2-star enhancement potion. The probabilities also shifted. The best reward in the 1-star roulette, the 1-star enhancement potion, had its probability increased from 21 to 67, while the weapon type, 1-star, increased from 89 to 132. 1 roulette, 1 Wang. The probability of obtaining a 2-star enhancement potion was lower than that of the previous 1-star enhancement potion, standing at a mere 19, truly a gamble with one's lifespan. Wang Hao sighed. The unchanging number of segments indicated that there were no hidden surprises like occupational scrolls or question marks. Yet the ability to convert a 1-star crystal core into a 2-star roulette was already immensely satisfying. Wang Hao retrieved the crystal core refining device, proportionately took out 180 gray crystals from his backpack, and placed them before the refiner. Activate. The panda eyes emitted 2 beams of red light, enveloping the pile of crystals. Gradually, the gray crystals vanished at a visible pace. After about 10 seconds, when the last of the gray crystals had disappeared, specks of green light emerged within the red glow. These light points coalesced into 6 complete green crystals. After laboriously battling his way to this point, he had only exchanged for 6 green crystals. Wang Hao felt no complaints, only a pang of regret. After all, having the opportunity to exchange was already a privilege. Others would struggle to acquire green crystals even with a truckload of gray ones. This underscored the necessity of expanding their team. Wang Hao stowed away the refining device and picked up a green crystal to activate the roulette. As the needle began to accelerate, it abruptly halted in the segment representing equipment type, 1-star. 1-star adventurer eye, white duckbill cap enhanced from an ordinary cap, preventing drops during high-speed movement. Wang Hao picked up the cap that had fallen from the roulette and donned it, thus providing protection for his head and compensating for his only visible weakness. It is no exaggeration to say that even if several ordinary firearms were fired at him simultaneously, they would not be able to graze his skin, let alone slay him. Not bad. The first spin yielded a practical piece of equipment. Wang Hao retrieved 2 more green crystals for a second spin. This time, the needle landed on the resource type, 1-star, segment. 1-star healing potion. Restores health for enhancement levels below 2 stars. Accelerates recovery for 2-star enhancers. Ineffective for those above 3 stars. Excellent. Wang Hao felt no anxiety about his injuries now. Just as he was about to spin for a 3rd time, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. In the dim light, he discerned a mutated cat, larger than an ordinary feline, with pitch-black eyes, launching itself at the back of his head. The mutated cat struck when its target was relaxed, its movements swift and unheralded, explaining the high casualty rate at the KTV among both humans and zombies. Defending against such an assault was nearly impossible, as one could not foresee when it would strike. Unfortunately for the creature, it encountered Wang Hao, who was familiar with its tactics. The moment it lunged, Wang Hao sensed the danger, wielded his axe, and turned to deliver a fatal blow. The mutated cat was cleaved in 2 as if it had collided with the axe blade itself. As the blade struck something solid, Wang Hao casually picked up a gray crystal that had dropped, glancing at the half-gray, half-black claws of the fallen mutated cat, and remarked, "If I had arrived a moment later, it might have evolved to a 1-star." He found this rather absurd. While others feared the mutated cat, he was contemplating nurturing it. Nonchalantly, Wang Hao turned around, retrieved the last 3 green crystals, and initiated the 3rd spin of the roulette. The needle whirred rapidly. "Come on." A bottle of 2-star enhancement potion. A bottle of 2-star enhancement potion. Wang Hao needed the 1-star enhancement potion, which he could obtain through the ordinary roulette. But to acquire a 2-star enhancement potion from the 2-star roulette would undoubtedly be a loss. However, if he could secure a 2-star potion, he could seamlessly transition to a 2-star status upon reaching the base level of 1-star. He watched as the roulette needle slowed, gradually passing the equipment type segment and nearing the 2-star enhancement potion segment. Just as he was about to exclaim nice, the needle unexpectedly halted adjacent to the potion segment. In the realm representing weapons of the 2nd tier, there exists the Huoxing gun, which emits a straight line of flames upon use. Any target that comes into contact with these flames will be engulfed in fire within mere seconds, powered by crystal cores. The higher the level of the crystal core, the more formidable the Huoxing gun becomes. Although the outcome deviated from expectations, the Huoxing gun is indeed a divine tool for exterminating the undead. Its efficiency increases in confined spaces. Wang Hao once witnessed a team wielding Huoxian guns annihilate hundreds of zombies in mere seconds, leaving behind only the exposed crystal cores of the fallen, evoking a sense of envy within him. This unexpected surprise fueled his desire for a bottle of Enhancement Potion and a Huoxian gun. Wang Hao, shouldering the rifle-like Huoxian gun, exited the KTV, contemplating a suitable location to test its prowess. Chapter 22. The First-Tier Zombie. A frantic encounter. Wang Hao's gaze settled upon a 5-story building to the northwest. This would suffice. The shorter buildings flanking it provided an escape route should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As he stealthily maneuvered through the corridor, just as he was about to turn into the adjacent street, a sudden, deafening roar pierced the air, followed by a muffled voice urging calm, declaring it was merely a zombie, accompanied by the panicked sound of hurried footsteps. The noise of the zombie was not so intimidating. Could it be? Following the sound, Wang Hao observed a wide street accommodating 3 vehicles side by side, where a quartet was confronting a formidable zombie, its muscular bulk dwarfing human heads. With a relatively small head, a smirk crept upon his lips. Indeed, it was the first-tier zombie, the frenzied type. Its strength far surpasses that of ordinary zombies, capable of shattering concrete walls with a single punch, and its attack pattern is relentless, akin to a tempest. A moment of weakness could lead to being pulverized by its blows. At that moment, the 4 individuals clutched their iron rods and knives, encircling the frenzied zombie. One notably slender youth, resembling a mere stick, nervously declared, "I am agile. I shall lure it while you find an opportunity to eliminate it." The other 3 nodded in agreement. The youth struck the ground with his iron rod, intending to provoke the frenzied zombie, which immediately turned towards him, charging with a thunderous roar. Startled by the zombie's speed, the youth attempted to evade, but as he stepped back, the zombie's fist sent him flying. Bones beneath his skin cracked. The youth's eyes widened as he crashed into a nearby shop, toppling several large wooden tables, and silence ensued. The impact of a first-tier zombie is not something an ordinary person can withstand, especially one as powerful as the frenzied type. The remaining 3 stood frozen, bewildered. How was this zombie so different from those they had encountered previously? A single punch was enough to kill. This was terrifying. Reality is not turn-based. The frenzied zombie did not wait for them to react. After dispatching the youth, it charged towards another victim. It intended to devour all 4 of them today. "Help me!" cried the individual targeted by the frenzied zombie, fleeing in terror. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and the world spun around him. The remaining 2, witnessing yet another companion being struck down, fled even faster, their hearts racing with fear, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is this? Humanity cannot contend with it." They then spotted one of their group, not fleeing, but rather advancing towards the beast, wondering if he had lost his mind, willingly courting death. Did he not see how the previous 2 had perished? Roaring, the frenzied zombie fixated on Wang Hao as if it had encountered a plump duck presented on a platter. It excitedly raised its massive arms, generating a fearsome whoosh as it barreled towards him, while Wang Hao merely raised his hand to effortlessly catch the incoming fist. The frenzied zombie appeared momentarily stunned. This human caught my punch? Its fists had just obliterated a human. With a disdainful smile, Wang Hao discarded his axe, which spun through the air, cleaving the frenzied zombie's head in 2. The creature fell backward, its body twitching in a futile struggle. Wang Hao's combat prowess was astonishingly superior. Despite both being categorized as first-tier, he had dispatched the frenzied zombie in an instant. If spoken of, this disparity in strength might be difficult to grasp. But this strike embodied the fundamental difference in power. The fleeing duo failed to hear the zombie's roar. Instinctively glancing back, they were left dumbfounded. What has happened? That person killed the powerful monster. They could never forget how the frenzied zombie had just slaughtered their companion, feeling utterly powerless against its might. Upon seeing Wang Hao, they had presumed he was seeking death, only to realize he was a hunter. This young man is terrifyingly formidable. Wang Hao approached, grasping the axe, stirring it within the zombie's skull until it struck something hard, letting out a breath of relief. Fortune smiled upon him. A green crystal had emerged. Frankly, encountering a first-tier zombie and not obtaining a green crystal would be profoundly unsatisfying. As he extracted the green crystal from the zombie's head, he suddenly noticed zombies emerging from the adjacent building, drawn by the commotion caused by the frenzied zombie. The sound of dozens of footsteps was quite disconcerting. "Come on, you fools!" Wang Hao shouted, sprinting towards his predetermined location. The zombies, astonished by such an audacious human, grew enraged and pursued him fiercely. The ground trembled under the sound of their relentless roars, echoing in the vicinity. The two individuals who had taken refuge in the nearby shop were utterly shocked, pondering what the man was doing, why he was provoking the zombies. In a matter of seconds, no less than several hundred zombies were in pursuit of Wang Hao. This scene would instill fear even in a military unit. "This is what they mean by there's always someone stronger," one muttered. "Daring to venture out and slay zombies is one thing, but to attract them is an entirely different matter." Thanks to his first-tier shoes, Wang Hao moved with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly evading the grasp of the zombies who emerged from all directions, trailing him closely. He dashed into the 5-story building, pushed open the fire escape door, and ascended the stairs as the horde crashed through the door, frantically squeezing into the stairwell. Wang Hao grasped the Huoxing gun, retrieving the green crystal from his pocket and inserting it into the slot near the stock. As he squeezed the trigger, the green crystal spun rapidly, emitting a brilliant light, and a straight line of fire shot forth towards the horde. The zombies struck by the fire instantly ignited, becoming human torches, the flames rapidly spreading to the unaffected undead nearby. The staircase between the first and second floors erupted into flames. Lacking any sense of pain, they continued their furious charge towards Wang Hao, yet large chunks of flesh were incinerated, their bones crumbling to dust under the intense heat. After only a few steps, they collapsed in disarray. Indeed, the Huoxing gun made its appearance less than a month after the disaster unfolded. It was utterly overpowered. As a second-tier weapon combined with the green crystal, its might was such that even second-tier monsters would need to endure several blows to escape. And these ordinary zombies? It was akin to a level 20 player combating a level 1 player. How could this even be fair? Roars echoed from the outside as more zombies poured into the stairwell, only to be dragged into the inferno by their still-burning companions. Wang Hao gazed upon the glowing crystal cores amidst the flames, his smile threatening to split his face. In his previous life, he merely observed others dispatching zombies, finding joy in their exploits. Yet now he too has tasted the exhilaration of annihilating the undead. Once the last of the zombies had been vanquished, Wang Hao ceased his onslaught and patiently waited for the flames in the stairwell to dissipate before he began to collect the crystal cores scattered amidst the debris. During this session, he had eradicated at least several hundred zombies. After toiling for nearly an hour, he discarded the gathered crystal cores onto the platform from the first floor to the second, subsequently retrieving his refining device. Aiming it at the pile of crystals, he activated it. The device emitted 2 beams of red light that enveloped the crystal mound. Approximately 10 seconds later, the original pile had vanished, replaced by 6 gray crystals and 26 green crystals. Chapter 23. The disheartening drop rate and the transformation of a lady's goodness. Is the drop rate really this astonishing? Wang Hao exclaimed in delight, astounded that from fewer than 1,000 zombies, he had acquired nearly 800 gray crystals. It is imperative to note that the drop rate for zombie crystal cores is only about 10%. Typically, one might expect to find 1 core for every 10 zombies, which is considered a standard stroke of luck. Yet Wang Hao's rate was approaching a staggering 100%. Should the statistical authorities from his previous life learn of this, they would undoubtedly exclaim that he was cheating. Surely, if he didn't engage in multiple rounds, it would be an affront to the early acquisition of his firearm. Wang Hao stowed away the crystal cores and stepped outside, sipping a Red Bull. Half an hour later, he ventured a kilometer away, bellowing to attract hordes of zombies into a pre-selected office building. Nearby survivors, witnessing this spectacle, assumed Wang Hao had lost his mind, believing that drawing such numerous zombies was a reckless invitation to his own demise. Sigh, another soul driven mad by the apocalypse, mused a disheveled man on the balcony of room 303 in a nearby hotel, shaking his head. He had chosen the most gruesome fate, knowing those monsters would devour him to the bone. On the second floor of a certain office building, the leader of a small team observed the zombies being lured away by Wang Hao and, filled with excitement, blew him kisses from afar, exclaiming, "Brother, I adore you. I was just fretting over how to circumvent the zombies below, and you came to my rescue. Your sacrifice is invaluable. I shall never forget you." He then shouted to his companions, "Quickly, grab your weapons, and let's move out." However, while everyone presumed Wang Hao was courting death, the cacophony of zombie roars gradually diminished until silence ensued. Moments later, Wang Hao emerged from the office building, his body dusted with ash and devoid of a single drop of blood. The survivors were bewildered. What has happened? Where are the zombies? He entered the building, effectively walking into a dead end. How could he possibly emerge unscathed? Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Wang Hao swiftly proceeded to his next location, employing the same tactic of luring zombies into a building for extermination. By evening, at 1812, he had dispatched 3 batches of zombies. Originally, there should have been 4, but one group had overwhelmed him, leading to an unintended misstep. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with the quantity of crystal cores he had amassed. After refinement, he found himself with a total of 89 green crystals, signifying that he had slain thousands of zombies. How terrifying! A single person has eliminated so many zombies. Should this be divulged, I would surely be met with disbelief. Every location he visited found its surrounding survivors reveling in their newfound safety. As for the coming days, their area would be nearly devoid of zombies. Upon returning to the KTV, he invested 15 green crystals into the 2-star roulette, spinning it 3 times. 1-star tent, foldable to palm size for easy transport. When fully opened, it spans 60 square meters, equipped with a double mattress and blanket, capable of withstanding attacks of 3 stars or lower, with an automatic defense mechanism triggered upon being attacked. 1-star sentinel, when set up, it can monitor a radius of 500 meters, promptly alerting the owner of any danger. 2-star Haina 2 backpack contains 88 cubic meters of space, increasing capacity without adding weight, and includes a preservation function to keep perishables such as vegetables and fruits fresh. Excellent. All 3 are valuable items. In truth, all offerings from the 2-star roulette were useful for Wang Hao at this stage, albeit the degree of practicality varied. The 1-star tent was indispensable, ensuring he had a place to sleep wherever he went, and it was foldable, eliminating the hassle of discarding a tent each time he relocated. The sentinel, while currently unnecessary as monsters were not near him, provided a precautionary measure that was always prudent. Wang Hao's favorite was the 2-star backpack, as he was weary of the complications arising from accumulating items requiring more space. 88 cubic meters was ample, catering to his needs for the upcoming months. Given that green crystals were challenging to procure, Wang Hao deemed it unnecessary to spin the 2-star roulette more than 6 times, as unless he landed on 2-star potions or 2-star weapons, it would not be worth the effort. He resolved to try the next 1-star roulette. Opening his phone's memo, he murmured, "Jinlani Zhong. I still have 74 green crystals remaining. It will surely be dark soon. I cannot venture out today. Tomorrow, I can run 2 1-star roulettes." Hoping to encounter a professional scroll. If luck is not on my side, a 2-star potion would suffice. He shifted valuable items from the 1-star backpack into the 2-star backpack, deciding he would no longer carry food and drink himself, but would instead have a subordinate assist him. Once organized, he retraced his steps. Meanwhile, not far from Shangyi Garden, on the roadside, Xiang Ru leaned against a power pole, watching Zhang Yushu, steel spear firmly in hand, confront a zombie whose belly had been ripped open, its desiccated intestines exposed, lunging menacingly towards her. Qin Lian and the others observed anxiously, silently urging her not to panic. Zhang Yushu's hands trembled, her complexion pale, on the verge of breaking down. As the zombie raised its claws to strike, she gritted her teeth and, recalling Xiang Ru's instructions, thrust the spear into the creature's eye, immediately withdrawing it to evade a potential counterattack. As expected, Zhang Yushu's strength proved insufficient. The zombie remained undeterred, lunging with renewed ferocity. However, she had already prepared for a second strike and swiftly plunged the spear again, piercing through the zombie's brain. Thick, foul blood oozed down the shaft of her weapon. Zhang Yushu withdrew the spear and, in a frenzy, repeatedly stabbed the zombie until Qin Lian rushed over to embrace her, gently assuring her, "It's okay, Yushu." Gradually, she calmed, tears of anguish streaming down her cheeks. "You all know how to kill zombies now. You've graduated." Xiang Ru stretched lazily, playfully criticizing, Teaching zombie slaying has been more exhausting than actually slaying them myself. Although Zhang Mingyao and the others had initially grasped the skill of zombie extermination, they had also faced tragedy, having lost a younger sister to a zombie's claws. The group diminished from 6 to 5. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang Mingyao acknowledged. Having gained a newfound respect for Xiang Ru after witnessing her ability to teach others to master the art of zombie killing in such a short time. It's really no trouble, Xiang Ru began, but was interrupted by the sight of a group emerging from the nearby corridor. They too had noticed the women, their eyes lighting up in surprise. Is it my imagination, or have celestial beings descended upon us? With Qin Lian's composed elegance, Zhang Mengyao's breathtaking beauty, and Zhang Yushu's serene innocence, each of the women possessed their own unique allure. Any one of them could easily outshine a multitude of stars. Compared to Xiang Ru's absolute desire, several women directly ignited the impulses of a group of Luo Han, yearning to embrace them tenderly. Yingge, a bald man wielding a steel blade, grinned greedily and said, "We can't just let them go, can we?" In Chapter 24, Revenge is best served cold. Sun Yan's gaze remained fixated on Zhang Mingyao, contemplating her stunning beauty. He mused that he had encountered countless women, none of whom could even approach her elegance. He thought to himself that if he could possess her, his life would have been worthwhile. However, he quickly corrected himself, realizing that it was she who would be honored to accompany him. After all, what woman could pose a challenge? Sun Yan, having observed Xiang Ru, commanded, "When we approach, you all rush in and use your full strength to eliminate her. Anyone who dares to show mercy will find themselves on the receiving end of my wrath." The bald man nodded in agreement and relayed instructions to the stronger members of their group. Xiang Ru recognized Sun Yan and his companions as the survivors from the previous Night-S encounter, and she sensed danger from the glances they exchanged. "Let's go," Xiang Ru decisively ordered. "Retrace our steps." Without delay, Zhang Mingyao led her group to depart swiftly. Charge! Sun Yin and his crew, realizing they had been exposed, pursued with abandon, quickly catching up to Xiang Ru, subsequently splitting into 2 teams. Sun Yin, the bald man, and 3 others swiftly surrounded Xiang Ru, while the remaining 9 pursued Zhang Mingyao and her group. Seeing this, Xiang Ru wasted no time. She closed in on a burly man, landing an uppercut that struck his descending steel blade. Both were ordinary enhancers, their strengths evenly matched. The man's blade momentarily faltered in midair, allowing Xiang Ru to exploit her advantage with her boxing gloves. With a firm grip on his wrist, she hurled him towards the approaching bald man and his companions. Without hesitation, Xiang Ru turned to confront a long-haired man behind her. He wielded a dagger, slashing towards her. She evaded with a swift backward motion, dodging his subsequent strikes, which lacked any real technique. She deftly avoided them, recognizing his anxious openings. With a knee strike, she sent him flying. Though Sun Yan's group consisted of ordinary enhancers, their skills resembled that of street thugs. If Xiang Ru, trained in combat systems and Muay Thai, could divide the odds in a multiple one-on-one duels, they would stand no chance against her. As Xiang Ru saw Sun Yan's men closing in on Zhang Mingyao, she rushed to assist. But the enraged, long-haired man suddenly lunged at her, his face contorted with fury. He slashed at her abdomen with his knife, shouting, "Die!" Xiang Ru scoffed. "You think you could defeat me?" As she approached him, she sidestepped his attack, her hand scraping against the blade, creating sparks, before she landed a punch to his abdomen. He staggered back, clutching his gut in pain. Had he been wearing anything other than ordinary clothing, the steel spikes of her gloves would have left gaping wounds. As she turned to assist her allies, Sun Yin, who had been lurking, struck her from the side, sending her flying several meters to the ground. Ugh! Xiang Ru felt the blood vessels in her neck swell, her body curling in agony. She wondered if he was a higher-grade enhancer, as his strength surpassed that of others. Her intuition was correct. Sun Yin was not a one-star enhancer. His superior strength stemmed from consuming 4 regular enhancement potions, a significant advantage. Suddenly, the bald man and his companions, eager to finish her off, were met with the long-haired man's furious shout as he spat blood, approaching her with a vicious kick that sent her sprawling on the ground. The long-haired man, fueled by pride, could not bear the humiliation of being beaten by a woman. He relentlessly stomped on her, causing her to bleed profusely and cry out in agony. With a twisted grin, he taunted, "What good is your strength now? You're just like a dead dog beneath my feet." Xiang Ru laughed maniacally. Is this your idea of revenge, you pathetic fool? Her words struck a nerve, inciting a violent response as he aimed a kick at her face. But in that instant, she sprang up, biting into his cheek and tearing away flesh. Blood spraying across her face. Ah! He cried out in pain, pushing her away. Xiang Ru spat out the flesh, laughing wildly. You want to vent your frustrations? Know your own limitations, you fool. Enough. Don't give that crazy woman any chances. Sun Yin barked, urging his comrades to kill her. The bald man and his 3 companions, unnerved by Xiang Ru's frenzied demeanor, hesitated momentarily but rallied together, raising their blades to strike. Xiang Ru braced herself. With nothing but ordinary clothing to protect her, she withstood 2 blows before the 3rd cut through, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. Blood gushing forth and staining her body. D! The bald man shouted, swinging his blade down towards her head. How amusing, Xiang Ru murmured defiantly. I can't even protect a few people. Just as the bald man was about to deliver the fatal blow, a gunshot rang out, and blood erupted from his head as he collapsed to the side. The long-haired man and his companions were momentarily stunned. What? Was that a gunshot? Before they could react, 2 more gunshots echoed, and the remaining 2 men fell, blood spraying. Xiang Ru looked on in confusion as a handsome, cold man approached, holding a pistol. Wang Hao! Xiang Ru gasped. The first time I met you, you were this cool. The last time I saw you, you were still this cool. Indeed, the man was Wang Hao. He had returned just in time to find Xiang Ru and her companions in peril. With a swift decision, he had drawn the handgun gifted to him by Chun Daji. Best not to move, he warned, aiming the gun between the remaining 2. My aim is both swift and true. The long-haired man trembled in fear, while Sun Yan's expression turned grim, realizing the man before him was likely a skilled soldier, capable of taking them down effortlessly. Wang Hao reached into his backpack and tossed a vial of healing potion to Xiang Ru, stating, Your vengeance is yours to claim. Upon consuming the potion, the searing pain in her wound transformed into a tingling sensation. To her astonishment, the deep gash began to heal at a visible rate, leaving no scar behind. Even her severed arm was restored. This miraculous scene appeared almost divine to Xiang Ru, yet for Wang Hao, it was merely routine. Healing potions could mend injuries of enhancers below 2 stars with ease. In Chapter 25, Survivor's Paradise, Cubs encountering dragons, she rose, stretching her limbs, and coldly regarded the long-haired man. Now, I will shatter your jaw. The long-haired man was taken aback, exclaiming, No? This woman was just on the brink of death from my blows. How can she drink a vial of potion and appear unscathed? He stumbled, his voice faltering as Xiang Ru approached, delivering a powerful blow to his mouth. The long-haired man fell to the ground, groaning, while Xiang Ru continued to rain down punches, shattering his lips. Sun Yin, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that if he remained passive, he would be the next victim. He recalled how he had just seen the bullet in time. If only he could react quickly enough to evade the first shot, he could turn the tables. Even if he could not avoid it entirely, as long as he did not suffer a fatal blow, he would still have a chance. Time was of the essence. Sun Yin could not afford to ponder for long. He prepared himself and launched towards Wang Hao like an arrow released from a bow. He fired his gun. A bullet whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Sun Yin's face. In that moment, Sun Yin was unprecedentedly focused. The bullet appeared to slow down in his eyes as he swiftly turned. By the narrowest of margins, he evaded the bullet. He was elated and charged toward Wang Hao, declaring, Did you think you had already won? Fool, you shall pay for my brother's demise. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that someone would have already consumed more than 4 vials of potion. As Sun Yin drew closer, he envisioned himself cleaving Wang Hao in 2, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You may not realize this, but marksmanship is my weakness. Wang Hao holstered his pistol and drew a hand axe, striking downwards. Sun Yin felt a flash of cold light, and before he could react, his head was severed from his neck, his face still bearing a smile of certainty. Wang Hao walked past Sun Yin, and after a brief pause, blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed, his expression transforming from triumphant to one of agony and shock. He could not comprehend why, after consuming 4 ordinary enhancement potions, he had met such an inexplicable demise. Xiang Ru had already turned the long-haired man into a pulp. Standing up, bloodied and grotesque, facing Wang Hao with a light laugh. Now that you've seen me like this, you might want to reconsider your actions. Wang Hao approached, lifting Xiang Ru's chin and leaning down to kiss her lips. The horde is coming. We shall speak later. He caressed her face and turned to join Zhang Mingyao and the others, while Xiang Ru, touched deeply, reflected on the moment. How intriguing. Is this the kind of romance that belongs to Wang Hao? Meanwhile, Sun Yan's men had ceased their assault on the women the moment Wang Hao fired his first shot. Upon witnessing the 5 strongest members of their team fall one by one, especially the formidable Sun Yan being effortlessly slain, they were left in utter shock. In their eyes, the rampaging Sun Yan was the strongest. Even retired soldiers would bow before him. Now, he had been killed in an instant. Run, quickly. The 9 men, overcome with fear, scattered in panic. However, the gunfire echoed loudly in the silent streets, a blatant provocation to the zombies, who surged forth in a frenzy from all directions. The 9 encountered zombies wherever they fled. Lacking enhancements and equipped only with ordinary gear, they could not withstand the onslaught of numerous zombies and were swiftly overwhelmed. The faces of the women turned pale. What do we do with so many zombies? It seems like we will become their dinner no matter where we go. Let us head towards that building. Zhang Mingyao maintained her composure, scanning the surroundings and pointing to a nearby 3-story structure. Quickly, the 4 rushed toward the building, only to encounter a zombie with decayed legs at the entrance, swinging its claws at them. Qin Lian promptly plunged a knife into the zombie's eye, thrusting it forcefully until it lay still. The other 3 did not remain idle, working together to break the lock on the iron door. After a day of training, they had evidently developed a basic ability to fend for themselves. You all go upstairs and block the stairs to prevent the zombies from coming down. Qin Lian instructed the 3, then waved at Zhang Mingyao, urging Mingyao. Zhang Mingyao dispatched a pursuing zombie with her dagger and rushed to the door just as Wang Hao and Xiang Ru approached. Xiang Ru, Wang Hao said, "You draw the zombies over here." Zhang Mingyao and Qin Lian were taken aback. What? Draw the zombies over? With the cacophony we're making, there must be hundreds of them. If we draw them here, we'll be devoured. You're crazier than I am. Xiang Ru excitedly agreed to Wang Hao's plan. Moments later, she returned with a backpack and a horrifying mass of animated corpses. Just the sight of it made Zhang Mingyao's legs turn to jelly. She could not fathom Wang Hao's intention. Did he plan to take on hundreds alone? Was that even possible? Even with Xiang Ru, they were only 2 people. The thought of killing hundreds of zombies seemed utterly impossible. Wang Hao retrieved a flamethrower, and as Xiang Ru took her place behind him, he unleashed a straight line of fire. The zombies in direct line of fire immediately ignited, and he swiftly swept to the left, then to the right, engulfing the horde in flames. In an instant, the mass of zombies was transformed into a sea of fire. Before they could reach Wang Hao, they had turned to char, collapsing and being trampled by those that followed. Zhang Mingyao and Qin Lian stood in stunned silence. This is not scientific. A single flamethrower had annihilated hundreds of zombies. Moments ago, they had been on the brink of panic, but now, what they perceived as an apocalyptic crisis had been effortlessly resolved by Wang Hao, as if it were merely a minor inconvenience in life. This man was formidable. You go out once, and you return as if you are no longer human. Xiang Ru remarked to Wang Hao, "You used to kill one by one. Now you slay them in droves." "Just a small matter," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "Mingyao, wait until the fire dies down, then retrieve the crystal cores. Move quickly." Zhang Mingyao complied and went to assist the others in dealing with the zombies descending from the building. "How did you encounter those people?" Wang Hao moved a chair from a nearby shop and sat down, Xiang Ru settling on his lap, smiling as he spoke. "I ran into them in the garden last night. They invited me to join them. They realized I would be difficult to deal with and did not press the issue. But today, perhaps because Zhang Mingyao and her group were too conspicuous, they came straight for us. By the way, they have a name, the Survivor Paradise." Wang Hao's eyes widened. "Are you certain it's the Survivor Paradise? The one led by someone named Sun Yan?" Xiang Ru, rarely witnessing such a reaction from Wang Hao, asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is the Survivor Paradise some formidable underground force?" Chapter 26, Amethyst. Moral Coercion. Sun Yan. Wang Hao was certain that the Survivor Paradise he encountered was indeed the one ranked 17th in his previous life, as their leader was named Sun Yan. He had not recognized him earlier, primarily because Wang Hao, at his level, could not have crossed paths with Sun Yan. After all, being a 9-star warrior sounded impressive. But in reality, a single basic potion in an ordinary profession would only be considered average in a few years. Wang Hao chuckled. In his previous life, he had not even been worthy of meeting Sun Yan. Today, however, it felt as though he had just dispatched a mere minor character, the leader of the survivor paradise. Sun Yan, who was destined to rank 17 among all factions, was slain. I remarked upon Chun Daji's possession of such a remarkable item as a crystal core refining device, pondering how he could remain inconspicuous, only to discover that he had crossed paths with Sun Yan. Wang Hao, reflecting on the unpredictability of fate, lamented that had he known of Sun Yan's formidable prowess, he would have ensured a more dignified demise. Alas, it was simply a stroke of misfortune for Sun Yan. During his formative years, had encountered a prodigious talent far ahead of his time. By the way, Wang Hao interjected, "What is that backpack you retrieved?" "Just something I stripped off one of their bodies," Xiang Ru replied, as she pulled the backpack from the ground and unzipped it, revealing a trove of gray crystals. Wang Hao casually glanced inside and was startled to spot a unique glimmer among the pile. He reached in and extracted a stunning purple crystal. Wow, purple crystals are sourced from 3-star monsters. At this juncture, the presence of such creatures is uncertain. How did Sun Yan's group come by this gem? The notion of random rewards flickered in Wang Hao's mind. Those figures from his previous life had truly enjoyed favorable fortunes. Had he not intervened, and considering the wheel of fortune associated with the Zhang family, Sun Yan would have reaped 2 random rewards. Damn it, Wang Hao, who had toiled to become a 9-star warrior in his past life, had never even caught a whiff of such rewards. Yet, what good was Sun Yan's fortunate fate if it ultimately served as a bridal gown for Wang Hao? The purple crystal held immense value. He planned to spin the 4-star wheel, where the baseline was a 3-star reward. He tucked the purple crystal away, having already determined its future use, but first, he needed to fulfill the intel on his 1-star wheel. As the flames of conversation between the two gradually diminished, Zhang Mingyao sensed it was time and beckoned Qin Lian and the others to approach with the backpack, scouring the remains of the charred corpses for crystal cores. All that transpired here drew the attention of nearby survivors, who gazed in awe or disbelief at Wang Hao. Are we hallucinating from hunger? He single-handedly annihilated hordes of zombies. Had they not witnessed the gruesome ferocity of the zombies themselves, they might have assumed that Wang Hao's actions were akin to slaying mere experience points, devoid of any challenge. What does this imply? Is he the chosen one? A stylish youth on the 5th floor of Building 502, wearing headphones, felt a pang of envy, questioning why he lacked such formidable weaponry while Wang Hao possessed it. What makes him so special? Were those cubes? A girl from a neighboring unit on the same floor observed Zhang Mingyao and her companions, contemplating whether the reason for Wang Hao's extraordinary abilities lay in consuming those cubes. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that it was indeed the case. Otherwise, it was inexplicable how Wang Hao exhibited such superhuman qualities. He must be in paradise. In Building 601, a man with a handlebar mustache peered out, his gaze flitting between Xiang Ru, Zhang Mingyao, and Zhang Yushu, green with envy at the sight of Wang Hao surrounded by several stunning women, each appearing as if they had stepped from a painting. 20 minutes later, the group of women completed their collection of crystal cores, with the advantage of numbers. They accomplished in a fraction of the time what Wang Hao had previously taken nearly an hour to achieve, amassing approximately 523 crystal cores, as reported by Zhang Mingyao, with a margin of error not exceeding 20. "Let us head back," Wang Hao said, pushing Xiang Ru off his lap as he stood and nodded. "And let us grab a few barrels of water on the way." Understood. Zhang Mingyao organized the group to shield Wang Hao, responsible for clearing their path. Although he did not require protection, it was only fitting that they handled any zombies they might encounter, rather than burdening him with such tasks. As they traversed 200 to 300 meters, several survivors suddenly emerged from the surrounding buildings, joining the throng. They encircled Wang Hao's group, wearing sycophantic smiles. Among them was the envious youth, who approached Wang Hao with a forced grin, saying, "Brother, I'm a compliant person. Whatever you ask, I shall do. You already have several people with you. A 1 TB a burden." Amidst this, a woman with a child knelt before him, pleading, "Please save my child. We have gone nearly 2 days without food." Others chimed in, appealing to Wang Hao's sense of compassion and reason in hopes of gaining passage. "Brother Hao," Zhang Mingyao sought his guidance. Do you really need me to instruct you on such trivial matters? Wang Hao replied, his tone indifferent. We have yet to secure our own footing. Inviting more people in is one thing, but I fear that an influx may lead to chaos, dragging us down. Not to mention the added burden of food. With more mouths to feed, the pressure would be immense. Zhang Mingyao swiftly weighed the pros and cons in her mind, scanning the crowd with a steely gaze. We will not take anyone with us. Please return to your homes. This is a warning, not a negotiation. Should you obstruct our path, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. With that, she brandished her dagger, and the others revealed their weapons as well. Most recoiled in fear. A disheveled man, perhaps driven to desperation by the apocalypse, pointed an accusing finger at Wang Hao, exclaiming, "Why should you be so selfish? You have the ability to help us. What is it to you? Are you afraid of dying? Can we not be human and extend a hand to one another? Has the spirit of mutual aid been devoured by dogs?" Following his outburst, the man rallied the others, challenging, "Come on, everyone. Let's see if they dare to strike." Wang Hao's expression remained cold. These people simply sought to take advantage of others. They were bold enough to descend from their floors, but too cowardly to venture even a couple of 100 meters to the convenience store. He could take in these individuals now, but what would happen when faced with 100 or 1,000 more? Did he possess the ability to slay millions with a mere breath? He could not possibly protect everyone, and at this stage, he needed to hone his skills against singular, straightforward zombies to adapt swiftly to the rhythm of this new world. In a month, once the torrential rains ceased, monsters would run rampant, and even the weakest zombies would see their combat prowess enhanced by 100, squeezing out the space for ordinary humans to survive. According to past records, nearly 1/3 of survivors perished in the 3 days following the end of the downpour. I have never encountered anyone so egregiously selfish. Were I endowed with their abilities, I would undoubtedly safeguard everyone. We are human, not zombies. I doubt they would dare to act recklessly. Encouraged by the Uncle's fervor, a few joined in the ruckus, while others began to stir restlessly, attempting to morally bind Wang Hao to their cause. Chapter 27. A competent leader. Aristocratic life. Zhang Mingyao wrestled with her inner turmoil, recognizing that if she hesitated further, her standing in Wang Hao's eyes would plummet. A competent leader must not allow extraneous factors devoid of value to cloud their judgment. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and then abruptly opened them with a sharp, resolute gaze, her voice chillingly firm as she commanded, "Kill." Zhang Yeshu, positioned nearest to the uncle, though conditioned by the norms of a peaceful era to refrain from violence, recalled the death of Shao Qin and the ruthless necessity of not harboring those who would hinder the group. Without hesitation, she thrust her spear into the uncle's heart. The uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated them to act. The surrounding onlookers fell silent, retreating in shock, their earlier bravado evaporating. "Let us move," Zhang Mingyao urged, leading the group onward. "What kind of potent influence have you instilled in them?" Wang Hao turned to Xiang Ru, astonished at her rapid progress. "I simply teach them the proper way to vanquish the undead. One madman beside you is sufficient." To Xiang Ru, I remarked that their drastic transformation was likely linked to the demise of one among them, a person who perished due to hesitation. Wang Hao understood. The group returned to the villa just before 8 in the evening, and on the way, they stopped at a water store, bringing back a cart full of bottled water. "Feel free to indulge in food and drink," Wang Hao said, noticing the fatigue on the faces of the women. "If anyone wishes to bathe first, they may do so." The women were taken aback. Given how precious supplies had become, when Chun Daji was in charge, the daily rations were so meager that even children struggled to be satisfied. A shower was an unattainable luxury. Thus, Wang Hao's generosity seemed almost surreal. "Following me, it is impossible that even the most basic need for sustenance remains unmet." Observing the looks the women cast his way, Wang Hao understood their thoughts and candidly stated, "You must have heard about the potions from Meng Yao. If you perform well, I shall not be stingy." Having spent time among various factions, Wang Hao concluded that relying solely on brute force does not foster long-term loyalty, as subordinates are prone to rebellion. The most effective approach, he determined, is to wield both rewards and authority, maintaining a balance of sternness without excessive affability. The women's eyes lit up. The prospect of acquiring a bottle of Enhancement Potion and becoming as agile and powerful as Xiang Ru inspired them with newfound confidence. Meng Yao, I will keep half of those crystal cores. Bring the remainder tomorrow, and keep an eye out for any roulette as you pass by. Wang Hao instructed, if the wheel is gray, give it a spin. About 10 times should suffice. Going beyond that diminishes the cost effectiveness. If you encounter a different type of wheel, take a photo and show me. Subsequently, Wang Hao left a backpack for Xiang Ru, instructing her to take it along. Zhang Meng Yao nodded earnestly. Wang Hao asked Zhang Yishu to prepare dinner while he went upstairs to wash away the blood and grime. However, halfway through his shower, he sensed someone entering the room, attempting to struggle. He remarked, have you nearly been beaten to death today? Aren't you exhausted? Xiang Ru pushed open the door, entered, and splashed water on her face with a mischievous smile, saying, I must thank you for the potion. I feel invigorated. Are you afraid? You may surrender. It will be acceptable. Afraid? Wang Hao urged Xiang Ru to lean against the door. 2 hours later, as Wang Hao descended the stairs, he found only Zhang Yishu remaining in the living room. The others had likely succumbed to fatigue and gone to sleep. Zhang Yishu stood by the window. Sensing someone coming down, she turned to see Wang Hao and quickly said, Brother Hao, the rice is cooled. Let me heat it up for you. No need. Wang Hao was famished and quickly devoured the self-heating rice, taking a large bite of a marinated duck leg. Xiang Ru was quite bothersome. She would call him Dad, which prevented Wang Hao from leaving. After finishing his meal and sipping on a chilled soda, he leaned back on the sofa and asked, Did Meng Yao leave you on watch? Yes. I'll keep vigil until midnight. Then she will relieve me. Zhang Yishu replied with a weary smile. Mainly, I can't sleep. The moment I close my eyes, I see Shao Qin, my mind filled with the zombies I've slain, those people, calling for me to atone for my actions. You will get used to it. Wang Hao empathized, having experienced something similar. If you lack resolve, those who demand retribution will become you. Brother Hao, you are truly remarkable, remaining composed in any situation, Zhang Yishu remarked, having endured the brutalities of the apocalypse. She admired Wang Hao even more. It was hard to believe he was only a few years older than herself, possessing a warrior's courage. Wang Hao smiled. His past life skills seemed almost supernatural in the current context. May I rest in your embrace for a while? Zhang Yishu quickly clarified, fearing Wang Hao might misunderstand. I mean no offense. I am simply afraid. Wang Hao opened his arms. Thank you, Brother Hao. Zhang Yishu nestled into Wang Hao's embrace. Akin to a small boat finding refuge in a harbor, feeling a sense of unprecedented security. The zombies that pursued her, along with the departed souls, vanished. Wang Hao reclined on the sofa, inhaling Zhang Yishu's subtle fragrance, when he suddenly perceived her steady breathing and chuckled quietly. Yet, it had scarcely been 30 seconds. She had fallen asleep too quickly. Unbeknownst to him, he too drifted into slumber, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning. Zhang Yishu stirred awake due to his movement, slowly opening her eyes to see Wang Hao's handsome face, smiling blissfully. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Yishu's smile froze, her expression stiffening as she turned to see Zhang Meng Yao and the others in the living room, observing her with peculiar gazes. With a startled exclamation, she covered her face and dashed upstairs, mortified. What a shame, to be seen sleeping with Brother Hao by Aunt Qin and the others. Wang Hao felt no embarrassment and rose to enter the bathroom, only to be followed by the elder sister Chening, who entered with a plate. Brother Hao, here is a warm towel. It will feel delightful against your face. Wang Hao wiped his face with the towel. Indeed, it felt refreshing, as if his pores had opened. Setting down the towel, he noted that someone had already squeezed toothpaste for him and prepared a cup of mouthwash. In that moment of daze, it felt as though he were not in an apocalypse, but rather living a life of luxury. Finally, he experienced the joys of affluence. Yet, it occurred to him that wealthy individuals might not necessarily enjoy the privilege of awakening to the presence of several goddesses in the eyes of countless people. I hardly wish to toil anymore. Is it not delightful to live this ethereal existence? After completing his morning routine, Wang Hao emerged to partake in the breakfast prepared by Qin Lian, turning to gaze at the sunlit sky outside, which felt surreal. However, one must not grow complacent. Yi Fan is astute and calculating. In his previous life, his family was obliterated by the Gun Emperor among the 4 monarchs for their poor allegiance, a fact he vehemently opposed at the time. His intuition regarding the apocalypse is undoubtedly sharper than that of ordinary individuals. Who knows how far he has developed now? Contemplating Yi Fan's prowess felt like a cold splash of water to his face, and he resolved to hasten his strength and seek vengeance for the betrayal. Chapter 28. Former Allies. Unexpected Gains. As thoughts of Yi Fan lingered, Wang Hao's ears echoed with the anguished cries of the Demon King and Yi Fan's taunts. You, a poor orphan without parents, dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with me, Yi, the young master? If it were not for the foolishness of the older generation of the Yi family, you would not even be worthy to carry my shoes. Wang Hao felt the painful memories of Yi Fan's derision flood back, his hands crushing the bread in anger, causing the atmosphere in the room to chill abruptly. Qin Lian's heart tightened, wondering if she had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. Yifan, I will personally shatter your arrogance. Wang Hao's nerves tightened again, and observing Qin Lian's anxious demeanor, he clapped his hands and said, I recalled something unpleasant, but it has nothing to do with you. Then, Wang Hao stood and turned to Zhang Meng Yao, stating, if you do not return by evening, find somewhere to stay overnight. Zhang Meng Yao nodded in agreement. Wang Hao slung his backpack over his shoulder, following the navigation on his phone to the vicinity of Jinla No. 1 High School. Recalling that the star roulette seemed to be located in the high school section, which classroom, however, would require a thorough search. As Wang Hao approached the school gates, he was startled by rustling sounds overhead while passing a small shop. Reacting instinctively, he jumped back just as 3 fist-sized shadows descended from above, crashing down where he had just stood. This exemplified the difference between seasoned veterans and novices. A newcomer like Xiao Bai would have instinctively looked up upon hearing a sound, which could be perilous if confronting a formidable foe. Wang Hao's immediate retreat was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The presence of cockroaches remains utterly revolting, particularly the mutated varieties that can fly. The sudden sensory shock they induce is exceedingly frightening, and I have often found myself repulsed by them. As Wang Hao discerned the true form of the shadowy figure, he brandished his hand axe. 3 cockroaches, perhaps enraged by their failed ambush, raised their spiny forelimbs in a fan-like formation and charged towards him with alarming speed. Just as Wang Hao was about to engage, 4 men armed with steel knives and guns erupted from the overhead corridor. Among them, a young man with naturally curly hair led the charge, swiftly approaching one of the cockroaches and thrusting his spear into its head. The young man was clearly an enhancer. This strike pierced through the cockroach's cranium without hesitation. The other 3 men united to bring down a second cockroach, while the third, witnessing its companion's fall, redirected its wrath towards one of the men, its forelimbs raised like lances. At that moment, the young man quickly turned around to confront the cockroach. It was Zhang Jingyi. Wang Hao was taken aback, exclaiming how fortuitous it was to encounter him there. In their previous life, the two had formed a team for a time, but eventually parted ways due to differing philosophies. Zhang Jingyi had always been a beacon of altruism amidst the apocalypse, believing that humanity should unite to overcome calamities. Even months after the onset of the apocalypse, his fervor had remained unaltered. Wang Hao had respected Zhang Jingyi for his courageous spirit in navigating the apocalypse. Zhang Jingyi stirred the cockroach's head with his spear and inquired of his companions whether they had found any crystal cores. Receiving negative responses, he lamented the misfortune of having exterminated several cockroaches without discovering a single core. He then turned to Wang Hao and asked if he was all right. Wang Hao chuckled lightly. I had yet to encounter any trouble before you all dispatched the cockroaches. The tall man, already displeased about the lack of crystal cores, erupted in anger upon hearing Wang Hao's nonchalant tone, pointing at him and demanding, "What is your problem? We just saved you, and you can't even express gratitude?" In their perspective, had it not been for their intervention, Wang Hao would have surely fallen victim to the 3 cockroaches, as even Zhang Jingyi, an enhancer, found it challenging to face them alone. Wang Hao, being a novice, would have had little chance. It's all right, Zhang Jingyi reassured, patting the tall man's arm. He is just like that. He means no harm. It's quite dangerous for you to be out here alone. Would you like to join us for mutual protection? No. Thank you. Wang Hao preferred to forge his own path this time. Each of us has our own brilliance, and that is perfectly fine. Zhang Jingyi nodded in understanding, yet cautioned, however, there are particularly many mutated cockroaches around here, and many have perished at their hands. If you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to leave quickly. After speaking, he signaled his companions to depart. Wang Hao noticed the direction they were heading and raised an eyebrow. deciding to stealthily approach the nearby school, making his way towards the high school section. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he left, a horde of cockroaches emerged from the shadows, crawling around the carcasses of those slain, their antennae waving like antennae, before they collectively turned their gaze toward the school. As Wang Hao ascended to the second floor, perhaps due to the zombies being drawn away or some other reason, he encountered only corpses along his path, devoid of any living beings. While walking, he glanced through the windows into the classrooms. Soon, he reached the second floor and turned to ascend to the third. Upon arrival, he heard a girl scolding a boy with great ire. "Is your hand covered in filth? What good will it do to turn your socks inside out? I was wrong. I was wrong. Yinjia, please don't hit me." Following the voice, Wang Hao approached the second-to-last classroom. There, he beheld a typical student in the back row. With green hair and canvas shoes, Zhao Meiyan, repeatedly slapping the head of a chubby boy. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had no memory of such a student in his previous life. However, it was reasonable. Several years had passed since his rebirth, and he had experienced many events, making it difficult to remember the exact locations of all students, especially those who were merely average. As he entered the classroom, the timid girl with yellow hair sitting behind, Zhao Meiyan, tugged at her sleeve nervously. "Yinjia, someone is here." Zhao Meiyan turned to Wang Hao, immediately noticing the hand axe he wielded, and instinctively stepped aside. "Hey there, your outfit is quite impressive." Wang Hao paid her no heed. He approached the roulette, upgrading it from ordinary to 1-star status, and then retrieved a gray crystal from his backpack, depositing it into the roulette. Zhao Meiyan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the abundance of crystal cores in Wang Hao's backpack. Wow, where did this deity come from? Their meager supply of crystal cores, collected from survivors devoured by cockroaches, amounted to only 4, while Wang Hao's stash was no less than dozens. The disparity between the impoverished and the affluent was stark. "You're incredible, having so many cores all to yourself," Zhao Meiyan exclaimed, her previous arrogance in reprimanding the chubby boy vanishing as she grinned at Wang Hao, nearly to the point of fawning. She quickly pulled her cousin, the yellow-haired girl, over. "This is my cousin. Although she has little experience, she can manage to trade 5 cores in an hour. Do you think you could do that?" Wang Hao replied. "I could do that too." Zhao Meiyan laughed. "But I need 10 cores in an hour." Chapter 29. A Stroke of Luck. A double delight, the chubby boy gazed in shock at Zhao Meiyan. "Here I am, acting like a sycophant, and not only have I gained nothing from her, but I'm also subjected to her scolding. Meanwhile, she approaches him without hesitation. "I'll give you one." Wang Hao casually flicked a gray crystal, stating, "Now disappear from my sight." With his newfound ability to harvest corpses, he could acquire gray crystals far more swiftly than before. A few gray crystals felt as inconsequential as 5 dimes. "All right." Zhao Meiyan, fearing Wang Hao might change his mind, quickly caught the gray crystal and, along with her cousin, exited the classroom. One gray crystal was of little concern to Wang Hao, but for them, it was a life-or-death endeavor. The instant silence enveloped Wang Hao's ears. He resumed spinning the roulette. Hot pot set. Includes soup base, fresh vegetables, meat, various frozen goods. Please consume promptly. Ordinary Enhancement Potion. Compressed biscuits X10. Mixed fruit-flavored bread X5. Energy bars X2. Ordinary Enhancement Potion. 1-star Enhancement Potion. Wang Hao spun the roulette a total of 20 times, consuming 207 gray crystals, and obtained 3 bottles of the desired 1-star Enhancement Potion. He also received 10 resource rewards, for equipment rewards, and 3 weapon rewards. This method of spinning without the worry of lacking crystal cores was a stark contrast to earlier times when acquiring crystal cores was difficult, as he had never spun the roulette more than 10 times. Wang Hao consumed the 3 bottles of potions, feeling each cell in his body dividing and strengthening. A sensation of fullness surging within him, as if he yearned for a place to unleash his newfound power. "Now, I possess a total of 7 basic potions. Given this body, I feel capable of overwhelming those with inferior foundations in 1-star professions." Wang Hao relished the thrill of his transformation. The ability to overpower professionals was undeniably a terrifying prospect. In a comparable context, the disparity in career transitions can be described as nothing short of astronomical. The prospect of indulging in a hot pot upon returning is indeed enticing, especially after a monotonous diet of bread and self-heating rice. Wang Hao, having gathered all his rewards, stepped outside and noticed Zhao Meiyin and her companions pressed against the wall, still lingering and not particularly concerning himself with their presence as he continued his search for the one-star roulette. How many times has he spun the wheel? Zhao Meiyin murmured. Perhaps 20 times, hesitated the girl with yellow hair. Where did he acquire such an abundance of blocks? Is there a method we are unaware of? Zhao Meiyin recalled the myriad of rewards Wang Hao had just received, feeling envious. 20 times? I struggle even to spin it twice. By the way, does he have an affinity for fencing? Despite our beauty, he doesn't even glance our way. Suddenly, Zhao Meiyin turned to the chubby boy beside her, playfully tapping his head. Look at you, a fellow male, yet you cower at the mere thought of picking up a block. Meanwhile, he sparkles with confidence. The chubby boy retracted his head, thinking to himself, I'm formidable. I even pursue you. Am I foolish? Hasn't your cousin written to you yet? The chubby boy inquired. He mentioned the day before yesterday that he had joined a formidable leader and would call us over once he had established himself. Zhao Meiyin replied as she opened her phone. I expect news soon. My cousin used to fend for himself in the village, a true survivor. Gaining familiarity with his leader is a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Wang Hao diligently searched floor by floor until he finally located the one-star roulette in the 6th floor office. Gazing at the rewards, he rubbed his hands together and declared, Career scroll, career scroll. I am willing to exchange a decade of singlehood as the Demon King for a career scroll. Do you possess any manners? The Demon King retorted. Wang Hao held his breath as he pressed the activation button of the roulette. He remembered only 4 one-star roulettes. If this one were a gift, he would have to trek another 10 kilometers to find the next one. And what if that yielded nothing? That would severely disrupt his rhythm. Instantly, the roulette's circular frame transformed from green to blue, the rewards renewing before his eyes, and a scroll prominently emerged among them. The sections expanded from 8 to 9. Wang Hao was elated. Demon King, I adore you. He had found the career scroll on the 2nd one-star roulette. Such luck. Who wouldn't be envious? However, the probability of landing on the career scroll was 15, lower than the 19 for the 2-star enhancement potion. Wang Hao produced 74 green crystals, murmuring, as long as the career scroll appears, I can accept not obtaining another after using these crystals. After all, persistent investment eventually yields results, which is far better than having no opportunity at all. His mindset was now more composed, lacking the earlier desperation. He exhaled and inserted a crystal into the roulette. 1-star alloy knife, he noted. The first spin yielded a 1-star weapon. Canned pork, 1 star. X2, processed from a meat of a 1-star mutated pig, meeting the dietary needs of 12-star enhancers. 1-star enhancement potion, 1-star enhancement potion, 10 servings of rice. 1 star contains rice, assorted meats, pork, chicken, and more, ready to enjoy upon opening. 2-star enhancement potion. Holy cow! Wang Hao exclaimed upon seeing the potion drop from the roulette, a broad smile spreading across his face. The probability for the 2-star potion was 19, yet he had obtained it after merely 6 spins. His luck appeared to have skyrocketed from the moment he unexpectedly encountered the ordinary roulette, even if he didn't draw anything exceptional from now on. He wouldn't consider it a loss. He was delighted to exchange 74 green crystals for a 2-star potion. After all, at this stage, 2-star potions were considered advanced rewards, vastly different from those that would only start appearing in a few months. Now that he possessed a 2-star potion, it meant he could enhance his level instantaneously, ensuring his strength surpassed that of his peers. With fortune favoring him so greatly, he was tempted to spin for a 2-star axe. Wang Hao, feeling greedy, continued to insert crystals into the roulette. 1-star breakthrough hand-eye, micro submachine gun, 2-star Guardian 2, black vest, portable Wi-Fi, 1-star 10 gigabit speed, ready to use anywhere, providing smooth internet access in any environment. Note, exclusive to one person, portable base station, 1-star signal enhanced tenfold, compact and lightweight, providing stable signal in any environment. Note, exclusive to one person, 1-star career scroll. Meet the requirements of a 1-star enhancer to transition careers and gain formidable power. The specific profession is determined randomly based on the luck of the individual drawing the scroll. Holy cow! Holy cow! Wang Hao was left speechless. Initially desiring a 2-star axe, He realized his aspirations were modest by comparison, as he had directly drawn the scroll. First the 2-star potion, then the scroll. His luck today was astonishing. Surely, the luck of the goddess of fortune must be akin to this. The requirements for transitioning careers were quite simple. One merely needed to reach the star level corresponding to the scroll. For example, a 1-star career scroll could only be used by enhancers above 1 star. There were essentially 2 professions, melee and marksman. The strength of a profession relied on innate talent. Upon transitioning, an individual would randomly receive a talent, such as enhanced strength, speed, endurance, or abilities like a force akin to an axe with every attack, determination in battle, team spirit, long-range shooting, and unerring accuracy, among others. The potency of these talents varied greatly. Wang Hao recalled encountering a sniper in his past life whose bullets could curve, making surprise attacks nearly impossible to counter, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness. Such a talent undoubtedly belonged to a powerful profession. However, talent was largely a matter of chance. Each level up allowed for a career transition. In his past life, he transitioned 9 times, often landing on talents that were either lackluster or average. Recalling a time he randomly received a comical defensive talent while at 5 stars, he couldn't help but chuckle, remembering how it had earned him ridicule from his romantic interest. What joke! With the roulette yielding a career scroll. The chances of it resulting in melee or marksman were both 50. With my current luck, I cannot possibly draw a marksman career scroll. Wang Hao mused as he clicked the flickering icon on the roulette. At once, a metallic, white scroll fell. He felt a surge of tension. If it were a marksman, it would be disastrous. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao cautiously opened the scroll, and several lines of black text emerged. Melee career scroll. Sign your name at the end to transition into a melee combat role, wielding blades, spears, axes, and other close-range weapons, while randomly acquiring a talent and having a chance to obtain accompanying equipment. Nice! It didn't go awry. Wang Hao eagerly took the pen provided with the scroll and signed his name in the designated area. Suddenly, the text on the scroll erupted in a brilliant light, blinding Wang Hao. As the white light gradually faded from his vision, he discovered that both the scroll and the pen had vanished, replaced by a ring entwined with a silver dragon and a small piece of paper filled with writing. It read, "You have successfully transitioned to a 1-star warrior. Random talent. Stronger when facing strong opponents. Encountering the strong. When a warrior faces an adversary more formidable than themselves, their qualities in all facets experience a notable enhancement. Theoretically, without an upper limit. The stronger the opponent, the mightier the warrior becomes. Congratulations, you have received the Warrior-S companion equipment, Enlong Ring. The 1-star Enlong Ring possesses the ability to bestow a certain characteristic upon the weapon wielded by the warrior. A gentle touch on the ring will reveal the description of this characteristic." Wang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. What day is it today? This stroke of fortune is truly astonishing. The talent of becoming stronger when encountering the strong reminded him of the strongest high school student in history. Unless in a crushing defeat, opponents will realize that the warrior facing them only grows increasingly formidable. It can be said that Wang Hao possesses this talent, making any subsequent talents acquired during his class change irrelevant. He had always believed that companion equipment was inscribed on scrolls for display, and having journeyed far and wide, he had never heard of anyone obtaining such equipment, indicating that the chances of receiving companion equipment are exceedingly low. Wang Hao grinned widely. How much of my lifespan have I expended to be bestowed with companion equipment? He donned the Enlong Ring on his middle finger and touched the ring's body. A virtual screen resembling something from a futuristic world emerged, displaying Enlong Ring level. 1-star function 1. Bestows weapon characteristics. Currently, the wielded weapon is a hand axe, granting the explosive axe characteristic, allowing the wielder to swing the hand axe to trigger an instantaneous 3D printing function, creating an identical hand axe that can be thrown. Upon landing, the printed axe will explode, causing damage to nearby targets. Function 2. None kill count. 0500. Wang Hao had lost count of how many times he had been astonished today. His mouth hung open in disbelief. The Enlong Ring is indeed an equipment that upgrades itself. This was something he had never heard of before. The characteristics conferred upon the weapon are remarkably powerful, effectively granting Wang Hao an area of effect skill. Could this be considered a reversal of fortune? In his past life, He faced misfortune, but in this life, everything seemed to align perfectly. Wang Hao was elated. First, he acquired a 2-star potion, then a job scroll, and now a powerful talent, along with an upgradable companion equipment. His foundation is solid, and he now possesses a formidable class, firmly establishing himself at the forefront of the enhancement food chain. It is worth noting that building a solid foundation does not conflict with class changes. Even after changing classes, one can continue to enhance their foundation unless they have ascended in rank. This signifies entering a new stage, where building the foundation can no longer continue. Currently, he has 8 green crystals remaining. Wang Hao drank 2 recently acquired 1-star enhancement potions, raising his foundation from 7 to 9 bottles. Now, he only needs 1 more bottle to reach full capacity. He collected all the rewards he had obtained and prepared to hunt zombies, planning to use a 1-star potion to conclude the day on a triumphant note. As he descended the stairs, Wang Hao unexpectedly encountered Zhang Zhengyi and several others emerging from a building diagonally opposite, accompanied by 2 disheveled girls. Zhang Zhengyi nodded at Wang Hao and turned to lead his group towards the first middle school. Just then, a cockroach suddenly crawled over the school wall, landing and turning its antennae towards them. This cockroach was markedly different from the ones Wang Hao had encountered before. It was entirely dark red, with longer and sharper spines on its limbs. A 1-star cockroach. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. This creature possesses commanding abilities, never acting alone. Its appearance signifies the presence of a large swarm nearby. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of cockroaches surged forth behind the 1-star cockroach, hastily scuttling past it, with a clear intention of charging towards Wang Hao and his companions. The faces of Zhang Zhengyi and his group turned pale. The 2 girls, having never witnessed such a horrifying scene, trembled in fear, their lips quivering. Run! They attempted to flee back to the classroom, only to turn around and see swarms of cockroaches emerging from behind the building's greenery. The terror of the scene was tenfold that of waking up to find a floor covered in cockroaches. The scale of the swarm was no less than 100. Alone, they were no match for this horde of cockroaches and would likely be devoured down to their very bones. What to do? I had been hiding comfortably in the classroom. Why did I agree to follow you? My demise is inextricably linked to you all. The 2 girls collapsed to the ground, eyes filled with despair. You all lead them upstairs. Zhang Zhengyi realized that if they lingered any longer, escape would be impossible. Without hesitation, he declared, I will guard the rear. Just in time. It saved me the trouble of luring the zombies. Wang Hao retrieved his fireline gun and inserted a green crystal into the slot. As he pulled the trigger, the green crystal spun rapidly. With a flash, a brilliant line of fire erupted from the barrel, striking the advancing cockroach. Following this, Wang Hao began to spin and fire in circles. In an instant, the cockroaches were engulfed in flames, their piercing shrieks painfully assaulting the ears of those present. Chapter 31. A shot to the heart. Ascending to 2 stars, the tall man and his companions, initially intent on fleeing, were suddenly rendered motionless by this spectacle. Unable to believe their eyes, Wang Hao, alone with a single gun, had halted a swarm of over 100 cockroaches. It is known that just 1 cockroach can instill despair in most individuals, and 5 or more can render enhancers helpless. Over 100 is nothing short of a disaster. He is indeed this formidable. Zhang Zhengyi stared at Wang Hao in astonishment, recalling their first encounter, realizing that he did not need to intervene. A few cockroaches would likely not even warrant Wang Hao breaking a sweat. It is truly incomprehensible. This seemingly delicate young man is astoundingly powerful. Zhang Zhengyi saved me. The tall man recalled his previous words to Wang Hao and couldn't he help but shudder. Had it not been for Zhang Zhengyi's intervention, preventing him from continuing, he might have already crossed the bridge of oblivion by now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The cockroaches lay flattened, consumed by the increasingly ferocious flames, turning to charred remains. Even the 1-star cockroach, upon contact with the flames, struggled only slightly longer than a regular cockroach before ultimately meeting its demise. Wang Hao holstered his fireline gun and looked towards Zhang Zhengyi, who had just approached, genuinely expressing admiration. I underestimated you. I did not realize you were this powerful, clearing the area single-handedly. Thank you for saving our lives. You all assist me in extracting the crystal cores, and this favor will be repaid. Wang Hao smiled. No problem. Zhang Jingyi was sincerely grateful to Wang Hao. Without his intervention, facing so many cockroaches would have felt like a dead end. In response to his request, he agreed without a second thought. Others who might have had reservations earlier now had none, as Wang Hao was indeed an influential figure, and it was never wrong to curry favor with him. As the flames subsided, they dispersed to extract crystal cores. One person, digging into the first cockroach's corpse, unearthed a gray crystal and complained, "We slay several monsters, but see no crystal cores, yet the first one we help extract yields a core. Are you messing with my mindset?" Wang Hao's crystal core drop rate doubled due to the monsters he had slain, and it did not necessitate his personal extraction to take effect. Thus, they were able to obtain the crystal cores not because of their own luck, but rather due to Wang Hao's buff. "My luck pales in comparison to yours." The tall-shouldered man excavated a gray crystal from the rubble, remarking, "This is only my third find." His words were clearly a self-deprecating jest. A yield of 1 gray crystal for every 3 attempts was commendable. The others, growing increasingly perplexed by the crystal core's drop rate, pondered whether those with exceptional skills enjoyed enhanced luck. In stark contrast, Wang Hao's success rate seemed absurdly high. 2 young women, each believing themselves to possess notable beauty, approached Wang Hao, playfully suggesting, "May I accompany you? I promise to be obedient and do whatever you ask." Their lips curled into flirtatious smiles. This man was impressive, not without charm. To secure his favor could surely elevate one's life to new heights, at which point the only dilemma would be what to eat each day, though hunger might still linger. "Leave me be," Wang Hao replied coolly. "Don't be so unkind," one of the girls retorted, shyly insisting, "You must think I'm unattractive. I just haven't tea-bathed in a while. I assure you, once I clean up, you'll be pleasantly surprised." Wang Hao pinched her cheek, a sudden suffocating sensation engulfing her, accompanied by a voice that resonated like a demon's whisper. "Do you think I jest?" I'm sorry," she stammered, sensing the chilling finality in his tone, akin to witnessing a sea of blood with floating corpses, fear gripping her as her hands trembled and legs quaked. At that moment, all thoughts vanished, leaving only the instinct to survive. Trembling in terror, she gazed at Wang Hao, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I promise to keep quiet and vanish immediately." With a casual toss, Wang Hao sent her sprawling several meters away. Ignoring the pain, she scrambled behind her companions, burying her head between their feet. Before long, Zhang Jingyi and others had searched through all the remains, bringing 2 backpacks to Wang Hao, who examined them with a practiced hand. Based on his experience, these bags likely contained around 70 to 80 gray crystals. "Thank you," Wang Hao said, transferring the crystals into his 2-star backpack. He nodded at Zhang Jingyi and stepped outside the school gate to continue his hunt for gray crystals. He was a formidable figure, yet unfortunately solitary, unwilling to invite others to join him. Zhang Jingyi sighed internally, hoping Wang Hao might consider joining his team. "The commotion we caused probably attracted quite a few zombies. Let us head upstairs and wait a bit before venturing out," he instructed. The group assisted the 2 girls and turned back to the building. 3 hours later, Wang Hao stood once more before the 1-star roulette, contemplating the 24 refined green crystals in his backpack. He mused that spinning the 2-star roulette would require 12 green crystals. Although the chance of obtaining a 1-star potion was greater than that of the 1-star roulette, failing to produce anything after 2 attempts would be disheartening. Today, however, fortune was on his side, allowing him to confidently spin the 1-star roulette. Weighing the pros and cons, he cast the green crystals into the air towards the 1-star roulette, and the needle spun vigorously before abruptly halting with a resounding click. A vial of potion dropped from the wheel. Wang Hao was momentarily bewildered. Was my relative hidden within the roulette? It seemed the game had grown lazy, dispensing the finest reward from the 1-star roulette without so much as a prelude. Today's luck was unparalleled. Even the Queen of Luck would have to step aside. He picked up the 1-star Enhancement Potion and downed it in one gulp. The liquid transformed into a warm current that flowed through his limbs. Yet this time he felt little sensation, as if merely quenching a fleeting loneliness. Unlike the previous surge of vitality, without hesitation, he retrieved the 2-star Enhancement Potion and consumed it. Wang Hao's body trembled violently. It felt as if all his bones were being shattered and reformed, an agonizing cycle repeating itself with increasing intensity. Even breathing felt like a knife slicing through his nostrils, and his head throbbed mercilessly. Despite his battle-hardened resilience, he could not suppress a cry of pain. This torment persisted for 6 long minutes. When it finally ceased, Wang Hao was drenched in sweat. Memories once hazy and nearly forgotten now crystallized with startling clarity, and his mental acuity reached unprecedented heights. His senses and perception had undeniably elevated. Having advanced from a fully fledged 1-star to a 2-star, his strength had achieved an epic transformation. Just 12 days since the calamity erupted, he had attained this level. On this very day in his previous life, he was still troubled by the mundane worries of leaving a cafe. Clenching his fist, Wang Hao reflected, at this stage, at least 90% of people are not enhancers. My progress is utterly extraordinary. Today, his astonishing luck had allowed him to secure the anticipated rewards, accelerating his plan to depart for Z City in pursuit of the fabled Lucky Ring. He would be able to set off by morning. Once the Lucky Ring was safely in his possession, he could finally confront Yifan. Chapter 32. A rare moment of leisure, Xiang Ru's flavors damn it, he thought. An effortless reward has left me bewildered. Should I use the remaining green crystals or save them? After some contemplation, he decided that the rewards from the 1-star roulette held little allure for him. It would be wiser to keep the green crystals for exchanging them for blue crystals, and perhaps later find time to spin the 2-star occupational scroll. He retraced his steps back to the villa. Along the way, he encountered numerous teams venturing out in search of supplies or pursuing zombies for the crystal cores. The network remained intact. By now, word about the crystal cores and the roulette must have spread. In his previous life, around the same time, humanity had fired the first shot in their counteroffensive. Survivors could be seen striding confidently along the roads, a peculiar sight of people battling for the chance to slay a single zombie, giving hope that dawn was on the horizon. Humanity would triumph over the disaster. Alas, a month later, reality would deliver a bloody reminder of who truly held the power. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Hao found Xiang Ru and the others had yet to return. He retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and reclined on the sofa to drink, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. He took out his phone to catch up on shows he had previously missed. As evening approached, Zhang Mingyao and her companions, dragging their weary bodies back, were taken aback by the sight of the table strewn with empty snack bags, sunflower seed shells, and Wang Hao lounging comfortably on the imported sofa, engrossed in his phone. Isn't this supposed to be the apocalypse? How could he live so comfortably, akin to a typical couch potato? How good? Zhang Mingyao approached Wang Hao, speaking softly. I'd like to report on our findings from this outing. Take your time. Let us chat while we eat. Enhancers tend to get hungry quickly on regular food. Wang Hao replied, cracking open a spicy-flavored sunflower seed. He stood up, retrieving a hot pot set from his bag. Get the pot ready and call me when it's done. We just acquired some fresh vegetables and mushrooms. Zhang Mingyao's words prompted the others to spring into action. At the mention of hot pot, the exhausted women perked up, swiftly arranging tables and chairs. Soon enough, a fragrant dual-flavor pot was set up, the aroma of beef fat wafting through the air. The girls washed up before joining the table, each radiantly beautiful, a feast for the eyes. While Wang Hao was the sole male at the expansive table, life felt blissfully indulgent. Wang Hao picked up a slice of beef, dipped it in sesame oil, and savored the delightful combination. Delicious, he remarked, noticing the girls hesitating to pick up their chopsticks. Realizing, he encouraged, there's no need to be modest. Just relax and enjoy. Dig in. Finally, the girls began to eat. They hailed from affluent backgrounds and understood the unspoken etiquette, although Wang Hao had not explicitly commanded it. He was the leader, and they would naturally coordinate their actions around him. They would not truly relax just because of his casual remarks. Goddesses indeed, they carried themselves with elegance. Even when tempted, they savored their food delicately, exuding grace. In contrast, Wang Hao, a rugged, stalwart man, Wang Hao remarked while munching on lettuce. We have gathered a total of 31 crystal cores and discovered 2 ordinary roulette wheels. Zhang Mingyao, though able to speak while eating, set down her chopsticks and reported. Following your instructions, we spun the wheels, landing on a bottle of ordinary enhancement potion, 5 pieces of regular equipment, 2 weapons, along with vegetables and mushrooms. Wang Hao nodded and inquired, what is the individual strength level now? Zhang Mingyao replied, each person can now face 2 to 3 zombies alone. Their capacity to achieve this milestone indicates their diligent progress. However, this is their limit, as women's physiological constraints render them inherently less robust than men. Wang Hao retrieved a bottle of ordinary enhancement potion and several pieces of equipment from his backpack, placing them on the ground. No need to count, Xiangru. Along with the bottle in your hand, you can distribute these 2 bottles and the equipment among yourselves. Thank you, Brother Hao, Zhang Mengyao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Although ordinary enhancement potions may hold little significance for Wang Hao at this stage, the prospect of acquiring strength through such potions has long been their aspiration, and now, their dream has finally materialized, filling them with joy. Brother Hao, Zhang Yusha said, dipping a spoonful of duck intestines into Wang Hao's bowl. Look how considerate she is, Wang Hao remarked, as his peripheral vision caught Xiangru, smiling as she playfully swayed a seafood mushroom. Additionally, he feigned ignorance. We shall depart for Z City tomorrow morning. The women, lacking a home, had no particular thoughts regarding Wang Hao's destination. However, upon hearing Z City, Xiangru's expression shifted. She set down her chopsticks and stood, stating, I am full, you all continue eating. Noticing Xiangru's unusual demeanor, Wang Hao finished his meal and ascended the stairs. Finding Xiangru seated on the swing of the balcony, gazing at the moon obscured by clouds. For the first time since their acquaintance, he perceived her sincerity. You seem to have reservations about my journey to Z City, he stated directly. Is it possible to avoid going to Z City? Xiangru frowned with distaste. I have unpleasant memories there. I have compelling reasons to go. If you do not wish to accompany me, then wait for me in Z City. Wang Hao refrained from probing in her memories, recognizing that unearthing past wounds was foolish. When Xiangru felt ready to share, she would do so. Some matters must be faced head-on. Could one truly evade them for a lifetime? If it were possible, she would annihilate those beasts. After much contemplation, she lifted her gaze to Wang Hao and declared, I will accompany you to Z City to prevent you from being ensnared by those seductive harlots. Do not forget me. As Wang Hao prepared to leave with Xiangru, she sat on the swing, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, a commotion drew her attention, and she looked up to see Xiangru approaching, her lips painted in a striking red. She wore a blue silk jacket, but what captured the eye were the black stockings adorned with English letters. Good heavens! Balenciaga, with the added allure of the swing. This enchanting creature is certainly out for blood tonight. The following day, Wang Hao and his companions set forth. Given the inner-city travel, the fastest and safest route was the highway, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would enter Z City by evening. Last night, Zhang Mengyao had allocated 2 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions to Qin Lian and Chening, the most formidable zombie slayers, based on their contributions. Qin Lian's rapid adaptation to the apocalypse surprised Wang Hao. Initially, he believed that as the sole elder and former high-ranking individual in the group, she would take time to adjust to the stark realities of their new existence. However, she swiftly acclimated to the rhythm of their dire circumstances, demonstrating the decisiveness she had once wielded as a general manager, efficiently dispatching zombies. Although others did not receive potions, they were equipped with gear, providing them with a safety margin during their outings. How curious, remarked Zhang Chaoying, the youngest in the group, upon observing the survivors on the street. There are more people today than zombies. Indeed, the number of people was greater than the previous day. Yet the reason for this was that Wang Hao had previously cleared the area. Had he not intervened, these individuals would undoubtedly have cowered in fear. Chapter 33. The Dock. Shining CC upon spotting the group of women. The people on the street were initially captivated by their beauty, momentarily forgetting their dire surroundings. If zombies were to appear at that moment, they would soon learn the perils of beauty. However, upon seeing Wang Hao surrounded by the women, they felt a pang of envy akin to tasting a lemon. What a glutton! One man accompanied by 6 stunning beauties. In such a perilous environment, he dares to flaunt his fortune. Should he cross paths with a formidable foe, he may not even realize his fate. Here comes the enforcer, someone shouted, directing attention toward a group emerging from an alleyway between buildings. I told you he'd show up by noon. It's only a matter of time before trouble finds him. Look, someone is about to teach him a lesson. How unfortunate. Of all people, he encounters the enforcer, they murmured, recalling that this person had once been a collector in the area, notorious for his brutal methods that had landed him in trouble on multiple occasions. In the chaos of the apocalypse, he had gained notoriety. The crowd watched as the enforcer approached Wang Hao, and the women tightened their grips on their weapons, awaiting Zhang Mingyao's command. "Brother, what a coincidence!" the enforcer exclaimed, his demeanor shifting from menacing to cordial as he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Offering one to Wang Hao, "I am the enforcer, and I had the pleasure of witnessing your impressive skills the other day. I came to pay my respects." The onlookers were left bewildered. What is happening? Is this truly the ruthless enforcer we know? Why is he acting like a sycophant? The enforcer, who had initially exuded a menacing aura, seemed to be catering to Wang Hao rather than confronting him, leaving everyone stunned. Wang Hao, understanding the enforcer's reference to his zombie-slaying prowess, accepted the cigarette and casually tucked it behind his ear, saying, "We are in a hurry. Let us talk another time." "Very well," the enforcer replied, smiling as he stepped aside. "Safe travels." Once Wang Hao had moved on, one of the enforcer's underlings approached, asking, "Those women are more beautiful than stars. Are you really just going to let them go? Are you out of your mind?" The enforcer scolded, slapping the underling's head. "Do you know why the number of zombies in this area decreased by half overnight? He killed them." "What?" the underling exclaimed in disbelief. "Was it during the zombie rampage the other day? I thought the noise from elsewhere had drawn them away. He works swiftly, you all just don't see it." The enforcer explained, "I was at the window when I witnessed him lead a horde of zombies away. He is still alive, and now the zombies are gone. Who else could have done it?" "Wow," the underling gasped. "I never imagined that seemingly refined young man possessed such strength." Indeed, the enforcer's homage is well-deserved. To provoke him would be akin to seeking death in a public restroom. Others seemed to grasp the situation as well. A young man with tangled hair expressed his apprehension, reflecting that since La Chaux was not ill, it was peculiar for him to suddenly show such deference. Clearly, that individual must have done something to instill fear in La Chaux, prompting a desire to mend their relationship. How fortunate I am to possess lustful thoughts without the courage to act. I nearly found myself in trouble. Good grief. He is indeed a remarkable figure in this post-apocalyptic world. A young man clad in hip-hop pants gazed enviously at the scene, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women, noting that even the notorious La Chaux dared not speak loudly in his presence. Others could not share in this envy. They were fortunate enough to venture outside due to the scarcity of zombies in the vicinity, unlike Wang Hao, who boldly brought several ladies along for a stroll. The Shining CC bar had been liberated shortly after the disaster erupted, led by a team headed by Zhou Peng, who later established a solid foothold, expanding their ranks to dozens of members. They even constructed simple fortifications at the entrance. At this moment, a young man in bean-shaped shoes waved his small knife before Zhao Meiyin and her companions, boasting that his blade was sharper than an ordinary cleaver, easily slicing through zombies as if they were mere paper. "I can dispatch a zombie with a single strike. Brother Peng thinks I'm impressive and intends to cultivate my skills. You can follow me without a care for your safety." Indeed, the young man was Zhao Meiyin's cousin. He had joined the team to search for the roulette and, having fortuitously passed by a school, had insisted on taking the three of them along. "Cousin, you're amazing," Zhao Meiyin exclaimed in admiration. The blonde girl beside her sparkled with excitement. "One strike, one zombie. How incredible." "This is nothing," the cousin replied, chin held high with pride. "Those under Brother Peng are truly formidable. They are enhancers. Do you know what an enhancer is? They can shatter walls with a single punch and run faster than athletes. Last time, a guy who fought underground boxing dared to challenge Brother Peng. With one kick, that guy flew out, spitting blood before he even realized what happened." The three listened in awe. Is this the kind of strength a person can possess? Zhao Meiyin was about to say something when she spotted a group of people walking from 100 meters away, recognizing a man among them. "Why is that master here?" "Who?" her cousin asked, looking over. "The master we encountered at the school. He somehow acquired an abundance of cubes and spun the roulette seemingly 20 times. Zhao Meiyin recalled, feeling envious. "That thing is called a duo, and I also saw several bottles of the potion you mentioned. 20 times. Her cousin was taken aback. Though he had never spun the roulette himself, he had heard that Zhou Peng could only spin it 8 or 9 times before it became unyielding, and that man had spun it 20 times. Not to mention, he must have numerous valuable items on him. Cousin, let us go meet Brother Peng. This is a significant opportunity." Her cousin eagerly pulled Zhao Meiyin into the bar, relaying Wang Hao's situation to Zhou Peng, who seemed intrigued. "Spun it 20 times? A backpack full of crystal cores? However, if he is that audacious, bringing several women with him, he must possess considerable skill. It may not be easy to confront him directly. Zhou Peng pondered carefully, considering how difficult it was to obtain crystal cores, which typically required the defeat of several zombies. If I can seize that man's possessions, I could acquire a substantial gain, provided he truly carries a backpack full of crystal cores. You go and execute this plan? Zhou Peng instructed her cousin. If successful, I will provide you with a complete set of gear. You will become a cornerstone of the team. Her cousin, elated, replied. This is simple. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, he was being targeted as he crossed the street, observing Qin Lian dispatching zombies ahead, and asked Mingyao, how far is it? Approximately 2 kilometers, Zhang Mingyao responded. I just checked. The traffic on the highway is light. It seems we could drive part of the way. Wang Hao nodded. If driving was an option, it would significantly reduce their travel time to Z City. Just as they were about to pass an apartment building, a sudden and raucous announcement erupted from the second floor. Jiangnan Leather Factory. The Jiangnan Leather Factory has closed down. The scoundrel boss owes 3.5 billion and has fled with his sister-in-law. Today, wallets originally priced at over 100, 200, or 300 are all just 20, all for 20. The women felt a chill run down their spines. Creating such a commotion in the midst of the apocalypse, especially right above them, seemed intent on bringing them harm. Quickly, hide! Wang Hao, startled by the small voice from the second-floor room, commanded, Xiangru, go upstairs and control those people. He then picked up a stone from the ground and forcefully smashed the loudspeaker on the second floor, turning back to the women and instructing, upstairs. Xiangru kicked the iron door of the apartment with great force, breaking it open. This display of strength left the non-enhancers among the women in awe, solidifying their determination to match Qin Lian and Chun Ying's prowess. Truth be told, if it were left to them to kick down the door, they would likely have broken their feet and still struggled to open it. As the women ascended the stairs, zombies began to pour out from every direction, converging wildly. Within mere seconds, the once empty street was teeming with the undead. It must be said that Zhou Peng's tactics were indeed cunning. This scheme of using others to do his dirty work allowed him to achieve his ends without losing a single soldier. Those trapped had nowhere to escape, ultimately succumbing to a harrowing demise among the horde. Though I do not know who has set me up, I must thank him for doing a good deed. Wang Hao stood before the apartment elevator, drawing the fireline gun he had slung over his shoulder, gripping it firmly with the barrel aimed at the doorway, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side. In the next moment, the horde of zombies surged into the apartment, saliva flying as they opened their jaws filled with sharp teeth. Their frenzied roars were terrifying. A typical person would likely succumb to panic and collapse. With a decisive pull of the trigger, Wang Hao unleashed a straight line of fire that struck the fastest approaching zombie, rapidly infecting the surrounding creatures with a blazing ferocity. In an instant, the entrance to the apartment became a scene of conflagration. The frenzied zombies, after a few steps, transformed into charred remains, collapsing to the ground, scattering bits of their bodies. Zhou Peng's methods were indeed formidable. Unfortunately, they encountered the advanced version of Wang Hao. What was originally a deadly horde now became a bounteous opportunity for him. Brother Hao is so handsome, Zhang Chaoying remarked, watching Wang Hao's silhouette, akin to a starstruck admirer. It is our fortune to encounter such a leader. Although the women had witnessed Wang Hao's prowess, the sheer shock of the scene left them unable to calm their hearts, no matter how many times they observed it. Others found it hard to disagree with Zhang Chaoying's sentiments. Wang Hao maintained his grip on the fireline gun's trigger until the zombie roars outside dwindled to a few, then ceased his advance up the stairs. On the second floor, Zhao Meiyin and her companions looked at their cousin, curled up on the ground, and then at the stern-faced Xiangru, feeling a surge of anxiety. What should they do now? Had they known better, they would not have followed their cousin into this mess. He was so boastful, claiming he could take down a zombie with a single strike. Yet he couldn't even fend off a woman. As Wang Hao entered the room and recognized Zhao Meiyin, he exclaimed in surprise, "You're quite bold. Knowing my strength, yet still daring to provoke me. Big brother, this is none of our concern." Zhao Meiyin pointed at her cousin and decisively sold him out, saying, "When I saw you, I immediately informed my cousin about your roulette activities, and then he relayed this to his boss. They're the ones who wish to provoke you. What could I, as a woman, possibly do? Is it greed that drives me? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Who is his boss? Where is he?" "His boss is Zhou Peng," Zhao Meiyan quickly replied, "at the Shining CC bar." Wang Hao furrowed his brow. Zhou Peng was an old acquaintance. He had been Wang Hao's second boss after leaving Wang in his previous life, and he had only spent about 2 months under Zhou Peng's command. The relationship between Wang Hao and Zhou Peng, or indeed between Wang Hao and most of the bosses he had worked for, could simply be described as that of a laborer and an employer. Wang Hao toiled diligently, while the boss provided him with sustenance. It was as simple as that. There were no complicated emotions involved. To put it bluntly, the boss had no interest in socializing with a mere subordinate. Once Wang Hao established his own foothold, he no longer wished to be beholden to others, especially not to share the spoils of his hard-won efforts with anyone else, while they pretended to be gracious. Unfortunately, by the time Wang Hao united his friends and beloved allies to form his own faction, the world order had already stabilized. His nascent power was subjected to the pressures of established forces, perpetually exploited. At that time, he reflected on the numerous opportunities he had missed, realizing he should not have squandered his time under a boss with no future. "Brother, I'm not very familiar with him, considering how cooperative I am. Please don't hold it against this little woman." Zhao Meiyan tossed a cheap, flirtatious glance and smiled ingratiatingly. "For free. My cousin and I can accompany you for a few days, how about that?" She was calculating in her mind. Despite the beauty of the women beside her brother and the ones who later entered the room, what if he had grown tired of lavish feasts and preferred simple fare instead? If she served him well, wouldn't that be her ticket to success? Alas, she thought she should have devised ways to win him over back in school. Her cousin glared at Zhao Meiyan, a surge of anger igniting within him. Suddenly, he erupted, landing a punch on Zhao Meiyan's face. "Damn it, just half an hour ago, you were calling me cousin, and now you say we aren't familiar? You're more despicable than the street corner thugs. You're useless, only capable of boasting and dragging me into the fire. Is it wrong for me to fight for my life?" Zhao Meiyan spat blood onto her hands, seeing the fragments of her teeth in the blood. She clawed at her cousin, shouting, "Bastard, I'll fight you to the end." Wang Hao snapped back to reality, observing the spectacle of the two squabbling, then turned to give Xiangru a knowing glance before leading his group downstairs. Xiangru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her hands together and said, "Dare to harm Brother Hao? I must have some fun with you." Moments later, the room was filled with sounds of agonized screams. A few women shuddered, thinking that falling into the hands of this female lunatic was worse than being killed by Wang Hao. "You all stay here and collect the crystal cores. I will return shortly," Wang Hao declared, pulling out his phone to navigate to the bar, striding forward. "Let's move quickly. We need to finish collecting the crystal cores before Brother Hao returns." Zhang Mingyao urged the others to begin their task. Chapter 35. Total Annihilation. Bare-handed bullet catching in his previous life, Wang Hao had parted amicably with Zhou Peng, without any grievances. If circumstances allowed, they could share a drink upon meeting again in this life. Yet now, Zhou Peng not only coveted Wang Hao's belongings, but also sought his life. There was no way Wang Hao would spare Zhou Peng. 10 minutes later, as Wang Hao approached the bar, the lookout spotted him. Under the direction of the backbone, a man was about to leap over a car, serving as a makeshift barricade to inquire about his intentions, when Wang Hao declared loudly, "I have come for Zhou Peng's life. Anyone who stands in my way shall be killed." The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this person jesting? One individual dared to proclaim such audacity against their boss. They were taken aback. Surely, he believed himself impressive. The backbone scoffed, "Shao Jia, show him what he's up against." Shao Jia, wielding a dagger, vaulted over the vehicle and approached Wang Hao, stating, "Kid, this is not a place for you to act wild. You're about to die." With that, Shao Jia lunged at Wang Hao's chest with a thrust of his blade. How ruthless, to come in swinging for blood. "You have missed out on the little mercy I could have afforded you." Wang Hao was not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. If they had heeded his warning, they could have saved their lives. If they chose not to listen, then Wang Hao would have to unleash a massacre. He sprinted forward, swinging his axe and cleaving Shao Jia's face, leaving him with a mocking grin as half his head fell to the ground. The wound was horrifyingly smooth. The onlookers stared in shock at the blood spraying from the still body of Shao Jia, their faces reflecting sheer horror. What just transpired? How had Shao Jia died? A reinforcer. He's a reinforcer. The backbone exclaimed in terror. "I will go inform Peng Ge. Quickly, he is alone. You 7 or 8 should go together. The individuals present were seasoned members of the underworld and were not easily intimidated by Wang Hao. Moreover, they believed that, since they outnumbered him, they would have the upper hand. They gripped their weapons tightly, vaulted over the car, and surrounded Wang Hao with fierce intent, charging at him. He swung his axe, parrying their weapons. Knives, guns, and double-edged axes were effortlessly sliced apart by his hand axe, as if they were mere paper, their fragments clattering to the ground. The assailants were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Their weapons, produced by the Roulette, were supposed to be superior in sharpness and durability. Why were they so easily rendered ineffective against Wang Hao's axe? It was inconceivable. Even ordinary weapons should not have been so easily cleaved. Unfortunately, their understanding still lingered on conventional weaponry, unaware that there existed weapons of a far higher caliber in this world. Had they known, they would have realized that it was basic skill for a one-star hand axe to sever ordinary weapons. Wang Hao granted them no respite, his axe rising and falling, severing their heads one by one, before he calmly advanced. Moments later, the sounds of blood gushing filled the air. Let me see just how strong my former boss has become. As Wang Hao entered the bar, the lookout burst into the private room, panting. Zhou Peng, startled while discussing matters with several brothers, grabbed an empty bottle and hurled it, exclaiming, "Do you have no sense of decorum?" The lookout raised his hand to block, and with a crash, the bottle shattered, causing him to wince in pain. "Peng Gu, there is someone outside who has barged in a kill. What is the big deal about one person?" Zhou Peng retorted, "Can't you gather the brothers? He is a reinforcer." The lookout shouted, "A reinforcer?" Zhou Peng's expression shifted. "I don't believe I've made an enemy of any reinforcer." As he pondered this, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open, and a crowd of terrified individuals surged in, looking as though they had seen a ghost. "A monster! He kills without blinking." Zhou Peng turned to see Wang Hao, donning a cap, stepping into the room. Although he remained silent, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Zhou Peng could be considered a veteran in this tumultuous world. Having encountered numerous situations both great and small, he now found himself gripped by an overwhelming sense of unease. Remarkably, Wang Hao stood alone, yet he instilled such fear in dozens that they dared not confront him. Were it not for the lack of a retreat, they might have fled into the very cracks of the earth. "Brother," Zhou Peng feigned calmness. "It seems this is our first meeting? Have you already forgotten how you had others borrow a corpse to kill me?" Wang Hao replied coolly, "I am pressed for time. Let us settle this swiftly." "It is him." Zhou Peng recalled what his cousin had described as a formidable adversary, cursing his cousin for being inept, having failed to execute the plan. In Zhou Peng's view, had his cousin succeeded in drawing a massive horde of zombies, it would have been sufficient to ensure Wang Hao's demise several times over. The chaotic punches would not have spared even the master. An enhancer is not invulnerable. Hundreds of zombies attacking simultaneously could easily claim his life. Swiftly settle this? Zhou Peng's eyes flashed with menace as he suddenly drew a handgun from behind his waist and aimed it at Wang Hao, pulling the trigger. "I will make you pay." With a deafening bang, a bullet erupted from the barrel, the soaring heat distorting the surrounding air. Zhou Peng was remarkably close to Wang Hao, no more than a meter apart. As an enhancer himself, he understood that at such proximity, even an enhancer would struggle to react in time. Youthful arrogance would not protect Wang Hao. No matter how formidable he would still be vulnerable to a bullet that could end his life. Yet, to Zhou Peng's astonishment, Wang Hao merely laughed disdainfully. "I did not expect you to have become so weak that your thoughts have turned naive. Too slow." To Wang Hao, the bullet fired from a standard handgun appeared to move as sluggishly as a rubber eraser to an ordinary person's eye. He did not even bother to evade. Instead, he casually pinched the bullet between his thumb and forefinger. The onlookers were struck with terror. He caught the bullet with his bare hands? Zhou Peng's pupils dilated in shock. What manner of monster have I provoked? This is simply absurdly powerful. Wang Hao released the bullet to fall freely onto the carpet and, in a swift motion, lunged forward with his axe, cleaving off half of Zhou Peng's head. Zhou Peng's eyes widened in despair as blood gushed forth. He collapsed to the ground. Who could have foreseen that this man, now utterly powerless before Wang Hao, was once someone he needed to look up to in his previous life? Back then, Zhou Peng was the leader. To eliminate Wang Hao, all it required was a simple command. Lay down your gear, weapons, and crystal cores, and you may leave. Wang Hao's expression remained impassive as he stated, "On your way out, kindly strip those corpses of their equipment. If you dare to play tricks, I wouldn't mind taking a few more lives." The display of skill he had just exhibited had already sown the seeds of fear within the hearts of the onlookers. Witnessing his power, they felt as though they had received a pardon and dared not attempt any tricks. They hurriedly stripped themselves bare, eager to distance themselves from this fearsome reaper. Chapter 36. The Pruner and the Power of the Explosive Axe. Before long, the private room was left with only Wang Hao. He collected all the spoils from the ground and moved to gather the loot from the passage. Estimating he had acquired 13 pieces of ordinary equipment, 16 standard weapons, and 36 gray crystals, enough to arm a small team. The passageway lay strewn with over a dozen corpses, each with vibrant green blood pooling around them. It was no wonder those who fled into the private room were so terrified of Wang Hao. Who would not fear someone who killed so cleanly? Wang Hao ascended the stairs, pushed open the door to a storage room, and saw within a one-star roulette. He chuckled softly. I originally intended to redeem this roulette, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the career scroll I desired at the first. Today was not the right time, nor was it planned for redemption. It seems fate has decreed that this roulette must be mine to spin. Wang Hao was familiar with this roulette because he had followed Zhou Peng, and in his previous life, it was this very action that allowed him to become a one-star enhancer ahead of others, rapidly expanding his influence and becoming the leader of the area. In truth, factions would prioritize establishing territories around the roulette, effectively monopolizing a gold mine. Therefore, in a few months, aside from those that had been visited, there would be few unclaimed roulettes. If Wang Hao wished to redeem it then, it would certainly not be as effortless as it was now. Having ignited the cockroach horde, Wang Hao was left with 23 green crystals. Originally intending to exchange for blue crystals, he now found himself presented with a one-star roulette. He decided to redeem it first. He transformed the roulette into a 2-star version, maintaining 8 zones, yet did not land on a career scroll. He then invested the green crystals. 1-star healing potion. Canned pork, 1-star, X3. 2-star storm 2, pant style of choice, 1-star enhancement potion. 2-star pruner, 1-star alloy gun. Wang Hao clicked on the area representing 2-star equipment, selecting the style of black casual pants, and the roulette dropped a pair of trousers. After putting them on, he now possessed 2 pieces of 2-star equipment. In a world where 1-star monsters were not yet rampant, it was a challenge to sustain any injuries. The monsters could barely breach his defenses. The pruner was highly practical, capable of automatically cutting hair. Simply placing it on one's head would suffice, or it could be used to style certain areas, which he could later let Xiang Ru use, considering her hair was thick and unruly. Wang Hao gathered all his rewards and returned to the original location. As he approached, he heard a violent roar from a zombie, followed by a painful groan. Realizing the danger, he thought, this is not good. They have encountered a 1-star zombie. At that moment, several women watched in shock as Xiang Ru was flung away by the frenzied 1-star zombie. How could this zombie differ so significantly from the others? Even someone as strong as Xiang Ru was overwhelmed in mere exchanges and subsequently sent flying. Xiang Ru fell to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, struggling to rise despite several broken ribs. She stared defiantly at the frenzied creature and exclaimed, "Strength truly conquers skill. Meng Yao, you all must flee. I cannot contend with it for much longer." If Xiang Ru could not withstand the onslaught, the other women stood little chance. At this moment, fleeing was undoubtedly the most rational choice. "We are a team. If anyone is to escape, it is you," Zhang Meng Yao said calmly. "So far, the environment has remained balanced. It is impossible for a monster we cannot defeat to appear. We must focus on striking its eyes and joints to limit its movement." The frenzied zombie did not pause to let them finish their discussion. It roared and charged at Xiang Ru, swinging its fists. The women surrounded it, aiming guns at its eyes and wielding knives to strike at its joints. Zhang Meng Yao's strategy proved correct. The zombie's eyes burst, oozing foul blood, and its legs were bent, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, it was still a 1-star creature. It was unrealistic to expect ordinary weapons to deliver a lethal blow. The zombie became enraged, sweeping its fists and sending the women flying across the ground, some landing several meters away with injuries ranging from broken bones to internal injuries, vomiting blood and losing consciousness. The frenzied creature focused on the nearest Qin Lian, striding towards her. Her face, drenched in cold sweat, turned pale as she attempted to move, but was seized by excruciating pain, leaving her helplessly watching as the monster approached. In that moment, she felt the suffocating grip of impending death. "I am here, you idiot!" Xiang Ru rushed towards the frenzied creature, but the distance between them was too great. She could not reach Qin Lian in time. As the zombie neared Qin Lian, she shouted desperately, "Come for me!" The frenzy continued unabated, as if oblivious to its surroundings. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a cold voice rang out from the sidelines. "Xiang Ru, do not move." Startled, Xiang Ru halted abruptly, turning her head just in time to see a white-hand axe spinning through the air, cleaving into the shoulder of the frenzied being. With a thunderous roar, the axe detonated, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the frenzied entity into countless fragments. Large shards tumbled to the ground, trailing wisps of smoke, while the shockwaves scattered blood and debris, splattering Qin Lian. Xiang Ru's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of power was this? It had instantaneously obliterated the frenzied being into mere pieces. Qin Lian and Chun Ying exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes trembling in awe. It was indeed this man who had proven to be remarkably reliable. The frenzied being had dared to challenge everyone, including Xiang Ru, with 3 powerful enhancers among them, instilling a sense of trepidation. Yet, Wang Hao had dispatched it in an instant. Having arrived just in time, Wang Hao observed the dissipating black smoke, truly appreciating the extraordinary capabilities endowed to his weapon by the accompanying equipment. He mused that this explosive axe was equally suitable for both combat and maneuvering. In future encounters with formidable adversaries, the explosive axe would certainly infuriate them. Wang Hao produced a healing potion, unscrewed the cap, and administered 1/5 to Xiang Ru, subsequently distributing the remainder to the others. The effects of a 1-star healing potion were exceedingly impressive for them. Consuming an entire bottle when not on the brink of death would be wasteful. Sharing it was indeed appropriate. When Wang Hao reached Qin Lian, he noticed her fixated gaze upon him and inquired, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing," Qin Lian replied with a gentle smile. She had previously thought that Zhang Chaoying and the others admired Wang Hao merely out of a desire for strength, but in her moment of despair, his appearance had been like a ray of dawn piercing through her heart, dispelling the shadows of impending death. It was then that she comprehended their fascination with Wang Hao. That fleeting sense of security was irresistible to any woman. How peculiar it was, she thought to herself, that she had developed feelings for a young man. This was something she had never even contemplated before. As the general manager of a corporation, she viewed Wang Hao, a lad in his 20s, much like a university student would regard a primary school child, naive, yet amusing. After administering the healing potion, the unconscious individuals began to awaken one by one. Among them, Zhang Chaoying, believing herself to be dead and in hell, cried out in desperation, creating an amusing scene. "Brother Hao," Zhang Mengyao inquired curiously, "why did that zombie seem several times stronger than the others?" "You have yet to encounter a 1-star roulette. It's quite normal not to realize that there are levels among humans and monsters," Wang Hao explained. "Humans and monsters are categorized from weakest to strongest, ranging from 1 to 10 stars. The being you just faced was a 1-star zombie. Those at a lower level than it would need either advantageous conditions, superior equipment, or extensive combat experience to defeat it. Unfortunately, you possess none of these. It is not surprising that you were unable to prevail. The roulette does not offer such leniency. It clearly delineates the level system for you. In the apocalypse, can we still refer to it as an apocalypse?" What Wang Hao spoke of was the accumulated wisdom gleaned from countless individuals who had encountered misfortunes. Experiences such as the existence of more powerful special zombies among the undead would gradually spread among the survivors like Zhang Mengyao and her companions. In truth, upon encountering the 1-star roulette and observing the 1-star rewards, everyone would grasp the concept of levels. However, apart from Wang Hao, others remained in the exploratory phase, learning through hardship and unavoidable pitfalls. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was unburdened by such worries. Most of the pitfalls had already been encountered by someone in his previous life, and now, reborn, he merely reaped the benefits of the post-exploration rewards. Upon hearing his explanation, the young women appeared deep in thought. It seemed that merely being able to kill zombies was just the beginning. Brother Hao, what star are you? Zhang Chaoying asked inquisitively. Chaoying? Zhang Mingyao chided sternly. Do not ask such questions. Zhang Chaoying lowered her head in self-reproach. No need to be so serious, Wang Hao smiled. I am a 2-star. Knowing that their leader was formidable would undoubtedly bolster the confidence of his subordinates. There was nothing wrong in revealing his level. The foundation was paramount, and relying solely on levels was perilous. While Wang Hao appeared to be a 2-star on the surface, who could imagine that he was actually strong enough to easily overpower a low-tier 3-star? The expressions of the young women were utterly captivating. 2 stars? 2 stars? In a time when even ordinary enhancers were not yet widespread, it was astounding that Wang Hao had already attained the status of a 2-star enhancer. Let's conclude the lesson for now, Wang Hao chuckled. Have you finished collecting the crystals? Yes, Zhang Mingyao replied, showcasing the 1-star backpack she carried. I have approximately 278 gray crystals, with an error margin of no more than 20. Today's luck was average. Usually, I would expect over 350. Wang Hao nodded. You should keep them for now. We shall continue our journey. With that, the group set off again, making their way to the nearest highway, where they located 2 vehicles. Qin Lian and Chuning took the wheel, driving them towards Z City. Just as Zhang Mingyao had discovered, the highway typically saw little traffic, and their journey proceeded smoothly. As the sun began its descent, the 2 vehicles entered the outskirts of Z City. However, just as they were about to exit the highway, they spotted 2 armored vehicles blocking the curve, causing Qin Lian in the lead car to slam on the brakes and call Wang Hao, who was in the rear vehicle. He too noticed the situation ahead and wondered who would be foolish enough to park their vehicles there. Had some faction cordon off this area? Beside him, Xiang Ru's heart sank upon seeing the armored vehicles. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. How could it be mere coincidence that she encountered her most despised adversary upon arriving in Z City? Get out of the car. You all hide behind and observe the situation, Wang Hao instructed, opening the door and stepping out cautiously to approach the armored vehicles. At that moment, a fully armed squad dismounted from the vehicles. The leader, a square-faced man chewing gum and clutching a rifle, looked at Wang Hao with an air of arrogance. This demeanor was undeniably imposing. Xiang Ru's face turned pale, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The moment she laid eyes on the man, her fleeting hopes shattered, flooding her mind with memories of countless beatings and insults. Zhang Mingyao noticed Xiang Ru's distress and quickly asked, Xiang Ru, what is wrong? I am fine, Xiang Ru muttered, shaking her head in a daze. Zhang Mingyao furrowed her brow, wondering why Xiang Ru, who had seemed fine moments before, was now so anxious. This was the first time she had seen her so tense. This area has already been sealed off, the square-faced man declared. Everyone step aside and line up for inspection. Wang Hao's eyes flickered subtly, but he remained calm. If it has been sealed off, we will not be disembarking, he replied. I am informing you, not negotiating. The square-faced man continued chewing his gum, stating, cooperate obediently, or you will face a gruesome end. The men behind him raised their weapons, aiming them at Wang Hao, while one approached the women, displaying an overtly domineering attitude. Wang Hao nodded slightly. Originally, he intended to assess the situation before making any decisions. But the man's audacity to overstep boundaries would not go unchallenged. Miss Xiang? A voice of astonishment emanated from behind Wang Hao, who turned to see one of the square-faced man's companions lowering his weapon upon recognizing Xiang Ru. Did they know each other? But what was wrong with Xiang Ru? Why did you look so pale? Xiang Ru? The robust man tilted his head as he caught sight of Xiang Ru, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. I have been quite worried about you lately. Come here, let me have a look. Xiang Ru shivered, suddenly shedding her previous defiance, approaching the man like a docile girl. Her demeanor so obedient it almost suggested he possessed some form of sorcery that could transform her with just a few words. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, recalling Xiang Ru's reluctance to come to Z City. Rongu, Xiang Ru murmured, bowing her head with trembling hands, instinctively fearful of the man before her. You should have noticed me earlier. Xiang Rong seized a handful of Xiang Ru's hair, forcefully tilting her head back to gaze into her terrified expression, sneering. Who gave you the audacity to pretend not to know me? Wang Hao's eyes turned icy, an unprecedented murderous aura emanating from him since his rebirth. Xiang Ru was Wang Hao's woman. How dare that scoundrel treat her in such a manner? I I didn't, Xiang Ru stammered. I'll settle the score with you later. Xiang Rong flung Xiang Ru to the ground, disdainfully curling his lip. As he turned to face Wang Hao, he was taken aback to see him charging forward, shattering the ground beneath him like a cannonball, an overwhelming aura pressing down on him, causing his heart to constrict. Instinctively, he wanted to evade, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. No, to be precise, Xiang Rong's movements lacked intellect. Wang Hao closed in on Xiang Rong and delivered a swift slap to his face. Though he had held back, the strength of a two-star enhancer was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. Xiang Rong let out a pained scream, flying backward, his crooked mouth spewing blood mixed with shattered teeth as he landed ungracefully on the ground. Wang Hao surged forward again, his hand rising like a blade. Before Xiang Rong's closest companion could react, he cleaved through the man's skull. Immediately after, Wang Hao bared his fangs at Xiang Rong's other companions. In mere moments, they didn't even have time to pull the trigger before Wang Hao ruthlessly dispatched them. Even without considering the ordinary one-star basics, Wang Hao's inherent qualities as a two-star far surpassed theirs. Even if they were well-trained and could take on 3 opponents, it was futile. Enhancers below this level were utterly worthless. Chapter 38. Dark Childhood. Rumors of Z City. Those who recognized Xiang Ru bore witness to this scene, their pupils shaking in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Wang Hao could move with such ghostly speed. Was this a speed attainable by mere mortals? They were too astonished to think and hurriedly turned their guns on Wang Hao. But just then, a chill swept in from behind. Damn, how many monsters are among this group? Xiang Rong's companions swiftly spun around, only to find Qin Lian had already approached, leaving them no room to react. Before they could make a move, Qin Lian deftly swung her blade, severing his head. He collapsed, eyes filled with bitterness. After over a decade of training and participating in numerous combat missions, he had never imagined he would be slain by a woman in a heartbeat. This was a humiliating death. Xiang Rong's face twisted in pain, blood frothing from his mouth as he spoke. You've grown bold, seeking someone to strike at the Xiang family. Now you demand him to kneel before me, or else your mother and sister will perish. Wang Hao merely smiled. Xiang Rong had grown accustomed to arrogance since childhood. Even in this dire moment, he dared to taunt. Wang Hao turned, stepping on Xiang Rong's hand. He let out a muffled groan, glaring at Wang Hao with fury. Half of Z City belongs to the Xiang family. Wang Hao twisted his foot, the agony of flesh tearing and bones nearly shattering, eliciting screams from Xiang Rong akin to a slaughtered pig. He pounded on Wang Hao's foot, shouting, "Let go! Let go!" Alas, Xiang Rong's futile attempts merely tickled Wang Hao. He lowered his gaze, smiling. I believe your screams have more potential. With that, he crushed Xiang Rong's hand, twisting his foot further, continuing to grind down on the shattered bones. Xiang Rong's piercing screams shattered the stillness near the highway, causing even the women nearby to involuntarily gasp in shock. Who could have anticipated that Wang Hao's decisive brutality towards enemies would become a merciful boon? When he turned ruthless, it truly made life feel worse than death. Grant me a swift end, Xiang Rong gasped, his breath shallow as he pleaded, please grant me a swift end. Wang Hao approached Xiang Ru, squatting down to meet her gaze, but she could not bear to look at him, instinctively lowering her head in panic. Wang Hao grasped her face, forcing her to meet his eyes, coldly stating, as my woman, being bullied like this brings me great shame. Xiang Ru began to speak, but was abruptly flung away by Wang Hao, the impact of hitting the ground jolting her back to some semblance of clarity. Prove it to me, Wang Hao commanded coldly, that you can remain by my side. Xiang Ru stared blankly at Xiang Rong. Contemplating her choice to return was to confront her fears, not allowing these brutes to become her inner demons. Why was it that upon encountering Xiang Rong, she shrank back in fear? She had matured. He was now weaker than her. Why should she still fear him? Xiang Ru's dulled gaze regained clarity as she approached Xiang Rong. Sensing her advance, he immediately regained his vigor, shouting, Xiang Ru, now is your chance. Do what you must. Do you want your mother and sister to die? Yes, I will do what I must. Xiang Ru's fist struck Xiang Rong with astonishing force, shattering his sternum and causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Xiang Ru, bang! Xiang Ru, bang! Xiang Ru, bang! Xiang Ru laughed maniacally, delivering blow after blow to every part of Xiang Rong's body, even to the point of losing control, directly biting into flesh. Minutes later, Xiang Rong had become a mere pile of flesh. Dream Yao, Wang Hao instructed, let's rest here tonight. Understood, Dream Yao began to organize. Xiang Ru quieted down, walking up to Wang Hao and resting her forehead against his chest. I'm sorry for bringing you shame. Everyone makes mistakes. But if you repeat the same error next time, I shall reconsider whether you are worthy to stay by my side, Wang Hao replied flatly. Xiang Ru looked up, meeting Wang Hao's eyes. Aren't you curious as to why I am this way? You will say it if you wish, Wang Hao replied casually. The rational man. Xiang Ru spoke somberly. The Xiang family idolizes extreme male chauvinism. Women are merely tools in their eyes. From a moment I could remember, I was forced to learn etiquette, music, and arts, all to enhance myself to be of use to the Xiang family. If I ever displeased a man from the Xiang family, I would face brutal beatings. I endured multiple lashes from a thick rattan stick. The only places I became familiar with, aside from home, were hospitals. I desperately learned various skills, dreaming of one day escaping this family with my mother and sister. Until one day, in my first year of high school, my mother summoned me to her room and ordered me to serve a man in his 60s. She even urged my sister to persuade me, sharing the benefits she had gained from serving others. Eventually, I escaped the Xiang family alone. They cherished their reputation too much to come after me openly. Just listening, one can feel the depth of Xiang Ru's suffering. In childhood, what can one truly comprehend? In an era where speech is not yet fluent and consciousness has not fully matured, one endures inhumane torment. The most brutal aspect arises when she acquires the ability to escape, yearning to liberate her mother and sister, who share her tragic experiences, from the clutches of despair. Yet, they conspire to cast her into the abyss. This psychological assault inflicts far greater pain than any physical harm. It is no wonder that Xiang Ru descends into madness, ultimately evolving into the Mad King. All of this is traceable. The Xiang family embodies her inner demons. Wang Hao embraces Xiang Ru, proclaiming that once he concludes his affairs, he will lead her to obliterate the Xiang family. He is fiercely protective. If Xiang Rong dares to strike a woman, Wang Hao will not hesitate to eradicate the Xiang family. Moreover, the Xiang family represents Xiang Ru's psychological torment. Until they are vanquished, she cannot undergo her transformation. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the Xiang family cannot survive. Thank you. With both hands gripping Wang Hao's attire, Xiang Ru, in her resolute madness, reveals her feminine tenderness for the first time before him, weeping and expressing her gratitude, declaring that following him without reservation is the most correct choice of her life. Exhausted, Xiang Ru soon drifts into a tranquil slumber. Wang Hao carries Xiang Ru into the vehicle, placing her gently on the flattened seat, before leaping onto the armored car. Gazing into the inky darkness of City Z, few lights illuminate the surroundings. The power supply system of City Z must have been severely damaged. In his previous life, Wang Hao had never visited City Z, but had heard several rumors, such as the monsters of City Z going berserk for some unknown reason, exhibiting combat prowess 12 times greater than that of ordinary monsters, akin to typical zombies capable of approaching a 1-star combat level. The knowledge void of Qin Lian reveals even more lethal truths. The frenzied monsters carry viruses, and mere contact with them, even without sustaining wounds, can lead to severe illness. These monsters generally possess strength exceeding that of ordinary enhancers, and life is already arduous enough without the added grotesquerie of zombie infection. Thus, City Z has transformed into a dead city. However, amidst this hellish environment, City Z has birthed numerous formidable individuals, the most renowned being the Fortunate Empress, followed closely by Ganli Run and the Power King. Wang Hao reflects on Xiang Rong's words, pondering the Xiang family's intentions in sealing off access to City Z, likely aiming to clear the area to establish their dominion, though it is apparent they are still in the planning stages, yet to implement their designs. The Xiang family is not the Dragon Soul Temple, and at this juncture, their fists cannot be so resolute. It is highly probable that Wang Hao can smoothly enter City Z, yet caution must be exercised. Tomorrow's actions cannot resemble those in City H, as the depths of City Z are perilous. As hunger strikes, Wang Hao's stomach growls. He sits down and retrieves a can of 1-star pork, prying open the metallic tab to reveal congealed oil. For those unaccustomed to such fare, Merely the sight is enough to satiate. Yet, akin to durian or stinky tofu, it may appear unappealing, but a single bite reveals its tender, flavorful essence, surpassing even the delights of a grand feast. Wang Hao consumes 2 cans with fervor, wiping his mouth in satisfaction. Ultimately, as they progress, enhancers can only consume star-level food, for even in stillness, their energy expenditure is several times that of an ordinary person, rendering common food insufficient. Shortly after consumption, hunger returns. The higher the star level, the greater the energy demand. Once, Wang Hao experienced the absurdity of feeling ravenous mere minutes after a hearty meal. Meanwhile, clad in a black bodysuit and sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Ada Wong from the film Resident Evil, Yun Bing races along the desolate streets, pursued relentlessly by several burly men. One bearded man deliberately shouts, "You dare seize our crystal core? If you escape today, I shall not bear the surname Wang." As Yun Bing darts through an alley, several zombies, their bodies marred by dark patches, surge forth, colliding with the pursuers. Wang Zhen initially intended to use the noise to attract zombies and block Yun Bing's path, only to find himself hoisting a stone that landed painfully on his own foot. Damn it, this wretched girl is astonishingly fortunate, narrowly evading danger time and again. Wang Zhen instructs his companions to deal with the zombies while he and 2 others continue their pursuit of Yun Bing, fixating on her retreating figure, his frustration mounting. "Do not let me catch you. Otherwise, you will regret ever coming into this world." Wang Zhen clenches his teeth, propelling himself forward. But as Yun Bing dashes past a manhole cover, they close in, only for the cover to be suddenly displaced by 2 grotesque rats, their bodies riddled with decay, rushing forth with a shrill squeak. "Get away from me!" Wang Zhen, ensnared by the mutated rats, glares at the distant figure of Yun Bing, vowing that he does not believe her luck can persist indefinitely. This is far from over. Wang Zhen has repeatedly lost to Yun Bing, each time allowing her to slip away. The farmer cannot simply shear the sheep without consequence. This has escalated beyond mere grievances to a matter of honor. Wang Zhen resolved that he shall not rest until he has dealt with Yun Bing. The following day, after a restful sleep, Xiang Ru returns to herself, disregarding the feelings of others as she forcibly drags Wang Hao onto the armored vehicle for lessons. The stable chassis of the armored vehicle sways incessantly. Although they have not experienced it, have they not seen pigs run? They feel particularly awkward imagining bizarre scenarios. Aunt Qin, Zhang Chaoying inquires, "Is such a matter enjoyable? Why does Sister Xiang Ru constantly seek Brother Hao for such endeavors?" The well-informed Qin Lian finds herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Chaoying, your question delves into Aunt Qin's knowledge blind spot." Chun Ying interjects mischievously, recalling how Qin Lian had previously been too preoccupied with company affairs to afford a meal to her many suitors. "Like you, she remains single by nature." Qin Lian feigns composure, retorting, "Are you not the same? I am young. Lacking romantic experience is entirely normal." Chun Ying, with a hint of sarcasm, remarks that Aunt Qin is now brave enough to mock her. Qin Lian's face flushes as she lunges at Chun Ying, playfully tickling her, causing laughter to erupt among the others. 2 hours later, Zhang Mingyao pulls out her phone, attempting to navigate to the location Wang Hao mentioned, Shinkong Meiyuan. But an exclamation mark appears on the map. "My phone has no signal." Zhang Mingyao queries the others, "Do any of you have signal?" "No. I rebooted and still nothing." The girls shake their heads in unison. The power outage should have had a backup supply, indicating a problem with the base station itself. Wang Hao is not particularly surprised. Electricity, internet, signals, and water will gradually collapse until the major powers establish the necessary infrastructure. Wang Hao activates a spherical portable base station and Wi-Fi, with his phone's signal rapidly climbing to full strength. The high-tech product from the Roulette brand are indeed exceptional. Even in peacetime, mobile phone signals often struggle to reach full bars. Wang Hao opens the navigation app and hands a Bluetooth headset to Zhang Mingyao. As she dons the headset and hears the navigation voice, she exclaims in astonishment, "Why is there such disparity in treatment? None of us have signal, yet you do." "Brother Hao, I have a portable base station," Wang Hao replies with a smile, "but it can only be enjoyed by one person." The girls suddenly understand, marveling at the convenience of a portable base station. Without hesitation, They surrounded Wang Hao and followed the navigation to exit the highway, walking several kilometers along the road into the city. Along the way, scenes of car accidents were scattered everywhere, with bloodstains and shattered bones. Strangely, the number of zombies was remarkably low. After walking several kilometers, they encountered fewer than 20 zombies in total. The monsters could not find humans to devour, and in their desperation to evolve, they would resort to cannibalism. Wang Hao speculated that the scarcity of zombies indicated something sinister. This area must possess creatures akin to the large and highly mutated ones, like the Yaja. As they emerged from the dimly lit passage, a deafening roar suddenly pierced the air. Following the sound, they saw two men wielding a shovel and a watermelon knife engaged in a fierce struggle with a zombie, which was rotting in multiple places and oozing thick fluids. This zombie felt different from the ordinary ones. Zhang Mingyao pondered aloud. It did not resemble the one-star zombies they had encountered previously. Was it perhaps another variant of a one-star zombie? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this creature matched the descriptions he had heard, with the notable difference that it was not emitting black smoke. To his surprise, they had come across a frenzied zombie so soon. This was a frenzied, ordinary zombie, stronger than the typical variant, but weaker than a one-star zombie. Wang Hao instructed Xiang Ru to handle it, warning her to be cautious and avoid contact with any part of its body, including its breath and clothing. The girls felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they were facing a formidable opponent. Chapter 40. A fortuitous encounter with a main character. Xiang Ru silently laughed as she darted toward the frenzied zombie. At that moment, the creature struck the man's shovel with a claw, sending it flying with a clang. The man was momentarily stunned. What the hell? How is this zombie so strong? His companion seized the opportunity to raise the watermelon knife and struck the zombie on the back of its head. However, the expected splattering of viscera did not occur. Instead, the blows merely created a gash on the zombie's skull, far from being lethal. The zombie, enraged, turned and tackled him, roaring as it lunged to bite, its foul saliva splattering onto his face. At that critical moment, Xiang Ru appeared beside the zombie and delivered a powerful kick to its chest, propelling it several meters away. The two survivors stared in astonishment. What? Is this for real? Xiang Ru picked up the shovel and relentlessly struck the zombie's eyes until it convulsed and ceased its violent actions. It seems I can't allow it to touch me, she remarked, discarding the shovel. That was rather unfriendly. At this point, Wang Hao and the others approached. The two survivors, witnessing their arrival, widened their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they had stumbled into a paradise filled with beautiful women. Wow, that kick you delivered left me speechless. One of them looked at Xiang Ru in awe, instinctively assuming she was the leader of Wang Hao's group. It seems you all are a team. Might my brother and I join you? His companion brushed the zombie saliva from his face and puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, "We're quite adept at zombie slaying." Xiang Ru nodded toward Wang Hao, saying, "You should ask him about that." Both men stared at Wang Hao in shock. This woman was formidable. In a world where only a select few could accomplish what she did, kicking a zombie several meters away, she was seeking the approval of this man. "The ground is hot. I suggest you find a cooler place to lie down," Wang Hao said, not waiting for their response as he walked past them. Xiang Ru and the others followed suit. "He's putting on an act," one of the companions grumbled. "If we're not allowed in, then so be it. It's as if we're some rare commodity." Just as one of them was about to speak, he suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes wide as he collapsed onto the scorching ground, clutching his chest and convulsing. "Don't scare me." His companion knelt beside him, panicking as he tried to help. Suddenly, he too coughed up blood and fell rigidly to the ground. This was the terrifying nature of the virus within the frenzied zombie, capable of triggering diseases in humans in a short period. Without an antidote or healing items on hand, one must quickly find a cooler place to await death, at least to experience the refreshing breeze before the end. In the afternoon, at 1621, Wang Hao and his group successfully arrived near Shinkong Meiyuan, having encountered a few frenzied zombies along the way, all of which were dealt with by Xiang Ru. "You all wait for me here," Wang Hao instructed the girls in the park. "I will finish my business and return." Uncertain of the location of the Lucky Empress's spinning wheel, he opted for a simplistic search, reasoning that bringing the girls along would limit his mobility and waste time unnecessarily. "All right," Zhang Mingyao replied. Wang Hao swiftly ventured into the nearest building. Shinkong Meiyuan was an upscale residential complex consisting of 3 buildings: A, B, and C, with the shortest being 11 stories and the tallest 16, containing countless rooms. He searched each one meticulously, leaving no space that could potentially harbor the wheel unchecked. During this time, he had to run, open doors, slay zombies, and manage the entanglements with survivors, which left him utterly exhausted. Damn it! Had I known I would be reborn, I should have taken the time to understand those rumors better. After 2 hours of searching, he finally located the wheel in C building, room 404, just as dusk fell. However, he discovered that someone was already spinning the wheel. Wang Hao gazed at Yinbing, and even amidst a gathering of stunning women, he was struck by her beauty. She exuded a coldness that was distinct from Zhang Mingyao's approachable demeanor. Hers was a commanding and distant allure. Yes, she was coldly enchanting, evoking a sense of remoteness. Though Wang Hao had never seen the Lucky Empress, he was certain that Yunbing was she. Her aloofness and the bow she wielded matched the characteristics of the Lucky Empress described in legends. The mere fact that she was present heightened his suspicions. However, Wang Hao was indeed fortunate. Had he arrived even a moment later, Yunbing might have already spun the wheel and vanished with the lucky ring, rendering his journey futile. After confirming his suspicions, Wang Hao felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. The Lucky Empress, one of the top 5 strongest individuals in his previous life, was a super powerful entity whose true form was rarely glimpsed, even by those ranked in the top 5 of the combat prowess leaderboard. Wang Hao did not belittle himself. He had never even had the chance to deeply understand who the Lucky Empress was. Yunbing, meanwhile, was also assessing Wang Hao, her instincts warning her that this seemingly younger man was dangerous, akin to a fierce tiger, still and silent, yet capable of striking with precision to sever an enemy's vital artery. How about we share this wheel? Wang Hao suggested nonchalantly. Recently, I've encountered many zombies far more ferocious than those I faced before. Engaging them might prove troublesome and could attract unwanted attention. Let us divide the rewards from this spin. Yunbing, clearly not inclined to confront Wang Hao directly, maintained a cautious distance as she replied, 1 turn each. I've already spun once. It's now your turn. Wang Hao, eyeing the question mark on the wheel, retrieved over a dozen gray crystals from his backpack. I've been quite unlucky lately. I spent dozens of crystals on the last spin without yielding a single potion. I'd appreciate it if you, being such a magnificent beauty, could help me spin. Should nothing come of it, I'll take the blame. However, if something does materialize, I shall reward you with 20 crystals. The question mark indicated a random reward. Although it is certain that Yunbing's lucky ring was obtained from the spinning of a question mark, it does not necessarily follow that Wang Hao would be able to acquire it by spinning himself. There is always the possibility of receiving other rewards, which could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, he decided to have Yunbing spin on his behalf. Yunbing found Wang Hao to be rather peculiar. His excessive friendliness was unlike anyone she had encountered before, who either sought to possess her or coveted her wealth. Although she had no solid basis for her feelings, relying merely on her recent experiences and her woman's intuition, she instinctively believed that Wang Hao had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Wang Hao had offered an abundance of resources. 20 crystal cores were no small feat. Even if Yunbing were extraordinarily lucky, she would still need to slay 20 to 30 zombies. In other locations with her skills, dispatching such a number of zombies would not be overly challenging, but this was Z City, a place rife with frenzy zombies. Ordinary zombies were scarce, and the difficulty of obtaining crystal cores here was 2 to 3 times greater than in other areas. First, she provided the crystal cores. Yunbing tossed a small pouch resembling a wallet and casually glanced at the window to her right, while stating, "If nothing is produced, I'll return it to you." Chapter 41. Unbelievable luck. The lucky ring in hand, she was quite cautious, fearing that he might play tricks, and had already contemplated her escape route. Wang Hao noticed the subtle expressions on Yunbing's face, but picked up the pouch nonchalantly. Upon opening it, he discovered it was an ordinary piece of equipment with several cubic spaces, reflecting the fortune of the Lucky Empress. Even this had been spun out. Due to the advanced level of technology, the odds of obtaining such a pouch from a 1-star roulette were reasonable, yet in a standard roulette, the probability was even lower than that of enhanced potions. Power breeds confidence. Wang Hao was not worried about Yunbing absconding with his funds. He filled the small pouch with 35 crystal cores and casually tossed it to her. She adjusted her archery gloves and reached into the pouch to retrieve 2 gray crystals, casting them into the roulette from a distance. Subsequently, she pressed the start button on her composite bow. Throughout the process, she never turned her back to Wang Hao. He watched as the roulette spun rapidly, gradually slowing down until it finally halted on the weapon category, ordinary. A short-handled hammer subsequently dropped from the roulette without delay. Yunbing continued to insert 3 more crystal cores. Wang Hao's gaze flickered, pondering how he might deceive Yunbing into relinquishing the lucky ring if she were to spin a question mark. If all else failed, he could resort to outright theft. The strategic value of the lucky ring was immense. When benefits were at stake, moral principles and the rules of the underworld seemed trivial. The pointer halted. A potion bottle fell from the roulette. Wang Hao scratched his head and said, "Pretty lady, it seems I'm merely a stepping stone for you. I don't need a hammer, so I've lost 2 crystal cores." Yunbing remained silent, continuing to feed the roulette 4 more crystal cores. The pointer spun rapidly, sweeping through each area, then gradually slowed down, stopping beside the goods category, ordinary, adjacent to the area representing the question mark. Wang Hao appeared calm on the surface, yet internally he was stirred with excitement. It became apparent that the lucky ring was merely a bonus for Yunbing. Her inherent luck was already astonishing. With a probability of 16 for random rewards, she had spun it 4 times to receive such a prize. At that moment, a ring with a small note attached fell from the roulette. Wang Hao approached to pick up the ring and the hammer, remarking nonchalantly, "How annoying. It seems I'll be your stepping stone again." Yunbing cast a glance at Wang Hao, sensing an air of oddity about him. Yet she could not discern what was peculiar. Having never encountered a question mark before, she had no knowledge of its value or significance. Nor did she particularly care about what the ring represented. To her, it belonged to Wang Hao. Even if she inquired and learned its nature, what significance would that hold? Yunbing continued to spin the roulette, and, astonishingly, yet another bottle of Enhanced Potion emerged. This stroke of luck defied logic and truly opened Wang Hao's eyes. As she spun again, another bottle of Enhanced Potion appeared. Wang Hao was stunned. After spinning the roulette 6 times, she had drawn 3 bottles of potion and a question mark, yet failed to obtain the goods category, which had over a 90% probability. Truly, she was the lucky empress. Wang Hao stepped forward to collect his potions, chuckling lightly. "Thank you." He then turned and exited the room. He genuinely wished to recruit Yunbing. Having an empress as a subordinate would not only provide formidable support, but also be quite impressive. However, wanting something was one matter, while Yunbing's willingness was another. It would be inappropriate to charm her into submission. A future empress would not be easily swayed. Wang Hao's excessive attentiveness could arouse Yunbing's suspicions, potentially leading to complications. Thus, he chose to let things unfold naturally. Even if he could not recruit her into his team, being friends would suffice. After confirming that Wang Hao had genuinely left, Yunbing furrowed her brows. This man was far too enigmatic. She could not fathom what he was thinking. On the other hand, Wang Hao casually found a room, settled onto the sofa, and retrieved the ring. He observed the small note attached, which read, "Lucky ring. Enhances the luck of the wearer for a certain period. After equipping it for 15 days, it can actively trigger super luck, which resets the timer upon activation. Super luck significantly enhances the wearer's luck for 24 hours. It was incredibly powerful. No wonder Yunbing was dubbed the Lucky Empress. Having already been favored by the goddess of fortune, her luck would be utterly unparalleled while wearing the lucky ring. This illustrates the inherent unfairness of life. No matter how hard one strives, it merely raises the lower limit, while the upper limit remains unattainable for those born as the chosen ones. As the saying goes, the harder one works, the luckier one becomes. Yet, Yunbing was fortunate without effort. Every individual who becomes powerful has their reasons, especially those ranked among the top 10 in combat strength. Without luck, ability, or opportunity, one cannot achieve greatness. Wang Hao's grin widened, feeling immensely satisfied. The coveted lucky ring was finally in his possession. His spirit soared, especially at the thought of Yunbing personally handing over a ring that rightfully belonged to her. Wang Hao slid the intricately designed lucky ring onto his index finger, and its size automatically adjusted to fit. After waiting nearly 40 minutes, he returned to the roulette where the ring had been spun, only to find that Yunbing had already departed and the question mark was no longer present. His knowledge of Z City was limited to hearsay. Information regarding the roulette's location, for instance, was something he had heard his past life, but had since forgotten. After all, who would remember inconsequential details? Can you recall what you had for lunch today? Probably. But would you remember what the person at the next table was eating? Unlikely. Unless, of course, they were wearing their pants on their head during the meal. Thus, with super luck currently unused and merely gathering dust, it seemed prudent to test its potency, as it could be activated again in 15 days. Wang Hao activated the lucky ring, and a flash of red light enveloped it, signaling that he had triggered the ring's additional feature, super luck. "Let me witness its wonders," he exclaimed, pressing the start button on the roulette. The frame of the roulette shifted from gray to green, and the areas expanded from 4 to 9. Wow! Wang Hao gasped in astonishment as he beheld a scroll in the second area. Previously, it had been mentioned that a 1-star roulette could potentially yield a profession scroll. But countless validations had shown the odds to be so minuscule that survivors had dismissed the notion. It was commonly believed that only a 2-star roulette would yield a 1-star profession scroll. At this moment, the 1-star roulette had indeed produced a profession scroll. This is akin to piercing the rear of an old cow with a knife, opening its eyes to the unexpected. Such fortune makes Wang Hao want to express his gratitude to Yun Bing with a kiss. He retrieves a gray crystal and tosses it into the roulette, which begins to spin rapidly before gradually slowing down, eventually halting in the left sector. 1-star war gloves, gauntlet, a design of sheer violence. Each punch delivering a resounding impact. Every 3 punches can trigger an additional feature. Heavy punch. Heavy punch doubles the power. 1-star weapons are decent. However, those with additional features belong to a higher echelon within the same category. Reflecting on Wang Hao's journey, he has cycled through dozens of weapons and equipment. Yet upon closer inspection, only a handful possessed additional features, illustrating the scarcity of such rewards. To hit the jackpot on the very first spin is a stroke of luck, akin to a cheat code. Chapter 42. Super luck, truly deserved. Super luck, truly deserved. Wang Hao admired, as the gauntlets were precisely the weapons suited for Xiang Ru. Once she dons them, she will effortlessly dispatch 1-star zombies. Subsequently, Wang Hao continues to feed the roulette with crystals. 1-star beef canned X10, mixed flavors. 1-star Nighthawk, helmet. 1-star strengthening potion. 1-star strengthening potion. 1-star strengthening potion. 1-star rending blade, knife. 1-star profession scroll. 1-star impact, cold gun. 1-star battle edge, rifle. Before departing from H City, Wang Hao had cleared a wave of zombies, and on his way along Shinkong Meiyuan Road, he had slain numerous others. His spinning of the 1-star roulette was facilitated by the gray crystals, allowing him to act without the meticulousness required for the 2-star roulette. With good fortune on his side, he spun the roulette with abandon. After 15 minutes, Wang Hao had spun a total of 20 times, consuming 210 gray crystals, yielding 1-star profession scroll. For bottles of 1-star strengthening potions, 8 1-star weapons, and 7 1-star supplies. Did you notice something? Indeed, there were no ordinary rewards. All 1-star rewards rendered the common rewards, which boasted a probability exceeding 40% on the roulette, mere decorations. Wang Hao basked in the joy of witnessing the rewards, which could only be claimed through sheer luck. Cascade from the roulette. This scroll is intended for Xiang Ru, perfect for close combat. Wang Hao picked up the profession scroll, this time opening it without the tension of his previous experience, feeling utterly unperturbed to the extent of contemplating picking his nose. He understood that his extraordinary luck precluded any mishaps. As expected, upon unveiling the scroll, several familiar lines of black text materialized. Close combat profession scroll. Delightful. Wang Hao donned Yun Bing's lucky ring, akin to a commoner walking the path of a genius, soaring straight from the mortal realm to the heavens. He recalled encountering a previously spun roulette along his journey, swiftly collecting all rewards before heading to Building A, Room 301. He reached out to touch the activation button. In an instant, the roulette transformed from a gray frame to a green one. Wang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed an additional section on the roulette. Yet the reward icon was neither a scroll nor a question mark, but rather a card sleeve. A random card. It was not as rare as the scroll or question mark. Even in his past life, he had encountered it several times. Its function could be simply understood as a one-time use card, such as a summoning card that could call forth a fighter, or a star upgrading card that could elevate an item by 1 star. In truth, similar random surprises like scrolls and card sleeves were numerous. With Wang Hao having heard of secret realms, dungeons, welfare monsters, equivalent exchanges, etc., whether one encounters them or not is purely a matter of luck. However, the higher the level of the roulette, the greater the probability of such surprises appearing. The likelihood of surprises appearing on low-level roulettes, such as ordinary and 1-star, is exceedingly slim. The card sleeve's probability is 41, more reasonable than that of the scroll. Wang Hao still had over 200 gray crystals on hand and contemplated acquiring a few more ordinary strengthening potions, feeling that he could afford to lessen his 1-star acquisition. If others were to hear this, they would undoubtedly accuse him of boasting. 1-star potions are a rare commodity, and yet he expresses dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, to be fair, Wang Hao, at this stage, due to the advanced version, has experienced a slowdown in growth, allowing him to focus on nurturing his subordinates. Indeed, 1-star items are not in dire need. This might sound even more boastful. Wang Hao resolved to feed more crystals into the roulette. 1-star seafood noodle set. 1-star sweeper eye, machine gun. 1-star strengthening potion. 1-star strengthening potion. 1-star strengthening potion. Random card. Wang Hao halted after spinning the roulette 14 times. Was it truly so difficult to obtain an ordinary strengthening potion? 14 spins, and not a single bottle? He had initially intended to secure 1-star rewards while simultaneously acquiring some ordinary potions, but that plan was no longer viable. He could only revert the roulette to ordinary. Continuing to spin. Ordinary strengthening potion. Ordinary strengthening potion. Wang Hao concluded his remaining spins, ultimately acquiring 6 bottles of ordinary strengthening potions. Alas, sometimes good fortune can indeed be a burden. Wang Hao gathered all rewards, surveying the card in his hand resembling a shiny card. The card bore a prominent question mark. Upon shaking it, the question mark transformed into a hammer icon, with several lines of explanatory white text emerging below. Star upgrading card. After use on weapons or equipment. Upgrades them by 1 star, limited to weapons and equipment below 3 stars. Remarkable. This card is perfectly suited for Wang Hao. Without hesitation, he pressed the card against his hand axe, prompting new prompts to appear, and the blade shimmered with a cold light. Star upgrading complete. 2-star guillotine 2. Hand axe. The 2-star guillotine undergoes substantial enhancement based on the 1-star guillotine, originally capable of cleaving 3 creatures' heads. The accumulated axe energy feature has transformed into martial energy. Upon swinging the axe, martial energy is triggered, causing the blade to emit a faint red glow, enhancing power, sharpness, and other attributes. New additional feature, Spirit Combat. The longer the user engages in battle, the lighter and more manageable the hand axe becomes. Impressive. The upgrade effect of the hand axe can be succinctly summarized as enhancing its practical combat capability. Theoretically, the longer one fights, the more formidable they become. Coupled with high-star equipment, Wang Hao transforms into a battlefield reaper. The woes of invincibility. Eager to test the power of his profession and the novice axe, he lamented the absence of adversaries. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, he prepared to reunite with his subordinates. However, upon descending the stairs, he beheld Yin Bing besieged by a group. 5 individuals surrounded her, each a formidable enhancer, having honed their skills through relentless zombie slaying, their weapons slicing through the air with ferocity. Yin Bing's personal prowess evidently surpassed theirs, by Wang Hao's estimation. She was equipped with no less than 6 bottles of basic potions. Yet against 4 opponents, her fists were insufficient. Coupled with her reliance on a bow in close quarters, she found herself at a disadvantage, increasingly strained as the conflict escalated, her vulnerabilities becoming more apparent. You thought offending us would yield favorable outcomes. Wang Zhen seized the moment, striking Yin Bing's right hand with a blade. Although the equipment shielded her from the edge, the impact reverberated through, causing her to wince in pain and falter in her grip on the arrow. The others swiftly followed suit, whether with blades or guns, striking her composite bow raised in defense, overwhelming her with a barrage of force, causing the bow to slip from her grasp. They sought to incapacitate her. Wang Zhen sneered. Leave her some breath. He had scoured the area throughout the night, sacrificing 2 brothers in the process, and, at last, he had cornered Yin Bing. This evening, Wang Zhen intended to unleash the torrent of humiliation he had endured and the pent-up rage within him upon her. He would not allow her to escape unscathed, nor would he let her regret her existence in this world. Such a fate would not suffice to quench his thirst for vengeance. Chapter 43. Fortune in Progress. The Luck Queen joins the team. Wang Zhen's companions displayed expressions of delight, unable to contain their excitement at the thought of soon savoring the exquisite Yunbing. They raised their weapons once more and struck down fiercely. Despite facing this dire predicament, Yunbing maintained her composure, as countless thoughts raced through her mind. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Wang Hao watching from nearby. Recalling the impression he had left on her, she called out, "Help me, and I promise to grant you one request." No sooner had her words left her lips than the weapons of her assailants struck her, causing her to curl up in pain and spit blood. The sound of bones fracturing sent shivers down the spine. Yunbing's armor had already been torn in several places. If they continued to attack those openings, her end would be inevitable. "This is not a place for you." Wang Zhen finally noticed Wang Hao and coldly commanded, "Get lost." With that, he and his companions, their faces twisted with malice, brought their weapons down again. Wang Hao remained still, neither attacking nor retreating, as he awaited Yunbing's plea for help, which would allow him to present his request. Otherwise, what would be the point of intervening? Merely to play the sycophant and return home with a whispered thank you from Yunbing, secretly reveling in the moment? Enough of this. Wang Hao was not so foolish. "Where I go is not for you to dictate." As he spoke, he produced a one-star rifle and casually inserted a green crystal into the magazine, firing at the encircling assailants around Yunbing. One shot for each of the 4 adversaries. He would not squander energy. Star-rated firearms utilized crystal cores as ammunition, with sound suppression being a basic feature. The more advanced the weapon, the greater the energy consumed per shot. Without the corresponding crystal cores, one could hardly fire more than a couple of rounds. A one-star rifle with its one-star crystal core could easily fire several rounds without issue. Yunbing's beautiful eyes widened. Such accuracy! Wang Zhen was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback that someone could eliminate 4 enhanced individuals in an instant. Wang Hao shifted the muzzle of his rifle to aim at Wang Zhen, who felt a chill run down his spine, raising his hands in panic. "Please, spare me. Let's speak calmly. You hardly know her. This woman is cunning and treacherous. No matter your reasons for aiding her, it is akin to carrying a ticking time bomb." Before Wang Zhen could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. As he turned, he saw Yunbing drawing near. An arrow knocked in her bow. With a swift motion, she shot the arrow directly into Wang Zhen's eye, piercing his brain. "Damn you, you witch!" Wang Zhen roared, attempting to retaliate, but abruptly his vision went dark, his hands slackened, and he fell silent. Yunbing withdrew the arrow, a thick stream of blood trailing behind, and painfully collapsed to the ground beside Wang Zhen, who lay lifeless beside her, one uninjured eye staring directly at her. Wang Hao stowed his rifle and approached Yunbing with an axe in hand. "Wang Hao." "Yunbing," she replied, lifting her gaze. "Thank you for saving me. As promised, you may request something of me. I will do my utmost to fulfill it." "Join my team," Wang Hao said with a smile. "We will be comrades. I will not impose any obligations on you. If, after a time, you find it uncomfortable or disagreeable, you may leave with a simple word." The words flowed smoothly from his lips. Yunbing felt as though she had been maneuvered into a position by Wang Hao, yet without his timely assistance. Her fate would have been grim. He was formidable. His gaze was not lewd. Following him could be an intriguing endeavor. "Very well." Yunbing lightly nodded. Wang Hao smiled, feeling elated at having one of the 4 queens join his ranks. In his previous life, he would not have dared to dream such a dream. At that moment, the thrill was overwhelming. He produced a vial of ordinary healing potion and handed it to Yunbing, saying, "Drink this, and your wounds will heal." Yunbing hesitated as she held the potion. Wang Hao, understanding her apprehension, reassured her, "You need not be wary of me. What would I gain by harboring ill intentions toward you? You are in no position to contemplate self-harm. Indeed, it would be a simple matter for him to eliminate her." A wounded target. Yunbing unscrewed the cap of the potion and was about to drink when suddenly, a shadow leapt over the greenery, rushing towards Wang Hao with a series of guttural sounds. Upon closer inspection, it was a large black dog, its body riddled with decay. Its speed surpassed that of any creature Yunbing had previously encountered, the force of its approach instilling panic within her. She was certain she could evade the initial strike of the mutated dog, but not its second. Truly, its speed was astonishing. "Be careful." Yun Bing hastily drank the potion, then rolled to retrieve the composite bow from the ground. As she knocked an arrow and drew the string, the mutated dog was within 2 meters of Wang Hao, ready to pounce with its sharp claws. However, in the next instant, Wang Hao pivoted swiftly. With a decisive motion, he cleaved the mutated dog cleanly in half from head to abdomen, the momentum carrying its 2 halves to the ground. A green crystal, encrusted with filth, fell to the earth with a thud. For a creature that posed a significant threat, even to someone as capable as Yun Bing, the mutated dog must surely be a 1-star anomaly. Had it targeted anyone else, no one would have been able to withstand its onslaught. Yet, it foolishly charged at the 2-star Wang Hao, delivering itself as a gift. Yun Bing stood frozen. This is Wang Hao. He dispatched such a formidable beast with a single stroke. Based on his recent display of precision and efficiency, she could ascertain that marksmanship was not his foremost talent. "What are you doing?" Wang Hao inquired, picking up the green crystal. Turning to see Yun Bing in a bow-drawing stance, he asked, "Are you posing?" Coughing, Yun Bing felt a twinge of embarrassment. The tense situation she found herself in was merely an afterthought for Wang Hao. In fact, his expression had remained unchanged since the appearance of the mutated dog, as if everything were well within his control. "What did you do before?" Yun Bing wondered aloud, unable to fathom how someone so young could possess such refined skills. "You can talk now," Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "Back at the roulette, we exchanged no more than 5 sentences. Yun Bing was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Engaging in conversation was not typical of her character. "I am a student," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "A student? How can a student possess such exceptional skills in marksmanship?" She suspected he was fabricating a story. Yet it seemed pointless to deceive her. Yun Bing's bright eyes brimmed with confusion, pondering how to unravel the enigma that was Wang Hao. "We must leave. The others in the team are still waiting for me," Wang Hao remarked, glancing back at the corpse of the mutated dog, contemplating how, in his previous life, Yun Bing had navigated life-threatening crises without him, suspecting that the appearance of the mutated dog had likely been the catalyst for her escape. As Wang Hao approached the park, he spotted, aside from a few women, an additional 4 females whom he recognized. Gan Li Ren, he thought, recalling one of the most renowned all-female squads from his past life. There are 6 members, each of whom ranks among the top 20 in combat strength. It is said that due to being deceived by a faction they once joined, they refused to affiliate with any group, even turning down invitations from the 4 emperors. In Chapter 44, Seizing Opportunities, the orange crystal from a Ganli run, Wang Hao has had dealings with a Ganli Ren. He finds them approachable and straightforward. At that time, Wang Hao admired how these women, despite facing physiological disadvantages and societal stereotypes, not only empowered themselves, but also all made it onto the combat strength rankings, leaving countless men feeling inferior. He couldn't help but think how small Z City is to encounter a Ganli Ren here, wondering if it was merely a stroke of extraordinary luck. When Zhang Mingyao saw Wang Hao return, she approached him while also noticing Yun Bing. Even someone as beautiful as Zhang Mingyao couldn't help but admire Yun Bing's striking looks. Qin Lian and the others also glanced at her, curious about where Wang Hao had found this stunning ice princess. "Brother Hao," Zhang Mingyao said softly as she walked beside him, "the people over there are quite courteous. It seems one of them is injured and wishes to trade a crystal of an unfamiliar color for medicine that can heal her. I thought it might be useful for you, so I kept it." Wang Hao nodded and walked towards the 4, immediately noticing a young girl whose complexion was frightfully pale. However, there were no visible wounds on her. "Amegan," said a tall girl with short hair and a round face, hurriedly adding, "That sister over there said you might be able to save my friend. She has been like this ever since she killed a few rats. Please help her, and I will give you this." Agan then produced an orange crystal from her pocket and added, "If you find it unsatisfactory, you can propose any conditions." Wang Hao felt a stir of interest and took out a bottle of first-tier healing potion, saying, "You are fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, if it had been any later, she would have lost her life." The injured girl likely encountered a crazed monster, which is why she has managed to hold on this long without succumbing to illness, mainly due to her enhanced constitution. Agan quickly took the potion and administered it to her friend, watching her face intently. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Much better," her companion sighed in relief. "That burning sensation is gone." This medicine is effective. Damn, you scared me, Agon exclaimed, slapping her companion on the shoulder. The fragile girl nearly toppled over from the force. Be careful, big sister. I nearly got killed by the rats, and now you almost knocked me down. Hee. I'm just so happy I didn't notice, Agon chuckled, turning back to Wang Hao and placing the orange crystal in his hand, shaking it excitedly. Thank you so much, big brother. Wang Hao smiled. This was indeed a tremendous gain. The orange crystal, a product of a 4-star monster, could be directly used in the 4-star roulette. In his possession, it could even be used for the 5-star roulette. Even if it could only be spun once, it would at the very least yield a 4-star reward. Exchanging a bottle of first-tier healing potion for a guaranteed 4-star reward was a remarkable stroke of fortune. It's akin to trading a vitamin for a gold bar, he mused. This was the advantage of being a seer. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have realized the orange crystal's value and clung to the healing potion. Perhaps even deeming Agon's proposition absurd. Considering Agon's generous nature, he decided to be direct, asking, "Where did you acquire this crystal?" "A roulette," Agon recalled. "There is a crystal with a question mark on it. After I spun it, this crystal fell out." She scratched her head, adding, "To be honest, I've tried this crystal in the gray, green, and blue roulettes, and it didn't respond. If you feel it's a loss, you can return it. We owe you a favor." "Loss?" "Quite the opposite," Wang Hao replied with a capitalist grin. "Meeting is a fateful encounter. Losing a little is inconsequential. However, if you truly feel indebted, please share the location of the roulette you mentioned." Yin Bing's gaze flickered. This woman was exceedingly straightforward, revealing everything. Based on the colors of the roulettes, one could infer a hierarchy. Since the green and blue roulettes were ineffective with the orange crystal, it suggested that the roulette it was meant for was of a higher tier than the purple roulette. Thus, Agon had been unwittingly deceived. This is no problem. Agon carefully detailed the roulette's location. Wang Hao contemplated that once he resolved matters with Ru tomorrow, he would seize the opportunity to visit the roulette Agon mentioned while his extraordinary luck still prevailed. He then pondered aloud, "Are you interested in joining my team?" Agon scratched her face and glanced sideways at her companions. Wang Hao did not expect them to immediately agree to join a completely unfamiliar group. He smiled gently. "There's no rush in your reply. It's dark now. Let us find a place to rest for the night." He then signaled for Zhang Mengyao to lead. "That works," Agon replied. With an injured member, it was unsuitable for them to continue wandering outside. They thus followed Wang Hao to a small building across from the community. The spacious living room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. Agon, having been deceived in her previous life, was not on guard against this stranger, which was why she had come along with him. Fortunately, Mengyao had the foresight to gather several packs of candles in advance. Chuning took out a pack of candles and called out, "Come on, Chao and Yishu, help me light these." As they lit the candles, the living room suddenly flickered with white light, followed by all the lights turning on. The group was taken aback. "What a coincidence. We just walked in and the power came back? What are you all thinking?" Qin Lian noticed Wang Hao beside her and remarked, "The power's back." "Thanks to Wang Hao." "Really?" The girls turned to Wang Hao, discovering a small box plugged into an outlet on the wall, containing a gray crystal that emitted a faint glow. "Is that a generator?" Zhang Mengyao hesitated. Wang Hao nodded. The small box was a first-tier microgenerator, which he had acquired in Chapter 14 and was now proving invaluable with the power outage. If the power consumption was not too high, one gray crystal could last for an entire day. The girls were astonished. The generator was remarkably compact, simply plugged into an outlet. Wang Hao seemed like a treasure trove, reminiscent of the character Doraemon, possessing a personal base station for Wi-Fi and now a generator, making it feel as though he had everything they could ever need. "This is Yun Bing." Wang Hao introduced her to the girls, subsequently introducing each of them to her. However, due to her personality and the fact that other than Zhang Mengyao, Qin Lian, and Chun Ying, the others harbored an inexplicable hostility towards her, the atmosphere remained somewhat strained. Wang Hao had no inclination to concern himself with their thoughts. As long as there was no infighting, that sufficed. He then produced a large pot of food sufficient for 10 people, stating, after a day of running around, "It's time to eat." In Chapter 45, Divine Cuisine, the tempted Agon Li Run, Agon sat in a corner, nibbling on some compressed biscuits from the roulette's offerings when she suddenly caught a whiff of enticing meat. The four turned their heads in unison, witnessing Wang Hao and his companions gathered around a large pot of food, the size of a small millstone, eagerly preparing to dig in. They were astonished. What a divine feast this is! At the bottom of the pot lies rice, generously adorned with stir-fried meat and chili, sautéed mixed vegetables, garlic-fried water spinach, twice-cooked pork, spicy chicken, and tomato beef brisket, among other delectable dishes. It is utterly extravagant. The voluptuous woman beside Agon stared in amazement, and there were also my beloved dipping vegetables. The ordinary roulette yields hot dishes and the like. Yet not everyone possesses a backpack that can accommodate dozens of cubic meters like Wang Hao. Consequently, in order to conserve backpack space for essential equipment, one typically resorts to carrying only compressed biscuits, which occupy minimal space and are quite filling. However, these compressed biscuits are dry and difficult to swallow. Their taste akin to gnawing on cardboard, especially when compared to the delicious feast enjoyed by Wang Hao and his companions. It is a stark contrast. Nigh perplexed, mused like the generator, wondering where such a vast quantity of high-tech resources came from. Another person questioned if we were not spinning the same roulette. We encountered many individuals, and everyone seemed to share the same experience. The output from the ordinary roulette falls well within human comprehension. Yet Wang Hao's offerings resemble a showcase of electric lights to those accustomed to oil lamps. It is far beyond the ordinary, leaving people bewildered. The aroma of duck legs wafted toward Agon as he gazed at the large pot of rice while munching on his biscuits. Surprisingly, the meal was quite fragrant. His companions followed suit, yet frustratingly, the more they ate, the less flavor they experienced, ultimately sealing their lips in annoyance and closing their eyes to sleep. It was quite vexing. Others indulged in greasy delights while we nibbled on cardboard. On Wang Hao's side, Zhang Mingyao, Yun Bing, and others exhibited graceful dining manners, while Wang Hao, in his eagerness, could hardly contain himself. "Slow down, Brother Hao," Zhang Yeshu urged, offering a bottle of soda. "Yeshu, you seem to be acting like Wang Hao's little wife," Xiang Ru teased. "He's a reinforcer. Do you really fear he might choke?" Zhang Yeshu felt the gaze of her table-mates upon her, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "No, Xiang Ru, please don't misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" "He devours his food like a relentless machine, both fierce and enduring. I would welcome anyone to fight alongside me," Xiang Ru chuckled, adding, "You need to be more fierce. You should involve Chuning as well." Chuning, caught in the conversation, interjected, "Why am I suddenly included in this? Do you not fancy Wang Hao?" Xiang Ru fixed her gaze on Chuning, who faltered, stammering, "Aye." At that moment, Zhang Yeshu had already buried her head in embarrassment, unable to face the situation. The others quietly continued their meal, wary of meeting Xiang Ru's eyes, fearing that the flames of scrutiny might engulf them too. After a hearty meal, Wang Hao produced 4 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions and placed them on the table, saying, "Meng Yao, Chao Ying, Yeshu, Chilian, take 1 each. If anyone is lacking essential equipment like clothing or pants, just speak up." Zhang Chaoying, with chopsticks in her mouth, raised her hand. "Brother Hao, I need a pair of shoes." Wang Hao tossed her a pair of ordinary canvas shoes. "Wow, this is my favorite style," Zhang Chaoying exclaimed happily, putting on the shoes, then hesitated, saying, "Brother Hao, I'm not very good with my knife. I often get blood on myself. Can you exchange it for a gun like Yeshu's? If you can't handle a knife, how do you expect to wield a long gun?" Wang Hao pondered momentarily before retrieving an ordinary micro-submachine gun, along with a bag of ammunition, and tossed them to Zhang Chaoying, stating, "This gun is silenced. Practice your shooting when you have the chance. When you run out of bullets, just ask me for more. I have plenty." What a generous demeanor. A life-saving tool. And he even has a surplus. Zhang Chaoying proudly held the submachine gun, which suited her petite frame perfectly, and she delightedly struck various poses. "Thank you, Brother Hao." She scampered over, leaned in to peck his cheek, and shyly said, "That was my first kiss." Embarrassed, she returned to her seat, sipping water cutely. Wang Hao chuckled, reminiscing about how long it had been since he experienced such a sweet kiss. "You all have bickered long enough," Xiang Ru teased, and let Chao Ying steal the tower. Zhang Yeshu stole a glance at Wang Hao. It seemed he did not mind. It is crucial that our weapons are suitable. If they don't feel right, change them quickly. Once you find a right fit, practice diligently. What you learn becomes your own, Wang Hao advised. Following his words, others began to replenish their equipment, though none expressed a desire to change weapons. Agon and the others observed in astonishment as Wang Hao generously equipped the women, turning them into reinforcers with complete weaponry. They were still struggling to gather their own gear, let alone worry about its suitability. The more spins on the roulette, the more crystal cores were required. Yet the rewards were not guaranteed to match one's desires. While Wang Hao spun the roulette with ease, for others, it took an immense effort to acquire just a few crystal cores, often requiring the defeat of numerous zombies. Gang Gu, the voluptuous woman, whispered, "Those girls don't seem to be putting on an act. He is genuinely generous. We have nowhere else to go. What do you think?" Agon glanced at his companions. "I can't figure it out either. How about we go with the majority? If you're willing to join, raise your hand." 3 of them raised their hands almost simultaneously. They wished to demonstrate some independence. Yet the treatment on Wang Hao's side was simply too favorable. "All right." Agon stood and approached Wang Hao. Scratching his face with a smile, "Buddy, we sisters wish to join you. How does that sound?" "Welcome," Wang Hao replied with a light chuckle. "Get to know each other." Agon and her companions eagerly greeted Zhang Mingyao and the others. The voluptuous woman was named Mei, while the other 2 were called Xiao Hui and Xiao Mei. Zhang Mingyao explained Wang Hao's rules, and the 4 had no objections. Rewards were based on contributions, which seemed fair enough. It was all too surreal. In my previous life, I would never have dared to dream of such fortune. Wang Hao glanced at Yun Bing and Agon's group, feeling a surge of delight. 5 individuals. One of the 4 emperors and 4 formidable fighters. No need to mention Yun Bing. In Wang Hao's past life, he had no right to even approach her. However, he had interacted with Agon before, and while they had been friendly, he had always felt inferior due to the gap in their strengths. Today, they had all willingly aligned themselves under Wang Hao's banner. After finishing his meal, Wang Hao ascended to the balcony on the 2nd floor, only to be embraced from behind by 2 delicate hands. A melodious voice followed. "You seem to be attracting only women. Are you able to handle it all?" Chapter 46, Frenzied Battle. The aftermath. "It does seem that way," Wang Hao shrugged. "Perhaps it's because I lack a dazzling presence." "That statement carries weight," Xiang Ru chuckled. Wang Hao continued to produce the last 2 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions and 1 one-star enhancement potion, along with a melee job scroll, handing them to Xiang Ru, instructing, "Drink them in the order I provided. Do not mix them up." "Got it." Xiang Ru consumed the potion, successfully advancing to a 1-star reinforcer and transitioning to a melee role. Wang Hao handed her the 1-star gauntlets, and she executed a series of combination punches on the spot, exclaiming, "What did you give me? The improvement is remarkable. You are now a 1-star reinforcer." Wang Hao briefly explained the hierarchy of reinforcers, intentionally leaving out basic concepts. Although Xiang Ru would grow stronger, it would also enhance Wang Hao's capabilities. However, for him, being excessively powerful posed a potential threat. Thus, he merely assisted Xiang Ru in acquiring 6 basic bottles, allowing her to ascend in rank. This ensured that Wang Hao would always remain superior to Xiang Ru, rendering him unperturbed even if she chose to betray him in the future. "You treat me so well, always giving me your best. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude," Xiang Ru exclaimed with fervent eyes, adding, "Tonight, I shall reward you splendidly." "No need for rewards," Wang Hao replied. "This is all your own merit. I treat all of you equally." Upon uttering these words, a thought struck him, and he curiously inquired, "What is your occupational talent?" He possessed resources ample enough to assemble a 20-member 1-star team, yet he opted to provide Qin Lian and others with ordinary resources. He believed that supplying them with overly advanced weapons would foster dependency, ultimately hindering their growth. As for Xiang Ru, her skills and judgment had met the necessary standards. "Berserker." Xiang Ru revealed a small note, indicating that the more excited she became, the stronger she grew. This talent seemed tailor-made for her. Xiang Ru's already frenzied style of combat would inevitably exert intangible pressure on her opponents. Now, with the addition of Berserker, one could only say that her adversaries would be the first to falter. Wang Hao's thoughts veered slightly astray. "The more excited you are in that regard, does that not mean—" "You are quite right." Xiang Ru seemed to see through Wang Hao's musings, leaping onto the railing with a charming smile. "We have yet to try outside. Come on, baby, I want to secure more benefits." This madwoman. It was pitch black outside. One could not know when a few zombies might charge out. She actually intended to venture into the wilderness. However, Wang Hao had no retreat. Fight, fight, fight. The Xiang family had established a vast villa district in Z City, boasting more than a dozen standalone villas, aptly named Tian Xiang. They were luckier than the Zhang family. On the day of the catastrophe, very few within their ranks had mutated, and with someone in a high position within the military, they swiftly dispatched aid, allowing them to secure their foothold. The villa district was surrounded by a contingent of guards, with snipers positioned at high points, providing formidable security. At this moment, within the villa, centrally located by an artificial lake, the head of the Xiang family, Xiang Jinglong, heard a report from his subordinate, his expression darkening as he asked, "Repeat that. Xiang Rong was murdered?" The circumstances surrounding the incident were exceedingly peculiar. Of the individuals accompanying Xiang Rong, aside from one with relatively normal injuries, the others bore unnaturally smooth wounds, as if they had been cleaved by a sharp instrument. Yet, to his knowledge, no weapon in existence could achieve such precision, not even those produced by Lunpan. His subordinate hesitated, stating that the brutal methods employed against Xiang Rong seemed more akin to those of a personal foe than a monster. Xiang Rong was of notable caliber, accompanied by several elites. How could they not have fired a single shot? Xiang Jinglong's eyes flickered as he concluded that this was not the work of humans, but rather a monster's assault. His subordinate concurred, noting that the events surrounding Xiang Rong and his companions did not resemble human actions. The speed required to eliminate them instantaneously, rendering them unable to fire a single shot, was implausible. Even if a soldier were 10 times more formidable, such a terrifying outcome would be unattainable. Yet, his subordinate's experience suggested that the injuries were indeed inflicted by a sharp weapon, likely a knife or hand axe. The situation in Z City was becoming increasingly dire. Xiang Jinglong lamented, "Let us set this aside for now and investigate later." Has the research team yielded any results on the enhancement serum? The enhancement serum was precious. Although they had confirmed the serum's authenticity with those who had become enhancers, they feared potential failures and irreversible side effects. Losing even a few subordinates was untenable, and capturing individuals for testing would waste the serum. Thus, Xiang Jinglong had summoned a multitude of researchers. If Wang Hao were aware of Xiang Jinglong's considerations, he would surely be astonished at never having contemplated such factors, subsequently remarking, "Those in the greenhouse think too much." "Not yet," his subordinate replied. "Incompetent fools," Xiang Jinglong scolded. "A bunch of inept individuals, unable to reach a conclusion on a few simple questions after so long. It appears they require a bit of pressure to comprehend the current environment. Tell them, if there are no results within 3 days, they are all to leave." After a brief pause, he instructed, "Go remind the guards to remain vigilant. Not a single fly must enter, or they will be the first to suffer the consequences." His subordinate nodded and departed. The following day, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes while lying on a large bed and got up to open the door, startling Zhang Mingyao, who had been about to knock. She thought to herself how perceptive he was. As soon as she approached, he immediately reacted. "What is the rush?" Wang Hao asked, his hair somewhat tousled. "Come see this." Zhang Mingyao recalled her purpose and hurriedly led Wang Hao to the balcony, pointing at the severed tree 100 meters away and the cracked ground below, saying, "We discovered this upon waking this morning. Could it be that a terrifying monster appeared last night?" After speaking, she noticed Wang Hao's peculiar expression. A one-star zombie could not have caused such a commotion, leading one to imagine the formidable nature of that mysterious creature. Yet he appeared to be utterly unconcerned. It would be strange for Wang Hao to be troubled. That tree and that crater were remnants of his battle with Xiang Ru the previous night. Cough, cough. Everyone's physique varies. Battles among enhancers can be intense and noisy. What is the big deal? Although now, revisiting the scene with Zhang Mingyao was undeniably awkward. "No need to be anxious," Wang Hao said nonchalantly. "We shall leave shortly, so have them prepare for departure." "Understood," Zhang Mingyao replied, eager to uncover the truth, fearing her own anxiousness might lead her to tears. Chapter 47. A swift strike on the Xiang family. One more terrifying than the last. An hour later, the group stealthily approached the Greenbelt. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the fortified defenses at the entrance of the Tianxiang Villa District, constructed of sandbags, iron spikes, and armored vehicles, behind which stood a group armed with cold or silenced firearms. The security was exceedingly tight. It seemed that any incursion from any angle would trigger a chain reaction. Upon encountering this place, which had haunted her in nightmares, Xiang Ru's gaze turned complex, and painful memories flooded her mind. "Our mission is straightforward. Charge in," Wang Hao declared, pointing towards the villa district. Noticing that Xiang Ru's hands trembled and her complexion darkened. Confronting one's inner fears was a challenge for everyone. He solemnly asked, Xiang Ru, do you have any doubts? Taking a deep breath, Xiang Ru resolutely replied, none. It is time to put an end to this. To become a true warrior, one must strive to be flawless. Moreover, I am Wang Hao's woman. That time on the highway was my first and last time hindering him. Agon and the others exchanged glances, pondering how they had encountered such a significant operation on their very first day. Was this reliable? The opposing side was armed and well fortified. If they charged in, they would merely become targets in the open street. Even as enhancers, they could not afford to disregard bullets. Wang Hao briefly outlined the battle plan to the group. 5 minutes later, Xiang Ru approached the entrance of the villa area, and at the moment she appeared, she was immediately recognized. Do not take another step, the guard shouted, or you will bear the consequences. I am Xiang Ru, daughter of Xiang Jinglong. Xiang Ru feigned terror. Calling out in fear, I have returned. Let me in quickly. The guard pressed his communication headset to relay the message to his superiors. Moments later. The headset crackled with instructions. Confirm it's the boss's daughter. Let her in. The guard waved his hand, and another quickly crossed the barricade to escort Xiang Ru back. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, she suddenly paused, her shoulders trembling with excitement, and a radiant smile graced her face as she said, Thank you. I know the way from here. The guards, having seen the horrors of war and stained with blood, felt goosebumps rise at the sight of Xiang Ru's smile. This woman is extremely dangerous. Quickly restrain her. They reacted swiftly, but Xiang Ru was swifter. She delivered a punch to the face of the guard leading the way. With the force of a first-tier power combined with her fist, she brutally shattered his face and crushed his skull, sending him screaming and flying. He fell to the ground, convulsing violently, and soon lay silent. Fire, commanded the supervisor of the guards, his pupils constricting as he decisively altered the orders. Those who were prepared to pounce on Xiang Ru raised their weapons to shoot. Dozens of bullets instantaneously formed an orange rain of gunfire directed at Xiang Ru. There was no suspense. Facing such close-range fire, the outcome for Xiang Ru, or anyone, would undoubtedly be a perforated body. Previously, Xiang Ru could not discern the bullets. But now, after her ascension and promotion, they appeared slow and vividly clear to her eyes, especially since most guard were armed with conventional firearms, which were inferior in performance to regular weapons and posed no significant threat to Xiang Ru. Ha ha! Is this the world as seen by Wang Hao? Xiang Ru laughed heartily as she welcomed the hail of bullets, her fists moving like the wind, knocking each bullet aside. Her movements, in the eyes of the guards and those outside, such as Agon, were so swift they seemed to leave after images. Even her figure appeared blurred as the bullets clanged against the ground. Except for Wang Hao, Zhang Mingyao and the others were left in shock, particularly Agon and his companions, who watched in awe as if witnessing a special effects film, unable to believe that the stunningly beautiful woman was performing like a god. What went wrong? Why is it that we are all enhancers? She could deflect bullets while we can barely see them. Xiang Ru's strength evidently surpassed that of an ordinary enhancer. Yin Bing gazed at Wang Hao's silhouette, her eyes flickering with thought. Where did he acquire so many first-tier crystal cores? 1 or 2 should not yield the probability of a first-tier enhancement potion. And if he has cultivated Xiang Ru, does that imply he is stronger than her? Yin Bing had previously encountered a first-tier roulette, but could only set it aside due to a lack of green crystals. After witnessing Xiang Ru's performance, her thoughts were clarified. Enhancers are indeed ranked by levels. She had initially believed her exceptional luck would place her ahead of others. But upon meeting Wang Hao, she realized her naivety. While Yin Bing was still pondering where to find green crystals, Wang Hao had already begun to spin the first-tier roulette, not only enhancing himself, but also cultivating a powerful ally. Zhang Mingyao and the other enhancers were astounded, and the guards, being ordinary people, looked as though they'd seen a ghost, their eyes wide with disbelief. The mere act of Xiang Ru deflecting a bullet was mind-blowing, let alone her capacity to withstand a hail of gunfire. One must understand that the sheer number of bullets and their power is far from simple. As the situation unfolded, Xiang Ru ferociously deflected bullets, closing in on the nearest guard. In his terrified attempt to flee, she struck him in the face with a backhand punch, instantly twisting his head at a 90-degree angle. His lifeless eyes shocked his teammates, causing them to tremble. Xiang Ru seized the gun from the guard's hand, laughing maniacally as she opened fire on the other guards. Although Xiang Ru had never handled a real firearm at such close range and with the guards so closely positioned, she could hit her targets even with her eyes closed, without needing to consider her aim. In an instant, blood blossomed in the air as several guards fell, their chests oozing crimson. Support. Request heavy weapon support. The communication channel for the villa erupted in chaos, filled with cries for help, the sound of gunfire, and the laughter of Xiang Ru. Xiang Jinglong received reports from his subordinates in a matter of moments. After confirming that the woman at the entrance was indeed Xiang Ru, he was left in shock. He could not fathom that the daughter he had loathed since birth would now be unleashing a massacre at the entrance like a monster. I knew that not choosing to strangle her at birth was my gravest mistake. I raised her for so many years, providing for her every need. Yet she shows no gratitude and dares to come here to undermine my authority. Xiang Jinglong roared in rage. Kill her. Bring her down at any cost. His subordinates nodded and hurried to mobilize all of the Xiang family's forces. Meanwhile, Xiang Ru discarded the empty magazine of her weapon and was about to pursue the retreating guards when a sudden chill coursed up from her feet to her scalp. Without a moment's hesitation, she dodged. A long, pointed bullet struck the ground where she had just stood. Is this a sniper rifle? Xiang Ru's gaze turned frigid. Her first instinct was to hunt down the sniper perched on the high ground and shatter his skull. However, recalling Wang Hao's instructions to draw out the majority of the Xiang family's forces, she chose to vent her frustration regarding the sniper onto the guards nearby. Chapter 48. Strength Overwhelms. Chain reaction. Turning offense into defense simultaneously, guards from other areas of the Xiang family arrived. Some are even armed with rocket launchers. Just as they were about to encircle Xiang Ru, a white axe suddenly flew in from outside the barricade, spinning and embedding itself in the ground among them. Before the central figures could react, they were obliterated into fragments. Those nearby, though they managed to comprehend the situation, suffered casualties, with some dead and others injured, as their close proximity maximized the impact of the explosive axe. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of their number had vanished. The injured guards, or those who had narrowly escaped, looked on in terror at Wang Hao, who stood on an armored vehicle, exuding an imposing presence, their minds reeling with shock. This is a monster. He silently and effortlessly killed a dozen or so trained elites. Agon and the others were witnessing Wang Hao in action for the first time, utterly astonished. They had thought Xiang Ru was terrifying, but Wang Hao was even more fearsome. A single axe had taken down a multitude, making him a battlefield reaper. We should join in, Zhang Mingyao exclaimed. Stay coordinated. Only engage those with cold weapons. The women nodded, following Zhang Mingyao into the villa area. Yin Bing, adhering to Wang Hao's instructions, circled to the right flank of the villa area. From this vantage point, she could clearly see the sniper lying in wait on the high ground. They had anticipated the man's strategy. Yin Bing mused, with such tactical acumen, claiming to be a student was a blatant deception. The disparity in physical prowess between ordinary individuals and enhancers is stark and undeniable. Although the Xiang family guards are elite, their skills pale in comparison to those of Wang Hao. However, they are unable to withstand the onslaught of multiple attackers. Despite their efforts, the guards struggle to land blows on Zhang Mingyao and her companions, with their strikes being deflected by the latter's equipment. The trajectory of the battle is evident. Within a mere 10 minutes, the strength of the Xiang family lies vanquished amidst a pool of blood. Agon's combat style has been ferocious since the onset of the apocalypse, delivering blow after blow with relentless ferocity, placing immense pressure on her adversaries. Wang Hao, having thrown his explosive axe, has refrained from engaging further, observing his subordinates as they overpower the villa district, while Yun Bing expertly dispatches the sniper positioned at the vantage point with a perfectly aimed arrow. There's a certain satisfaction in being the leader, as most of the time, one need not get their hands dirty. Brother Hao, Zhang Mingyao, having tidied up the aftermath of the battle, approached Wang Hao with an air of fatigue and reported, "We have taken control of the villa district. Sister Gan and the others are currently dealing with the zombies attracted by the earlier commotion." Wang Hao nodded approvingly. Well done. During our sweep for potential threats, we discovered 3 roulette wheels, 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 orange. Zhang Mingyao continued, We also found an abundance of weapons and equipment in another villa, along with a safe. Wang Hao's eyelids flickered. 3 roulette wheels? One impressive start for the Xiang family. He couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, his purpose for visiting the villa district was to assist Xiang Ru with her inner demons, without any particular expectations. Yet he had stumbled upon this unexpected delight. One must wonder, despite holding such an advantageous start with these remarkable roulette wheels, why had he never heard of them? Even if Xiang Ru later extinguished the Xiang family, there should have been some rumors circulating. Did something disrupt the Xiang family in between? Wang Hao did not dwell on this thought any longer, primarily due to the lack of clues to ponder. He turned to Zhang Mingyao and said, "Lead me to the safe. I wish to see what warrants such protection." Zhang Mingyao nodded and guided him to a standalone villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious living room, neatly arranged with various weapons, knives, guns, and clubs, alongside clothing, amounting to roughly 30 pieces. Including those on the deceased outside, the number exceeded 50. This was considerable at this stage. With a bit of luck, one might secure at least 4 standard roulette wheels. However, judging by Xiang Rong's style, a significant portion of these items had likely been acquired from survivors through force. Wang Hao's attention was drawn to the safe in the corner. As he approached, Zhang Mingyao remarked, "I attempted to open it, but a single strike left only a mark." "That is to be expected," he replied. "This safe is clearly not of ordinary quality. A good safe cannot be breached even by a Barrett, let alone by a standard knife that is only marginally sharper." With that, Wang Hao swung his axe, and upon striking the safe, it split open with ease, revealing neatly stacked potions within. Zhang Mengyao's eyelids twitched. Is this level of sharpness serious? Ordinary enhancement potions? Wang Hao felt perplexed, exclaiming, "Does this wretched item truly require such security?" Sister Xiao Hui has captured a group of researchers. It is said that the Xiang family is studying the stability of enhancement potions and their potential side effects. Zhang Mingyao hesitated. When the conflict broke out, it appeared that there were indeed no enhancers on the opposing side. Wang Hao laughed. Those in the greenhouse think too much. They fear the potions may be toxic. For someone like me, living on the edge, I would simply drink upon seeing the roulette's prompt. However, it is natural for the wealthy to cherish their lives. If their subordinates were to consume the potions, they might become formidable and turn against them. I must thank the Xiang family for their caution. They have unwittingly prepared a wedding dress for me. Wang Hao collected the enhancement potions from the safe, counting an impressive 9 bottles. A smile crept upon his lips as he thought, raiding a home can be quite rewarding. The weapons and potions will undoubtedly strengthen the team. Now, if I could just recruit 20 or 30 individuals, we could be fully equipped. Does the Xiang family not have any crystal cores? Wang Hao inquired. No, San Minjiao replied. But we did not search the villa that Xiang Ru went to. With so many weapons and potions being circulated, there must be a few crystal cores, albeit not many. Wang Hao recalled the helicopter parked atop the Xiang villa. Given the scarcity of zombies in that area, a significant raid could be orchestrated. Otherwise, without crystal cores, the roulette wheels mentioned by Gon and the Xiang family's wheels would merely be for show. Suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted from outside, interspersed with the unmistakable sound of a woman cursing. Clearly, Xiang Ru was fervently greeting her family. The Xiang family represents a pivotal turning point in Xiang Ru's life. As she overcomes her fears and surpasses this hurdle, transformation awaits her. In this lifetime, Xiang Ru is destined to embark on the path of becoming a formidable monarch earlier than anticipated. Wang Hao stepped outside towards the entrance, witnessing the women battling against the zombies, with numerous corpses strewn across the ground. Abruptly, a horde of zombies surged from the road, among them the terrifying forms of enraged zombies, trampling the greenery with their violent strides. "Leave the enraged zombies to me," Yin Bing commanded, standing atop an armored vehicle. As the horde approached, she released her bowstring, sending an arrow zipping through the air, piercing the skull of an enraged zombie with precision. Chapter 49. The Rodent Tide. One person holds the rear. Yin Bing's archery skills are renowned. As enraged zombies mingle among ordinary ones, their heads move erratically, making it extraordinarily challenging to hit a target with a single arrow. Even archers would give her a thumbs up. Yin Bing drew another arrow from her quiver, pulled back the bowstring, and released it. The arrow whizzed past an ordinary zombie's ear and struck an enraged zombie behind it, knocking the latter to the ground. Qin Lian and her group did not lag behind. They charged forward to dispatch the ordinary zombies. As enhancers, they found it relatively easy to deal with the ordinary zombies, aside from the nuisance presented by the virus-laden, enraged ones. Wang Hao observed for a while, preparing to leave when he noticed two large rats, riddled with decay and oozing pus, infiltrating the horde. Everyone retreat, Wang Hao commanded. The women, taken aback, wondered why he called them back when the timing was just right. However, as the leader, no matter their confusion, they complied with his orders and fell back to the defensive fortifications, except for Yunbing. Everyone grabbed their weapons. Wang Hao instructed, do not overthink it. Keep your fingers on the trigger. The women hastily secured their weapons, turning to pick up the guns from the Xiong guards, temporarily learning how to fire. As they positioned themselves behind the fortifications, the horde drew nearer. Open fire, Wang Hao commanded. The women pressed down on their triggers, unleashing streams of dazzling fire, causing the zombies to fall as if turned to Swiss cheese. Lacking precision, they relied on sheer firepower. Yunbing deftly extracted the rats from the horde. However, before the women could breathe a sigh of relief, a piercing squeaking sound echoed from the road as a swarm of rats invaded their line of sight. Indeed, Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. Mice, much like cockroaches, often appear in swarms. When one spots a solitary mouse, it is likely that a multitude lurks nearby. A chill ran down the spines of Qin Lian and her companions. Grateful for Wang Hao's foresight, through the near-fatal condition of Xiao Mei, they learned that the mutated mice, akin to frenzied zombies, harbored a plethora of viruses. Had Wang Hao not summoned them back, they would have faced dire consequences amidst a horde of mutated mice. They hastily reloaded their magazines, unleashing a relentless barrage. Essentially, the mutated mice remained ordinary aberrant creatures. Maintaining distance rendered conventional firearms lethal against them. The incessant squeaks echoed as the mice charged forward, undeterred by the hail of bullets. One after another, they fell, but their numbers were overwhelming and their aim faltered. While it would typically take 23 shots to fell a single mouse, they found themselves needing 6 or 7. As they fumbled to reload, the mice seized the opportunity to advance. Should they close the distance, trouble would ensue. In a timely manner, Wang Hao brandished the fire-line gun, unleashing a straight burst that struck the mice, trampling over their fallen comrades. The dazzling flames swiftly engulfed the creature, spreading like wildfire and consuming the mice behind it, forming a formidable wall of fire. To their surprise, rather than rushing into the flames like the previous zombies, the mice halted abruptly, deliberately circumventing the blaze. These creatures were indeed cunning, with Wang Hao serving as a buffer. The pressure on the women diminished significantly as they concentrated their fire on the mice that veered off course, gaining the upper hand momentarily. However, misfortune struck as piercing screams erupted from behind. Wang Hao turned to witness a swarm of large black rodents surging towards them from the villa's rear. And he suddenly comprehended why the Xiong family, despite a promising start, fell silent in the later stages. They had encountered a rodent tide. A multitude of these repulsively swift creatures surged in from all directions, encircling them. Regardless of the might of any faction or whether everyone was a reinforced combatant, this would spell disaster in the early stages. The initial advantage was squandered due to poor positioning. The women sensed the gravity of the situation, their hearts tightening. With only a dozen of them, they relied on Wang Hao to withstand the onslaught of dozens of mutated mice. Now, faced with an even larger wave from behind, they were caught in a pincer movement, adding fuel to the fire. Focus on the monsters in front of you. Leave the rear to me, Wang Hao's calm voice resonated, serving as a powerful encouragement. With him still present, their fears dissipated. They entrusted their backs to Wang Hao, concentrating on the mutated mice ahead. Meanwhile, Wang Hao retrieved the Star Sweeper Eye, a machine gun, and inserted a gray crystal into the magazine, smiling as he declared, "I am not from the Xiong family. I'm not so easily subdued." As his words faded, a horde of mutated mice surged forth from behind the villa, the greenery, and the artificial hills. Their crimson eyes glaring fiercely as they charged at Wang Hao, their sharp claws leaving clear marks on the ground. Wang Hao raised his machine gun. Did they think he would spray indiscriminately? No, he fired precise shots, each bullet finding its mark with lethal accuracy. Such targeted extermination surpassed the efficiency of spraying bullets. He opted for the machine gun due to its lower energy consumption compared to a rifle. Aegon, while reloading, instinctively caught a glimpse over his shoulder and was immediately struck by the spectacle of Wang Hao's extraordinary marksmanship. A sharpshooter, he exclaimed in disbelief. Without comparison, one could not appreciate the disparity. While they required 6 or 7 shots to kill a single mutated mouse, Wang Hao effortlessly dispatched one with each pull of the trigger. To waste a single bullet felt like an affront to his skill. As hundreds of mutated mice converged, not a single one managed to breach Wang Hao's defenses. His marksmanship had been honed under high-pressure conditions, allowing him to hit even faster-moving targets. To him, ordinary mice appeared as if they were moving in slow motion, akin to stationary targets. Should he fail to attain a one-shot kill, he might as well retire. Wait until you spend more days with Brother Hao. Then you will realize this is merely his standard operation, Zhang Chaoying thought, observing Aegon and others in awe, reminiscent of her first encounter with Wang Hao. A comforting feeling enveloped her. Isn't it true? It is not that we are inexperienced. It is simply that Wang Hao is truly exceptional. What was his previous occupation? Aegon inquired curiously. With such skill, he must have been a warrior of sorts, right? Dear sister, you may find it hard to believe, Zhang Chaoying laughed. Brother Hao is a student, attending the same school as Sister Meng Yao, and is in the same class as Sister Xiangru. The expressions of Aegon and the others were priceless. A student? With such composure and flawless shooting, one could hardly believe he was once a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. Has the disparity between regions grown so vast? Do they teach courses on the principles and structures of automatic weapons and dynamics of artillery and automatic weapons in their classes? Time is running out. Check your magazines. Zhang Mingyao's voice jolted the women back to the immediate battlefield. As the onslaught of mutated mice intensified, Wang Hao realized he could no longer suppress them with mere precision shots. He set aside the machine gun and grabbed the fire line gun, unleashing a fiery projectile that struck the swiftest mouse. Its fur curled rapidly, transforming into black smoke. Amidst the shrieks, it ignited into a fireball. The remaining mice, cunningly avoiding their unfortunate comrade, pressed forward. However, at that moment, a shadow darted from the side, delivering a kick to the mouse's flank. It screeched and flew away, colliding with 2 others. Filthy little vermin, do you think you deserve to bask in the sunlight? Xiangru's bloodshot eyes glared as she plunged into the swarm, unleashing a flurry of strikes, sending mutated mice flying. Jet black blood sprayed through the air, drenching her. The rodent horde took notice of this frenzied human, turning in unison to pounce upon her. The scene of their assault was terrifying. For others, merely witnessing it would send chills down their spines, let alone facing it head-on. Yet Xiangru displayed no fear whatsoever. Instead, she reveled in the chaos, her fair neck strained with bulging veins. Kill me. Devour me. I'm a reinforced warrior. My flesh must be more delectable than that of ordinary mortals. Xiangru taunted the mice, engaging in an unrestrained melee. Her hands plunged into the eyes of the rodents, forcefully prying their heads apart, viscous fluids spraying everywhere. In that moment, it became difficult to discern who the true monsters were. Wang Hao lowered his guns, observing Xiangru's carnage amidst the horde, murmuring, "This madwoman is akin to an explosive truck." One cannot help but feel a chill of fear. At this juncture, it would be more accurate to say that Xiangru was single-handedly taking on the rodent swarm, bolstered by her innate abilities, growing ever bolder and more ferocious. Even surrounded by countless viruses, she remained unaffected, embodying a state of utter madness. Minutes later, surrounding Xiangru were fragments of mutated rats, with not a single intact corpse in sight. The ground had been stained a deep black by congealed blood, and the air was thick with a nauseating, pungent stench. After Zhang Mengyao and her companions disposed of the last rat, they turned to behold Xiangru, her body splattered with blood and pieces of flesh, her appearance obscured. A surge of alarm coursed through them, mingling with a tinge of fear. They were well aware of Xiangru's reckless bravery. Yet witnessing her in such a state evoked the sensation of confronting a feral beast, an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Yinbing, could you please handle the monsters attracted by the noise? Zhang Mengyao addressed the others. We will focus on collecting crystal nuclei. Everyone, be cautious not to touch the corpses. We cannot afford to be poisoned. Nods of agreement followed as the group dispersed to dissect the heads of the rats. Wang Hao produced a vial of healing potion and tossed it to Xiang Ru, saying, "Hurry and clean yourself up. I have no interest in your current state. Don't be so particular about taste." Xiang Ru smiled wryly, aware of the uncleanliness of rat blood. After consuming the potion, she sought a place to bathe. Wang Hao then leaped onto the armored vehicle, scanning the surroundings. In the face of the rat tide, different individuals yielded varying outcomes. For instance, the Xiang family from his past life had been annihilated by such a tide or swept away by it. Yet, Wang Hao, despite having fewer personnel than the Xiang family, had managed to eradicate them without injury. The entire process appeared as though Wang Hao and his companions were effortlessly slaughtering the rat tide. After nearly half an hour of excavation, Zhang Mingyao and her team had unearthed a mere 174 gray crystals, a meager yield due to Wang Hao's limited kills. "That's quite a lot," Agon exclaimed, "enough for dozens of spins on the roulette." "Not really," Chunning interjected. "In the past, when Brother Hao fought zombies, he typically collected over 200 nuclei. Mutated rats are more formidable than zombies, so considering the consumption, this battle feels somewhat of a loss." Agon was momentarily taken aback, and then glanced at the others. The expressions on Qin Lian and the others reflected a sentiment similar to Chen Ying's. Agon felt disoriented, pondering how formidable his team was if they deemed over 100 nuclei insufficient. Previously, they were content with gathering double digits in a single day, feeling as though it was a festive occasion. "Mingyao," Wang Hao instructed, "take your team to find nearby survivors. Offer them some supplies. Give them a few nuclei if necessary. Invite them to dig a lateral trench along the road leading to the gate. It would be even better if we could acquire excavation tools like diggers. Work swiftly and aim to complete this within 2 hours." Without further inquiry, Zhang Mingyao set off to execute the order. Wang Hao needed a substantial amount of gray crystals to spin the blue roulette, and the over 100 nuclei from the rat tide fell short. Thus, he aimed to exploit the relatively low number of zombies in Z City for a substantial harvest. "I haven't even moved much, and I'm already hungry," Wang Hao muttered as he perched on the vehicle's roof, retrieving a can of beef flavored with green Sichuan pepper, releasing a fragrant aroma upon opening. "Delicious," he remarked after taking a bite, the green Sichuan pepper locking the meat's flavor on his palate. He showcased 3 cans of varied flavors to Yunbing, whose stomach audibly protested. Yunbing mused, "Is a canned food that delectable?" "Wang Hao," he tossed the can to her, "I'm heading out for a bit." When Meng Yao and the others returned, lent her a hand. Yunbing caught the can, observing Wang Hao as he encountered Xiang Ru, who had just finished bathing, before she turned and sat at the edge of the vehicle. Her striking figure contrasted beautifully with the corpses strewn about, exuding a certain aesthetic. As she opened the can, she suddenly remembered she had no chopsticks. Her upbringing prevented her from eating like Wang Hao, so she bent the lid into a V shape and scooped the beef in her mouth. The collision of the tomatoes' sweet and sour flavors with the meat was divine, and she vowed this was the best tomato beef she had ever tasted. Unable to restrain herself, she indulged in bite after bite, savoring the taste even after finishing, and discreetly licked her lips, relieved no one had noticed her unrefined behavior. She concealed her true nature as a foodie behind her poised facade, finding the contrast amusing. On the rooftop of the central villa, Wang Hao and Xiang Ru approached the armed helicopter. The operation of this machine should not differ much from civilian models. "Why not give it a try?" Wang Hao suggested. "How do you know I can fly a helicopter?" Xiang Ru replied with a sidelong smile. "With your skills in parachuting, rock climbing, diving, surfing, and parkour, is flying a helicopter truly beyond you?" Wang Hao countered, recalling her impressive repertoire of abilities. "You're not really worried I'll crash it, are you?" She teased. "Am I too late to back out?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. "It's too late. The doors are already sealed." Xiang Ru started the helicopter, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I've piloted helicopters before and have had no negative feedback." As she spoke, the rotors began to spin rapidly. "Negative feedback? Do the dead have the opportunity to provide it?" Wang Hao quipped. Nonetheless, Xiang Ru's skills proved competent as they ascended smoothly, flying 3 kilometers to an abandoned square devoid of zombies. The helicopter hovered in the air, the powerful gust from the rotors crashing against nearby structures, producing a tremendous noise. In an instant, The air was filled with the frenzied howls of zombies converging from the buildings, corridors, and streets, many of them being first-tier zombies. In just a few minutes, a horde of zombies amassed below the helicopter. Wouldn't it be easier to kill them directly? Why deliberately draw them toward the villa district? Xiang Ru questioned. After we finish, someone will need to collect the nuclei. With the racket we're making, we might attract even more formidable creatures. What if Zhang Mingyao and her team get overwhelmed? Wouldn't we be jeopardizing our own people? Wang Hao explained, I urgently need the nuclei. It's best to maintain control and avoid complications. The time wasted on unforeseen events will be far greater. Her super lucky buff was about to expire, and with time pressing and tasks piling up, any delays would test her patience. You're remarkably composed, Xiang Ru observed, not at all like a typical youth. Wang Hao had made nearly every mistake a young person could, and in this life, repeating them would be sheer folly. Wang Hao gazed at the horde of zombies on the ground and commanded, when the square is filled with zombies, we shall begin to lure them towards the villa district. While waiting, he mused that they had yet to test the helicopter. Xiang Ru, her eyes ablaze with excitement, bit her lip. Wang Hao, exasperated, replied, Are you so eager? You come here every day. I am open to surrender, Xiang Ru provocatively retorted. Come on, shout for your mother. Wang Hao replied sternly, Do I need to say more? This is not the time for your antics. Xiang Ru pouted, What a dull man. As time passed, the number of zombies in the square swelled, jostling against one another, their claws raised as they waved frantically towards the helicopter. Bereft of intellect, they were oblivious to their surroundings, becoming increasingly agitated and inadvertently clawing at their companions. Some had their flesh worn away in layers, revealing ghastly bones beneath. Once the time felt right, Xiang Ru maneuvered the helicopter to fly low along a predetermined path, and an overwhelming tide of zombies surged from the square into the streets. Following in chaotic but determined pursuit, their disordered footsteps echoing ominously. The ground, walls, and windows trembled with a deep hum. Along the way, this death squad, assembled by Wang Hao, absorbed a considerable number of zombies and rats, expanding from a mere 300 to over 1,000. Holy cow! Nearby, survivors, hearing the commotion, peered out cautiously, only to retreat in fright, desperately seeking shelter. The terror was palpable. Imagine thousands rushing towards you. With the zombies' frenzied ferocity, the sensation would be magnified tenfold. It would be remarkable to remain unscathed. They could not fathom why the individuals in the helicopter would lure so many zombies. Was it a local armed force seeking to restore order and initiate a purge? It seemed likely, for who else would possess such audacity? Meanwhile, spurred by the promise of rewards, Zhang Mingyao and her companions rallied a large group of survivors from the vicinity, equipped with a drill-mounted excavator and distributing shovels, hoes, and other tools from the roulette of resources. United in effort, they swiftly excavated a deep trench over 3 meters deep. Once completed, Zhang Mingyao dismissed the survivors who, upon hearing the approaching roar of the horde from the 10 o'clock direction, fled without hesitation. The noise sent chills down their spines. Zhang Mingyao and her group stood behind their fortifications, with Xiaomei voicing her doubts. Could this be the work of Brother Hao? Be confident. It is indeed Brother Hao's doing. Zhang Qiaoying remarked nonchalantly. Who else could create such a stir? The four of them exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of shock, helplessness, and confusion. The commotion surely heralded hundreds of zombies. What was Wang Hao planning? He had not mentioned that the first operation would involve assaulting the enemy's stronghold. They had thought that was frightening enough, but Wang Hao had audaciously provoked a massive horde of zombies. If anything went awry, they would find no escape. The zombie tide could devour them to the last bone. Others remained more composed. The older survivors had grown numb to fear, while the newcomers were still in shock. After all, Wang Hao was no stranger to the extraordinary. Yet, deep down, they too felt uncertain. How could a mere trench hold back hundreds of zombies? But they had long resolved that Wang Hao was their leader. If they were to perish, they would do so together. As the women contemplated, a helicopter approached them, its co-pilot door swinging open. Wang Hao, gripping the door handle with one hand, let the powerful rotor winds whip his clothing. Brother Hao, he's back. With the women's eyes upon him, he released his grip and leapt from the helicopter, a sudden act that left them breathless. Wang Hao was several meters above the ground. He jumped without the helicopter slowing down, and the hard concrete awaited him below. Even a superhuman with enhanced abilities would struggle to withstand the impact of such a fall. Was it that Xiang Ru had not decelerated in time? Or was Wang Hao simply in a rush? "It's all right, everyone. No need to panic," Zhang Mingyao reassured them. "Brother, Hao never undertakes reckless endeavors." Yet the others could hardly absorb her words, their hearts racing in their throats. With a thunderous crash, Wang Hao landed, his feet shattering the ground beneath him. The sudden impact merely bent his legs without inflicting further harm. The women gasped in awe. What kind of body does Wang Hao possess to withstand such a drop in scathe? Though they too were enhanced, they knew that had they leaped from the same height, even if they survived, they would suffer broken limbs and be incapacitated for minutes. Indeed, as Zhang Mingyao had stated, Wang Hao never engaged in uncertain actions. With his superior abilities, a mere few meters' height was trivial. Even jumping from a greater elevation posed no threat to him. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they were confronted by an overwhelming wave of grotesque, frenzied zombies, surging forth like a dark tide, instilling a profound sense of dread, as if contact would lead to merciless annihilation. Instinctively, they wanted to flee. Even Wang Hao appeared diminutive against the vastness of the horde. They were merely individuals with more experience than the average person, still newcomers in this apocalyptic world, lacking Wang Hao's commanding presence. How has Brother Hao become so reckless like Xiang Ru? Wasn't he always the steady one? They pondered. One person's movement incited fear in the masses. Xiao Ying had been right. Compared to this grand scene, the earlier confrontation with the enemy's base paled in comparison. The women felt their nerves fraying, yet they managed to maintain composure. Wang Hao could not afford to be lax. He drew forth his fireline gun, unleashing brilliant streams of flame from left to right, erecting a wall of fire on the expansive road that consumed the relentless horde. As he pressed the trigger, he retreated, watching as the flaming zombies charged through the inferno, only to collapse after a brief distance, trampled by their own kind, leaving behind a gruesome mess. In the next moment, those who had broken through were ignited by the incoming flames, spreading like wildfire and filling the sky with light. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed up. Their levels were too low. Despite their numerical advantage, Wang Hao wielded the formidable 2-star fireline gun, utilizing one wall of fire after another to deplete their ranks. They had barely covered 100 meters before losing 2/5 of their strength. Wang Hao, balancing on the edge of a deep ravine, made a determined leap to the opposite side. He turned back to see a horde of corpses, adorned with dazzling fiery trails, clawing their way toward him. Suddenly, he lost his footing, and numerous creatures plummeted into the abyss below. The first to fall met a grim fate, crushed to a pulp. Utilizing the ravine as a buffer, Wang Hao extinguished the hope of the undead reaching him, unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower from his position. Finally, after half an hour, the 1,000-strong horde was reduced to but a few. "My goodness," exclaimed Gon, "I'm sweating." "Now, this is what it means to be a man," remarked May, visibly impressed. The women gazed at Wang Hao's upright figure, finally comprehending the meaning of a single warrior holding back a multitude. His audacity and skill were utterly captivating. If his 1 against thousands feat were to be shared online, few would believe it to be true, dismissing it as mere science fiction. At this stage, most were still striving to master the art of slaying zombies, while Wang Hao had already moved on to the slaughter. He noticed the silver dragon ring on his finger shimmering with a soft glow. Upon touching the ring, a virtual interface suddenly materialized before him. Silver Dragon Ring level, 2 stars function 1. Endows weapon characteristics. Currently equipped with a hand axe, grants the explosive axe characteristic, allowing the wielder to swing the axe and trigger an instantaneous 3D printing function, creating an identical hand axe that upon being thrown, explodes upon impact, dealing damage to surrounding targets. Function 2. Enhances the overall attributes of the wielder. Function 3. None kill count. 10, 325. 000. The glow indicated that the silver dragon ring had ascended from 1 star to 2. Additionally, a new function had been unlocked, and the kill count increased from 500 to a staggering 5000. As Wang Hao absorbed the information, a surge of energy flowed from the ring into his finger, rapidly dispersing into countless streams that revitalized every part of his body, prompting a satisfying stretch. He had never encountered equipment capable of directly enhancing one's capabilities. The increase was significant, akin to 3 bottles of foundational essence. The long-awaited sensation of growing stronger was exhilarating. Wang Hao relaxed his muscles and turned to the women before him, his expression as calm as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He addressed Zhang Mengyao. Once the fire has died down, gather the crystal cores. Complete the collection within an hour, and if manpower is insufficient, find some additional hands. Understood, Zhang Mengyao replied, taking Chuning with her to recruit help. Brother Hao, Zhang Yusha said, having procured a reclining chair and placing it beside Wang Hao. You should sit and rest for a moment. Wang Hao settled into the chair, exhaling comfortably. Without prompting, Zhang Yushu began to massage his arms, while Zhang Chaoying crouched down to tend his calves. Hee, serving Brother Hao means we won't have to dig for crystal cores, she joked. Upon returning with the original group, tasked with excavating the ravine, Zhang Mengyao found the fire had mostly subsided. The survivors were taken aback by the scorched corpses and debris scattered about, their mouths agape in shock and disbelief. Did we really kill all these monsters? From the evidence on the ground, it was clear that the horde that had charged was no fewer than several hundred, while they were merely a dozen strong. Even as empowered individuals, the thought of eliminating them all seemed an insurmountable task. Unbelievable, they murmured. They are stunningly beautiful, and their strength is remarkable. As men, the survivors felt a pang of inadequacy. Wow, you ladies are impressive, one of them said, grinning sheepishly. We dug the ravine, and in the blink of an eye, you took down so many zombies. We were dumbfounded when we saw the bodies on the ground. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's incredible. When we encounter more than 2 zombies, we panic, and facing a horde would have terrified us into submission. Though we would have liked to assist, Chuning added. Glancing at Wang Hao, these monsters were all slain by our leader alone. One person. The crowd gasped, nearly losing their composure. The notion that a single individual could annihilate a horde was beyond their understanding. Is this some kind of sci-fi film? As they marveled at Wang Hao, they were struck by his youthful appearance, which only added to the surrealism. I don't mean to pry, one burly man inquired, but he doesn't seem like a ruthless killer. Can he truly slay this many zombies? When you witness his ruthless side, it's already too late for you. Chuning shot back, her gaze icy. There's no need for you to concern yourself with such matters. Just focus on your own tasks. The man fell silent, having witnessed Chun-Ing dispatch an insolent individual with her own hands. She was undeniably formidable. The others, taking her words to heart, turned their gazes back to Wang Hao, their envy palpable. I wish I could become a powerful enhancer like him. Just days ago, I had several teammates. Now, I am the sole survivor. I am on the brink of despair. I'll tell you something even more disheartening. If an enhancer isn't capable of taking on hundreds of zombies alone, they may just be a super enhancer. He is the modern emperor. Goodness, what a fortunate man he is. Receiving massages from 2 stunning beauties while surrounded by several goddess-level women. I can only say that his life is my dream. As they expressed their admiration, they were abruptly reminded by Chun-Ing's cold voice to resume their work, lest they suffer deductions from their wages. With a greater number of hands, they completed the task of eliminating all the monsters in just over an hour, returning with 2 to 3 times the usual provisions or a few gray crystals. Delighting in their success, Brother Hao, Zhang Mengyao announced, approaching him with several luggage cases in tow. We killed a total of 200 monsters, collected 100 gray crystals, and 13 green crystals. All the crystal cores are here for you. Yun Bing's eyes widened. What a drop rate. Have you calculated incorrectly? You meant 200, not 1. 200. Agon, realizing the discrepancy, quickly corrected himself. No, wait, 200. This drop rate is astonishing. You must have miscalculated. 200 monsters yielded 100 gray crystals, which translates to a drop rate of 92. Normally, the drop rate for an average person killing zombies hovers around 10. A rate of 92 sounds like a myth to us. Even for the extraordinarily lucky Yun Bing, the highest probability she had ever witnessed was about 60 or 70. I thought I had miscalculated when I arrived at that figure, so I recalculated it twice, Zhang Mengyao explained, producing her notebook with the calculations written inside. The result remained consistent. Even accounting for potential errors, the maximum discrepancy would not exceed 150. Yun Bing fell silent, grappling with the fact that she had never faced such unparalleled fortune. Did he also lose to Wang Hao? Agon and the others were at a loss for words. Pondering whether Wang Hao was perhaps the father of the monsters, given his apparent favoritism towards him. This was not to say that Wang Hao's acquisition of crystal nuclei did not bother them. Rather, it was a significant blow to their morale. On average, they obtained merely 34 crystal nuclei for every 10 zombies they dispatched, while Wang Hao acquired an astonishing 89. In truth, Wang Hao himself was quite surprised. He had anticipated that the doubling of the crystal nucleus drop rate combined with extraordinary luck would yield remarkable results. Yet he had not expected such an exaggeration. With a drop rate of 92, it felt to him, accustomed to misfortune in his past life, like a dream. That would be all for today. It had been arduous. Wang Hao strung together several suitcases with a rope, nodded at the women, and single-handedly lifted a suitcase towards a standalone villa. Upon entering the master bedroom on the second floor, he found a blue-framed roulette quietly resting on the balcony. One by one, he opened the suitcases, retrieving the crystal nucleus refiner, and began refining according to the ratio of gray crystals to green crystals, 301. Ultimately, he burned 990 gray crystals and refined 33 green crystals. Adding the 13 green crystals he already had, he now possessed a total of 46. Wang Hao continued refining, following the ratio of green crystals to blue crystals, 101, exchanging 40 green crystals for 4 blue crystals. He could spin the roulette twice now. Time for a surprise. Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and then pressed the start button on the roulette. The frame's color instantly shifted from blue to purple, and as the rewards on the wheel changed, a new area emerged. Super luck. An unexpected occurrence was truly not permitted. Wang Hao immediately recognized that this surprise was akin to the one in a gone, featuring a pure black square adorned with a white question mark. Random crystal nuclei. Upon landing there, a random quantity and level of crystal nuclei would drop, with a minuscule chance of encountering different levels of twins. However, Wang Hao had only heard of 1 or 2 rumors regarding these twins, and no one around him had ever spun one. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the roulette, the greater the chance of obtaining high-level crystal nuclei. For instance, a gon could transition from the ordinary roulette's random crystal nuclei to orange crystals, which could be deemed extraordinarily lucky. Wang Hao had no aspirations for high-level crystal nuclei, as 6-star and above roulettes were accompanied by formidable guardian beasts that would only serve to hinder him. Acquiring high-level crystal nuclei would equate to obtaining a mere decorative stone. He would prefer a blue crystal instead. Scanning the other rewards on the roulette, Wang Hao mused that the 3-star roulette had rewards that were at least 2-star. And at this stage, as long as he could spin, he would not suffer losses regardless of the outcome. His expectations were modest. He would be content with just 2 bottles of 2-star enhancement potions. With this thought, he placed 1 crystal nucleus into the roulette. The start button glowed steadily, channeling energy to propel the spinner into a rapid whirl, which ascended to its maximum speed before gradually decelerating and coming to rest in the region representing a 2-star enhancement potion. Splendid. He had landed on the 2-star potion with a probability of only 71. Wang Hao gulped down the potion, and the liquid instantly transformed into a warm current, subtly enhancing his cells. He clenched his fist, clearly feeling a noticeable boost in his strength. 2 bottles of 2-star potions were foundational. Wang Hao stretched his neck and exclaimed that the sensation of becoming stronger was indeed delightful. Following this, he continued to invest 2 blue crystals into the roulette. As the spinner whirled again, he glanced over, and suddenly, with a crack, it halted in the area of the pure black square. Damn! Was it in such a rush to finish? It barely spun a full circle before stopping. Wang Hao gazed at the bottom of the roulette, still somewhat hopeful that, with his extraordinary luck, a crystal nucleus of any level might emerge. Yet, if a 10-star crystal nucleus were to appear, he would gladly accept it as well. Suddenly, the roulette emitted a series of rapid clicks, and 8 blue crystals along with 1 gold crystal, 5-star, tumbled out. Ha ha ha! Wang Hao's grin split his face. He had been quite content to spin the roulette twice, as there was a saying, early buyers enjoy early rewards, while latecomers get discounts. The price of pioneering efforts was destined to be steep. Wang Hao had dispatched thousands of zombies to earn the opportunity to spin the roulette twice. That was the cost. However, he would be the first to feast on the crab. Yes, others would have to wait until there were more 2-star zombies, needing to slay a dozen or 20 to achieve the same, but by then, there would be no crabs left to feast upon. Unexpectedly, Super luck had unleashed its power, resulting in the rare twin. Even more astonishing was that among the two different colored crystal nuclei, one was precisely the blue crystal Wang Hao needed most. Chapter 54. The 5-star Heaven Shield. The distasteful Yama. Excellent. An extra gold crystal gained. With a 5-star roulette, the worst rewards are 4-star. A guaranteed profit, even with closed eyes. Wang Hao chuckled. I'm afraid you'll have to work a bit longer. He then placed 3 blue crystals into the roulette. As the spinner came to a halt, it revealed 3-star Wind 3. Men's selection Wind 3 has been enhanced from Wind 2, allowing the wearer to move as swiftly as the wind, with the core automatically operating at high performance during rapid movement, providing immense power and explosive force. Wang Hao selected a style from the roulette, and a pair of black low-top canvas shoes suddenly dropped out. 3-star, how excessive. Ordinary equipment has yet to become widespread, and here he was, already equipped with 3-star gear. Wang Hao swapped out his Wind Eye for the new footwear and leaped in place, feeling as though he were walking on air, light and unburdened. He then began to move side to side, gradually increasing his speed. Soon, streaks of afterimages appeared where he had passed. This was still a result of him deliberately restraining his abilities. If he were to unleash his full potential, his speed could increase by 2 or 3 times. 3-star equipment was indeed remarkable. Wang Hao's lips curled upward, noting that his speed had been elevated by at least 1 level. With 6 blue crystals remaining, he could spin the roulette 1 more time. But since he also had another 2-star roulette position given by Gon, he could afford 3 spins with the 6 blue crystals, making it unnecessary to exhaust his resources on the older roulette. He turned towards another villa. In the steam room, he encountered a 4-star roulette framed in orange. Wang Hao pressed the start button, and the frame's color instantly shifted from orange to gold, representing 5 stars, though the number of regions remained unchanged at 8. No surprises. However, that was quite all right. It saved him from constant worry about when he would return to spin this roulette again. Wang Hao placed 1 orange crystal into the roulette, maintaining a relaxed mindset, stating that anything would suffice this time, for if 5 stars were too advanced. There were no danger zones. The spinner whirled rapidly for 2 full circles before halting in the left region, revealing 5-star Heaven. Utilizing crystal nuclei as energy, it can be activated with a light touch, providing defense and rebounding attacks received from a front. Wang Hao gazed at the cracked ring that emerged from the roulette, arching an eyebrow and exclaiming, impressive. A heaven shield has been spun out. Even if missiles were to bombard me, the surroundings would be reduced to ruins, but I would remain unharmed. This series known as Heaven was quite renowned, frequently appearing in large-scale battles and serving a frontline role. Due to its purely defensive nature and its inability to block attacks from any other angle, it was likened to a shield, thus earning the moniker Heaven Shield. However, this did not imply that Heaven Shields were commonplace. Even in the mid to late game, a faction of 100 might possess only a single Heaven Shield. Wang Hao was poised to acquire a Tiantong Duan, a shield that would undoubtedly attract the fervent attention of numerous factions. Given that the calamity had only recently erupted and the number of 1-star zombies was still scarce, with only a handful among the 1,000+ monsters he had slain. The Tiantong Duan stood as an extraordinary asset. Upon retrieving a ring and adorning his unnamed finger, he now bore 3 rings on one hand, each capable of inciting considerable excitement. The mere sight of them exuded an air of sophistication. With the Tiantong Duan in his possession, how could Yi Fan hope to compete? A flame of vengeance ignited in Wang Hao's eyes. His strength had reached expectations, bolstered by a formidable team, and now, with the Tiantong Duan, the time had come to eliminate Yi Fan in City C. Wang Hao turned and ascended to the villa's rooftop helipad, leaping into the co-pilot seat. Knowing he was pressed for time, Su Ru swiftly took off, reaching their destination in a mere 7 or 8 minutes. The location was an underwear shop, where the blue roulette mentioned by Gon was situated at the cashier's counter. As Wang Hao entered, he encountered 3 disheveled men, hungrily gnawing on compressed biscuits. Their vigilance was palpable as they immediately noticed Wang Hao, hastily grasping their nearby weapons and rising cautiously. Resources were limited, and as more individuals braved the outside world, scarcity had driven many to desperation, resorting to theft and deceit. In today's grim reality, sacrificing lives for a mere bag of bread was no longer shocking. A trust crisis had naturally emerged among people, It was now inconceivable for anyone to approach another without fear of betrayal. Observing Wang Hao, clean and devoid of any foul odor, the trio pondered how anyone could remain so immaculate in a world where even the water was contaminated. They had not bathed in weeks, and their stench was detectable from several meters away. As Wang Hao approached the roulette, one of the youths with a mole at the corner of his mouth whispered, "In this environment, anyone so clean must be formidable. Yet even the formidable cannot turn the roulette." Another scoffed, "The last group we encountered was far superior, led by an enhancer, yet they too failed to spin it." The conspicuous two-star roulette had seen 4 or 5 groups in just a few hours, all of whom had left without success. Wang Hao would likely face the same outcome. He pressed the activation button, transforming the roulette into a 3-star variant, altering the rewards while the number of areas remained unchanged. There were no surprises. Without hesitation, Wang Hao placed a blue crystal into the roulette. The rewards appeared: 2-star enhancement potions, 3-star enhancement potions, and a 3-star Yinma 3 male variant, which enhanced the previous Yinma 2 base, releasing flames upon being attacked, and capable of embedding crystal cores to trigger the Yinma function. Wang Hao recognized the value of the 3-star enhancement potion, which would save him considerable effort, allowing him to upgrade his 2-star base without scouring for additional potions. The Yinma series was notoriously troublesome. He recalled an encounter with a less capable individual who had boasted to his beloved, only to be met with flames when struck. Wang Hao chose to select the black coat version of Yinma, knowing it would also protect his hands, as constant temperature was one of the fundamental functions of star-level equipment. The trio watched in astonishment, puzzled by how Wang Hao had managed to spin the roulette. Ignoring their incredulous gazes, he exited the shop to continue his quest. The young man hurriedly approached the roulette, tossing in a gray crystal, only to have it promptly rejected. Frustrated, he kicked the roulette, lamenting why Wang Hao could spin it while they could not, having seen him win 2 potions. Back at Residential Building 404, Wang Hao forced open the damaged door and found the green roulette described by Gon before activating it. The 1-star roulette transformed into a 2-star variant, and the area count adjusted as well. Impressive. 2 consecutive roulettes, without surprises, had him questioning whether his super luck had expired. The new area boasted an X2 designation, sparking his excitement, for he knew it indicated double rewards. He retrieved a crystal refining device, refining gray crystals until he had 9 green crystals, totaling 15 with a 6 left over. He then tossed them into the roulette, yielding multiple enhancement potions and a 2-star electric blade 2, alongside a 2-star radiant light 2 combat suit. The sight of 6 potions emerging was truly gratifying. With a total of 7 2-star enhancement potions in hand, he eagerly consumed each one, feeling energy coursing through every cell, invigorated as if he had just emerged from an exhilarating battle. The sensation lingered, leaving him craving more of this newfound strength. With 9 2-star bases secured, Wang Hao felt confident in his ability to easily overpower standard 3-star professions. Such formidable combat prowess would undoubtedly instill fear in others, even a year or 2 from now, making him a sought-after ally among the various factions. Especially with only a month having passed since the catastrophe began, it was worth noting that enhancers were still regarded as treasures, with the vast majority unaware of the hierarchy within their ranks, some even oblivious to what an enhancer truly was, as exemplified by Zhang Mengyao and her companions. Everyone can say they are at least 1 version ahead of the leading cycle. Wang Hao, he is at least 2 seasons ahead. Wang Hao collected all his rewards and returned to the helicopter. By this time, darkness had already descended outside. He noticed the lucky ring on his hand flickering with a faint light, presumably signaling the end of his period of extraordinary luck. How fortuitous. He needed to slow down. Today might end with some regrets. Xiang Ru spotted Wang Hao smiling and joined in, saying, "It seems you've encountered quite a few fortunate events. Your smile is almost splitting your face." Reflecting on today's gains, it was hard not to smile. Wang Hao first acquired 2 pieces of equipment, the 3-star Sui Phone and the 3-star Yinma, adorning himself in unparalleled luxury. Not a single item he possessed was below 1 star. Modestly speaking, he now stood there, motionless, allowing others to strike him. Even their attacks, when fatigued, failed to inflict any substantial damage. Furthermore, he obtained the Tiantang Shield, an indomitable weapon in team battles, impervious to missile strikes, with maxed-out defense. Additionally, he encountered an X2 Easter egg, which effortlessly elevated his 2-star foundation to 9 bottles, providing an exhilarating experience. He was already anticipating his next stroke of extraordinary fortune. Xiangru. Wang Hao exhaled. Huh? Xiangru turned her head in confusion, only to find Wang Hao boldly blocking her mouth, denying her any chance to breathe. Her eyes widened, and then she gradually squinted with tenderness, thinking to herself that Wang Hao was acting quite audaciously, as if he had no pain in his lower back and dared to provoke her. Xiangru was never one to be passive. She swiftly countered Wang Hao. The ensuing scene was so violent that, considering the reader's mental and physical well-being, 30,000 words were automatically omitted. That evening, in a spacious villa covering several thousand square meters, Wang Hao and the girls enjoyed a lively hot pot dinner, utilizing the supplies stored by the Xiang family, while casually discussing their departure for Sea City the following day. After a hearty belch, Wang Hao ascended the stairs, intending to lie down in his room. As he passed by an open door, he noticed Qin Lian leaning against the balcony, holding a glass of red wine. Her alluring figure, accentuated by a purple nightgown, was utterly captivating. Wang Hao felt a natural affinity for such a mature, graceful woman, whose gaze hinted at countless stories. In his past life, he had a confidant resembling her, whom he affectionately called Sister Fang. Unlike a lover, Sister Fang resembled an elder sister. Her care for him was nothing short of meticulous. Unfortunately, as he recalled this, a shadow of sorrow flickered in his eyes. The meteor shower that descended during the 4th year's spring festival had been too sudden and swift. At that time, while dining with friends and confidants, they had been caught off guard and struck by the meteors. The terrifying force instantly vaporized the core members. Wang Hao himself had narrowly escaped disaster. But at a crucial moment, Sister Fang had relinquished her luck-derived 10-star equipment to shield him from the fatal impact, smiling as she vaporized before his very eyes. Each recollection of this moment left his heart feeling as if it were suffocating with pain. In his previous life, he had been solely focused on becoming stronger, neglecting countless people and matters, even failing to truly understand his closest friends and confidants. Only after losing them did he realize the gravity of his oversight. Wang Hao silently vowed not to allow anyone he cared about to perish before him again. In this life, he would rely on foresight to establish a steel base capable of resisting the second catastrophe. Wang Hao retained much information about Roulette and powerful individuals, yet he could not recall the whereabouts of his friends and confidants. Should he share this, others might doubt his credibility or deem it inappropriate, thus leaving it as a lingering regret. Fortunately, the system granted him a chance to live anew. In this life, he would ensure that regrets would not be repeated. Chapter 56. Everyone's constitution is different. Wang Hao withdrew his wandering thoughts and suddenly noticed Qin Lian looking at him in confusion. He confidently approached the balcony and said, "Would you mind sharing a drink with me? It would be my honor." Qin Lian entered the room, retrieved a wine glass, poured some red wine, and handed it to Wang Hao, saying, "I used to enjoy a glass of wine when I had the time. Today, seeing the Xiang family's collection, I couldn't resist indulging." Wang Hao took a sip and remarked, "Not very palatable." He nodded knowingly and added, "Why not invite Qinning to drink with you? I just passed by and noticed you looked lonely." Today is her night shift. Qin Lian leaned against the balcony, the moonlight casting a dignified and enchanting glow upon her. She smiled, revealing a hint of dimples, and said, "I used to manage a corporation, which required a lot of my attention. Now that I have Meng Yao, I find my life rather monotonous, lacking close friends or romantic relationships." Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, "Men only affect your speed in drawing a blade. How come I don't see you being influenced?" Qin Lian smiled softly. "Everyone's constitution is different." Wang Hao replied earnestly, "In my view, it's about the lowly attack, the mature lady's attack speed, the mature woman's critical strike, and the bond of sisterhood." Qin Lian was taken aback, realizing Wang Hao had such a playful side. "So, which category do I belong to?" she asked, her face slightly flushed as she brushed aside the hair blown onto her face by the wind. "Specific situations require specific analyses," Wang Hao said, gazing at Qin Lian. It was exhilarating. No wonder they say experienced drivers favor ripe fruit. "How do we analyze it?" Qin Lian inquired with a smile. "First, we start like this." Wang Hao approached Qin Lian, the intensity of his masculine aura crashing over her heart like waves. causing her pulse to quicken. Her eyes darted away, and her face grew even redder. Wang Hao held her chin, leaning down to capture her supple lips, the electrifying sensation rendering her body rigid. I drank too much, Qin Lian stammered, pushing Wang Hao away and hastily retreating. Wait, has she never experienced this before? Wang Hao wondered. Unable to discern whether Qin Lian was pretending, he was astonished that at over 30, she truly had not experienced such moments. If that were the case, he felt he had struck gold. Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings. This was Qin Lian's room. Why was she running away? The next day, Wang Hao was awakened by Xiang Ru's culinary skills. After washing up and heading downstairs, he noticed everyone else was already awake and busy with their own affairs. How go? How go? The girls greeted Wang Hao as he approached. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, he spotted Zhang Chaoying in the yard, practicing her shooting skills by hitting targets. Compared to when she first picked up a gun, Zhang Chaoying had already made significant progress. As Wang Hao approached the dining table, Zhang Yushu emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of noodles, placing it in front of him with anticipation. How go? This is the breakfast I made for you. Clear soup noodles. How does it taste? You can cook noodles? Wang Hao asked in surprise. Zhang Yushu blushed and replied, I learned from a recipe. How go? You must take a few more bites. I just woke up and had no idea. Demei teased. I saw the noodles in the pot and thought I might eat a couple of bites, but just as I was about to grab my chopsticks, little sister came in and panicked. No, Zhang Yushu's cheeks flushed. I must taste it properly. Wang Hao took a sip of the broth. The flavor of lard is exquisite. Qing Tang Mian embodies the essence of home-cooked flavors, yet to savor a steaming bowl of noodles in the apocalypse, especially crafted by a stunning beauty, is truly a rarity. The taste, in fact, becomes secondary. Wang Hao quickly devoured a bowl of noodles, nodding in appreciation. Impressive. I never imagined you, Yushu, possessed such culinary talent. Brother Hao loves to eat, Zhang Yushu chimed, smiling. I shall prepare noodles for you again next time. Wang Hao sheepishly touched his nose. I am guilty. My thoughts wandered astray, my dear. The beautiful Demei teased. Isn't it without a hint of seafood flavor? Initially perplexed, the others gradually caught on and erupted in laughter. Zhang Yushu, noticing their expressions, since she had inadvertently stepped into a trap, perplexedly inquired, What do you mean by seafood flavor? The main character spoke up, and the crowd burst into even more laughter. The morning's light-hearted interlude enhanced the camaraderie among the group, and as they prepared to set off for City C, it was fortuitously along their route. They intended to take the highway leading towards City Z. As they traversed the main road, they encountered numerous survivors, some of whom engaged in fights over mere scraps of food. Help! Help! A terrified cry resonated from around the corner. The women watched as a man in a polo shirt frantically crawled towards them, pursued by a rat that leapt forward and slashed its claws across his back. His flesh was instantly lacerated, blood gushing forth. The man fell to the ground, struggling against the rat's assault, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Ultimately, he became prey to the monstrous rodent. The mutated rat, relishing its meal, suddenly sensed a shadow looming over it. Upon looking up, it found a large knife descending upon it. Agon cleaved the rat's head in one swift motion. Sensing it was not yet dead, he delivered 2 additional strikes. Agon reached into the mutant rat's head, extracting a gray crystal, shaking off the blood, and exclaimed, What a splendid start to the day. You're wearing red shorts today. Your hands are quite crimson, Xiao Hui remarked. Just then, a sinister red glow flickered from the dim corridor nearby, causing her to exclaim, Be cautious. Following this, 3 rats darted out of the passage. Oh my goodness, so many large black rats. Agon steadied himself, gripping the knife firmly, and with precise timing, struck down the fastest rat, subsequently kicking another mutant rat that lunged at him. The rest of the group quickly joined in, and together, they slew the 3 rats with a flurry of strikes. We have slain hundreds of mutated rats, Chening remarked, puzzled. How is it possible to encounter so many at once? Wang Hao shared her confusion. While mutated animals were scarce, it was not surprising for creatures like rats to multiply due to their originally large numbers. However, after having dispatched hundreds of them in the same area, encountering more was indeed suspicious. He surmised that a higher-level entity capable of summoning minions might be present in this region, which was also characterized by a low zombie population. As they turned a corner, They beheld numerous vehicles in collision, some zombies trapped beneath them, growling and clawing at the air. Agon was about to strike them down when piercing, high-pitched cries erupted from a nearby urban village. Two men, each burdened with backpacks, burst forth, pursued by a horde of rapidly advancing mutated rats. The sight was grotesque, their bodies riddled with decay, sending chills down one's spine. "What do we do?" One of the young men shouted in panic. "They are closing in on us." The two had entered the urban village in search of supplies and stumbled upon an untouched shop, initially thrilled at the prospect of securing provisions for months, only to realize it was a nest for mutated rats. Thankfully, they reacted swiftly, otherwise they would have met their demise. The dark-skinned man's mind raced as he pondered an escape. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Wang Hao and his group in the distance. A glimmer of hope illuminating his thoughts. Let us lead them towards that group. There are enough of them to keep the rats occupied for a while. A dead friend is better than a dead Taoist, he thought. Wang Hao and his companion's demise was preferable to their own. At worst, he could offer them 2 bags of gold as a gesture of goodwill. The two men sprinted towards Wang Hao's group, diving into a nearby vehicle and hiding in the footwell. The pursuing rat horde, driven by momentum, redirected their focus towards them. "How despicable!" Zhang Chaoying exclaimed angrily. Stamping her foot, they deliberately led the rats here. They were situated far from the rat swarm, and under normal circumstances, they would not have encountered them. However, the two men's actions put them in a precarious position. "We are all enhancers. We cannot lose," Zhang Mengyao declared, though her frustration was evident. Instead of dwelling on blame, she quickly adapted her mindset, addressing the impending rat swarm. "Everyone, let us coordinate." Wang Hao, intending to test their mettle, refrained from drawing his firearm, instead gripping his hand axe firmly. He pulled out an identical white hand axe glimmering with cold light and tossed it into the oncoming swarm of rats. The hand axe exploded, unleashing a terrifying blast that disoriented the rat horde. Yun Bing leapt atop a vehicle, continuously drawing arrows and shooting them through the rats' heads. "Kill!" Zhang Mengyao rallied her companions to engage. Agon and his comrades demonstrated valor, cleaving through the mutated rats with fierce strikes, elevating their morale. They did not need to worry about their flanks. Any rat attempting a sneak attack would be swiftly dispatched by an arrow. Their teamwork ensured that the 100 or so mutated rats were unable to gain an advantage, and their numbers steadily dwindled. The two men, hidden in the vehicle, overheard the commotion outside, diminishing and instinctively believed the rat horde had dispersed after finishing off Wang Hao and his companions. They cautiously climbed out, only to witness the scene of their adversaries growing increasingly emboldened in battle. "What the?" The young man gasped in astonishment. "These women are incredible. Do you think their survival is beneficial for us? We must flee." The dark-skinned man, though surprised, understood that Wang Hao and his group would seek retribution, hastily opening the door to escape. However, they found themselves confronted by a smiling Xiang Ru. For reasons unknown, her smile felt particularly menacing. Xiang Ru seized both men and tossed them before Wang Hao, declaring, "Brother Hao, how should we deal with these two fools? I wish for them to suffer rather than die swiftly." "Brother Hao?" The two men gazed at Wang Hao in terror. Those women, so formidable, capable of slaying rats that could devour a person to the bone, still obeyed him? Heavens! They pondered the extent of Wang Hao's strength as their leader. "We were merely fleeing in a panic. We did not intend to harm you." The dark-skinned man pleaded desperately. "We are all human. Grant us a chance to live. Apart from death, we are open to anything." "What do you want me to do?" Wang Hao replied coldly. "You will feed them a drop of rat blood. No more. Lest they perish instantly. A single drop will allow them to experience the torment of a slow death." "Not skilled at torture," Xiang Ru remarked with a smile, dragging the two men away. Soon, anguished screams and desperate pleas echoed, mingled with shrill cries. Agon's blade was indeed fearsome. Wang Hao observed Agon and his companions, his gaze settling on Yun Bing, silently acknowledging her prowess. Even in battle, the queen maintains such grace. She is indeed a force to be reckoned with. From the very beginning, the signs were apparent. Take Agon, a formidable warrior on the strength leaderboard, and Yun Bing, one of the 4 emperors. Both displayed remarkable skills in combat without needing the guidance of Wang Hao, unlike Zhang Mengyao and her group. Their most lucrative endeavor in Z City was the elimination of 5 individuals, all of whom were enhancers, slightly superior to mutated rats. With proper coordination, exterminating the rat horde posed little challenge. In less than 5 minutes, they were covered in blood, panting heavily, surrounded by the corpses of the rats. Their spilled dark blood staining the concrete beneath them. The girls were momentarily entranced, seemingly unable to believe they had achieved victory against overwhelming odds. They quickly rinsed the blood off their bodies. Wang Hao tossed out several bottles of healing potions, instructing them to each consume half, with the exception of Yunbing. The others suddenly recalled the rat's venom and hurriedly followed Wang Hao's advice. Once they caught their breath, Zhang Mingyao led her team to extract the crystal cores from the heads of the mutated rats. Thanks to their growing proficiency, they completed the task in under 10 minutes and reported back to Wang Hao, stating, "We have obtained a total of 49 gray crystals today. Our luck seems favorable. The ratio of rats to crystals is nearly 3 to 1. Wang Hao nodded in approval. "Well done." Zhang Mingyao smiled, gratified by Wang Hao's recognition, affirming that their efforts were not in vain. Yunbing stood atop a vehicle, keeping watch over the team. As her gaze swept across the area from which the rat horde emerged, she suddenly spotted a creature twice the size of a rat, enveloped in a green gas, baring its teeth at them. In the next instant, the creature charged towards them at an alarming speed, instilling a sense of dread in Yunbing. "Wang Hao!" she called out sharply, drawing an arrow from her quiver and raising her compound bow, shooting an arrow directly at the creature's eye. Wang Hao, observing the situation, realized he had never encountered this particular monster before, which was perplexing given his years of experience and knowledge of various bizarre creatures from the Apocalypse chatroom. By its speed, however, he deduced it was a 2-star creature. At that moment, the rat monster swatted away the incoming arrow effortlessly, leaving Yun Bing momentarily stunned. She had used an ordinary arrow from Lun Pan's production line, which could threaten 1-star monsters, yet it was easily deflected by this beast. "Let me handle this," Zhang Chaoying announced, brandishing her submachine gun and methodically pulling the trigger in rapid succession. After swatting away several bullets, the creature seemed to recognize them as an insignificant threat, brazenly advancing through the hail of gunfire. "Ah!" Zhang Chaoying shrieked, turning to flee, astonished by the creature's resilience against bullets. The others could not help but silently critique her bravery. If Yun Bing couldn't make an impact, what chance did she have? Suddenly, the rat monster halted, its abdomen contracting violently before releasing a torrent of venom into the air. The viscous liquid cascaded down like rain towards Wang Hao and his group. Previously encountered monsters had relied on close combat, and they had not anticipated this venomous assault, prompting them to scatter in panic. Demei felt a chill run down her spine, reminiscent of a previous ambush by a mutated bird. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around just in time to see a glob of venom hurtling towards her. Instinctively, she raised her blade and cleaved the venom in two. The corrosive liquid splattered on either side, rapidly eroding the concrete beneath her. Demei gazed at the gaping holes created by the acid, swallowing hard, thankful for her acute intuition that had allowed her to escape unharmed. Had she been struck, she would have faced severe disfigurement, if not worse. Elsewhere, the venom landed on the vehicle and the ground, corroding everything it touched. Even the zombies trapped beneath the vehicle were not spared, suffering gruesome injuries that emitted a repulsive odor. At a glance, the bloodied openings resembled the decayed flesh of crazed zombies. Roar! Roar! Several zombies that had come into contact with the venom suddenly became agitated, rising to their feet and violently overturning the car. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing the rat monster had the ability to incite frenzy in ordinary zombies. This led him to ponder the possibility that it might be the source of the plague that had transformed Z City into a dead zone. "You may not be the source of the plague, but you are certainly the leader of these rats." Wang Hao gripped his axe and approached the rat monster, his gaze piercing. "I was about to leave, yet you choose to provoke me. Truly, you court your own demise." Feeling the threat emanating from Wang Hao, the rat monster became agitated, its instincts driving it to strike. With a speed that left a blurred afterimage of its claws, it lunged at Wang Hao. In the blink of an eye, it could have been fatal, and for Yun Bing and the others, the creature's speed rendered them incapable of following its movement. Xiang Ru was certain that if she were in Wang Hao's position, even if she managed to avoid the creature's strike, she would still be in peril. Wang Hao smirked as he swung his axe, severing the rat monster's head. Apologies, but he was simply swifter. Despite being on the same tier as the rat monster, Wang Hao possessed 9 foundational potions, along with his profession and potent talents, placing him at the apex of the food chain. In contrast, the rat monster relied solely on its inherent advantages as a mutated creature. Thus, in terms of actual combat prowess, Wang Hao was at least 1 star stronger than the rat monster, rendering its speed akin to that of a child waving their hand. The rat monster's claws froze mid-air as half of its head, slick with viscous fluid, tumbled to the ground. Wang Hao's gaze flickered as he extracted the blue crystal encased within the monster's cranial tissue, retreating a few steps. In the next moment, the rat monster collapsed, gushing blood. The girl stared, dumbfounded. What had just transpired? How could such a formidable creature lose half its head so abruptly? What a swift axe, they thought in unison. Yinbing, whose foundational abilities surpassed those of the others, was not oblivious to Wang Hao's prowess. She pondered, how many stars does he surpass me by? And that creature was significantly stronger than us. Had anyone else faced it, they would have had no chance to escape. To her, he shone like the sun. Zhang Yushu watched Wang Hao's commanding presence with excitement. Wherever he was, all eyes were drawn to him. Wow, Wang Hao is truly amazing, Zhang Chaoying exclaimed in admiration. As the others began to comprehend the situation, they marveled at Wang Hao's incredible strength. The rat monster had effortlessly deflected arrows, been impervious to bullets, and its venom could corrode iron, yet it had met its end so abruptly. This was the significance of his relentless pursuit of foundational strength. In terms of combat capability, none could rival him. Wang Hao gazed at the lifeless body of the rat monster, contemplating if it truly is the source of the plague. I shall become the savior of Z City. This question remained unanswered by anyone. He turned to the girls and asked, is anyone injured? Having distanced themselves from the rat monster, they reacted quickly and were relatively unscathed. My knife is ruined, Demei said, displaying the damaged blade. Can it be reimbursed? Wang Hao had plenty of knives in his bag. He casually drew a knife and tossed it to Demei, saying if there is nothing else, let us set off and aim to reach our destination by tonight. Understood, everyone responded as they resumed their journey. By noon, they arrived at the highway's edge. They located 4 vehicles by the roadside, with Xiao Hui's jeep leading the way as they sped down the highway. However, before they could even exit the boundaries of Z City, 3 motorcycles suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror, each carrying passengers. They revved their engines, closing in aggressively. It was evident that their intentions were hostile. Xiao Hui glanced at Zhang Mengyao, who sat in the passenger seat. She nodded in understanding and suggested, ask Brother Hao. Xiao Hui picked up the walkie-talkie she had taken from Xiang Jia and said, Brother Hao, these street punks seem to be looking for trouble. Chaoing, Wang Hao, reclining with his head resting on Xiang Ru's lap, lazily remarked, if they dare to make a move, we'll make them regret it. Got it. Zhang Chaoing quietly readied her submachine gun. At that moment, the 3 motorcycles caught up, and the riders brandished their guns, shouting, stop, or I'll shoot. They were seasoned criminals who had robbed many survivors on this stretch of road. To them, Wang Hao and his companions, daring to drive, must possess significant resources. If they could seize their supplies, they would surely earn a reward from their leader. As for whether Wang Hao could fight back, they were armed with real weapons. And if he dared to resist, he would be shot on the spot. They had dealt with tough opponents before, and that was how they resolved matters. Suddenly, the rear window of the second BYD rolled down, revealing Zhang Chaoing's youthful face. The motorcycle riders were momentarily captivated. Wow, she is stunning. Especially the woman sitting beside this young beauty, whose looks and figure surpassed even that of a star. Such a goddess was beyond their wildest dreams. If they could even get close to her, it would be exhilarating. Just as their thoughts wandered, Zhang Chaoing suddenly raised her submachine gun, the cold barrel causing their pupils to dilate. Goodbye. She pulled the trigger, sweeping from left to right, the bullets piercing through the riders on the motorcycles, who screamed and tumbled onto the road. Yes, all hits. Zhang Chaoing lowered her gun, remarking, Brother Hao truly knows me well. The gun is indeed my calling. The motorcycles were merely a minor diversion, not affecting the group's pace. The 4 vehicles continued along the highway, unknowingly exiting the boundaries of Z City, encountering no obstacles along the way. Even zombies were a rare sight. Xiao Huijia, Zhang Mengyao said, gazing at the offline map on Wang Hao's phone. There's a service area up ahead. Let us turn in for gas. All right. Chewing gum, Xiao Hui soon spotted the service area sign and turned in, only to find a row of cars blocking the entrance to the gas station, with several armed individuals moving about behind them. Dream Yao, do you see the motorcycles parked nearby? They seem to be affiliated with those street punks we encountered earlier. Xiao Hui pointed at the wall of cars, saying, if we intend to refuel peacefully, it feels unrealistic. Well, I have a plan B and don't necessarily have to fuel up here. Why should we avoid them? Zhang Mingyao picked up the walkie-talkie. Xiang Ru, they have guns. I'll need you to intervene. Just in time, Xiang Ru stretched. I'm tired of sitting in the car. Meanwhile, the people in the service area had also noticed the newcomers. The tattooed man in charge yelled, looks like a big boss has arrived. Send someone to summon Shua. Oh, everyone else, keep your guns on them. Shao Kong, go check what their game is. Shao Kong approached the jeep with his handgun, feeling calm, knowing he had many brothers behind him. If these people dared to act recklessly, they would be turned into Swiss cheese in no time. Suddenly, he noticed a door opening in the middle vehicle, and a woman with a flawless complexion and graceful figure stepped out, leaving him mesmerized. So beautiful. Could you put down your gun and have a proper chat with me? Xiang Ru smiled radiantly as she walked toward Shao Kong. He chuckled, you're so gorgeous, I can't possibly lower my gun. Is that so? Xiang Ru suddenly kicked him between the legs, her smile becoming even more radiant as she said, let me help you. Shao Kang's groin exploded in pain, and he crumpled, his face turning red from the agony. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Xiang Ru, his earlier fantasies about her beauty transforming into nightmares. This woman is incredibly ruthless. Xiang Ru backhanded Shao Kong, sending him flying, and the tattooed man shouted, open fire! Open fire! The armed men quickly unleashed a barrage of bullets, creating a deadly rain of gunfire aimed at Xiang Ru. This won't kill me. Bring someone stronger. She laughed, darting forward, deflecting the incoming bullets with her bare hands. The sparks and clanging sounds astonishing the onlookers. Is this a monster? Deflecting bullets with bare hands? Our boss, as a reinforced individual. Isn't even this formidable. Xiang Ru leaped over a car, kicking one man aside and brutally smashing down on others, blood splattering everywhere. She forcefully kicked aside the obstructing vehicles and turned to glare at several people just exiting the convenience store. Among them the stout man, who was the leader of this group. Chen Shua. The onlookers felt as if they were being targeted by a predator, a chill running through them, especially upon seeing the corpses and blood surrounding Xiang Ru, gasping in horror at the unimaginable events that had unfolded in mere seconds. Xiang Ru grinned, charging toward them. Those fools. What have they summoned in this female demon? Chen Shua's heart raced as he pushed his subordinates aside, shouting, block her. Quickly. Block her. He then turned to flee. He was indeed a reinforced individual, but he knew he couldn't take down his armed subordinates, let alone resolve the situation quickly. Facing Xiang Ru, he feared he wouldn't even know how he died. Gulping, several subordinates stared at Xiang Ru, swallowing hard. The closer she got, the more overwhelming her presence became, causing them to lose their nerve. They turned and fled. The four vehicles, taking advantage of the opening Xiang Ru had created, surged into the gas station, where Zhang Mingyao signaled for everyone to start refueling. What is happening? Wang Hao stretched and raised an eyebrow, asking, where did Xiang Ru run off to this time? The driver, Qin Lian, remained speechless. The outside world was embroiled in chaos, yet Wang Hao seemed as unconcerned as ever. Just then, he spotted someone crashing through the glass doors of the convenience store, shards of glass flying everywhere as the person tumbled onto the ground. Rolling a few times toward him, you shall help. Chen Shua coughed up blood, glancing fearfully at Xiang Ru emerging from the convenience store, his gaze falling on the elderly and young individuals behind her, urgently pleading, I'm willing to join you. Whatever you need, just say the word. Both individuals exuded an air of elegance. The aged hands, adorned in cloth shoes, exuded an air of mastery, while the younger ones, slicked with pomade, flaunted an extravagant display of luxury brands. It was evident that they were either affluent or noble, untouched by the ravages of a post-apocalyptic world. Yi Xiaoyu had initially intended to recruit Chen Shua and his crew. However, he soon found himself in a precarious situation, realizing that this matter would likely lead to no fruitful outcome. After all, given his own worth, it was not worth his while to engage in conflict with Xiang Ru, a formidable woman who single-handedly toppled Chen Shua and his gang of over 10. Observing Wang Hao and others, Yi Xiaoyu mused that the rest appeared lackluster in response, likely possessing comparable strength. If he could enlist them, it would undoubtedly bolster his efforts significantly. Ah, Xiang Ru scoffed. He seems disinclined to acknowledge your presence. Sister, it was my subordinate who offended you. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Shua interjected, sensing Yi Xiaoyu's reluctance to intervene. Just as he began to plead for mercy, Xiang Ru lunged forward, delivering a crushing kick that shattered Chen Shua's sternum. Sister, do I appear to be that old? She retorted. As Chen Shua's fractured rib punctured his internal organs, he spewed blood, his eyes filled with resentment as he collapsed, cursing his subordinates. Trouble arrives unbidden, he lamented. Xiang Ru, having spared those in the convenience store due to their lack of affiliation, approached Wang Hao, casually snatching the lighter from his hand to ignite the cigarette dangling from his lips. Oh, Wang Hao inhaled, the ember of the cigarette glowing and crackling. Yi Xiaoyu watched in astonishment as Xiang Ru lit Wang Hao's cigarette, even offering him a reprieve while explaining her actions. This gesture signified submission, indicating that Xiang Ru's status was subordinate to Wang Hao's. Yet, having single-handedly dismantled Chen Shua and his armed entourage, her formidable prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of most enhanced individuals. To any observer, she would undoubtedly be perceived as the leader, certainly not as someone else's subordinate. Greetings, I am Yi Xiaoyu. He addressed Wang Hao with a calm demeanor. May I inquire your name? Before the calamity unfolded, Yi Xiaoyu was already a wealthy scion, his worth in the 8 figures and his reputation in Sea City well established. Many would respectfully refer to him as Young Master Yi. Following the disaster, his status had only risen. While others feared Wang Hao, Yi Xiaoyu remained unperturbed. His pride would not allow him to succumb to fear. You do not need to know my name, Wang Hao replied, having heard Chen Shua address Yi Xiaoyu earlier. Connecting the dots, he surmised that Yi Xiaoyu was likely a member of the Yi family, given their proximity to Sea City and his noble appearance. Without lifting his gaze, he inquired, what is your relation to Yi Fan? Yi Xiaoyu bristled at Wang Hao's tone. Until now, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Not even enhanced individuals commanding numerous followers. Chapter 60, Shattering Pride. The ascendant Yi family Wang Hao's depth was inscrutable, and Xiang Ru beside him exuded a fierce intensity. Yi Xiaoyu, confident in his ability to navigate the situation, was willing to extend a hand to Wang Hao if he demonstrated some understanding. However, should Wang Hao overstep, there would be little left to discuss, as Yi Xiaoyu was not destined for failure. If Wang Hao comprehended Yi Xiaoyu's intentions, he would undoubtedly remark that possessing an air of superiority was ingrained in the essence of the Yi family. In both his past life as Yi Fan and this life as Yi Xiaoyu, each believed that granting face to others was a privilege for those individuals. Respect, after all, must be mutual. Yi Xiaoyu discreetly stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from Wang Hao, preparing for any eventuality while frowning. Your attitude makes it impossible for us to converse. How could you presume I was negotiating with you? Wang Hao chuckled. These wealthy individuals, accustomed to ease, had lost touch with reality. Xiang Ru beamed at the two, while the elderly man beside Yi Xiaoyu sensed the imminent threat emanating from her. Positioning himself protectively in front of her, his knees slightly bent in readiness, poised to strike. I advise you not to act recklessly, Yi Xiaoyu stated, unperturbed by Xiang Ru's imposing presence. In this world, there are many whom you cannot afford to provoke. Wang Hao scoffed. Is it merely ancient martial arts? You speak as though it is something extraordinary. Ancient martial arts were not as mystical as depicted in fantasy novels. In essence, they were lethal techniques from antiquity, once prevalent over a century ago, but later suppressed for societal stability. Today, only a few families continue to pass down these teachings. Practitioners of ancient martial arts understood every movement's intricacies, mastering their strength to maximize their output. Becoming an enhanced individual endowed them with superhuman qualities, providing a significant advantage in the early to mid stages of the apocalypse. The elderly man beside Yi Xiaoyu was one such practitioner, a source of Yi Xiaoyu's confidence. Yi Xiaoyu's expression shifted as he addressed Wang Hao. Since you are aware of ancient martial arts, you must also understand that enhanced individuals who practice them are fundamentally different from those who do not. Engaging in combat will yield no favorable outcomes for either party. Oh, Wang Hao exhaled, releasing a plume of smoke. In a flash, Xiang Ru lunged at the elderly man, her fist like a cannonball, aimed squarely at his face. He snorted, countering with a well-prepared kick. The elderly man, a practitioner of ancient martial arts and an enhanced individual, concentrated all his strength into that one strike, capable of breaking steel. Xiang Ru dared to confront him head-on, and if she survived, she could seek atonement in a temple. However, as their fists and feet collided, the elderly man's expression shifted dramatically, a chilling crack resonating from his leg as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth. Despite being of similar rank, he found himself outmatched. The reality was that Xiang Ru had an overwhelming advantage. In the face of her absolute strength, any technique the elderly man possessed was rendered trivial. Yi Xiaoyu's countenance froze. Had he lost? The elderly man had been defeated? Though he had previously engaged in battles with enhanced individuals, maintaining an impeccable win rate, he had never anticipated that Xiang Ru could so effortlessly vanquish the elderly man. Is this all you've got? Xiang Ru sneered. And you dare to act superior before Brother Hao? With that, she charged toward the elderly man, mercilessly smashing his head. The dignity he once held was utterly obliterated, leaving behind a grotesque sight. Yi Xiaoyu panicked. They were all enhanced individuals. How could the disparity be so vast? What troubled him further was the realization that if Xiang Ru was this formidable, how much stronger could Wang Hao possibly be? Could he withstand a missile? I can cooperate with you. Yi Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted from pride to caution, tinged with trepidation. But you must promise to spare my life afterward. Wang Hao nodded. I will let you go. What Xiang Ru decides is beyond my knowledge. Yi Fan is my cousin, Yi Xiaoyu divulged. Tell me about the Yi family, Wang Hao urged. The more detailed, the better, he added. The Yi family is currently centered around our establishment, Changqinggu, having cleared out a radius of approximately 2 to 3 kilometers. Additionally, we are gathering intelligence on the Roulette and have amassed several hundred followers, most of whom are equipped with weapons. I heard there are around 40 to 50 enhanced individuals. In a desperate bid for survival, Yi Xiaoyu elaborated that the Yi family had absorbed local armed forces, amassing an arsenal of firearms and rockets. Their defensive strategies mirroring those of a fortified military stronghold. Their security measures were particularly stringent, necessitating multiple identity verifications even for my return. This was in line with Wang Hao's thoughts. The Yi family had risen to prominence thanks to their deep-rooted heritage. Presently, they had established the rudiments of a sanctuary. To dismantle them would require either a horde of monstrous creatures converging on a single point or several hundred well-equipped individuals wielding advanced weaponry to forcefully breach their defenses. In this context, the Xiang family appeared feeble before the Yi family. Wang Hao had certainly chosen an opportune moment. Arriving too early, his strength was inadequate, and arriving too late would render the Yi family a bona fide refuge, a force that no single individual could hope to contend with. It was no wonder Yi Fan held himself in high regard. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, his initial standing would have placed him beyond my reach. To the survivors, the Yi family now loomed like an indomitable mountain, reliable and impervious to destruction. Contemplating this, Wang Hao inquired curiously why Yi Xiaoyu ventured out rather than remaining in Sea City. Would Yi Fan also be seen outside? My father and the others have urged our younger generation to be self-reliant. All those with any semblance of strength near our home have been taken away, leaving me to seek elsewhere, Yi Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head. Yi Fan possesses exceptional management skills and is typically preoccupied with family affairs, seldom venturing out. Wang Hao found his encounter with Yi Xiaoyu quite convenient. There was no need to search for someone familiar with the Yi family upon arriving in Sea City. Casting a glance at Xiang Ru, he flicked away the extinguished cigarette butt and then got into the car. Yi Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, pondering that Wang Hao's inquiries about Yi Fan hinted at a personal vendetta. Yet what could it accomplish? The Yi family was a fortress. No matter how strong he might be, one person could do little. He mentally noted this score, unable to tolerate the disparity in status while in Wang Hao's presence. Yi Xiaoyu felt a chill within and thought, you best remain alive. I shall settle the score with you eventually. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was lost in thought, a sudden pain struck the back of his head, and before he could comprehend the situation, his consciousness slipped into darkness. He collapsed to the ground, resentment toward Wang Hao lingering in his depths. I stood behind him for so long, and he showed no sign of awareness. Such weakness. I cannot fathom who instilled him with the audacity to act so brazenly before Brother Hao, Xiang Ru scoffed, curling her lip in disdain before turning to enter the vehicle. Chapter 61. Arrival at Sea City. The Apocalypse Chatroom Sea City is a first-tier metropolis, with a population reaching 16 million. In his previous life, Wang Hao spent some time in Sea City, albeit on the opposite side, never crossing paths with the Yi family. Thus, his knowledge of Sea City was only second to that of H City, armed with several valuable pieces of intelligence. Among this intelligence was a quest, offering crucial rewards that would determine whether he could successfully establish a base and further expand his advantages in this reincarnation. Therefore, if he were to achieve vengeance successfully, Wang Hao needed to act swiftly to capitalize on this intelligence, lest he prolong the inevitable. At 1923, aside from a few illuminated areas, Sea City was mostly shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon. The nights in this post-apocalyptic world were eerily silent, evoking an unsettling chill. In a foul-smelling alley, a woman with tangled hair dusted with snowflakes pressed herself against the wall, observing Wang Hao and his companions as they silently traversed the street. Among them, Zhang Mengyao and Zhang Yushu stood out with their pristine appearances and striking beauty, inciting a quiet resentment within her. Why do they enjoy such privileges simply for their good looks while I must struggle? She thought, glancing at their bulging packs, which likely contained ample provisions. Once I take down this plump fish, I won't have to worry for weeks. Lian, evidently no stranger to hunting, skillfully maintained her distance, trailing behind Wang Hao's group until she discerned their destination. With a remote in hand, a cruel smile crept across her lips. It's your misfortune to have caught my attention. You shall all perish. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's group split into three, taking residence in adjacent rooms. The environment in Sea City was far less hospitable than Z City, teeming with zombies. They had not paused since entering Sea City, and their stomachs had long been protesting in hunger. However, their supplies were not as ample as Wang Hao's. After accommodating the necessary survival gear for the women, little space remained for provisions, and they could only pack small, unsatisfying compressed biscuits. This tastes dreadful, Zhang Chaoying remarked as she chewed on the biscuit, likening it to gnawing on cardboard. You're complaining when you have food? There are plenty outside who haven't eaten in days, Qin Lian retorted, casting a sidelong glance. I was merely commenting, Zhang Chaoying replied, sticking out her tongue. Wang Hao, with his spacious backpack, was not constrained to such meager rations. Given his level, even the biscuits would not satiate his hunger. Sitting on the sofa, he retrieved a can of beef in red oil from his pack. Moments after opening it, the aroma filled the room. Zhang Chaoying, upon catching the scent, instinctively swallowed hard, suddenly aware of how much more unpalatable her biscuit had become. Wang Hao took a piece of beef and savored it. Tender and flavorful. He soaked a biscuit in the can's broth and, upon tasting it, found it melted in his mouth alongside the meat. Wow, this flavor is divine. Overindulgence is a sin. Zhang Chaoying's mouth watered as she watched him, wishing he would invite her for a taste, yet it seemed as though he was oblivious to her presence. He was thoroughly enjoying his meal. He was not one to deprive his subordinates, but with only a few cans and biscuits to his name, there was scarcely enough to share, leaving him to wonder how he could feed others without going hungry himself, a rather burdensome position for a leader. Is there nothing left? Zhang Chaoying grumbled. What I have is hardly a meal compared to what you're enjoying. In comparison to Wang Hao, Zhang Chaoying appeared almost like a refugee. Chaoying, Qin Lian, too, felt a pang of desire, but chose to ignore it. After finishing her meal, she called out, "Come help me with the water. I need to wash up." "Coming," Zhang Chaoying replied, hastily finishing her remaining biscuit. Wang Hao, having devoured one can, felt unsatisfied and opened another can of garlic-flavored beef. After polishing it off, he leaned back on the sofa, letting out a contented burp infused with meaty aroma. Each time he filled his belly, he felt a sense of life's worth. He retrieved his portable base station and activated its second function, causing a virtual interface labeled Apocalypse Chatroom to spring forth. Exuding a sense of futuristic technology, the Apocalypse Chatroom could be simply understood as a group chat, possessing a base station allowed entry. It served as a primary communication tool among future survivors, broadly categorized into three sections: regional, national, and global, facilitating information exchange and trade. In moments of boredom, one could also engage in idle chatter or virtual romances. The regional section, commonly utilized by survivors, was confined to a maximum range of 10 kilometers, making exchanges convenient. Exceeding this range would automatically redirect users to another chatroom. Are they truly developing at such a slow pace? Wang Hao mused as he opened the regional section, finding it devoid of any historical messages. He casually posted a message indicating his presence before shifting to the national section, only to find it equally empty. He found himself in a desolate section of the world, utterly alone, with no one else present in any of the three segments. It implied that Wang Hao was the sole individual possessing a base station produced by the Roulette. Hence, he remarked on the sluggish progress of others. He had acquired the base station by Chapter 29, and now, in Chapter 61, the most fundamental resource had yet to be disseminated. He wished to seize an opportunity, hoping to find a charming soul akin to a Gon, who might discard valuable items as mere refuse. Wang Hao stowed away his portable base station, grimacing as he noted the absence of even a shadow, suspecting it would take a fortnight before anyone discovered this feature. Just as he pondered this, a buzzing sound reached his ears from outside. Grasping his axe, he opened the door to behold a silent corridor devoid of corpses. A drone hovered in midair. Tethered to it was a cylindrical object pulsating with luminescent breath. The operator of the drone seemed to have spotted Wang Hao through the camera, hastily releasing the cylindrical object, which swiftly darted into the hallway. Damn! A Bluetooth speaker. Realization struck Wang Hao instantly. His leg muscles tensed as he bolted forward, covering several meters in less than a second, aiming a swift kick at the cylindrical object. However, at that moment, it unexpectedly emitted a song. Master, I can't hold on any longer. I have always dreamed of studying martial arts at Songzhan Shaolin. In a fit of rage, Wang Hao shattered the small speaker with a kick. The resounding melody pierced the stillness of the night, a cacophony that reverberated like water splashing into a hot pan, causing chaos to erupt around the building, attracting countless zombies to the floor he occupied. The drone-S operator was indeed ruthless. Wang Hao had only just arrived in Sea City, having no grievances with anyone, yet the adversary sought his life without having exchanged a single word. At that moment, Zhang Mengyao and the others, alerted by the noise, rushed out of their rooms, gazing at Wang Hao with confusion. This is for you to handle, Wang Hao succinctly instructed. I will pursue the one who led our people into danger. He then dashed into a room, leaping from the third-floor balcony and landing deftly in the alley behind the building. Such a leap would have resulted in severe injury for anyone else. The speaker had a remote control range. Its operator was undoubtedly nearby. Emerging from the alley, Wang Hao scanned the streets, the buildings, and the passageways, suddenly spotting a woman in the alley diagonally opposite, retrieving the drone. Listening to the ear-splitting growls of the zombies, Li Yin smirked, thinking how vigilant the man was, having noticed the drone the moment it was airborne. However, it would be of no consequence. Within half an hour, they would be devoured by the horde. The supplies they possess are all mine. A chilling sensation coursed through Li Yin as she turned, locking eyes with Wang Hao. The corridor was teeming with zombies. How did he come down? Panic gripped Li Yin, sensing the immense danger Wang Hao posed. Without a second thought, she fled, while Wang Hao, upon spotting Li Yin, dashed from the alley, only to trip over a zombie that had approached in response to the noise. Yet, this delay granted Li Yin a moment's respite. She wished for his demise. If Wang Hao did not eliminate her, it would be a disservice to the wheel of fortune that had spun for him these past few days. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengyao organized the group into 3 teams, one stationed in the corridor, while the other 2 remained inside the rooms, thus distributing the pressure of the incoming horde. Just as they settled into position, a throng of zombies surged into the corridor. The overwhelming sense of dread was palpable. Yet the women were no longer the same as when the disaster first erupted. Zhang Chaoying calmly aimed at the heads of the zombies, firing her submachine gun in precise bursts, the orange-yellow flashes illuminating the corridor as one after another, the undead fell, blood spraying as they were trampled by their own. Yun Bing, with her steady hands, drew her bow and unleashed arrows with remarkable accuracy, striking true with each shot. Before the zombies could reach the 4 of them, dozens had already fallen. Kill! Agon and Xiao Hui wielded their blades, forming the front line against the encroaching zombies. This was precisely why Wang Hao had confidence in allowing them to confront the horde. They were now fully capable of handling most situations. As Wang Hao continued his relentless assault on the zombies, he pursued Li Yin to a trading post, where sandbags were stacked waist-high at the entrance. "Open the door." Li Yin knocked, glancing back at the approaching Wang Hao, a provocative gesture as she beckoned him with her chin, her intentions unmistakable. "If you dare to follow, I will ensure your demise will be beyond your comprehension." With that, the door was yanked open, and Li Yin quickly ducked inside. Wang Hao followed her in. Observing the spacious interior where a group of over 10 individuals, armed with various melee weapons, formed a semicircle, glaring at him with predatory intent. In a corner, several men and women were bound, their gazes filled with the shared despair of the downtrodden. "Ah, another one delivered to us," they mused, envisioning Wang Hao's fate, likely to be beaten mercilessly before being stripped of his possessions. "Brother gang," Li Yin addressed the burly leader among them, her gaze icy. "He is one of the people I've been tracking. I don't know how he slipped away, but I need you to disable him." "Sure," Chun Zhengong replied with a tilted head, and several others moved toward Wang Hao with understanding. Li Yin cursed inwardly, anticipating the moment when Wang Hao would be reduced to a pitiful state, allowing her to vent her frustrations on him. What a fool. If only he had adhered to my script, he would have met his end sooner, spare me the need to offer up half the resources to Qinjiang. In the apocalypse, pursuing others for murder, did he not understand the implications? Their eyes turned cold as they brandished knives, attacking Wang Hao from multiple angles. Compared to them, his build appeared frail, and he was no match for even one of them, let alone multiple opponents. In their eyes, Wang Hao had become a mere cripple, destined to be defeated. Yet, Wang Hao swung his axe, parrying their strikes with ease. With another decisive blow, he cleaved through the skulls of several attackers. His axe was astoundingly sharp. As he advanced, the assailants began to stiffen, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground, each death swift and silent, devoid of any screams. Li Yin's expression hardened in disbelief. What is this? How could he sever such thick skulls in one stroke? Chun Zhengong and his companions, confident in their ability to subdue Wang Hao, were utterly taken aback by the turn of events. Shock resonated within each of their hearts. How could a person be so terrifying? Hearing the sound of blood spraying from the fallen corpses behind him, Wang Hao fixed his gaze on the remaining adversaries. This single look sent chills down their spines, a suffocating pressure compelling them to distance themselves from this ruthless individual. Wang Hao moved with lethal intent, his hand lifted, and the axe descended. They were merely ordinary people, unprepared for the violence they faced, their heads exploding under his strikes like watermelons, blood and brain matter splattering chaotically. "Do not kill me. You cannot kill me," Chun Zhenging bellowed. "My brother is a reinforcer. Merely being a reinforcer, does that grant you divine reverence?" Wang Hao scoffed with disdain and swung his axe, shattering Chun Zhengong's head. "Ah!" Li Yin collapsed in terror, her gaze towards Wang Hao filled with dread. "What have I summoned back?" Initially believing that bringing Wang Hao to Chun Zhenggang would ensure his demise, she never anticipated that she had led a tiger into a sheepfold. Wang Hao kicked Li Yin over and placed his foot firmly on her head, applying relentless pressure. She felt a piercing pain in her skull, the proximity of death overwhelming her spirit, as she wept and pleaded, "Please spare me. I beg you. Show mercy and let me go. I will do anything you ask." "No, no." Wang Hao remained expressionless, continuing to exert force until he crushed Li Yan's head underfoot. The survivors in the corner watched in shock at the blood-soaked and merciless Wang Hao, their eyes wide with disbelief, their understanding of reality shattered. A mere human could possess such formidable strength, despite Wang Hao being smaller than his adversaries, who numbered over a dozen. Anyone observing would deem his chances of victory exceedingly slim. Yet, he slaughtered them with ease, leaving them utterly defenseless. Wang Hao turned to exit, colliding with a zombie that had rushed in at the sound of the commotion. He raised his axe and cleaved the creature's skull, feeling the resistance of bone as he deftly extracted the crystal core from the zombie's head, which fell into his grasp. He made his way back to his base, where the battle had also concluded, leaving a corridor strewn with corpses and a torrent of foul blood cascading downstairs. The group sought refuge in a cleaner area, where Zhang Mingyao approached Wang Hao with a report. Brother Hao, we acquired a total of 63 gray crystals tonight, and we encountered a 1-star zombie, which was dealt with by Xiang Ru. Chapter 63. One-on-one with the Yi family. Prepared Wang Hao. Well done, Wang Hao smiled. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be exhausting. All right, Zhang Mingyao replied. Suddenly, Wang Hao noticed Xiang Ru leaning against the bathroom door, beckoning him with a finger. This enchantress was up to no good again. Wang Hao, undaunted by Xiang Ru, observed her mischievous antics as she intruded upon Zhang Chaoying and Qin Lian's room, leaving the two flustered and embarrassed. The following day, while enjoying breakfast, Wang Hao addressed the gathered women. Today, I will annihilate the Yi family. You need not accompany me. Listen to Mingyao's arrangements and ensure the zombies drawn by the noise are detained. The women exchanged glances, recalling their overheard conversation regarding Yi Xiaoyu, which hinted at Wang Hao's grudge against the Yi family. They had expected a fierce confrontation today, yet Wang Hao intended to confront the Yi family alone. The Yi family was the dominant force in the area. While Wang Hao was formidable, could he withstand the onslaught of dozens of guns? Could he endure sniper fire and rockets? It was akin to an ordinary person challenging an army, a notion hard to believe. Brother Hao, you must return safely, Zhang Mingyao said earnestly. If anything happens to you, I will surely avenge you. The others, familiar with Wang Hao's resolute nature, nodded in agreement. They owed their current situation to him, and should he face peril, they would stop at nothing to eradicate the Yi family. Wang Hao was well prepared for the day ahead, brimming with confidence and unafraid. After finishing his breakfast, he and Zhang Mingyao parted ways, with him heading to the Yi family alone. As Yi Xiaoyu had mentioned, Wang Hao encountered few zombies within 2 to 3 kilometers of the Yi family's location, with decaying corpses littering the area and shops showing signs of looting. 40 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance. Not far ahead lay the Chongqing Pavilion, heavily patrolled with no blind spots. Several well-placed vantage points even had machine guns mounted, their gleaming bullets reflecting cold light under the sun. My goodness, with this level of firepower, even a horde of 1,000 zombies would be merely a source of crystal cores, even against a 10,000-strong horde, unless they focus their assault on a single point. Taking down the Yi family would not be an easy feat with their current setup. The Yi family was not far from being the pinnacle of human forces. Anyone seeking to surpass or contend with them would require advanced technology, as relying solely on conventional weapons would only lead to mutual destruction. Wang Hao boldly stepped out from the shadows, axe in hand, striding toward the Yi family. The sniper team positioned at the high ground promptly spotted him and reported through their communication headsets. Go inquire about his intentions, the captain, behind the fortifications of the Chongqing Pavilion, ordered, pointing at a random individual. If he refuses to listen, eliminate him immediately. The designated person picked up a megaphone and shouted, "Halt! State your purpose. If you take another step forward, you will bear the consequences." Wang Hao appeared oblivious and continued his advance. With the Yi family's reputation, it has been a while since I've seen someone seeking death. The individual lowered the megaphone, brandishing a machete and swiftly advancing towards Wang Hao. Without hesitation, he lunged with a strike. Wang Hao swung his axe, effortlessly bypassing the man. The assailant froze, a grimace etched on his face, and, as Wang Hao stepped away, his head suddenly rolled from his body, the headless corpse staggering before collapsing in a spray of blood. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How did that man die? To those present, Wang Hao's speed surpassed that of a 2-star, appearing as a streak of cold light before their very eyes. It was astonishingly swift. They could scarcely perceive his movements. Fire! Open fire! The captain, a reinforcer himself, recognized the danger Wang Hao posed and shouted urgently, "Shoot him down." The snipers of the high ground took aim at Wang Hao and decisively fired. A long, pointed bullet erupted from the sniper rifle, cutting through the air towards Wang Hao's chest. In a fleeting moment, Wang Hao's gaze flickered as he swung his axe to intercept the incoming bullet. The sniper was left in disbelief. Is this even human? Sniper bullets were far more powerful than standard rifle rounds, capable of penetrating steel. For a person to evade such a shot was nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Hao's direct deflection of the sniper bullet made the marksman question his own prowess as a soldier. All present were internally shaken. Is he a reinforcer? Can a reinforcer be this formidable? The quality of the reinforcers among them seemed utterly inferior compared to him. Quickly, someone notify Yi Lao. the captain said, eyes filled with trepidation as he watched Wang Hao approach. Who on earth brought this terrifying monster to the Yi family? Everyone focus fire on him. I refuse to believe he can withstand one bullet, let alone hundreds or thousands. At the entrance of the Yi family's estate, the formidable firepower was such that even a tank would be reduced to scrap metal. The captain was skeptical, and the others were even more incredulous that a mere individual, Wang Hao, could withstand such a barrage. As he approached the Chongqing Guan from over 100 meters away, the Yi family's men simultaneously opened fire, even deploying fixed machine guns. In an instant, the air was filled with frigid trajectories of bullets. This was indeed the Yi family's first offensive action, and no one could have anticipated that they would target a single person. The onlookers envisioned Wang Hao transformed into a beehive, their faces contorted into grim smiles. They thought, the strength of one man was utterly powerless against the might of an established force. Yet, in this moment, I felt no sense of oppression. With a light chuckle, Wang Hao raised his hand, and the cracks on his rings suddenly emitted a soft glow, causing the air before him to fracture. Blue light streamed from the fissures, swiftly manifesting into an unconventional shield. Subsequently, all lethal bullets struck the heavenly shield, pausing momentarily before rebounding entirely. The crowd stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the spectacle before them. The bullets had bounced back. How could such outrageous equipment exist in this world? They were merely ordinary individuals, regular enhancers, left stunned and shaken, only to be riddled with the very bullets that had returned to them, collapsing to the ground in shock. In the blink of an eye, the Yi family's entrance, once bustling with hundreds, was reduced to a mere handful who managed to seek refuge behind cover. Chapter 64. The preeminent version of Wang Hao. Terrifying indeed. The few who had narrowly escaped death gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Even their captain, known for his overwhelming strength, sat frozen in terror, his mind a blank slate. A monster. That person is a monster. The notion of a single individual breaching the Yi family's entrance had previously been regarded as a foolish jest, and anyone who dared suggest it would be mocked for their cognitive dissonance. After all, how could one person withstand the firepower equivalent to that of an entire battalion? Yet, today, this farcical notion had been gruesomely transformed into reality. All of this had been anticipated by Wang Hao. The Yi family's personnel, weaponry, and equipment configurations were, at this stage, indeed formidable. Be it human or beast, it was challenging to topple the already ascendant Yi family. Unfortunately for them, they were confronted by the preeminent version of Wang Hao. The heavenly shield appeared precisely when needed, offering exceptional value, but its defensive capabilities were not overstated. A weapon of equal caliber could withstand the heavenly shield, and 3 such weapons could obliterate it. However, to deploy the heavenly shield at this stage was to be truly invincible. It is crucial to note that enhancers remain a rarity, with only a select few comprehending the concept of levels, and those who had ascended were even fewer in number. Even wielding a simple knife could evoke envy among many. Thus, presenting a 5-star piece of equipment at this juncture would leave others at a loss. Wang Hao approached the entrance of the Chongqing Guan, where others began to gather. Yet they regarded him with trepidation, hesitant to make any sudden movements. The sight of one man commanding the respect of hundreds was indeed a spectacle to behold. Shortly thereafter, several individuals of remarkable demeanor emerged from the Yi family, among them 2 older figures. The man at the center captured Wang Hao's attention. Their renown from a previous life was substantial. With raven black hair and a robust appearance, he was Yi Changsheng, the patriarch of the Yi family, alongside his younger brother, Yan. In his youth, Yan had achieved countless feats and possessed exceptional poise. Before the calamity, he had held a high position within a combat unit, and now he was responsible for the Yi family's unification efforts. It was his contributions that enabled the Yi family to stabilize rapidly and flourish to its current scale, with aspirations of future dominance. In Wang Hao's previous life, he would have never been deemed worthy of meeting these 2. To be precise, only those beyond the top 10 on the combat power rankings would have had that privilege. At that time, the Yi family was immensely strong, ranking among the top 10 forces within the nation. Thus, these core figures of the Yi family were not individuals one could simply approach. To state it plainly, someone of Wang Hao's caliber, if he were to join the Yi family, would merely be a junior member, and if he did not join, he might have a chance to meet them. young brother, Yi Changsheng, having learned of Wang Hao's prowess through his subordinates, felt puzzled as to how the Yi family, known for its preference for talent, could have offended such a formidable individual. What grievance do you harbor against the Yi family that warrants such a display? In his past life, Wang Hao had suffered both mentally and physically under Yi Fan's ruthless oppression, particularly when Yi Fan had callously slain his brothers before his very eyes. The soul-crushing impact of that betrayal still gnawed at him. Now, having been granted a second chance, he would not allow Yi Fan to meet a swift demise. Wang Hao intended for Yi Fan to first experience the bitterness of being forsaken by family. Meeting Yi Changsheng's gaze, he replied, "There is no need for you to inquire as to why. I shall state my terms once. Surrender Yi Fan, and I may consider sparing the Yi family." Yi Changsheng and Yi exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their disbelief. This shouldn't be, they thought. Yi Fan had always been clever and resourceful. How could he have brought such a formidable enemy upon the Yi family? Yi Fan was the most exceptional of the younger generation, and after the calamity, he had not disappointed their expectations, performing exceptionally well. Yi Changsheng had even contemplated grooming Yi Fan as the next head of the Yi family. Now, the demand for Yi Fan's surrender was met with their reluctance. "My patience lasts only 3 minutes." Wang Hao had come prepared. Before absolute power, all actions appeared futile and absurd. Thus, he paid no heed to what the Yi family was scheming while he lingered, stating coldly, "Once the time is up, the entire Yi family will pay the price alongside Yi Fan." One arrogant young man, they thought, speaking to him with civility, he had taken it as an opportunity to be presumptuous. The Yi family had never been reduced to the point of being trampled upon by a single individual, whether in the past or present. The Yi family members present grew increasingly irked by Wang Hao's demeanor. What else would the delay? Let us show him our true strength and incapacitate him. Yi Changsheng glanced at Yian, their eyes conveying a shared understanding, and Yian nodded slightly, indicating that arrangements were in place. "I had initially intended to resolve the misunderstandings between you and the Yi family and collaborate on grand endeavors." Yi Changsheng's eyes narrowed with age as he spoke, "But your attitude clearly indicates that you are not interested in dialogue. Thus, the Yi family no longer needs to extend you any courtesies." As Yi Changsheng spoke, the crowd parted in a zipper-like fashion, and several individuals wielding rocket launchers suddenly entered Wang Hao's line of sight. They crouched down, aiming at him and pulling the triggers. The recoil from the fired rockets sent them leaning back, as 6 rockets soared into the sky, trailing long, white plumes of smoke, arcing towards Wang Hao. Rocket launchers, being portable anti-tank weapons, were designed for engaging tanks, armored vehicles, and demolishing fortifications. To use them against a person was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. One rocket could annihilate an entire squad. Despite Wang Hao's possession of peculiar and powerful equipment, 6 rockets unleashed a force that was not to be underestimated. Allowing the Yi family time to mobilize their rocket launchers was tantamount to digging his own grave. Boom! Thunderous explosions ensued. As the saying goes, in the blink of an eye, 6 rockets were fired almost simultaneously, striking Wang Hao and erupting into a dazzling explosion, sending forth powerful shockwaves that rolled outward. Is he dead? This fellow could take down tanks and humans alike. What other surprises could there be? The onlookers instinctively held their breath, fixated on the sight of the explosion. However, as the smoke and dust gradually settled, a tall silhouette emerged, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief, gasping in astonishment. He is not dead. You know nothing of the power of the extraordinary." Wang Hao tilted his head, pondering the folly of these individuals who still harbored hopes. "Since that is the case, let us kill. Let us plunge them into despair." With a flash in his eyes, Wang Hao charged out of the smoke, plunging into the crowd, unleashing a torrent of slaughter. With swift, decisive strikes, he cleaved through the necks of his adversaries. He swung his axe horizontally, effortlessly severing the heads of several, then turned to obliterate the skulls of others one by one. Employing the simplest of movements to achieve the utmost efficiency, Wang Hao reveled in the blood that sprayed through the air, his unparalleled and domineering presence instilling terror in the hearts of the Yi family. No longer could they afford to be impatient with Wang Hao. Fear gripped them as they realized that even rockets could not harm him. Is he even human? Chapter 65, Overwhelming Pressure. The oppressive presence emanating from Wang Hao was palpable. Run. He is a monster. Run fast. Ah. The reinforcements summoned by the Yi family were paralyzed with fear. Overwhelmed by Wang Hao's relentless assault, their courage to fight was extinguished, and they fled in panic, some losing their shoes in the process. Being chosen by the Yi family indicated they were the elite among survivors. Yet now, hundreds have been decimated by a single individual. If this news were to spread, who would believe it? Blood dripped from Wang Hao's hair, and corpses littered the ground. When he turned his gaze toward the Yi family, aside from Yi Changsheng and Yi Yin, the others recoiled in terror, anxiously suggesting that they should surrender Yi Fan. Yi Fan had brought such calamity upon the Yi family. He must bear the consequences of his own mistakes. Yi Changsheng's face was ashen. The illustrious Yi family, the foremost clan of Sea City, with formidable military strength and superior equipment, was being choked by a single individual today. He could not comprehend why. With the Yi family's might, Wang Hao possessed the strength to crush them. Very well. We shall surrender Yi Fan. Having exhausted all options, Yi Changsheng resigned himself to the necessity of sacrificing Yi Fan to preserve the Yi family, sighing helplessly as he spoke. Hoping that Wang Hao would adhere to the rules of the underworld and spare the Yi family from hardship, Wang Hao smiled. All tricks exhausted. When faced with an opponent who is ultimately no match for me, they resort to appealing to the rules of the underworld. These affluent individuals truly enjoy treating others as fools. Soon, the Yi family presented a young man from the main residence. His eyes sparkled, his facial features were harmonious, and his physique was tall and fit, resembling the protagonist depicted in urban novels. Upon seeing him, Wang Hao was flooded with familiarity. Yi Fan, at last, we meet again. The present Yi Fan appeared youthful compared to their first encounter in Wang Hao's previous life, lacking the composure that would later define him. Father? Uncle? Yi Fan looked at Yi Changsheng and Yi Yin, bewildered, asking if they were truly abandoning him. Before either could respond, the Yi family members began to berate him. Do you realize the trouble you have brought upon the Yi family? Youth may be impetuous, but one must keep their eyes wide open. Yi Fan was not the same Yi Fan from Wang Hao's past. He had yet to experience the vicissitudes of life. The sudden reprimands from his uncle and aunt stung deeply, filling him with a sense of despair, especially as his own father and the uncle he revered most chose to forsake him. Wang Hao's eyes glinted as he remarked, a failure to educate is the father's fault. Shouldn't he kneel? To preserve the Yi family, Yi Changsheng reluctantly approached Yi Fan. Father. Yi Fan met Yi Changsheng's gaze, his defiant expression seemingly conveying that he could be killed but would not be humiliated. I am the eldest son of the Yi family. My pride forbids me from kneeling. You insolent wretch. Yi Changsheng, enraged, kicked at Yi Fan's knee. Yi Fan yelped in pain, collapsing to his knees before Wang Hao. Wang Hao approached, gazing down at Yi Fan. As Yi Fan looked up at Wang Hao, his eyes burned with resentment and defiance, and Wang Hao felt a rush of satisfaction. Yes, it was this very gaze, the expression of shattered pride. Having been elevated since childhood, Yi Fan excelled academically and was a radiant star in the business world. Even amidst the apocalypse, he would rise to prominence in Sea City and beyond. Even if the Yi family were to be annihilated, he would still stand above others. Never having regarded Wang Hao or his ilk, who had risen through hard work, as anything more than pawns. Only at the moment of his demise did Wang Hao realize that, in Yi Fan's eyes, they were mere pieces on a chessboard. Thus, such a person, unaccustomed to adversity and prideful to the extreme, would find humiliation far more painful than death. I don't even know you. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, demanding, why are you targeting me? I have lived my life without needing to explain myself to a failure. Wang Hao retaliated with a slap to Yi Fan's face, using minimal force, yet it was enough to send him sprawling to the ground. His fair cheek rapidly swelled and reddened. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous that he, the esteemed eldest son of the Yi family, the center of attention wherever he went, had suffered such humiliation. If you have the ability, kill me. Yi Fan suddenly exploded with rage, lunging at Wang Hao. Wang Hao kicked him back down, saying, what is the rush? The show has only just begun. He then placed his foot on Yi Fan's hand, gradually increasing the pressure, kneading it slowly. Yi Fan writhed in agony, helplessly watching as his hand was crushed beneath Wang Hao's foot, his screams causing discomfort to those nearby. Wang Hao squinted. admitting that Yi Fan's cries were more melodious than those of Xiang Ru. As Wang Hao finally lifted his foot, Yi Fan, drenched in cold sweat, gasped for breath, feeling as if he were a dying dog. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Wang Hao's foot was upon his ankle, sending waves of pain radiating to his very core, causing him to convulse and scream. The Yi family members could hardly bear to witness it. What feud, what grudge? Wang Hao was merciless. Kill me. Just kill me. Yi Fan's limbs were methodically crushed by Wang Hao, the pain rendering him numb, his body collapsing to the ground, breath coming in sporadic gasps. In his pitiful state, no one could see the once glorious figure he had been, the protagonist of an urban novel. Do you think this is the end? Wang Hao grasped Yi Fan's hair, chuckling softly. No, we were just getting to the most thrilling part. Following that, Wang Hao administered a healing potion to Yi Fan, ensuring he would not lose consciousness. In the next moment, Wang Hao, under Yi Fan's watchful gaze, dashed before Yin and cleave his skull with an axe, blood gushing skyward. This prominent figure, who had once led the Yi family to historical heights in Wang Hao's past life, fell lifeless on the spot. Uncle! Yi Fan's eyes burned with rage. You are untrustworthy. Yi Changsheng iklemet angri. You promised that as long as the Yi family surrendered Yi Fan, you would not trouble us. I said I would consider it, Wang Hao retorted, stepping in front of Yi Changsheng, gripping his face and lifting him into the air. But I never said I would definitely spare the Yi family. You despicable villain. Yi Changsheng glared furiously, but his curses were abruptly silenced as Wang Hao crushed his head, a torrent of blood spilling through his fingers and showering the air, coalescing into a vivid stream that flowed down his arm. The once formidable Yi Changsheng, who ranked among the top 10 powers in all factions, met his end at Wang Hao's hands. Who would have imagined that in Yi Changsheng's eyes from a past life, he was merely a small fry? Dad! Yi Fan roared in agony. Although the Yi family had chosen to abandon him, Yi Changsheng was his father, and Yin was his uncle, the most significant figures in his life. At this moment, both had perished before his eyes, the psychological impact far more excruciating than Wang Hao's previous tortures. If you have an issue, come at me. Yi Fan bellowed at Wang Hao. You are a murderer of the innocent. What kind of man are you? If looks could kill, Yi Fan's furious, resentful, and frenzied gaze would have slain Wang Hao hundreds of times over. In truth, he had never intended to spare the Yi family or its members. Setting aside hatred, one of the apocalyptic laws everyone must remember is to eradicate the roots of the problem. The Yi family had the potential to develop into a prominent force. Why should Wang Hao allow them to persist? Ha ha ha! Yi Fan, you dare to utter such words? Wang Hao laughed heartily. Yi Fan glared fiercely at Wang Hao, reflecting on how his pride had been ruthlessly shattered, how he had been continually insulted and trampled upon, while he could only endure the humiliation helplessly. The sight of his loved ones dying before him was unbearable. Yi Fan felt the cumulative toll of both physical and mental assaults, akin to a once mighty king being cast down from his throne, unable to cope with the staggering disparity. He coughed up blood, a bitter taste spreading through his throat. It's normal to feel discomfort, Wang Hao remarked, squatting down to gaze at the defeated Yi Fan. Now, relish the taste of watching your relatives perish one by one before your eyes. Wang Hao held Yi Fan's head firmly, lifting him to witness the fleeing members of the Yi family, their faces contorted with terror. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he pursued them, executing them one by one. Do not kill me. I beg you. Spare my life. The pleas of the Yi family fell on Wang Hao's ears without stirring a single ripple of compassion. He even felt a laugh bubbling within him. Once, he had pleaded with Yi Fan in a similar manner, only to receive an even more horrifying blow in return. Why should he show mercy now? You will not die well. Yi Fan witnessed Wang Hao storming into the Chongqing pavilion, ruthlessly pursuing those he knew, particularly the brutal murder of his mother. His heart shattered. He howled in anguish, "You will not die well." Wang Hao shrugged. Yi Fan dared to betray Wang Hao, so he would ensure that Yi Fan's entire family faced annihilation. As the last member of the Yi family fell in a pool of blood, Yi Fan's gaze had already lost its focus, his body limp and defeated. Undoubtedly, he had succumbed to a mental breakdown, his inner world reduced to ash. Even if Wang Hao were to release Yi Fan now, he would be but a shell of a man. Yet how could Wang Hao let him go? Even in his despair, Wang Hao would torment him as he had done to the Demon King in his past life. It was likely that DNA tests would be required to confirm that this puddle of mud on the ground had once been the esteemed heir of the Yi family. Wang Hao exhaled deeply. He had avenged his grievances, feeling as though a burden had been lifted from him. I have destroyed the Yi family. I have altered history, Wang Hao declared with unwavering resolve. I will not allow the tragedies of my past life to repeat themselves. In this life, I shall build the strongest base to withstand the impending second disaster. Time was not on his side. The second disaster was terrifying, exceedingly so. Not only had Wang Hao and the Demon King faced it, but many renowned factions had also perished. The defenses of 8-star and 9-star ranks were as fragile as paper. To stand against the second disaster, Wang Hao needed to be at least 10 times stronger than these factions, and he had merely 3 years to achieve this. The weight of his task was immense. As Wang Hao departed the Yi family estate, he followed the sounds of the undead, finding Chen Ying and Zhang Yushu amidst the chaos, utilizing several trucks and buses as barriers against the encroaching horde of zombies. The Yi family had unleashed gunfire and rocket fire, creating a cacophony. Just the zombies they were holding at bay numbered in the hundreds. The situation was dire. The obstacles were wobbling, and the zombies were piling up, threatening to breach their defenses. Had Wang Hao arrived just a moment later, the horde would likely have overwhelmed them. We need to reinforce the barriers with more vehicles, Chening said as she noticed Wang Hao's arrival, her face lighting up. Brother Hao, Brother Hao. Zhang Yushu expressed her relief upon seeing Wang Hao safe. Given the significant disparity in strength between Wang Hao and the Yi family, both had been worried about his well-being. His return signified that his plan had succeeded. Chunning couldn't help but marvel. Brother Hao is still Brother Hao, single-handedly challenging the overlord of this territory. You two go notify the others, Wang Hao instructed. Those who can hold out longer should do so, while those who cannot should find a place to hide. To me, these zombies are merely resources. The two did not hesitate and hurried off to find the others, while Wang Hao returned to the Yi family estate, pulling out his firearm, poised to await the approaching undead. After eliminating the Yi family, he would utilize their defenses to harvest the zombies. The sounds of the undead grew louder, a thunderous roar echoing as a throng of zombies surged down the street. The visual impact was akin to a stampede of horses. Even the enhancers would likely turn and flee at the sight. Wang Hao appeared diminutive before the mass of undead, calmly waiting until they drew near before pulling the trigger. A stream of fire erupted, sweeping from left to right, creating a blazing wall of flames. The horde fearlessly charged at the fiery barrier, the flames greedily consuming every inch of flesh. Soon, another wave of zombies approached from a different direction. Wang Hao's weapon, fueled by green crystals, unleashed energy in a sweeping arc, incinerating the zombies attempting to draw closer. In a nearby high-rise, Zhang Chaoying watched in awe as Wang Hao wreaked havoc, her mouth agape. This is utterly ridiculous. Mom, open the door to absurdity. It's absurd to the extreme. Brother Hao is incredible. Beside her, Zhang Mingyao's eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting, Brother Hao seems even stronger than when he last displayed his prowess in front of us. The Yi family is superior in every aspect to the Xiang family, yet they did not pose a challenge to Brother Hao. Her thoughts were not driven by a desire for Wang Hao to encounter misfortune, but rather by the understanding that the Yi family was the dominant force in this region, equipped with weaponry and enhancers. In the minds of the women, even if Wang Hao were to emerge victorious, it would come at a significant cost. However, the reality was that the Yi family had been vanquished, and Wang Hao remained unscathed. It is worth noting that while the women were engaged in combating the zombies, they heard the sounds of several rocket explosions, which had caused them to worry for Wang Hao's safety. This man was invincible. Zhang Mingyao gazed intently at Wang Hao, entranced, declaring that bullets could not harm him, nor could artillery. In another tall building, Xiao Wei observed Daming, who appeared strangely intoxicated, and remarked dryly, You shameless flirt. Just watching Brother Hao has left you in such a state. If he were to touch you, you'd likely soar into the sky. Daming replied dreamily, I simply adore such a man, dominant, strong. Xiao Wei shook her head, truly astonished by Daming's lack of worthiness. Chapter 67, The New King. A joyous harvest Wang Hao had been firing for nearly an hour, and the monstrous horde that had surged from all directions had dwindled from hundreds to a mere dozen. The ground was littered with corpses and charred remains. Zhang Mingyao did not merely spectate. As the battle neared its conclusion, she led a team to recruit temporary workers to excavate crystal cores nearby. Upon their return to the Yi family estate, the survivors were left in awe by the scene before them. It felt as though they had entered a massive crematorium with a multitude of corpses on the ground, including the dreaded cockroaches, rats, and mosquitoes. How many monsters have been slain? One man, his face glistening with oil, exclaimed in shock. So it was the Yi family that triggered the explosion. No wonder everyone wishes to join such a powerful faction. Their operations are on a grand scale. A companion marveled. Has the Yi family grown this formidable? Just by looking, I can see so many crystal cores on the ground. Truly, the larger the plate, the swifter the profits. I struggle against 3 or 4 zombies at once, a burly man lamented. The Yi family just wiped out thousands. The crowd instinctively believed that the corpses belonged to the Yi family, for in this area, the Yi family was the largest and most formidable. Who besides the Yi family could possess the power to slaughter thousands of monsters? Hurry up, Aegon shouted, don't dawdle. When it comes time to get paid, don't complain, and don't entertain any foolish notions, or I'll have to sever your hand. It was rare to encounter such an opportunity to earn crystal cores without risking their lives. So everyone worked diligently, and within 2 hours, the task was completed. Brother Hao, your luck is extraordinary, Zhang Mingyao said, collecting all the crystal cores to present to Wang Hao. You've killed 600 monsters, and we've gathered 100 gray crystals and 27 green crystals. This drop rate is almost like cheating. This was precisely why Wang Hao had ventured to Z City. The combination of the lucky ring and the system was indeed remarkable. The ratio of 600 to 100 was astonishing. If Zhang Mingyao were aware of the historically recognized drop rates, she would doubt any claims made by others. Is this drop rate merely around 10? She questioned incredulously. Generally, Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, call those temporary workers over. Zhang Mingyao was taken aback. Such an extraordinary drop rate was considered average? If others were to experience this rate, they would likely awaken from sleep with laughter. Wang Hao was not exaggerating. When he activated his super luck, the drop rate could exceed 95%. In comparison, the current drop rate appeared quite ordinary. As Zhang Mingyao summoned the temporary workers, they were taken aback upon seeing the multitude of corpses at Wang Hao's feet, exchanging bewildered glances. Hey, a shaggy-haired youth nudged his companion, eyes wide. I recognize some of those corpses. They entered the Yi family, and they were quite prestigious. How could they possibly be dead? Another companion, eyeing Wang Hao, gulped nervously. I wonder, did he annihilate the Yi family? Those present began to recognize familiar faces among the corpses, stirring unrest within. If the monsters had been slain outside, it was clear that the Yi family members had not been their killers, indicating a significant upheaval within the Yi family. The architect of all this was likely the young man stationed at the fortification. I've already eradicated the Yi family, Wang Hao stated flatly. From today forth, I am a new king of this territory. The crowd, despite having harbored such thoughts, was still taken aback by Wang Hao's declaration, collectively inhaling sharply. The Yi family had been obliterated, and by a mere handful of individuals, most of whom were women. Suddenly, the onlookers confronted a terrifying realization. If the Yi family was no more, did that mean the monsters outside had been slain by them? A chill ran down their spines. Struggling to comprehend the extent of Wang Hao's strength, which allowed such a small group to annihilate thousands of monsters, including the formidable cockroaches and rats. It was known that the Yi family consisted of elites, and their numbers were vast. It was not surprising for them to eliminate a horde of over 1,000 zombies. Yet, Wang Hao commanded only a handful of individuals. The truth was simply unbelievable. They were astonished beyond measure. Had they known this was solely the work of Wang Hao, they would have been rendered speechless with fear. Spread the word for me. I have a wealth of weapons and equipment available from the Wheel of Fortune, and you can exchange crystal cores or other peculiar items for them, Wang Hao stated calmly, but the prices are steep. Don't waste my time with just a few crystal cores. With his prior collection, along with the expected spoils from plundering the Yi family, he anticipated acquiring over 100 items, far more than he could utilize. Rather than let them go to waste, he would sell them at a premium while the demand for ordinary equipment remained high. He also sought to cast a wide net, hoping to find someone willing to sell valuable items at a bargain. The crowd had no objections. some even eager to witness the reactions of others upon learning of the Yi family's demise at Wang Hao's hands. The thrill of seeing others in shock is delightful. They dispersed with their wages from excavating crystal cores, while Wang Hao surveyed the area and raised an eyebrow. Where did Xiangru and Yunbing go? They were supposed to be together. Zhang Mingyao shook her head. I haven't seen them. I'm not sure where they went. Wang Hao was not overly concerned about their safety, suspecting they were merely occupied with something. He instructed, you stay here to manage the scene. Then go organize the resources from the Yi family. Be thorough. Do not overlook any details. Understood, Zhang Mingyao replied as she gathered her team to get to work. Wang Hao entered the villa of the Yi family, settling onto an imported sofa worth millions, his feet propped up on a coffee table. He never imagined that he would one day replace the Yi family. This served as a testament to the efforts he had exerted since his rebirth. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, three individuals cautiously traversed a narrow alley. Suddenly, the adjacent wall exploded into fragments. A ferocious zombie, with muscles larger than a human head, crashed to the ground amidst the flying debris, roaring in fury. The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. They recognized this zombie, having witnessed it obliterate the head of a formidable enhancer with a single punch. Chapter 68. Seizing Opportunities. The Yi family's potent reserves enhancers are incredibly powerful. The faction to which the three belonged boasted dozens of members, but only 2 enhancers. This highlighted the sheer menace of the zombie capable of slaying enhancers. Their immediate reaction was to flee. Run. Just as they took their first steps, a woman leapt through the breach in the wall, soaring up to deliver a punch to the enraged creature's face. Is this all you've got? With laughter, Xiangru unleashed a flurry of blows, battering the frenzied zombie, which could not rise again. Its skull shattered under her relentless assault. The three were left in awe. What a fierce woman. How could she dominate this zombie? With a disdainful sneer, Xiangru pressed her hands into the zombie's skull, her expression twisting into one of savagery as she roared, "Go to hell." Following this, she viciously tore apart the frenzied corpse, sending the three fleeing in terror. In a matter of minutes, they had encountered 2 monstrous beings. What dreadful luck! In a nearby auto repair shop, the staff heard a coded knock at the door and promptly opened it. The portly man outside nodded to the person who opened the door before hastily entering the shop, rushing to the man sharpening knives. Away! The Yi family has been annihilated. If you have nothing better to do, go kill some zombies. Away was skeptical of the portly man's words, continuing to sharpen his knife. The Yi family has a host of powerful individuals, armed to the teeth. Who could possibly contend with them? Even the military would be ineffective. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that, the portly man retorted, pulling 2 crystal cores from his pocket and tossing them into the air. Wow, you're impressive. Away's eyes lit up upon seeing the cores. How many zombies did you slay to obtain these? I acquired them while assisting in the elimination of the Yi family. The portly man boasted. Away sensed that the man was serious and questioned. Are you for real? The Yi family has truly been destroyed? That's not even the most astonishing part, the portly man whispered. There were only a dozen or so people, mostly women, and, after taking down the Yi family, they also managed to slay thousands of zombies. Away and those around him were stunned. The Yi family's reputation as a dominant force was not merely for show. In the eyes of the nearby populace, the Yi family was virtually invincible. The notion that Wang Hao could obliterate the Yi family with a mere dozen individuals and decimate thousands of zombies was utterly unfathomable. What kind of monster was he? Their reactions mirrored those of the surrounding populace. Each person's expression upon learning of the Yi family's downfall was one of sheer astonishment, akin to discovering that the top student in school had received a failing grade. Shocked and incredulous, the name and terror of Wang Hao, the new king, began to spread among the survivors, who were equally impressed by his grand ambitions. He had the capability to procure weapons and equipment produced by the Roulette, something the Yi family could never achieve. After all, the probability of landing on supplies in a standard roulette was far too high, making it challenging to land on weapons and equipment. Given the low drop rate of crystal cores, it was often arduous to obtain even one after slaying several zombies. With a direct opportunity to purchase powerful weapons and equipment, many who had accumulated crystal cores were undoubtedly tempted to seek out the Chongqing Pavilion. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had been resting when he heard someone enter. Slowly, He opened his eyes to behold the exquisitely beautiful Zhang Mengyao. No matter how many times he saw her, she never failed to amaze him. "I'm sorry for waking you," she said apologetically. "It's quite all right," Wang Hao replied, taking a sip from a bottle of water. "The situation nearby has stabilized," Zhang Mengyao reported. "From the weapons and equipment we stripped from the corpses, along with what we found from the Yi family, we now have a total of 103 items, 11 bottles of ordinary enhancement potions, 131 gray crystals, 18 bottles of ordinary healing potions, and a significant amount of regular supplies. This is a record of what the Yi family had produced themselves, detailing each item and its quantity." As she spoke, Zhang Mengyao handed Wang Hao a tablet belonging to the Yi family. He glanced over it briefly. Such is the difference with large factions. These reserves must have plundered numerous supermarkets and small stores, sufficient to feed 100 people for a year and a half. I happen to need to stay in Sea City for a while. With these supplies, I can avoid sending people out to scavenge, Wang Hao thought to himself, pleased that the efforts of the Yi family had become his own. How delightful it was to reap the benefits without exerting effort. Gathering resources like those of the Yi family would have taken him at least half a month. Finding resources was secondary. In a post-apocalyptic environment, transportation posed a significant challenge. You all can split the enhancement potions and the over 100 gray crystals. As for the weapons and equipment, feel free to exchange them without needing to consult me. Wang Hao instructed. The team needs to expand. Over the next few days, recruit around 20 or 30 individuals. Understood. Zhang Mengyao nodded, then produced another tablet. Handing it to Wang Hao. I found this in a bedroom. It contains a memo that seems to record the locations of the roulette. Please take a look. Wang Hao received it and scanned the contents. The memo indeed detailed the locations of the roulette, meticulously noting the colors, the number of spins, the reward zones, the relationship between spins and crystal quantities, as well as an incomplete level system. The Yi family's dominance had a traceable foundation. By consolidating information and resources step by step, it was difficult to imagine not soaring to new heights. Regrettably, all the Yi family's resources now belong to Wang Hao. Good heavens! A total of 18 roulettes, 10 ordinary roulettes, 3 one-star roulettes, 1 two-star roulette, 2 three-star roulettes, 1 four-star roulette, and 1 seven-star roulette. Wang Hao noticed a red XX marked next to the 7-star roulette. While others might not comprehend its significance, he knew it indicated danger. Roulettes of 6 stars or above were guarded by formidable monsters, and it was likely that the Yi family had fallen into a trap when they discovered this roulette. Among these roulettes, he was already aware of 3 that held far greater value than the others. Wang Hao mused that once he claimed each of them, his personal strength would ascend to an entirely new level. Achieving revenge, while also indulging in the spoils, was an indescribably satisfying feeling. He set down the tablet and turned to Zhang Mengyao, saying, Xiang Ru has returned. Ask her to come here. You may go back to your tasks now. All right. Zhang Mengyao replied, departing. Wang Hao took out the crystal refinement device and, adhering to the ratio of gray crystals to green crystals, 3:1, refined the recently acquired gray crystals. He had 3,100 gray crystals and ultimately produced 103 green crystals. With the 27 green crystals in his possession, he now had a total of 130. Chapter 69, Shanshui Hotel, the monster that tears zombies asunder. Wang Hao's next endeavor involved seeking the Easter egg located on the 2-star roulette at Shanshui Hotel, preparing for the establishment of a base. Thus, he refined 100 green crystals into 10 blue crystals, following the ratio of green to blue crystals 10:1. While several thousand gray crystals would be considered astronomical by others, they did not satiate his hunger. Once Mengyao recruited personnel, he planned to have them hunt zombies, bringing back an abundance of crystal cores. Wang Hao contemplated this in silence. Some might argue he could leverage the chaos caused by the downfall of the Yi family to attract hundreds or even thousands of survivors, thereby accelerating the efficiency of core collection. However, he believed that people have aspirations. It wouldn't be justifiable to make them toil without providing sustenance. Sustenance is a significant concern. With many individuals, the targets become larger. Sea City was not Wang Hao's final destination. Once he drained the value from Sea City, he would move to Tea City, where he envisioned the ideal location for establishing a base. Brother Hao. At that moment, Xiang Ru entered, her gaze aggressive as she smiled. Did you call for me too? How brazen, Wang Hao interjected, rising to leave. Come with me to the hotel. While he could venture alone, having a companion was more convenient, sparing him from having to handle every matter personally. You certainly know how to have fun, Xiang Ru teased. Is your home no longer sufficient for you? The two sped out, arriving at the entrance of Shanshui Hotel after nearly an hour's journey. Upon seeing the familiar hotel sign, a myriad of memories flooded Wang Hao's mind. If all went as expected, the hotel should currently be under the control of a group led by Li Chuanda. In his previous life, Wang Hao had spent some time under Li Chuanda's command, during which he befriended a woman named Jiang Fei. Eventually, he left, sensing that Li Chuanda's pursuit of pleasure would lead to ruin. Months later, a force called Haha rose to prominence in the Apocalypse chatroom, rumored to have started as a small team that, after discovering an Easter egg in a hotel, ascended to the top tier within just a few months, all while fending off the watchful eyes of established powers. Many were curious about the secret behind Haha's success, which transformed the weak into the formidable. It was only when members of Haha emerged to boast that Wang Hao realized the origin of Haha's rise was the very Shanshui hotel he once frequented, where he had seen the fabled roulette, now revealed to possess such immense value. At that time, he reflected on his keen judgment. Li Chuanda's character destined him not to reign supreme. He occupied the roulette for too long, ultimately allowing others to soar. Wang Hao felt a sense of frustration on Li Chuanda's behalf. If Haha had obtained the secret realm, scrolls sooner, perhaps within 6 months post-catastrophe, they could have established an insurmountable advantage, potentially evolving into a top-tier force, thus avoiding being consumed by the four emperors. In this life, he resolved to help rectify that regret. Wang Hao's gaze flickered as he considered whether Jiang Fei was still under Li Chuanda's command. If he missed this opportunity, he might never encounter her again. Not dwelling further on this, Wang Hao approached Shanshui Hotel. As anticipated, the door was locked, barricaded with beds and cabinets, indicating the place was claimed. Wang Hao swung his axe to break open the door, and Xiang Ru was the first to step inside, clearing away the obstacles. Their arrival immediately alerted those within the lobby, who hurriedly armed themselves, fixating on the two. Upon recognizing Xiang Ru, 3 individuals' expressions shifted dramatically, exchanging alarmed glances. Is it really her? The monster that tears zombies apart? They only sent 2 people to crash my party? At that moment, a man with a beetle nut face and a gold chain around his neck descended the stairs, surveying Wang Hao and Xiang Ru with a grim expression. He truly is arrogant, completely disregarding me, Li Chuanda. Recently, Li Chuanda's group had clashed with Haha's due to disputes over crystal core ownership after slaying zombies, resulting in casualties on both sides, which led Li Chuanda to instinctively assume Wang Hao was sent by Haha. Wang Hao, upon seeing Li Chuanda's familiar face, felt a wave of emotion. In his previous life, encountering Li Chuanda would have prompted him to greet him with a friendly brotherhood. I am not from Haha, Wang Hao stated bluntly. I'm here for the roulette in the hotel. Li Chuanda paused, taken aback. Not from Haha. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Is this fellow dreaming in broad daylight, coming into someone's territory and demanding to spin the roulette? Who does he think he is, the king of the apocalypse? How can he be so brazen? I do not care how you learned about the roulette. I will give you 3 counts to leave, Li Chuanda coldly declared. I do not wish to dirty my territory. His team included 2 enhancers, and he felt unthreatened even if Haha's entire team showed up, let alone this man and woman. If he weren't concerned about their cries attracting zombies, he would have acted already. The lobby's occupants found Wang Hao's naivety amusing, yet they remained vigilant, subtly adjusting their positions. If Wang Hao failed to recognize the danger, they would swiftly eliminate him. Brother. One of the 3, who had witnessed Xiang Ru's prowess, hurriedly approached Li Chuanda, trembling as he recalled their encounter with Xiang Ru. That woman, we encountered her on the road. She is a monster. Is she your classmate? Are you trying to intimidate me? Li Chuanda frowned. Are we truly afraid of just 2 people? Do you remember that zombie that exploded the head of an enhancer last time we met? She tore that zombie apart with her bare hands. The trembling man warned. Please consider this carefully, brother. Li Chuanda hesitated, vividly recalling the chaos caused by the violent zombie. The fear evident in the man's demeanor was unmistakable. Is that woman really that formidable? No need to count, Xiang Ru said, glancing at Wang Hao for confirmation. Upon receiving a nod, she stepped forward, eagerly cracking her knuckles. All of you, come at us together. No, no, no. Li Chuanda, observing Xiang Ru's predatory stance, felt his doubts evaporate. He quickly raised his hands, forcing a smile. I was merely joking. What I meant was, I will count to 3, and then you should leave. With that, he turned to glare at his subordinates, lowering his voice. Everyone, put down your weapons. Is there a rule that friends should wield knives against each other? The crowd was bewildered. Has Brother lost his mind? One moment he had radiated an imposing aura, akin to a powerful underworld figure, and the next he was behaving as though he feared a woman. Chapter 70. The Wildness of Beasts. Li Chuanda was astonished, facing only 2 opponents, even if they were all enhanced individuals. There was no reason for the dozens of us to feel fear. The others were puzzled by Li Chuanda's thoughts, but as the leader, they dared not oppose his intentions and reluctantly laid down their weapons. I am Li Chuanda, he stated, gazing at Xiang Ru. What is your name? Why should I care what you do? Xiang Ru retorted with a smirk. Can't you hold your ground for just one more second? How tedious. She then walked back to stand behind Wang Hao, and upon seeing this, Li Chuanda immediately understood that Xiang Ru held Wang Hao in high regard. This realization shocked him profoundly. This young man, he was remarkably impressive. Xiang Ru was a fierce character who could tear apart the chaotic. How could such a formidable person still need to rely on someone else? Moreover, it appeared she genuinely respected Wang Hao. To attribute this to love or the allure of a boyfriend was utterly ludicrous. Throughout history, the most effective way to make a strong individual bow was simply to be stronger than them. Therefore, how powerful must Wang Hao be to keep such a terrifying woman like Xiang Ru in check? Old brother. Li Chuanda hastily retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Wang Hao. Feel free to spin the roulette whenever you wish. This was truly surreal. In his past life, Wang Hao had always referred to Li Chuanda as the Go, and he had never seen him so subservient. It was surprising to see Li Chuanda acting like a sycophant now, try to curry favor with Wang Hao. As a former leader, Li Chuanda smiled apologetically, and Wang Hao, not one to flaunt his status, casually accepted the cigarette Li Chuanda offered, placing it behind his ear. I am Wang Hao. Let's have tea when you have the time. How fortuitous, Li Chuanda chuckled. I just found a premium tea the other day, worth several thousand for just a few taels. Wang Hao nodded and prepared to ascend the stairs to spin the roulette. At that moment, an exaggerated laugh rang out from outside. Li Chuanda, you are truly regressing, acting like a dog in front of a mere child. Upon hearing the voice, Li Chuanda immediately recognized the speaker, his expression darkening as he turned to face the man with slicked back hair leading a group in. Did you eat something foul? Your mouth is quite putrid. Indeed, the newcomer was the leader of the infamous group known as Ha, who had risen to prominence in his past life. Before the disaster struck, he had been a local thug known for his penchant for laughter, hence the name Ha. He had brought along a dozen or so men, most of whom were stained with fresh blood, likely from their recent encounters with zombies. Their imposing presence was quite intimidating. What's the matter? Did I step on a sore spot? Ha sneered as he glanced at Wang Hao, his eyes brightening when they fell upon Xiang Ru. He thought to himself how stunning she was, with her fair skin, more enticing than any woman he had previously encountered. That glint in his eye was wild. He felt that taming her would surely bring a sense of accomplishment. If I were one of your subordinates, I would feel utterly ashamed. Dozens of grown men, reduced to pleasing a mere child. As the leader, how can you lack such dignity? Ha ran his fingers through his hair, continuing, if I were in your position, I would command respect. In this territory, everyone must bow to me. With that, Ha-Ha's followers erupted in laughter, while Li Chuanda's men wore expressions of frustration. Having not yet engaged in battle, they already felt defeated. Who wouldn't feel humiliated in such a situation? Enough of your nonsense. Li Chuanda's face darkened. What are you here for? Ha. I am here to demand an explanation for my fallen brothers, Ha said, greedily eyeing Xiang Ru. His smile suddenly faded as he declared, If I am not satisfied, this matter will not be resolved today. You are too loud, Wang Hao remarked, feeling increasingly irritated by Ha-Ha's incessant laughter. You think you can speak here, little brat? Ha mocked. Li Chuanda is so eager to please you. He must be quite the capable enhancer. But you don't naively believe you are the only enhancer here, do you? Following this, Ha directed his gaze at Li Chuanda. According to the rules of the territory, your people are too talkative. If you cannot manage them, I will take it upon myself. In Haha's eyes, Li Chuanda's treatment of Wang Hao was an attempt to win him over. Otherwise, why would Li Chuanda be so courteous? However, Haha was only interested in Xiang Ru and believed he had no need to be polite toward the man beside her. Instead, he was determined to find a way to eliminate him. This was truly reckless. Having transitioned from a petty thug to a leader, Haha had become so arrogant that he had lost his bearings, ready to attack anyone that crossed his path. Li Chuanda internally scoffed. Others might not know, but he was well aware of Xiang Ru's prowess. Attack! Haha casually gestured with his hand. He had a dozen or so men, all skilled in combat against zombies. And he himself, along with another, were the revered enhancers. With such a lineup, even if Wang Hao had brought 2 people, Haha would not feel threatened. He chuckled, having just thought about how to obtain Xiang Ru, and now Wang Hao had delivered her right to him. Haha had not anticipated that by seeking trouble, he would gain such an unexpected delight in Xiang Ru. He would need to take a little blue pill when he returned to fully relish this victory. In a swift and decisive manner, Wang Hao lit his cigarette. As the red circle flared at the tip, Xiang Ru dashed toward Haha's approaching subordinate with remarkable speed, leaving the young man no time to react. With a resounding thud, Xiang Ru's elbow struck the young man's face, shattering his facial bones and causing his entire face to cave in as he was sent flying like a broken kite, convulsing and spewing blood. Xiang Ru moved like a tempest, using fists and feet to send those around her flying. The disparity in strength was stark, akin to an adult battling a child. Haha's men stood no chance against Xiang Ru. Even their proud enhancers were mercilessly crushed. Haha's laughter faded. Xiang Ru was wild, but not in the manner of a seductive feline. Rather, she embodied the ferocity of a beast, delivering fatal blows with every strike. The most terrifying aspect was her increasing frenzy, a thrill derived from seizing lives that sent chills through Haha's entire being. Beads of sweat formed on Li Chuanda's forehead. How fortunate he was to have recognized the situation and not confronted Wang Hao. Otherwise, he would be the one known as the monster who fell to that woman. Li Chuanda's men swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat. Was this woman truly an enhancer? How was she so different from the ones they had known? She could take on 20 men effortlessly, and one of Haha's enhancers had been obliterated in a single encounter. At that moment, their feelings of humiliation and discontent vanished, replaced by immense gratitude toward Li Chuanda for saving their lives. If he had not bowed to Wang Hao, they would be the ones being mercilessly slaughtered by Xiang Ru now. Your subordinates are utterly useless, Xiang Ru remarked, having eliminated Haha's men in less than 10 seconds. She stepped forward and placed a hand on Haha's shoulder, sneering, "With this, do you still dare to mock my brother Hao?" Chapter 71, The Secret Realm Scroll. The power of the lucky ring. Haha immediately crumbled, his face paling. It was a misunderstanding, he stammered. "Allow me to ask you a question." Xiang Ru chuckled lightly. "My brother says you are all noise. Do you know what the best way to eliminate noise is?" "And no, I do not know," Haha stuttered, as he seemed to realize something, his legs beginning to tremble. He currently feels no admiration for the beauty of the woman beside him. If given a chance to relive this moment, he would resolutely avoid the hotel. "I too am a loss." Xiang Ru's smile gradually morphed into madness as she suddenly pried open Haha's mouth, reaching in to violently rip out his tongue. Blood filled his mouth in an instant, bubbling ominously. The chilling laughter of Xiang Ru sent shivers down the spines of Li Chuanda and the others. If it weren't for the lack of escape, they would have fled long ago. This woman is utterly deranged. Wang Hao exhaled a plume of smoke, contemplating that even if he intercepted Haha's ascent password, with Haha's ambition, he would eventually achieve great things. It was unfortunate that he had collided with a steel behemoth like himself. The once renowned figure of Ha met an untimely end. It was indeed lamentable. After Xiang Ru dispatched Haha, she approached Wang Hao, her face smeared with blood, and declared, "Am I fast enough?" "Fast," Wang Hao replied, flicking away his cigarette but before turning to ascend the stairs. Xiang Ru's gaze swept over Li Chuanda and the others. That single glance tightened their hearts, instilling a suffocating sense of being preyed upon by a feral beast. Only when she followed Wang Hao upstairs did the tension begin to dissipate, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. This woman is truly terrifying. In my opinion, the real terror lies with that man, who is capable of containing such a madwoman. Although he has yet to act, His mere presence radiates a danger that surpasses that of the woman. He likely views them as insignificant creatures, unworthy of his effort. Li Chuanda, overhearing his subordinate's trepidation, resolved that even if he could not grasp Wang Hao's coattails, he must cultivate a good relationship with him. Such a ruthless individual would inevitably carve out a significant reputation. Perhaps he could even benefit from it. "What are you dawdling for?" Li Chuanda commanded. "Quickly dispose of these bodies." A group of people hurriedly began to move the corpses, clearing away the zombies attracted by the commotion. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, in hotel room 404, discovered a 2-star roulette with a surprise. He retrieved a blue crystal from his backpack and tossed it into the roulette. The spinning needle began to whirl rapidly. Wang Hao felt no internal turmoil. In the past, he would have been anxious, as the blue crystal in his possession was sufficient for 4 spins, and the probability of landing on a surprise was exceedingly low at merely 1/97. If he failed to secure it within 4 spins, he could only wonder how many zombies he would have to slay. It is worth noting that the probability of obtaining 1-star resources is as high as 57, while 2-star resources stand at 32. The thought of the 1/97 chance for a surprise is indeed disconcerting. 4 spins failing would be merely a base expectation. Fortunately, Wang Hao possesses a lucky ring, ensuring that luck is always on his side. Even if he were to miss 4 times, it should not exceed 6 attempts. As the needle gradually slowed down, it finally came to rest in the right sector. The roulette immediately dispensed boxes upon boxes of canned goods. 1-star canned goods, random meat and vegetable combo, contains 2 cans of corn, 3 cans of chicken, 2 cans of mixed vegetables, and 2 cans of beef. Splendid. Wang Hao's stock of star-rated food was nearly depleted, and now he had replenished it, sparing himself the discomfort of hunger. He collected all the cans and proceeded to toss 2 more blue crystals into the roulette, prompting the needle to spin once more. After 2 seconds, the needle slowly came to a halt in the left sector. Secret Realm Scroll. Open to enter the Secret Realm. Complete the set challenges to receive generous rewards. Wang Hao smiled. The lucky ring is remarkable. On just the 2nd spin, he had landed on the surprise he desired. The odds of hitting a surprise are merely 1/97, an extraordinarily low probability, and managing to achieve it in 4 spins is already impressive. Now, he had succeeded in just 2 attempts. Others witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be envious, seriously suspecting that Wang Hao held insider knowledge. Such extraordinary luck. Upon obtaining the surprise, he was also left with additional crystal cores, a development he had not anticipated. In his previous life, he had become accustomed to this, yet now, as fortune smiled upon him, he felt the absence of something. After some contemplation, he realized it was the thrill of frustration when failing to acquire the desired rewards. Alas, fortune is delightful, but it has deprived him of the experience of spinning the roulette. Wang Hao picked up the scroll that had fallen from the roulette, and, as expected, it was a Secret Realm instant scroll, albeit a mid-level one. The usage of the scroll is straightforward. Upon opening it, a virtual interface appears, and the scroll transforms into a wormhole, allowing entry into the instance. Completing the challenges within yields rewards. The scroll is not unique. Others in the world may have obtained the same Secret Realm scroll, and there is no limit to the number of openings. One can play at any time, even during sleepless nights. However, if someone completes the instance, the scroll will become void. Secret Realm scrolls are categorized by difficulty: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. If multiple individuals enter, the difficulty increases. In his previous life, there were statistics on the minimum requirements to clear beginner, intermediate, and advanced instances. For beginner, at least 1 2-star profession and 1-star equipment are necessary. For intermediate, at least 4-star professions and 3-star equipment. For advanced, at least 7-star professions and 6-star equipment. The top-tier scrolls are exceedingly rare, with most individuals never having seen one and lacking sufficient data support. Entering an instance essentially transports one to another space, where death is final. There is no resurrection as in a game. The minimum requirements merely indicate eligibility for clearing the instance. Specific situations must be analyzed in detail. If one meets only the minimum requirements without superior foundations, exceptional skills, or powerful talents, the likelihood of clearing the instance is minimal. to elevate an inconspicuous team that lacks any significant influence into the established power hierarchy in a short time. It is evident that Haha's ascent password is not something a beginner scroll could provide. Wang Hao had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of a mid-level or even advanced scroll. He stored the scroll and declared, "I possess a strong foundation and formidable talents. As long as I meet the minimum conditions for clearance, success should be assured." 3-star equipment is not difficult to acquire. The next priority is to secure 4-star and 3-star professions. Wang Hao is a person of clear thought, fully aware of his desires. Otherwise, he would not have ascended step by step in his previous life. He has meticulously planned his path in this lifetime, aiming to swiftly obtain instant rewards and establish a stronghold. Chapter 72. Unyielding and unheeding of others' words, like a night walker in fine clothing. What a delightful surprise. The remaining crystal cores can be used for several more spins on the 3-star roulette. Wang Hao observed as the 2-star roulette, once comprising 9 sectors, transformed into 8. He approached and activated the mechanism. The 2-star roulette instantly morphed into a 3-star roulette, with the frame changing from blue to purple, though the number of sectors remained unchanged, indicating that he had not encountered surprise. He remained unconcerned and inserted a blue crystal into the roulette. 3 seconds later, the needle halted in the left sector. 2-star Enhancement Potion. Wang Hao picked up the potion that had fallen from the roulette, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. He felt invigorated, his body significantly lighter. Previously, he had been at 2-star level 9. Now, after consuming this potion, he had reached full 2-star capacity. Without hesitation, Wang Hao produced the 3-star Enhancement Potion he acquired in Chapter 54, uncapped it, and downed it in one gulp. His eyes widened in shock as his entire body felt as though it had been struck by countless hammers, accompanied by the sound of multiple bones fracturing. The agony surged through him, tenfold more excruciating than that of kidney stones, overwhelming every nerve. A low, pained roar escaped Wang Hao's throat as he trembled uncontrollably. Xiang Ru, who was cleaning the blood from her face with a wet tissue, heard the commotion and turned to Wang Hao, her eyes filled with a large question mark. She thought to herself, "I recognize that sound, the sound of bones breaking. Is Wang Hao undergoing a star elevation? Is it truly this painful? It's akin to transforming into a Super Saiyan." Damn! Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and his neck was veined with grotesque bulges. It was precisely because he had endured countless pains in his previous life that his tolerance was exceptionally high. Were it anyone else, even Xiang Ru, the torment of having every bone shattered and reassembled, with every nerve being plucked, would most likely cause them to faint. Each star elevation was a process of surpassing human limits and evolution, with the ensuing pain being inevitable. 3 minutes later, the agony waned like a receding tide. Exhausted, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, a smile of relief breaking through the sweat glistening on his face. 3 stars. At last, he had reached 3 stars. Was this the sensation of breaking through to 3 stars with a solid foundation? It felt absolutely exhilarating. The enhancements in every aspect were several times stronger than when he had achieved 3 stars in his past life. Now, he could modestly claim he could easily defeat a 4-star opponent. If Li Chuanda and the others were to know Wang Hao's level, they would be utterly dumbfounded. No way. We have fought tooth and nail to become enhancers, with dozens of people vying for a single bottle of ordinary enhancement potion, and he is already at 3 stars? At this stage, most people were still ordinary humans, daring to slay zombies just to attract the admiration of a group of girls. Wang Hao stood up and performed a set of calisthenics, stretching his limbs as his stomach audibly grumbled in protest, a powerful hunger rising within him, combined with his fatigue, creating an uncomfortable sensation. He sat on the edge of the bed and opened 4 cans of food before feeling somewhat better. The 1-star food was no longer sufficient for him. He needed to procure some 2-star food. Wang Hao mused and opened 2 cans of mixed vegetables, flavored with pickled peppers. The aroma was delightful. Tossing aside the empty water bottle, he retrieved 2 blue crystals and placed them into the roulette. 17 seconds later, the needle gradually came to rest in the left 4 section. Vitality Bread, 2-star, X10. Whatever one desires, one receives. This is undoubtedly one of the most wonderful things in the world. It is said that the probability of landing on 2-star resources in the 3-star roulette is the highest. Thus, it isn't easy for Wang Hao to achieve it, but his luck was ever present. Clearing his throat, he thought, how very Versailles of me. Wang Hao tore open a bag of bread and took a large bite. It was soft and devoid of any technological or harsh flavor. He devoured the bread in a few bites, satisfying his hunger, and then stored the remaining bread, deciding not to spin the roulette again. Blue crystals were hard to come by. Without the desired rewards, spinning once or twice sufficed. Too many spins could result in losses. Moreover, Wang Hao had intel on a 2-star profession scroll that required purple crystals, so it was time to start accumulating crystal cores. I'll go have some tea. Wang Hao glanced at Xiang Ru. We'll be staying here tonight. What kind of tea shall we have? Xiang Ru asked with a knowing smile. The tea is proper tea. As for whether Li Chuanda is proper or not, I cannot say, Wang Hao replied as he descended the stairs. Under Li Chuanda's respectful guidance, he entered a clean and tidy room where Li Chuanda was already waiting. Brother Hao, Li Chuanda stood to greet him, addressing him with a respectful tone. It felt odd for Wang Hao, who had previously called Li Chuanda brother, now to be addressed as such. Nodding, he took a seat. Li Guanda Expertly Brewa. Smiling apologetically, Brother Hao, please have a taste. Wang Hao lifted the cup and sipped, completely untroubled by the thought of Li Chuanda poisoning him, for one. He had no reason to do so, and secondly, at this stage, any poison that a survivor could draw from the roulette would not incapacitate a 3-star enhancer like Wang Hao. This tea, worth thousands for just a few ounces, was indeed of superb quality. It was delightful to drink. Not bad. Wang Hao nodded. I've never had such fine tea before. If Brother Hao likes it, I'll have someone package some tea leaves for you, Li Chuanda offered, then paused before adding with a flattering smile. Brother Hao, are you planning to establish a power? I dare say no one in Sea City would dare oppose you. After finishing his tea, Wang Hao set down the cup. Speaking of which, it seems a formidable character has recently arrived in Sea City. Li Chuanda hurriedly refilled Wang Hao's cup, initiating a conversation akin to friends chatting. Brother Hao, do you know the Yi family? Wang Hao nodded. The Yi family had once been the richest in Sea City, possessing wealth and connections. After the zombies emerged, the Yi family's fortunes only improved, boasting numerous individuals and top-tier weaponry. It was said they had dozens of enhancers. By old standards, the Yi family was akin to a local emperor. Recently, someone from the Yi family approached us to join them. The display was overwhelming. We felt like mere shrimp before them. In the end, I chose not to be their subordinate, and looking back, I'm glad I didn't go. Li Chuanda rambled on, draining the cup of tea. Can you guess what has happened to the Yi family now? Goodness. The drama unfolds before us. Wang Hao chuckled lightly. What happened? They were wiped out by a team of just over 10 people. Li Chuanda expressed his admiration. If it weren't for the rumors circulating outside, I would believe such an absurd tale. The Yi family had hundreds of people. They should have been able to crush those 10 or so individuals without a thought. Moreover, the Yi family had guns and cannons. I cannot fathom how those 10 managed to annihilate the Yi family. It seems impossible. Wang Hao had only brought Xiang Ru along. Thus, Li Chuanda did not connect Wang Hao with the formidable character who had eliminated the Yi family. Wang Hao finally understood why his former leader enjoyed being lauded. It felt quite gratifying. Impressive, yet indifferent to the opinions of others. Like a splendidly adorned figure in the night. Chapter 73. A New Batch. Farewell. Jiangfei Wang Hao had rushed without proper rest. The reason for choosing to stay overnight at the hotel today was to meet familiar faces, drink tea, chat, and relax. A pot of tea was savored from strong to light. Noticing it was about time, Li Chuanda grinned mischievously. Brother Hao, I have prepared a small gift for you. Shall I have him come in? Wang Hao, aware of what was to come, naturally had no reason to refuse. Li Chuanda called out, and soon the door opened, revealing a young man leading 12 exquisitely dressed women into the room. They lined up before Wang Hao. This scene reminded Wang Hao of 2 words, selecting a consort. Their makeup was exquisite, adorned in various styles, some revealing, some casual, and others sporty. Some frequently tugged at their skirts, twirling their hair, showcasing their most enchanting selves, while others feigned shyness, some even boldly casting flirtatious glances at Wang Hao. They all learned from Li Chuanda's subordinates that Wang Hao was a remarkable individual. Not only did Li Chuanda, who instilled fear in them, act like a sycophant in his presence, but he also eradicated the threats that Li Chuanda dreaded. Hence, they were eager to showcase their worth. for if they could win Wang Hao's favor, they would ascend to new heights. They could escape the daily dread of whether they would have enough to eat, the fear of being cast aside, and the necessity of enduring the disdainful gazes of those monstrous beings that devoured without remorse. Even though many among them were affluent white-collar workers and wealthy heiresses, the harsh realities of the apocalypse had made them acutely aware of their limitations. They could not empower themselves. They could only cling to the strong. A figure like Wang Hao, who was not only handsome and youthful, but also formidable, was akin to a rare gem, highly coveted by them. Look at me. Look at me, a woman with a model's physique anxiously thought, her legs adorned in black stockings. He must choose me. Beside her, a confident, mature woman in a body-hugging skirt mused, he will certainly pick me. Men of his age are typically attracted to women like me. A dozen women gazed longingly at Wang Hao, a scene that many men would dream of. However, the caliber of women surrounding him was exceedingly high. Although the women arranged by Li Chuanda were considered beauties in the eyes of ordinary people, none caught Wang Hao's attention. He could not help but utter a phrase commonly heard among men at clubs, "Change the batch." Upon hearing this, the women displayed expressions of disappointment and despair. Their dreams of transforming into phoenixes shattered. Li Chuanda appeared astonished, seemingly unable to fathom that among so many beautiful women, none met Wang Hao's standards. But then he recalled Xiang Ru's beauty and awkwardly chuckled. "Brother Hao, these are the only ones here who haven't been touched." Wang Hao was not particularly concerned. If he found a woman to his liking, that would be splendid, but he would not compromise for the sake of his brother. A name surfaced in his mind, and he inquired, "Is there a woman named Jiang Fei among them?" "No," Li Chuanda replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. "It seems I am fated to be without Jiang Fei in this life." Wang Hao reminisced about his many memories with Jiang Fei, recalling their first encounter, arranged by Li Chuanda to hunt a high-level monster. As they spent more time together, their feelings deepened. She had a cold exterior but a warm heart. Initially, she was unapproachable, but once they were together, she was as gentle as a devoted wife. Not only was she a rare gem, but she also tended to Wang Hao with care after their encounters. During conversation, Wang Hao learned that her drastic personality shift stemmed from betrayal by her most trusted ally during the early days of the apocalypse, leading her to a mental breakdown and the tragic end of her boyfriend. At that moment, a burly man entered, announcing, "The 3 men and 2 women who came last time are back. They said they would stay for 1 night and offered us 5 crystal cores." 3 men? Weren't there 5 men? Did 2 die? Li Chuanda muttered, then nodded. "They may enter, but it will cost 7 crystal cores. If they're willing to pay, let them find a corner and assign someone to keep an eye on them." "Understood," the burly man replied, departing. "Brother Hao," Li Chuanda began, "these individuals came by recently, seeking to join me. I felt they would struggle to kill even a zombie, so I declined." Li Chuanda was astute. Although this matter was unrelated to Wang Hao, he explained it to maintain the perception of importance, thereby increasing Wang Hao's goodwill toward him. "The tea today is quite good," Wang Hao remarked with a light chuckle. "I intend to stay here overnight. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, it is," Li Chuanda replied without hesitation. "The hotel has the best room on the top floor, which used to cost over 10,000 for a night. Allow me to show you." He gestured invitingly. "Brother Hao, please." As they exited the room and ascended the stairs, they spotted Li Chuanda's subordinates leading the bloody trio of men and 2 women into the lobby. Among them, a timid girl with a ponytail caught Wang Hao's eye as she hid behind a young man. The girl was dirty and disheveled, donning a tattered Mickey Mouse t-shirt. At first glance, her appearance paled in comparison to the women Li Chuanda had introduced, but Wang Hao recognized this as merely a disguise. Her true beauty was undoubtedly exceptional. "Jiang Fei," he thought, a smile gracing his lips as he quietly muttered, "Fate has brought us together once more." Meanwhile, one of the men with a disheveled hairstyle suddenly spotted Wang Hao on the stairs, his eyes widening in disbelief. He shut your mouth." Li Chuanda's subordinate urgently pushed the man. "That's Brother Hao. Close your lips. If you offend him, you're as good as dead." Jiang Fei's companion, Li Yun, quickly gestured for the man with the disheveled hair to remain silent. "What have I done to offend? I worked under him before," Zhang protested. "Li Yun, remember when I told you where my crystal cores came from?" The people nearby spoke of him, the one who annihilated the Yi family and led a group of women to slaughter thousands of zombies. Li Yun was taken aback. "Wow, we've encountered a significant figure. Li Chuanda stared at Wang Hao, his scalp tingling with dread. No way. The person I just served tea to is the one who wiped out the Yi family. Li Chuanda's subordinates gazed at Wang Hao in astonishment. Previously, his prowess was highlighted by Xiang Ru, and no one knew the extent of his capabilities. Now, upon realizing who he was, a singular thought echoed in their minds. No wonder he could command such formidable women. Incredible. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised at how renowned he had become among the fortunate. They reacted with such astonishment over his deeds. After all, destroying the Yi family was not an insurmountable task. Was it truly worthy of such shock? Chapter 74. A Star Cat. Wang Hao begins his pursuit. Brother Hao, you've concealed your identity from me so well. Li Guanda exclaimat. You could have told me while we were drinking tea that the formidable figure I've been boasting about is you. I was wondering how in such a small city could there be so many extraordinary beings. So, the one who annihilated the Yi family is indeed you. That explains everything. Li Chuanda felt relieved that he had remained humble and willing to be Wang Hao's sycophant. Otherwise, Wang Hao could have easily crushed their little group, as one might squash an ant. By the way, if Haha had known, he would have surely regretted his actions. Wang Hao remarked with a faint smile. This is no great matter. There's no need to make a fuss. Li Chuanda was taken aback. Is it really not a significant feat? The Yi family, a dominant force, holds such little value in your eyes? Brother Hao is indeed remarkable, Li Chuanda flattered, glancing at Jiang Fei and her companions below. Since they have worked for you, they are one of us. Let us arrange a room for them immediately. They can stay as long as they wish. Li Yun gazed at Wang Hao, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. The last time they came, Li Chuanda had dismissed them, but this time they were allowed entry, thanks to the crystal cores they brought. Wang Hao solely relied on his visage. Without uttering a word, Li Chuanda's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Li Yun could not help but muse that if only he could possess the prowess of Wang Hao, he would no longer endure the anxiety of daily life. Jiang Fei also gazed at Wang Hao, contemplating how he appeared younger than them, yet exhibited such remarkable abilities. Suddenly, she sensed Wang Hao's gaze upon her, prompting her to hastily retreat behind Li Yun. This moment made Wang Hao reflect on how timid and apprehensive Jiang Fei had become compared to her decisive former self, which was difficult to reconcile with the ruthless Jiang Fei of his past life. Nonetheless, Jiang Fei was Wang Hao's woman, and the sight of Li Yun was indeed irksome. How foolish! Li Chuanda's subordinates, previously exhibiting impatience, now treated him like a long-lost brother, playfully draping an arm around De Zheng's shoulder and cheerfully exclaiming that he was one of their own. He then produced a crushed pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Do you smoke? De Zheng, taken aback, realized he was merely compensated for helping Wang Hao retrieve a crystal core, while countless others were in similar situations. Yet he was receiving such treatment. Was this what they called a rise in status through association? De Zheng was indeed a smoker, but in the apocalypse, cigarettes were scarcer than food and had long been monopolized. It had been ages since he had inhaled the scent of tobacco, and now, seeing the cigarettes, his hand trembled with desire. Weren't there 5 men originally? What happened to the other 2? Liquanda subordinata inquirat curiously. Don't even mention it. We encountered a mutated cat on the way. De Zheng sighed dejectedly. We came in here to escape that cat. The expression of Li Chuanda's subordinate stiffened. Were it not for Wang Hao's presence, he would have kicked them out. Damn it, running towards us while on fire. The cat didn't follow us, right? Li Chuanda's subordinate asked nervously, glancing toward the entrance. No, De Zheng quickly assured. We confirmed that. Good. Li Chuanda's subordinate exhaled in relief. I'll take you to your accommodations. Follow me. He then turned and headed toward the staircase, while Wang Hao observed the approaching Li Yun and the others, his gaze flickering. Although he had shared a profound bond with Jiang Fei in his past life, everything was anew in this life. He was but a stranger in her eyes. Her transformation from a soft girl to a strong woman, spurred by betrayal from her boyfriend, indicated the depth of her feelings for him. If he were to exhibit overt intentions or adopt a forceful approach, it would likely backfire. After all, she would inevitably be betrayed by her boyfriend. Perhaps hastening that process would be wiser. As Wang Hao pondered this, he suddenly heard a sound outside, reminiscent of something stepping on small stones, drawing nearer, akin to a predator stealthily closing in on its prey. The opponent was adept at concealment and moved with remarkable lightness. Had it not been for Wang Hao's breakthrough to the third star, enhancing his hearing ability, he would never have detected such faint sounds. In an instant, a white blur pierced the darkness enveloping the entrance, darting into the hall with lightning speed, targeting the tall, slender young man beside Zhang. Sensing something, he instinctively turned around, only to be met with the terrifying sight of furry claws enlarging before his eyes. Ah, cut! It's that mutated cat. His brain registered the danger, but his body could not keep pace. His skull was easily cleaved open by the claws, spraying blood that stained the fur of the cat, which was twice the size of a domestic feline, and splattered onto those nearby. Ah, the cat! It's chasing us! Panic surged as they scrambled in all directions. The white cat effortlessly sliced through the hard skull, revealing its terrifying combat prowess, shattering their courage and filling their minds with thoughts of escape. Utterly devoid of the bravery to confront the beast, Brother Hao, Li Chuanda glanced between the white cat and Wang Hao, swallowing nervously. The cat had entered and dispatched the tall young man with such swiftness that even Li Chuanda, a strengthened individual, could barely comprehend the scene. A mere blink could cause him to lose sight of the creature. Li Chuanda possessed a certain instinct for danger and was certain that he would not withstand a few rounds against the white cat. It could be said that among those present, only Wang Hao, who had eradicated the Yi family, stood a chance against the white cat. All hopes rested on him. If he faltered, the supposedly safe hotel would fall. As Wang Hao descended the staircase, wielding his axe, his thoughts diverged from the anxiety of Li Chuanda and others. He was contemplating whether the white cat would yield a crystal core. Meanwhile, the white cat swiftly devoured the unfortunate young man's brain, its sapphire-like eyes glimmering with satisfaction, followed by an excited meow as it pursued the slowest girl, the looming pressure fracturing her inner defenses. Yunye, Jiang Fei cried out, extending her hand towards the rapidly fleeing Li Yun. Don't leave me behind. Li Yun did not spare her a glance, entirely lacking the intention to look back. As Jiang Fei felt the fierce wind rush towards her from behind, despair and coldness enveloped her heart. With tears streaming down her face like pearls scattered from a broken string, rendering her appearance pitiful. The one-star cat extended its claws, eagerly eyeing its next meal, excited to sample the taste of human brains. However, at that moment, it sensed an imminent lethal danger. A man appeared in its line of sight, instilling profound unease. Chapter 75, Silken Slaughter. Astonishing confidence, the one-star cat instinctively retracted its claws, landing cautiously and retreating, clearly wishing to maintain distance from Wang Hao while plotting its next move. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wang Hao closed the gap with astonishing speed, too swift for it to react. With a swift rise and fall of his axe, Wang Hao cleaved through the one-star cat's skull, the blade continuing downward until it struck something hard, prompting him to flip the axe and extract the object. A green crystal, drenched in foul blood, flew into the air. Nice! Aha! Wang Hao caught the green crystal and stowed it in his backpack, executing the maneuver with such finesse that it left a strong impression on Li Chuanda. Truly, he was a force capable of obliterating the Yi family. The precision and lethality of his strike made Li Chuanda feel as though his own attempts at wielding a blade paled in comparison to a child's play. At that moment, the fleeing individuals halted, astonished as they beheld Wang Hao. The one-star cat, which could easily cleave a head that would take considerable force to break, had met its demise with such swiftness before Wang Hao that they could not comprehend what had transpired. The battle concluded in an instant. This man is formidable. In the face of the one-star cat, Li Yun could only flee for his life, while Wang Hao effortlessly dispatched it. The stark contrast left Li Yun feeling deeply unsettled, his fists clenched in quiet discontent, thinking that if he could spin the wheel of fate, he would surpass Wang Hao, a graduate of a prestigious university. Li Yun was young and already held the position of deputy director in the business department of the Yi family conglomerate, garnering considerable attention. Each meeting would see his colleagues casting admiring glances his way. He believed that exceptional individuals stood out wherever they were, and he was merely waiting for the opportunity to make his mark in the apocalypse. Wang Hao turned around and saw Jiang Fei, paralyzed with fear on the ground, still unable to regain her senses. He approached her and extended his hand. Upon noticing him, Jiang Fei snapped back to reality and grasped Wang Hao's hand. He pulled her into an embrace, and as Jiang Fei had just returned from the brink of despair. Feeling helpless and frightened, she instinctively leaned closer, clutching the hem of his shirt. Overwhelmed, she began to sob. In his previous life, Wang Hao had rarely seen Jiang Fei cry. The only instance was when he was injured, and she wept for him, pained by the sight of the gaping wound in his abdomen. Witnessing her current helpless tears stirred something deep within him. His friends and confidants had stood by him through thick and thin, even shielding him from harm. In this life, though he felt powerless if he were to encounter them, he would assuredly bring them aboard his grand vessel. From a broader perspective, their survival into the later stages was certain, and their growth would greatly aid Wang Hao. On a personal level, in his past life, those around him had shared in hardships, but seldom in joys. This time, even if they were disabled, Wang Hao would strive to uplift them. Li Yun observed the intimate embrace between Jiang Fei and Wang Hao, igniting a flame of fury within him. He was supposed to be Jiang Fei's boyfriend, and it was he who should be offering her comfort. What was Wang Hao's intention? Just as Li Yun was about to rush forward to pull Jiang Fei away, he was taken aback by the looming darkness at the entrance, as a multitude of diverse mutated cats emerged. He instinctively stepped back. The courage he had mustered lasted only a fleeting second. A group of mutated cats, upon spotting the lifeless body of a star cat on the ground, let out sharp cries, infused with an unmistakable sorrow. Some mutated animals retained the emotions they had before their transformation. In the past, several individuals had soared to success thanks to the pets they raised. Clearly, the star cat had been their leader, and they were here seeking vengeance. Suddenly, Wang Hao noticed a larger mottled cat in the open area outside the hotel, exuding a much stronger presence than the star cat. It was highly likely that this mottled cat was a two-star mutated creature. It was evident that the star cat had been its subordinate. The mottled cat was the true leader of this group of mutated felines. With the star cat's striking appearance, it was undoubtedly the goddess of cats, while the mottled cat, being less attractive, had likely been a stray. How ironic. A downtrodden creature rising to power. With that thought, Wang Hao calmly instructed Jiang Fei to hold on tightly to him. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Wang Hao, she instinctively clung to him. The mottled cat let out a sharp cry, and the 10 or so mutated cats responded with fierce yowls, rushing into the lobby to attack Wang Hao. Jiang Fei was overwhelmed by the scene, feeling suffocated and fearfully tightening her grip on Wang Hao's clothing. She realized that closing her eyes would not solve the problem. Hearing Wang Hao's powerful voice, she slowly opened her eyes, only to see him swiftly pivot and charge at the mutated cats with an axe. With a decisive swing, he cleaved the head of one mutated cat, its body crumpling to the ground in a spray of blood. Wang Hao, still holding Jiang Fei, sidestepped another mutated cat's charge and struck it in the abdomen with his knee, sending it flying into another one. They were merely ordinary mutated creatures, terrifying to the average person, yet to Wang Hao, they were akin to ants. Each of his movements, though small, was performed with such finesse that one would be astonished to realize his feet remained within a confined circle, yet he effortlessly evaded the attacks of the mutated cats. With each strike, one or even two mutated cats perished beneath his axe, a testament to the countless battles that had honed his skills into the simplest and most effective techniques. In less than 20 seconds, all the mutated cats lay lifeless in pools of blood. This was the embodiment of a human monster. Li Chuanda almost applauded Wang Hao, his admiration palpable as he remarked on his exceptional prowess. He would not believe anyone who claimed that Wang Hao had never been a martial king. The onlookers were equally astounded. They had never imagined that human movements could be so fluid, the entire spectacle in exquisite enjoyment. He resembled a protagonist from a novel, perfect and impeccable. Jiang Fei gazed at Wang Hao's face, her heart racing as she recalled the thrilling moment when he had held her while confronting the monsters. In her most desperate hour, what girl could resist a reliable man? Wang Hao turned his attention to the mottled cat outside the hotel and suddenly dashed forward, expecting the creature to fight for its mate. To his surprise, it decisively turned and fled. Due to the distance, Wang Hao could not catch up, but he looked up to see the mottled cat perched on a third-floor balcony, glaring at him with evident hatred and malice. It was clear that it would not let Wang Hao off easily. As he swung his axe to fend off the approaching zombies, cradling Jiang Fei in his arms, he pointed the bloodied axe at the mottled cat and declared, "Since you have fled, strive to evolve. One day, When I seek the advanced crystal core within your mind, you will deliver it to me. Such was the strength of his confidence. He did not worry about how powerful the modeled cat might become after fleeing, viewing it merely as a potential investment. Wang Hao was not stagnant. No matter how quickly the modeled cat grew, it could not surpass him. The defiant modeled cat naturally became a valuable asset for him. And the faster it developed, the greater his gain. The higher-grade crystal cores were exceedingly rare. If the modeled cat could bring back an advanced crystal core, it would be a boon. Jiang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. While others might worry about releasing a threat, this man not only displayed no concern, but rather anticipated it. What immense confidence and determination he possessed. The modeled cat, infuriated by Wang Hao's arrogant demeanor, emitted a furious cry that echoed far into the still night, causing fear among the survivors who heard it. The modeled cat fixed its gaze on Wang Hao for a moment, seemingly determined to remember this detestable human, vowing to consume him one day. Then, it vanished into the darkness. Wang Hao mused that such a cat could achieve greatness. If he were in its position, he would not have been able to resist. As he contemplated this, he felt someone watching him and looked down, locking eyes with Jiang Fei. He smiled gently. "I am Wang Hao. What is your name?" "Jiang Fei," she replied nervously. Jiang as in ginger. Wang Hao nodded, wrapping his arm around her waist as they returned to the hotel. This heroic return painted a vivid picture that pierced Li Yun's eyes. "Jiang Fei," he said, his expression darkening. It was then that Jiang Fei realized how intimate she had become with Wang Hao and hastily pulled away from his embrace, feeling shy and unable to meet his gaze. "Thank you for saving me," she said, quickly making her way towards Li Yun. Wang Hao felt little about this. Having already taken a significant step forward, there was no need for haste. Progress could be made gradually, and a different perspective could be beneficial. If Jiang Fei were to shift her affections due to a fleeting moment of emotion, it would seem rather trivial. Was Gij Wang Hao growing tired of the exquisite delicacies and seeking a change in taste? Was he attempting to lure someone away? Since the time when Xiang Ru witnessed Wang Hao vanquishing a star-level cat, she had heard the commotion cease. It held back from intervening as Wang Hao was showcasing his prowess. At this moment, Xiang Ru leaned against the stair railing, glancing at Jiang Fei before her gaze shifted to Li Yun, her eyes sparkling with determination. It was a rare sight to see Gij Wang Hao showing interest in another woman. She felt compelled to contribute her efforts. Wang Hao ascended the stairs amidst the adoring eyes of the crowd. "You all clean up the hall and block the entrance." Li Chuanda instructed his subordinates before quickly following Wang Hao. A group of individuals stared at the corpses of the mutated cats strewn across the floor, their hearts still shaken. Fortunately, Gij was there to oversee matters. Otherwise, it could have been us lying on the ground. These monsters were terrifying, swift in their movements, and their claws even faster. Especially that white cat. My goodness, its actions were almost imperceptible. One moment it was here, and the next, it was there. For Wang Hao to confront these creatures alone and emerge victorious was already impressive, but to do so with such ease and without even a hint of exhaustion was remarkable. If only I could possess even a fraction of his strength, I would have no worries. Truly, Gij was as formidable as an ancient bull. Li Chuanda's subordinates were immensely grateful to Wang Hao, although they were fortunate to have the advantage of the hotel rooms. Encountering a horde of cats could have led to their annihilation. Surviving until dawn would be a blessing, with only 3 to 5 of them making it through. Wang Hao single-handedly eradicated the cat horde, leaving them in awe at a loss for words. "Jiang Fei, do you still have feelings for me?" Li Yun took Jiang Fei aside, taking the initiative to question her. Jiang Fei had just narrowly escaped death, her mind in disarray and her thoughts blank. Faced with Li Yun's inquiries, she momentarily forgot his disregard for her feelings, fixating instead on her intimate actions with Wang Hao. "I'm sorry, Li Yun. You know what I'm like." Jiang Fei spoke with a hint of guilt. "I didn't mean to. Can you understand my feelings when my woman is held by another man?" Li Yun glared at Jiang Fei and turned away, storming up the stairs. "Li Yun, don't go!" Jiang Fei exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. As Li Yun ascended to the second-floor corridor, leaning against the wall, his irritation grew. He silently cursed. "Damn it, you touch my woman. If only I had the strength, I would sever both your hands." Li Yun believed he was merely one step away from achieving the first pot of gold. If he could obtain a bottle of Enhancement Potion, He was certain he could snowball his way to success. In that moment, Wang Hao meant nothing to him. As Li Yun complained, he suddenly noticed a woman, more alluring than Jiang Fei, approaching from the other end of the corridor, her presence captivating him. Realizing she was heading his way, he flashed what he thought was a charming smile. "This is the Enhancement Potion," Xiang Ru said, twirling a vial in her fingers, her lips curling into a smile. "Would you like it? Is this the miraculous potion that can turn someone into an enhancer?" Li Yun stared intently at the vial, his breath quickening. "I want it. Do you want to give it to me? Give it to you? You think too highly of yourself," Xiang Ru chuckled lightly. "Gidge has taken a liking to your woman. If you're willing to part with her, this potion is yours." "Gidge? That bastard?" Li Yun had strong feelings for Jiang Fei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been infuriated by her being held by Wang Hao, even contemplating harming Wang Hao. However, the potion in Xiang Ru's hand was the key to his dreams. "If I strike this spot, it will incapacitate you." Xiang Ru indicated the carotid sinus at the back of Li Yun's neck, walking as she gently shook the vial. "If you decide, just bring her to Gidge's room." "How do I know you're not playing me?" Li Yun retorted, turning his head. "You overestimate yourself," Xiang Ru scoffed. "If it weren't for your woman, you wouldn't have the right to converse with me." Her words struck Li Yun harshly. How could he be looked down upon by a woman? If my fists were strong enough, she would be nothing more than a plaything, compelled to obey my every command. There was no way she could dare to belittle me. Li Yun clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with determination. "No, as long as my fists are powerful enough, all women will become my playthings. At that time, even Gidge and De Ge will tremble beneath my feet. I, Li Yun, will be the king of the apocalypse." The ambition overshadowed his love for Jiang Fei. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, guided by Li Chuanda, entered a suite adorned with lavish decor and an expensive carpet. The imported sofas exuded luxury, and the living room featured a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window that revealed the night sky and the desolate city, along with the zombies wandering the streets. Wang Hao reclined on the sofa, his feet propped on the coffee table, gazing outside, relishing the comfort of such a clean and pleasant space amidst the filthy, decaying surroundings. Chapter 77. The proper way to enter the sweet Gidge. Li Chuanda stood beside Wang Hao, smiling obsequiously. "If you need anything, just call for me. My men are waiting at the stairway." Wang Hao opened his backpack and rummaged through it for a moment before retrieving a star-level rifle and tossing it to Li Chuanda. "The bullets for this gun are crystal cores. Simply insert a crystal core into the slot beside the gun, and you can fire it." As they walked, Wang Hao had accumulated over a dozen star-level weapons and equipment, due to the relative ease of obtaining them. The thrill he once felt upon acquiring his first star-level item had long since faded. "Well, it's just okay. It's not worth as much as a bottle of star-level enhancement potion." To put it bluntly, Li Chuanda was flattering Wang Hao like a dog. It would be unreasonable not to offer him some perks. "Thank you, Gidge," Li Chuanda exclaimed joyfully as he caught the gun. This weapon appeared to be far superior to ordinary firearms. "It's not particularly valuable," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "Regardless of its worth, I will always remember your kindness, Gidge. From now on, you will be like a brother to me," Li Chuanda added eagerly, itching to test the gun's power. "I won't disturb your rest any longer. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me. I am at your service." Wang Hao nodded. Li Chuanda smiled as he exited the room, carefully closing the door before hastening downstairs. Once in his own room, he retrieved a gray crystal from his pocket and inserted it into the slot beside the star-level rifle, marveling at the weapon. "Isn't this what they call black technology? I've seen quite a few guns come out of the roulette, but none compare to this." Li Chuanda understood that this was a matter of levels. The items Wang Hao had access to were bound to open the eyes of someone like Li Chuanda. He drew his ordinary knife from his waist and placed it on the ground, stepping back a few paces before aiming the star-level rifle at the knife. Pulling the trigger, a bullet shot forth silently, piercing the knife and continuing on to create a sizable crater in the ground. Li Chuanda stared at the fist-sized hole, utterly dumbfounded. The small knife produced by Lun Pan is an ordinary blade, yet its attributes are several times stronger than that of a conventional knife. Even when a burly man strikes it with a steel hammer for 30 to 40 minutes, it remains unscathed. However, it was astonishingly pierced by a bullet, leaving a dent in the cement floor. The sheer power of this weapon is terrifying. Its formidable force is accompanied by silence and minimal recoil, akin to having no recoil at all. Truly, This is an artifact for slaying the deceased. In his state of shock, Li Chuanda recalled what Wang Hao had just said. This is not something of great value. An artifact that is not valuable. What, then, constitutes value? Li Chuanda dares to assert that if the people outside were to learn of this gun's capabilities, he would undoubtedly become their target. After all, wielding this gun would enable him to walk boldly in the world without fear. Wang Hao truly deserves his reputation as someone capable of extinguishing the Yi family. Such an extravagant and dazzling artifact is deemed worthless in his eyes. Li Chuanda is in complete awe of Wang Hao, feeling as though he is witnessing the ascension of a major player. If only he knew that Wang Hao possesses more than a dozen such artifacts, as well as superior weaponry, he would likely be left speechless, venerating Wang Hao as a deity. Returning to the present, Wang Hao plugged a miniature generator into the socket. This room had clearly been inhabited before the disaster struck, with the room card still inserted in the card slot. As soon as the power returned, the dimly lit room was suddenly illuminated by the sound of a beep. The lights turned on automatically, brightening the entire suite. This is the correct way to enjoy a luxurious suite. Wang Hao stood beneath the air conditioning vent, relishing the cool air. If Li Chuanda's subordinates were to discover that Wang Hao had electricity, they would be utterly envious. It is summer now, while the evening air outside is pleasant. The room is stifling hot, causing one to sweat merely from sitting. They rely on tranquility to cool down, while Wang Hao enjoys the luxury of air conditioning. What a celestial existence! He retrieved several bottles of water from his backpack and placed them in the refrigerator. Just as he closed the door, he heard footsteps on the carpet outside. A cautious voice followed. "Brother Hao, Li Yun? What could he possibly want?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. As he approached the door, Li Yun hurriedly said, "Please don't open the door yet. Wait until I leave before you do. Please let your woman know that I have done as she instructed. She must honor her word and quickly provide me with what was promised." The respectful demeanor of Li Yun is surprising, considering he had previously cursed Wang Hao and wished to crush his hands. Li Yun resembles a keyboard warrior online, a loyal follower of Wang Hao in the digital realm, yet a different person in reality. "My woman? Xiangru?" Wang Hao began to piece things together, and soon after, he heard Li Yun hastily departing. Upon opening the door, he found Jiang Fei lying on the floor, her brow furrowed in apparent distress. As for Xiangru, one is left pondering whether to commend her thoughtfulness or criticize it. While Wang Hao was still contemplating how to execute his plan, Xiangru decisively cut through the chaos, sending Li Yun to deliver his own woman. Wang Hao carried Jiang Fei into the room and placed her on the sofa, then turned to the bedroom to retrieve an air conditioning blanket to cover her. "Come," he suddenly felt compelled to say. "Do you want to hear some lively sounds?" Outside the door, Xiangru smiled, realizing that Wang Hao truly understands her thoughts. "Are you not going to test the waters?" Xiangru entered the room, observing Jiang Fei on the sofa, and remarked, "Playing the gentleman? I have never been one to force others. That would be akin to confronting a corpse." After this incident, Jiang Fei is undoubtedly disillusioned with her boyfriend. "I will bring her into the fold and develop our relationship gradually." Wang Hao shrugged. Xiangru sharply critiqued, "A high-level LSP? I am rescuing Jiang Fei." Wang Hao replied with a light chuckle. "Oomph," Xiangru scoffed. Then, her eyes ignited with determination as she gracefully walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window and turned back to Wang Hao, saying, "Since you have free time, I might as well step in. What are you waiting for, my darling?" What a teasing enchantress. Wang Hao smiled lightly. The ensuing events were too brutal. The author, for the sake of the reader's mental and physical well-being, opted to undergo the trials alone. Late at night, Li Yun waited anxiously in the dilapidated corridor of an abandoned building, glancing at the staircase, pondering whether any woman would dare to deceive him. I followed her instructions precisely. It's been hours, and still no sign. As Li Yun's impatience grew, he finally spotted Xiangru ascending from below, and his eyes brightened as he hurried toward her. "The potion!" Li Yun extended his hands, exclaiming, "Give me the potion!" Xiangru playfully flicked through the enhanced potion, smiling. "You desire this potion?" "Yes, yes." Li Yun nodded eagerly, his anticipation to become stronger palpable. Chapter 78. Rooting out the Source. Jiang Fei's choice historically. Which formidable figure has not endured humiliation and hardship? Once I grow stronger and gather momentum, I will establish my own empire. At that time, the grievances I suffer now will pale in comparison. Li Yun simmered with resentment. vowing to repay the humiliation inflicted by Wang Hao 100-fold, right before his eyes, by taking his woman. As this thought crossed his mind, he could no longer wait for Xiangru to hand in the potion and reached out to grab it, but Xiangru stepped back, leaving him grasping at air. What do you mean? Li Yun's expression darkened. Rooting out the source, Xiangru beamed, unexpectedly pressing down on Li Yun's head and smashing it against the wall behind him. With a sudden force, Li Yun barely had time to widen his eyes before Xiangru's grip crushed his skull, blood spraying into the air, which only fueled her laughter. Li Yun's ambitions, while not naive, revealed a certain audacity. He was not bound by romantic ties, capable of enduring humiliation and concealing his true desires, making him a candidate for greatness. Unfortunately, he encountered the unreasonable Xiangru. You're truly a nuisance. Without you, I would be savoring the thrilling excitement. Xiangru's smile widened, as if fearful that Li Yun might recover, and she unleashed a barrage of punches upon him. The sounds of flesh tearing echoed, and the scent of blood filled the air. After finishing, Xiangru shook her hands and turned toward the staircase, colliding with Li Chuanda's subordinates, who had come up after hearing the commotion. He noticed the disfigured Li Yun behind Xiangru, his pupils dilating in shock. Despite having witnessed numerous scenes of bloodshed and violence, this sight shattered his threshold for tolerance, causing his stomach to churn. How disgusting! He felt an overwhelming pressure as he watched Xiangru approach, trembling uncontrollably, nearly in tears. What are you doing here? Curiosity killed the cat. Please help me clean up this mess, Xiangru said, stopping beside Li Chuanda's subordinate with a smile. He is a girl's boyfriend. If anyone asks where he went, just say he left. Understood, the subordinate quickly nodded. Even after Xiangru had walked away for nearly 10 minutes, he was still unable to regain his composure in that old residential building. The deafening roar of the undead suddenly shattered the silence, as a horde of zombies surged into the corridor on the second floor. Among them was a towering zombie, an arrow embedded in its face, its bloodshot eyes fixated on the woman standing at the end of the hallway. This beast had nearly met its demise from a single arrow shot by the shadowy figure known as Lao Lu. It yearned to slay this accursed human. However, the surrounding zombies obstructed its path, inciting further rage as it began to strike down the undead in its way. Facing the tide of corpses, Yun Bing calmly drew her bowstring. With the release of her grip, the arrow flew forth, striking the frenzied zombie's head with precision. Yet, being merely a one-star zombie, and Yun Bing utilizing only a standard arrow, the shot merely breached its surface but did not claim its life. Undeterred, she continued to knock arrows, firing 2 per second. After 4 arrows, the once chaotic being finally succumbed, its head resembling a porcupine. Without hesitation, Yun Bing dashed into a nearby room, leaped from the window into the alley behind the building, and sought refuge in a small shop on the first floor that she had premeditated. She waited patiently for the zombie horde to quiet down and disperse before returning to the second floor, arrows in hand, ready to deal with the frenzied head. Truly, as one of the 4 emperors, her ordinary enhancement was sufficient to slay a one-star zombie. Yun Bing felt her arrow strike something hard, and a green crystal, tainted with thick, dark blood, rolled out from the corpse. She wiped the crystal clean with the frenzied one's clothing and proceeded to a nearby convenience store, marked by 2 rocking machines outside. Inside, she found empty shelves beside a roulette. The left area of the wheel bore a scroll-like insignia. After searching for several hours, she had finally encountered a one-star zombie, and by sheer luck, it had dropped a green crystal. Standing before the roulette, she suddenly thought of Wang Hao, murmuring to herself that 1 green crystal would grant a single turn. Where would Wang Hao procure so many green crystals? Regardless of his good fortune, the quantity of rewards depended on the number of times the wheel was spun. Not only was Wang Hao strong himself, but he had also nurtured a formidable individual like Xiangru, which implied countless turns at the roulette. Just imagining the necessary crystal cores to experience the arduous task of earning green crystals left Yun Bing feeling utterly powerless. It was no longer a matter of the difficulty of slaying the frenzied, but rather the scarcity of the creatures. Even with a 100 drop rate, to accumulate 10 green crystals, one would need to slay 10 one-star zombies. Time-consuming indeed. Wang Hao, that man, was simply mesmerizing. Achoo! Wang Hao, lounging in a massage chair in his suite, suddenly sneezed, wiping his nose with a tissue, pondering who might be thinking of him at this late hour. Could it be that someone was both reminiscing about him while engaging in some craft? Wang Hao glanced at Jiang Fei on the sofa and said, "I know you've been awake for quite some time. How long do you intend to feign sleep?" Jiang Fei slowly opened her eyes, feeling a wave of embarrassment. She had awoken during the intimate moment between Wang Hao and Xiang Ru. Initially, it was bearable, as she could only hear the sounds. But later, whether by design or coincidence, they had moved closer to her, leaving her feeling both anxious and shy. As Jiang Fei rose, she felt a painful throb at the back of her neck, recalling how she had been betrayed by someone she trusted most, which filled her heart with a sense of injustice. That bastard Li Yun, he had sworn to protect her, so why had he treated her this way? Was it because she had been embraced by someone else? If he was displeased, he could have scolded or even struck her, but why betray her? Seeing Jiang Fei in tears, Wang Hao approached and embraced her, saying, cried out. Unable to hold back any longer, Jiang Fei clutched Wang Hao's clothing and sobbed. "Thank you." After pouring out her emotions, she felt considerably lighter. "We have known each other for such a short time, yet you have treated me so kindly." She was not foolish. She understood that Li Yun had knocked her out and brought her to Wang Hao for a reason, but in this chaotic world, Wang Hao had not laid a finger on her, and instead comforted her like an older brother. It was truly overwhelming. "The reason I treat you well is that you remind me of a woman from my past," Wang Hao said, his gaze flickering. Jiang Fei was left bewildered by his words, wondering what they could possibly mean. "You should take a shower and contemplate your next steps," Wang Hao suggested lightly, indicating that there was no need to rush. It was up to her to decide whether to confront Li Yun, forgive him, or join his team and carve her own path. Jiang Fei nodded and walked into the bathroom. Wang Hao turned his attention back to the television, engrossed in the show Only Strong, entering the wilderness, when suddenly he heard the sound of the bathroom door unlocking. He looked up to see Jiang Fei emerge, dressed in the clothes he had given her, her head lowered in embarrassment. Chapter 79. The hidden benefits of rebirth. Though Wang Hao had seen various iterations of Jiang Fei in his past life, her presence still struck him anew. This was the essence of true beauty, captivating and ageless. Unlike the fleeting charm one might experience upon first seeing someone, Jiang Fei now exhibited a freshness that was distinct from her former self. Wang Hao suddenly realized that experiencing the same person at different stages could be a hidden benefit of rebirth. Jiang Fei felt a surge of nervousness under Wang Hao's unabashed gaze, her toes almost digging into the floor, the silence thick enough to hear her own heart racing. "Have you made your decision?" Wang Hao inquired. Jiang Fei took a deep breath, lifted her head, and, with unwavering determination, said, "Li Yun has taught me that others cannot be relied upon. I wish to depend on myself." Wang Hao retrieved a standard Alaska from his backpack, along with several magazines. Placing them at her side, nodding as he said, "You are more suited to wield a gun. Put in the effort. If you do not show progress in 10 days or so, you will be expelled from the team." "I understand. No one will nurture a useless individual," Jiang Fei replied gratefully. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Wang Hao resumed watching television as Jiang Fei hesitated before deciding to sleep. That night would be the most peaceful and restful sleep she had experienced since the outbreak of the disaster. The following day, Wang Hao and his companions departed the hotel. Li Chuan's subordinates and those who had come with Jiang Fei the day before watched a retreating figure with envy. "So that's the woman. She is stunning," one remarked. "The girl next door type. Just my style. Your preferences are irrelevant. Such goddesses belong to someone formidable like Wang Hao. You're merely a small fry. Best to keep some tissues handy." Being attractive grants privileges. Jiang Fei is set for life now that she is with Wang Hao. Indeed, Jiang Fei is fortunate to have caught Wang Hao's eye. "I wish I had that luck. Although I'm not as beautiful as she is, I have a good job." Don't all men prefer someone who can provide? Those who had accompanied Jiang Fei were acutely aware that, given Wang Hao's capabilities, their paths would diverge from Jiang Fei's in the future. Upon returning to Chongqing Pavilion, Wang Hao noticed many unfamiliar faces, all of them women. Their average appearance and physique above 7 out of 10, diverse in types, innocent, mature, and sophisticated. A few stood out remarkably, appearing as goddesses capable of extinguishing countless lives. Had he not encountered familiar faces like Chun Ying and Xiao Hui upon entering, he might have thought he had stumbled into a realm of women. The scenes before him were simply breathtaking. The unfamiliar faces in the Longqing pavilion all noticed Wang Hao, the sole man among them, gazing at him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. They seemed to ponder his identity and how he had arrived there, questioning their own perceptions. As Zhang Chaoying happened to catch sight of Wang Hao, her face lit up with delight, only to be met with the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. With a serious expression, she exclaimed, "This is Brother Hao, your invincible leader." The crowd was taken aback. Brother Hao? The formidable figure who obliterated the Yi family and vanquished thousands of zombies? Good heavens, he is so young. After joining the team, led by Zhang Mingyao, they had heard tales of Wang Hao's astonishing exploits. Imagining the fierce Aegon, Xiao Hui, and Xiao Mei, all of whom revered him, they were particularly curious about his appearance. They had anticipated a weathered uncle, a robust brute, or a resolute elder brother. To their surprise, the deity they had envisioned resembled a university student, which truly exceeded their expectations. Brother Hao. Zhang Chaoying jogged to Wang Hao's side, beaming. You're back. Indeed. Wang Hao ruffled Zhang Chaoying's hair. This one do. It might tarnish my imposing image in their eyes. However, despite her words, Zhang Chaoying was quite pleased to receive Wang Hao's affection, giggling, Brother Hao, they're the newcomers Meng Yao just recruited. After saying this, she turned to survey the group, her smile fading as she admonished, Why aren't you greeting Brother Hao? Are you floating on air? The crowd, still astonished by Wang Hao's youth, felt a deep respect and admiration for him. They quickly called out in unison, Brother Hao, Brother Hao. Hearing his name being called by a group of women was indeed gratifying for Wang Hao. He nodded and glanced at Jiang Fei, saying, Chaoying, introduce her to the team. Train her as you see fit. Sure. Zhang Chaoying assessed Jiang Fei before directing, Come with me. Brother Hao, I'll take my leave now. Jiang Fei bid farewell to Wang Hao and followed Zhang Chaoying. Wang Hao then made his way into the largest villa within Longqing Pavilion. Shortly after, Zhang Mingyao, having heard of his return, entered briskly. First, brew me a pot of tea. Wang Hao retrieved the tea leaves given by Li Chuanda from his backpack and tossed them to Zhang Mingyao. Without hesitation, she proceeded to the tea room, fetched a tea set, and knelt beside the table to brew tea, stating, Brother Hao, yesterday, I took people to Sea University and Sea Arts, and we collected a total of 53 gray crystals and recruited 28 individuals. This action demonstrated that she had not become arrogant despite managing so many people. Why did you only recruit women? Wang Hao asked with curiosity. My belief is that the disparity between genders can be mitigated with potions. There is no necessity to recruit men, as we already have some of the team. It would be inconvenient for changing clothes and showering, and developing feelings could hinder management. Zhang Mingyao explained. I haven't consulted you on this matter. It's my oversight. If you have other thoughts, please let me know. Her rationale was valid. While other women could manage, Wang Hao would prefer that his women were not subjected to the scrutiny of other men, especially during vulnerable moments. He trusted that most men would feel similarly possessive. Of course, except for the Minotaurs, he replied. I'm just inquiring. There is no need to be anxious. Additionally, I lack the leisure to impose strict regulations on every detail. Wang Hao smiled. As long as you recruit individuals with comparable skills, who want to be a liability and possess potential, that general direction will suffice. He had entrusted Zhang Mingyao to manage the team to alleviate his own burdens. If he had to oversee every single detail, there would be no point in having her on board. Rest assured, these individuals have been meticulously selected. Each possesses the capability to tackle zombies alone. Once they acclimate to our rhythm, I will establish a few standards. Those lacking ambition and potential will be filtered out. Zhang Mingyao declared earnestly, Women are at a disadvantage in the apocalypse. I believe they will strive harder than anyone to secure their positions. I only care about the results and will not interfere in how you manage, Wang Hao stated, pulling out a firearm from his backpack. I require a substantial number of crystal cores. Devise several collection plans centered around this weapon. In Chapter 80, 2 cards. A lesson learned from ignorance, he continued, understood. Zhang Mingyao accepted the firearm and added, Brother Hao, someone has come with 2 cards and wishes to exchange them for ordinary enhancement potions. I couldn't ascertain the value of the cards, so I kept her here. Would you like me to summon her? Cards? Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. The random cards were a treasure at this stage. Regardless of what they were, they held significant value. How could someone wish to trade them for potions? Cards were not like the crystal cores given by Gon. They required a roulette to be used. Call her over. As Wang Hao sipped his tea, by the time he reached the third cup, a young girl accompanied a tattooed woman with curly hair into the room. Upon seeing Wang Hao, the woman exclaimed, "Brother Hao, I didn't expect you to be so young." Enough with the pleasantries. Wang Hao replied coolly. "Show me the goods." The tattooed woman retrieved 2 cards from her pocket, presenting them with both hands. "Brother Hao, you're quite knowledgeable. You must recognize that these are valuable items." Wang Hao took the cards and examined them closely, his heart racing. The first card was a star upgrade card, which could elevate his hand axe to 2 stars, an indication of its immense worth. However, the second card brought him even greater joy, a dungeon hint card for underground use. Dungeons could take many forms, ranging from straightforward monster slaying to escorting people or items, or even receiving a team to face hordes of monsters with a stipulation on the maximum number of casualties allowed. The underground dungeon involved entering an area surrounded by earthen walls, where one had to break through to find an exit. However, what lay beyond those walls could either be a treat or a trap, depending on luck. With the dungeon hint card, one could gain insight into what lay behind the walls, thus avoiding potential pitfalls. In essence, possessing this card guaranteed success in dungeons. Its significance was underscored by its skyrocketing value in his past life. Wang Hao recalled that when someone attempted to sell a 9-star class scroll, no one was willing to part with their resources at that time, when few had transitioned to 9 stars. To stumble upon such treasures in the early days of the apocalypse was indeed fortuitous. Once information became more refined, few would fall victim to ignorance. Wang Hao's heart soared with joy. Finding a star upgrade card alone was already a stroke of luck. But discovering an even more valuable dungeon hint card was truly a double blessing. This validated his decision to distribute ordinary weapons and equipment broadly, as one could always catch something in the net. He discreetly placed the 2 cards on the tea table, feigning indifference, and looked at the tattooed woman. "This star upgrade card is useful to me. However, please explain this dungeon hint card first. What is a dungeon? I've seen many roulettes, but have never encountered rewards as gamified as this." The tattooed woman hesitated for a moment before smiling. "Actually, I acquired these 2 cards from my man. He and his companions seem to have encountered a formidable monster outside, ultimately returning alone, grievously injured, only to succumb shortly thereafter. The card was not mine, thus I remained unaware of the specifics of the dungeon." Wang Hao surmised that the card was accidentally acquired by the girl with the flower tattoos. After all, those capable of acquiring such cards are well aware of the value of star upgrade cards. It would be foolish to exchange them for potions. The true worth of the cards can only be realized in the hands of those with strength. For someone like the flower tattoo girl, clutching the card was akin to holding 2 pieces of paper. It would be more advantageous to trade it for a bottle of Enhancement Potion, albeit at a loss. At least this would grant her some means of self-preservation. Wang Hao remarked indifferently, "Name your price." The flower tattoo girl seemed to have anticipated her demands and promptly declared, "1 bottle of Enhancement Potion and a set of equipment." Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Seeing his reaction, she reconsidered, stating, "I can forego the equipment, but the potion is non-negotiable." Wang Hao could hardly contain his amusement. He was astonished not by her audacity, but by the modesty of her request. Exchanging a star upgrade card for a single 1-star enhancement potion and a set of 1-star equipment was hardly unreasonable. At its peak, a 3-star enhancement potion could be traded for such cards. Her terms were negligible to him. Acquiring these 2 cards felt like a fortunate windfall. Feeling particularly fortunate due to the disparity in information, he paused before saying, "I happen to need this star upgrade card. Let us proceed with your original terms. Meng Yao, please have someone escort her to select her equipment." "Very well," Zhang Meng Yao replied as she exited to summon assistance. The flower tattoo girl expressed her delight, exclaiming, "Brother Hao is so generous." Wang Hao had struck a profitable deal, while the flower tattoo girl remained grateful for his magnanimity. It was rather embarrassing. Had the flower tattoo girl survived to the later stages and realized the true value of these 2 cards, she would likely be filled with regret. After the others departed, Wang Hao utilized the star upgrade card to enhance his hand axe. Star upgrade complete. 3-star decapitator 3. Hand axe. The 3-star decapitator is significantly enhanced from the 2-star decapitator and has an added feature: martial chi, spirit combat effect. After reviewing the information on the card, Wang Hao casually tore it apart, rendering it akin to an ordinary A4 sheet of paper. He then swung his axe, smiling as he remarked, "This resolves one of the conditions for entering the dungeon." How effortless. It's truly astonishing. Even a one-star weapon is a rarity outside. Li Chuanda even reveres one-star weapons as artifacts. Yet here I am, wielding a 3-star weapon. Hearing a voice, Wang Hao turned to see Yun Bing entering. He nodded slightly and inquired, "What is it?" "I obtained a scroll last night," Yun Bing replied, producing a scroll and tossing it to Wang Hao. "It's called a Secret Realm Scroll. It is said that completing the challenges within will yield rewards." I ventured inside briefly, and given my capabilities, it felt quite challenging. I wonder if I could exchange it for a few bottles of ordinary enhancement potions. Wang Hao unrolled the scroll. This was surprisingly a beginner-esque scroll. Wow, what a fortunate turn of events. A double blessing indeed. The minimum requirement to clear a beginner dungeon is a 2-star profession and a 1-star equipment. I'm fully capable of attempting it now. Curiously, Wang Hao asked, "What price did you pay to acquire it?" "1 green crystal," Yun Bing replied. "Wow, what a jackpot. You truly are the queen of luck." Wang Hao raised his gaze and said, "You must have guessed that I might possess a 1-star enhancement potion. Why do you seek the ordinary ones?" "I feel that at the ordinary level, there is still room for improvement," Yun Bing stated, her eyes glimmering. "You should know this better than I." Chapter 81, The Catacombs. Playing as the Big Brother. The 4 emperors possess a keen sense of intuition. Wang Hao, non-committal, replied, "I don't have many ordinary enhancement potions on hand. I'll send you some when I acquire more." Yun Bing nodded slightly and turned to leave. The dungeon could potentially yield a substantial number of crystal cores and high-level cores, and I was currently in need of cores. Yun Bing's scroll arrived at an opportune moment. A smile crept across Wang Hao's face as he thought, trading a few ordinary enhancement potions for a dungeon scroll. Such good fortune would have seemed like a dream in my past life. What a day. One stroke of luck after another. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Wang Hao decided to redeem the scroll promptly, lest he encounter unforeseen delays. He unfurled the scroll, and a wormhole that devoured the surrounding light materialized before him, instilling a profound sense of vertigo. He grasped the axe and stepped inside. The wormhole then shrank to a point, vanishing into the void. Wang Hao shielded his eyes from the blinding light that enveloped him, and upon its dissipation, he found himself standing in a damp chamber of a few square meters, surrounded by earthen walls, the silence allowing him to hear his own breath. Wow, this environment was not unfamiliar to Wang Hao, as he had visited it in his past life. He couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence. I've stumbled upon the catacombs. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice resonated within the chamber. "Challenger, welcome to the beginner dungeon. I will only state the following once, and will provide no further explanations. Please listen attentively. This dungeon takes the form of catacombs. Challengers must break through the earthen walls to find the exit. Behind the walls may lie rewards, emptiness, or dangers. Be warned, this dungeon is not a game. Death and injury are equivalent to real-life consequences. Additionally, if the number of challengers exceeds 1, the dungeon's difficulty will escalate. You may adjust your party before breaking the first earthen wall. Once broken, the dungeon will adjust and fix its difficulty based on the number of challengers. The rules of the dungeon have been stated. Challengers, prepare to commence the challenge." The female voice conveyed information akin to what Wang Hao had previously learned. He produced the dungeon hint card. Although it would serve better in a more advanced dungeon, early utilization was preferable. Who could predict what the future held? Perhaps in a couple of days, he would encounter another dungeon hint card, where he might never stumble upon the catacombs again. Wang Hao aimed the card at the left earthen wall, which suddenly transformed from solid to transparent, clearly revealing what lay beyond. Within the expansive chamber, a dozen ordinary zombies wandered aimlessly. For those without cards, breaking through that earthen wall would provoke an immediate frenzy from the zombies. Merely imagining the scene was exhilarating. The monsters within the dungeon were akin to data, simulated by a computer system, devoid of crystal cores in their minds. Defeating them would yield no rewards and merely squander time and effort. Hence the card spared Wang Hao considerable trouble. He disregarded that earthen wall and turned his attention to the front wall. The chamber behind it appeared empty, save for a few inconspicuous black lines on the ground. A common person would likely assume it was vacant, but Wang Hao knew that stepping inside would trigger a surge of dozens of claws attacking anyone within the chamber. This spot was tenfold more perilous than the chamber above. should other challengers inadvertently enter this chamber. Those with strength below 2 stars could only hope for better luck in their next life. Wang Hao pivoted towards the rear wall. Darn it, he encountered traps again. This dungeon was exceedingly treacherous. Of the 4 walls, 3 were rigged with traps. This is precisely why Wang Hao possesses cards, allowing him to evade these traps. Without such cards, others would likely be reduced to tears by the devastation. Surely, one cannot be surrounded by pitfalls on all sides? Wang Hao glanced at the right earthen wall, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He stepped forward and kicked through the wall, advancing towards the metallic chest positioned at the center of the earthen chamber. Fortunately, the dungeon was not utterly merciless, offering at least some rewards. Upon opening the chest, he discovered a collection of crystal cores. He stuffed the cores into his backpack, finding approximately 12 gray crystals, 3 green crystals, and 1 blue crystal. Ordinarily, he would need to slay over 400 ordinary zombies to accumulate such a bounty. Yet now he had achieved this with minimal effort. How delightful! This marked a significant improvement. Wang Hao turned his gaze towards the left earthen wall, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. He approached and shattered the wall, moving towards the metallic chest located in the middle of the chamber. Upon opening it, he was met with 3 vials of potions, each adorned with a label. 2 were ordinary enhancement potions, while 1 was a 1-star enhancement potion. After reviewing the instructions, he tucked the potions away, reflecting on the current environment. In this context, a single ordinary enhancement potion could incite conflict among close friends and lead to familial strife. If these potions were to circulate, countless lives would be lost. Remarkably, he had acquired these potions after traversing only a few steps. The living were acutely aware that the emergence of zombies signified both disaster and opportunity. As the presence of zombies had reshuffled the world, it could be said that as long as one's fists were strong enough, one could attain what was once deemed unattainable, such as forcing a boss to kneel and lick one's shoes or making a goddess wear a collar. Thus, it was not just enhancement potions, but even ordinary weapons and equipment that could compel many to risk their lives. Wang Hao returned to the upper earthen chamber, inspected the remaining 2 earthen walls, and discovered they were traps as well. He revisited the walls he had previously examined. This time, fortune smiled upon him. Of the 3 walls, 2 concealed rewards. Wang Hao unleashed his fist to shatter the wall, revealing another metallic chest within which lay another collection of crystal cores, which he promptly added to his backpack. He found approximately 17 gray crystals, 8 green crystals, and 1 blue crystal. This accumulation brought him great satisfaction, especially as he realized the trouble he had circumvented, doubling his sense of exhilaration. He then entered another earthen chamber that contained rewards. Inside this metallic chest were 2 ordinary knives and a 1-star hammer. After securing these items, he continued his exploration of the underground palace. From that point on, Wang Hao skillfully avoided traps and seized rewards. If faced with an entirely trap-ridden environment, he would only engage if absolutely necessary, but with his foresight, he was often able to act before the monsters could react, dispatching them before they even comprehended his presence. Those monsters must have been left aghast in their final moments, questioning how he knew of their presence. The underground palace was not a maze. One could reach the exit by any route, with the only distinction being how many traps the challengers triggered and the power of those traps. Some individuals, blessed with good fortune, might only trigger a few weak traps throughout the dungeon, while others might meet their end at the very outset. Wang Hao, endowed with extraordinary prowess, faced no issues of luck. Wherever he lingered was bound to be a place of reward. After 2 hours had passed, Wang Hao had opened a total of 26 metallic chests, amassing 457 gray crystals, 172 green crystals, 67 blue crystals, and 21 purple crystals. He also collected 22 ordinary enhancement potions, 6 1-star enhancement potions, 2 2-star enhancement potions, 19 ordinary weapons, and 23 pieces of ordinary equipment. Additionally, he acquired 8 1-star weapons, 12 1-star equipment pieces, 1 2-star weapon, 1 3-star weapon, and 1 3-star piece of equipment. Most astonishingly, he had stumbled upon a 1-star class scroll. Previously, he had exerted considerable effort to obtain a 1-star class scroll, yet now it had come to him with merely a few steps. Furthermore, among the 1-star weapons he had acquired was a bow intended for Yunbing. She had adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse, exhibiting an extraordinary growth rate. while others saw significant improvements in their strength through weapons and equipment. For her, such items became a hindrance. Once she equipped a one-star weapon, even as an ordinary enhancer, she would find slaying one-star monsters to be a trivial task. In his previous life, there were individuals who had specifically tested the dimensions of the underground palace, determining that the initial level was roughly the size of 2 World Cup football fields. Thus far, he had only explored 1/5 of it. The thought of the crystal cores he had acquired brought a broad smile to Wang Hao's face. This is the allure of the dungeon. The greater the danger, the more substantial the rewards. Of course, this was a privilege reserved for the strong. For the weak, navigating even 1 or 2 earthen chambers in the dungeon was arduous, with rewards that might not even surpass the value of the scroll. Wang Hao turned to examine the rear earthen wall and exclaimed softly, surprised to encounter other individuals within the dungeon at this point in time. Indeed, there were people in the earthen chamber behind the wall. 3 men, wielding katana and daggers, were engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal red ant, towering over 2 meters. At the center of the chamber lay a metallic chest, clearly protected by the monster. Having encountered similar situations 6 times previously, Wang Hao recognized the giant ant as a 2-star mutated creature, the Gaoyaoren. In his past life, he had dealt with many foreigners and had a notably poor impression of them, particularly the people from the lighthouse, most of whom were exceedingly arrogant. When conversing, they often looked down their noses at others. Thus, he quickly identified the 3 men as belonging to that group, squinting his eyes as he assessed them. 3 individuals, 1 2-star and 2 1-star, all evidently skilled and clearly trained. They were likely among the top-tier practitioners from Gaoyao Island. In Chapter 71, it was mentioned that dungeon scrolls were not unique. In some corner of the world, others might have obtained the same dungeon scroll. This explains why Wang Hao encountered foreigners within the dungeon. He had no intention of entering hastily. Instead, he resolved to wait until the 3 men finished their battle before claiming the rewards for himself. At this moment, the trio appeared to be longtime friends, coordinating seamlessly as they provoked the increasingly agitated 2-star ant, which was bleeding from several wounds. "Yoshi," exclaimed the strongest of the 3, a muscular bald man. "It's about to fall. The treasure will be ours. We must remain vigilant until it is completely defeated." The most formidable among them, a man named Tianzhong, whose facial structure was sharp and eagle-like, intently watched the 2-star ant, declaring, "It's about to attack us." As if following a script, the 2-star ant suddenly turned a fiery red, its speed surging as it lunged towards him. It was far too swift. Aside from Tianzhong, the other 2 men could barely perceive the movement of the 2-star ant. Being a mutated creature, it was innately stronger than its counterparts of the same level, and its sudden burst of speed posed a significant threat to the trio. If an attack was riddled with flaws, it would render the assault futile. Tianzhong remained calm, waiting for the 2-star ant to close in before deftly sidestepping its attack, causing it to miss entirely. He then raised his knife, delivering a precise upward slash across its wound. Tianzhong has dedicated many years to the mastery of the katana. Prior to the apocalypse, he was a renowned swordsman in the area. Upon becoming an enhancer and acquiring superhuman physical capabilities, combined with his formidable swordsmanship, he became a force to be reckoned with. Although the strength of the 2-star ant surpassed that of Tianzhong, its attacks were too simplistic to touch him. Strength alone was of little consequence. With a sharp cry, the 2-star ant spewed forth dark blood from its wounds. Observing this, Qi Jian rushed forward, seizing the ant's leg and lifting it with a mighty roar, slamming it brutally to the ground behind him. Meanwhile, the short figure wielding a dagger approached, targeting the ant's eyes, already battered by the 3 assailants. The ant's power and explosive force were far from peak condition. Faced with the short figure, it was left helpless, ultimately succumbing to a series of 3 precise stabs from a 1-star enhancer. "Master Tianzhong, your swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level," remarked the short figure after delivering a few more strikes to ensure the ant's demise. Rising, he gazed at Tianzhong with admiration. "I believe that in the not-too-distant future, you will become the hope of Gaoyao Island." To speak candidly, Tianzhong was indeed formidable. In his previous life, few could match his ability to grapple with a 2-star ant of similar rank while remaining unscathed. "You have seen too little. My swordsmanship extends far beyond this," Tianzhong declared, nonchalantly lowering his katana. Let us see what treasures lie within the box. Qi Jian and the others stood at attention, nodding respectfully to Tianzhong. Subsequently, they approached the metallic box. But just as they were about to reach for it, the earthen wall behind them suddenly exploded, sending debris flying. The three turned to see Wang Hao, axe in hand, emerging through the swirling dust. Much like them, he appeared surprised that there were others in this dungeon. He seemed to be no resident of Gao Yao Island, and given his youth, his skills could not be that exceptional. Qi Jian and the short figure regarded Wang Hao, forming their initial impression. He seemed to be merely passing through. But should he attempt any tricks, they would swiftly eliminate him. Wang Hao strode directly toward the metallic box, and a glint of cold, murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the two. It appeared that he lacked the awareness to recognize the danger he was courting. Just as they prepared to act, Tianzhong, his voice interrupted. Qi Jian, return. Let him have the box. A true master recognizes another. Wang Hao seemed unremarkable at first glance. Yet Tianzhong sensed an immense pressure emanating from him, as if he were a slumbering beast of prey, poised to tear apart anyone who dared to awaken him. The last time Tianzhong felt such a sensation was in the presence of his own master, a leading swordsmanship grandmaster of Gao Yao Island who had founded his own school. This indicated the formidable nature of Wang Hao. Qi Jian and the short figure were perplexed. Why grant the box to Wang Hao? Could it be that he was truly formidable? How could that be? They had a swordsmanship master among them. No young man could possibly rival Tianzhong's prowess. Even if one were to assume that Wang Hao's physical prowess exceeded that of a two-star ant, Tianzhong could still dominate him with his exquisite skills, ensuring that Wang Hao would never even graze the hem of Tianzhong's garment.